Caught by the system in a post-apocalyptic world, Ning Tang initially intended to resign herself to despair. Upon learning that she would still be required to work in this desolate reality, she resolved to create a ruckus. However, the system swiftly interjected, "Host, do you comprehend the significance of possessing infinite resources in the apocalypse? You would reign supreme across the entire planet." After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Tang decided to give it a try. If she could not achieve supremacy, she would indeed cause a stir. As she continued her endeavors, Ning Tang soon realized that the treacherous system had not deceived her. Initially, she was merely Ning Tang, a woman and hotel owner. Subsequently, she transformed into Ning Tang, a formidable force, a master of words, the possessor of a coveted academic degree, a wealthy magnate of the apocalypse, the champion of the laid-back contest, a figure of golden allure, and the reigning leader of this new world. Ning Tang declared, "I arrive in the apocalypse with my hotel brimming with infinite resources. All who inhabit this world, including the zombies, must kneel and bow before me." Chapter 1. Dawn Hotel. Ning Tang stood amidst a throng of zombies, resigned to her fate. Why does one even strive to live? She pondered, feeling like the most unfortunate soul in existence. A hard-working individual, she had struck an astonishing fortune only to be whisked away by the nearsighted reaper, led astray for performance metrics. Her vast fortune lay dormant in her bank account while she herself languished in a rented room, smiling serenely in death. With a sigh, she lamented the promise of a new world as compensation. Was it too much to ask for a life filled with grandeur, immense strength, the power to manifest her desires, and endless fortune? She envisioned a life where mountains were moved at her whim, where she had countless allies, lavish homes, luxurious vehicles, gems and gold, handsome suitors, and adoring pets. Not to mention a plethora of other wishes. Why could they not be granted? The system responded, for the umpteenth time, "Dear host, all you must do is take a few steps to the left, towards the magnificent hotel that awaits you, and everything you desire will be yours." Ning Tang, for the 28th time, cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated two-story building to her left. "Do you think I am blind? If that place were indeed a magnificent hotel, then I would be the unparalleled beauty, a divine fusion of Lin Daiyu, Wang Zuxian, and Lin Qingxia." She retorted, "Spare me your nonsense, or I demand a reset or to be released to meet my demise at the hands of the zombies." She felt wronged, having met her end at the peak of her happiness. If only she had been more familiar with the underworld, she would have wreaked havoc as soon as she arrived. The notion of being compensated with a new life was merely another task, relegating her once more to the status of a mere worker. The system felt a twinge of guilt, pondering the absurdity of casting souls into a task-oriented world where they were expected to toil and express gratitude. "Ahem, dear host, I assure you this location was chosen in accordance with your wishes. If you put in the effort, you will eventually reap the rewards it offered." Ning Tang tripped a passing zombie, watching it crash to the ground with a thud. She dismissed the system's claims as mere bluster, having heard such promises during her time as a laborer. But she was no longer a mere worker. "Very well. When the time comes, you will personally fetch me a lovely proprietress, right?" she quipped, presenting her neck to the zombie, its face a mask of confusion and jagged teeth. "Come now, bite me. Even in the depths of the underworld, I shall seek justice from the king of hell." As a fellow laborer, the system could empathize with Ning Tang's madness. Had it been in her position, freshly elevated to leadership, it might have considered blowing up the underworld office itself. Yet, assisting Ning Tang in establishing a hotel in this bleak world was a crucial task for its ascension to a team leader. After a brief silence, the system gathered its thoughts. Ning Tang, undeterred, continued to torment the zombies, taking advantage of the system's protective barrier. Under the midday sun, the zombies appeared sluggish, their movements as if governed by a slow-motion button, ambling along the streets in small groups, some crawling after being tripped by Ning Tang. The dilapidated two-story building nearby seemed to absorb the sunlight, its small wooden door resembling a monster's mouth, beckoning the curious. Ning Tang shuddered. If the zombies dared not enter, neither would she. After about half an hour, the system abruptly emitted a series of urgent beeps. Ning Tang rubbed her ears. How annoying. The system rolled its electronic eyes. "Host, I have gone to great lengths for you, securing extraordinary benefits. Do you have any idea of the sacrifices I have made on your behalf?" The electronic voice brimmed with an almost melodic cheer, almost bursting into song. Sounds like you've made quite the sacrifice, Ning Tang replied nonchalantly, recognizing the manipulative nature of the capitalist agenda. Determined to demonstrate its capabilities, the system conjured a line of exquisite, glowing packages hovering just above the ground, connecting Ning Tang to the shabby two-story building. Ning Tang smirked, yet could not resist stepping closer. Holy smokes! She recognized the 200 million yuan pink diamond immediately. She had once borrowed it from a top-tier international actress, having only glimpsed it from a distance, but its brilliance was forever etched in her memory. "Did you steal this?" she exclaimed incredulously. The system pouted. "You are utterly ignorant of my capabilities. These treasures were acquired through legitimate channels. If you work diligently, all of this shall belong to you. My connections will ensure your lifelong prosperity." Ning Tang felt a mix of envy and resentment. Her own social circle barely extended beyond the neighboring village. Pushing aside her thoughts of inadequacy, she assumed a regal demeanor, adorning herself with the ring and nodding in satisfaction. "A pink diamond deserves to be worn by someone of my beauty." Finally, she took a significant step forward, eager to discover the contents of the next box, a natural black sea pearl necklace, with its hue and quality, valued at no less than 20 million. She swiftly donned it around her neck. "Pearls with a beauty like mine, truly perfect." The system, sensing her self-adulation, muted its voice to avoid an overload. Next came a 20-carat yellow diamond, followed by a blue diamond, a black diamond, and a green diamond. By the time she had opened a mere dozen boxes, her body was already adorned with jewels, shimmering radiantly in the sunlight. The system hastily cut the connection to shield itself from the blinding glow. After opening 100 boxes, Ning Tang remained unsatisfied, surrounded by exquisite diamonds, emeralds, and several luxury brand handbags. The strain of her previous labor vanished, her posture straightening with newfound confidence. Estimating the time, the system resolved to get serious about work. Upon arriving, it found Ning Tang posing in front of the hotel, meticulously admiring her jewels in the sunlight. Had she been oblivious to its absence for so long? Vain humans. 2 hours of camaraderie seemed trivial in her eyes. "All right, host, it's time to get to work. If you perform well, this system can provide you with everything you desire, even 1,000-year-old ginseng for your meals," it urged. Ning Tang raised an eyebrow, her resolve solidified. "Fine. Given your amiable demeanor, I reluctantly agree to manage this hotel of yours. But let me be clear, as a once wealthy worker, I have long since lost hope. Do not expect me to toil like a beast. I demand to be the one who commands storms as the leader." The system readily acquiesced, never expecting her to labor with bricks and cement. Were it not for the long-abandoned mission of the apocalyptic hotel and the exceedingly high standards it demanded from its hosts after the previous occupants' ravages, it would have preferred to personally undertake the task, efficiently fulfilling 2 roles at once. Ning Tang, in her naivety, remained blissfully unaware. Upon discovering the lavish rewards bestowed by the hotel's proprietor, she would likely find herself weeping and beseeching. In gratitude. All right, hurry inside. I shall store these items in the system space for you," it urged. Only then did Ning Tang step into the dilapidated 2-story building. From the outside, it appeared utterly decrepit, with walls overrun by climbing ivy, revealing only a precariously hanging wooden door. Truth be told, her presence here was solely supported by the treasures and jewels backing her. Chapter 2. Who asked you? As Ning Tang stood at the threshold, the dim and dilapidated scene within began to transform gradually at her feet. The worn wooden floorboards beneath her morphed into a resplendent marble expanse, while the tattered furniture was rejuvenated into pristine condition. The previously wooden door became an automatic glass entrance, and the ivy-clad green walls were replaced by thick, transparent glass. A lavish carpet adorned the entrance, facing a service desk that was both simple and clear-cut, with the shimmering golden characters of Dawn Hotel emblazoned upon the wall behind it. Ning Tang was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. While the system sarcastically remarked on her previous disobedience, secretly relieved that it had been clever enough to avoid the grim reality of that 2-story, dilapidated structure. Otherwise, the sight would have driven her to despair. As she ventured inside, she discovered that behind the service desk lay a management room filled with cleaning supplies and daily hotel necessities, tissues, disposable slippers, towels, and such. There was also a modest bed measuring 1.5 meters, along with a private bathroom. Discontent surged within Ning Tang as she lamented, "Surely, this cannot be my room. The system retorted, teasing her for overthinking. Although it would have relished such an arrangement, her actual quarters were located upstairs. Continuing her exploration, she found the lounge area to the left of the service desk, furnished with U-shaped leather sofas and coffee tables. Further in, an elevator stood, flanked by a staircase, with public restrooms beyond that, equipped with tissues, hand sanitizers, and 3 automatic washing machines. The elevator was adjacent to the guest room section, leading into a long corridor where 4 rooms were situated on the right. Across the hall appeared to be the management room behind the service desk. Upon entering the customer service department, she noted 2 double rooms and 2 twin rooms, all reminiscent of budget hotels from the pre-apocalypse era, with carpets lining the corridor. Immediately upon entering a room, the bathroom was adjacent, stocked with disposable toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, and combs, while the shower area boasted shampoo and body wash. Venturing deeper into the room, she encountered a standard 2-meter bed, a small sofa and coffee table by the window, a flat-screen television opposite the bed, and a desk and chair positioned near the window. On the desk lay 2 bottles of mineral water labeled free, and, to her surprise, a transparent box at the bedside contained contraceptives labeled 5 crystals. Ning Tang was left utterly speechless. Exiting to the other side, she discovered the space beside the service desk resembled a convenience store, enclosed by transparent glass walls, with an alarm system resembling that of a supermarket flashing a blue light at the entrance. Curiosity piqued, Ning Tang stepped inside the convenience store. The entrance glass bore a notice stating self-service pickup, automatic charge, and within, she found shelving and a refrigerated section. The shelves were sparsely stocked, offering only instant noodles and mineral water for sale, priced at 2 crystals and 1 crystal, respectively. The refrigerated section offered box meals, including curry chicken rice, kung pao chicken rice, meatball meals, and sweet and sour pork rice, all uniformly priced at 4 crystals. There were also a dumpling section, with Orleans chicken buns priced at 2 crystals each, chive buns and red bean buns at 1 crystal each, while a large cup of soybean milk cost 2 crystals. After leaving the convenience store, she ventured further into the restaurant, which was marked with operating hours from 7 to 11, restricted to hotel guests. The corridor leading deeper into the restaurant was separated by a door, but Ning Tang entered to take a look. The entrance again featured transparent glass walls, revealing 6 wooden tables. To the right of the entrance was the ordering area, reminiscent of a university cafeteria, albeit fully automated. Customers could place orders and pay via an electronic screen at the windows, after which steaming meals would emerge from the pickup area. However, due to limited stock, Ning Tang perused the options. The first window offered soy sauce pancakes, soup dumplings, and fried dough sticks, priced at 3 crystals per serving, while tofu pudding and soybean milk were 2 crystals each. The second window featured yangchun noodles and wontons, priced at 5 crystals per serving. The third and fourth windows presented options like black pepper beef rice, large plate chicken rice, stone pot bubbling fish, and yellow braised chicken rice, each at 6 crystals. The system had already explained that this was the 5th year of the apocalypse, where only those with special abilities and a few robust individuals capable of combating zombies, along with ordinary people of significant contributions sustained by the base, remained. The number of mutated zombies had grown to nearly 5 times that of the human population. Additionally, many animals began to mutate in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and regardless of whether they were zombies or mutated creatures, they could yield crystal nuclei from their brains. Thus, nearly all surviving humans possessed some crystal nuclei, and the hotel's pricing, meticulously calculated by the system, ensured that Ning Tang need not worry about a lack of clientele due to exorbitant rates. Ning Tang mused to herself, "Who, me? You truly overthink." She relished the prospect of the system not generating income for 3 years, especially since it did not provide her with dividends. The notion of working tirelessly was utterly laughable. She intended to showcase what it meant to be the king of leisure. The system scoffed. "Oh, really, host? So, if that's the case, are you rejecting the host rewards that come with hotel upgrades, such as weight loss potions, tanning inhibitors, stamina enhancers, anti-hair loss serums, unlimited access for employees, free meal ordering, unlimited pet privileges, online shopping, and unlimited access to on-demand television programs, along with diamonds, jewelry, perfumes, handbags, and luxury vehicles?" Ning Tang was momentarily at a loss for words, clenching her fists and beaming a perfect smile that revealed all 8 of her teeth. "However, let it be known that I, Ning Tang, am not one to go back on my word. I have received the most diligent worker award from my boss for 2 consecutive years and the shoulder pat encouragement award for 3 years running. At the tender age of 23, I possess 30 years of work experience. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself earnestly to making this venture prosperous and illustrious. The system nodded in satisfaction, hoping for such a commitment. With a diligent spirit, Ning Tang approached the service desk, where a display screen showcased simple and comprehensible icons for customer check-in procedures. To her astonishment, she noticed the hotel was only rated at 2 stars.
System.
Why is it merely 2 stars? The system wiped a bead of virtual sweat. This is our system's sincerity, providing the host with superior conditions to motivate diligent work. Ning Tang nodded, realizing she had underestimated the system. It was indeed different from her miserly boss. The system, feeling somewhat guilty, knew it had to plead for better conditions for an extended period, or else the first-star conditions would have remained as dismal as the previously mentioned 2-story wreck. In such a scenario, it believed it would soon find itself dragging Ning Tang's lifeless body back to the underworld to face the consequences. The entire second floor is the host's private domain. You may ascend to see it. As your level increases, you may even alter the decor style. The system's mechanical voice took on an almost pretentious tone, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Feigning ignorance, Ning Tang entered the elevator to the second floor. Don't ask. It's simply the privilege of the esteemed not to walk. The elevator lacked a button for the second floor, with only a yellow boss button above the first floor. The system held its breath, anticipating Ning Tang's inquiry. However, she deduced that the boss's exclusive space was inaccessible to others, akin to a one-residence-per-floor arrangement. Thus, she refrained from asking. After a prolonged silence, the system, unable to contain itself, spoke up. Since you inquired so sincerely, yes, this system is very user-friendly. The hotel owner's floor button is visible only to the owner and can only be pressed by them. Otherwise, not even a nuclear weapon could elevate you to the second floor. How's that for security? Ning Tang rolled her eyes. Who asked you? Chapter 3. The Deadbeat System. The second floor is remarkably spacious, with each level of the hotel encompassing approximately 500 square meters. This floor, in particular, feels like a luxurious 270-degree panoramic suite solely belonging to Ning Tang. The elevator is located on the southern side, leading into a long entryway. To the left lies a grand living room adorned with 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, while to the right, there is a marble dining table accompanied by both Eastern and Western kitchens. Further along the corridor adjacent to the dining area, one reaches Ning Tang's opulent master bedroom, spanning over 100 square meters, complete with a walk-in closet brimming with high-end ready-to-wear and haute couture garments. The beauty devices and massage chair in the master lounge are enticing, not to mention the bathroom that features an oversized bathtub. A suppressed smile plays on Ning Tang's lips as she reflects. See, I told you, where there are losses, there are gains. Outside the living room, a lengthy outdoor balcony extends, while on the opposite side of the living room, there are 2 guest bedrooms, a media room, a study, a fitness area, and a modest swimming pool. The storage room is equally impressive, lined with an array of wine cabinets, along with various outdoor sports equipment, including fishing rods and barbecue grills, perfect for leisure. The dining area is equipped with 2 double-door refrigerators, and the balcony outside is home to several large water tanks filled with a rich assortment of seafood, including massive king crabs and lobsters that make Ning Tang's mouth water. Reclining on the grand sofa in the living room, she basks in the sunlight, unable to stifle a laugh. System, I must admit, I was wrong about you. The conditions are indeed quite splendid. The system, though feeling somewhat guilty, maintains its facade, driven by the hope of securing its own promotion, wishing for everything to unfold according to its plans. But why are you so generous? Wouldn't it align better with your values to create more rooms on this entire second floor? The system pondered this, but the design was conceived by the previous host, and no one has made changes since. After all, they were here to embellish their resume, not to endure hardship. I've reiterated countless times, if you work diligently, this system will ensure your indulgence and comfort. The treatment provided to the owner of Dawn Hotel has remained constant for many years. Ahem, enough of that, host. It's time to get to work. Here is an overview of your upcoming task to perpetuate the human civilization within this world. The Underworld office has introduced the Dawn Hotel. The resources within this hotel are comprehensively supplied by Planet T, ensuring all the living needs of its guests. A protective shield will be established within 3 meters of the hotel and its surroundings, shielding it from all mutated species. This hotel is affiliated with the Underworld Office and is impervious to any attacks from this world. The hotel owner, Ning Tang, is likewise shielded from any harm. And to guarantee her absolute safety and the maintenance of order within the hotel, she has been endowed with the ability of verbal command within the hotel's jurisdiction. The current level of the hotel is 2, featuring 4 double occupancy rooms, each accommodating a maximum of 2 guests, with a daily rate of 20 crystals per room. The exchange rules for crystals in this world are as follows. 1 level 2 crystal equals 100 level 1 crystals. 1 level 3 crystal equals 500 level 1 crystals. 1 level 4 crystal equals 2000 level 1 crystals. 1 level 5 crystal equals 5000 level 1 crystals. 1 level 6 crystal equals 12,000 level 1 crystals. 1 level 7 crystal equals 25,000 level 1 crystals. 1 level 8 crystal equals 50,000 level 1 crystals. 1 level 9 crystal equals 100,000 level 1 crystals, and 1 level 10 crystal equals 300,000 level 1 crystals. Ning Tang felt a jolt of astonishment. With such staggering numbers, wouldn't just a single level 6 crystal suffice for a year's stay at the hotel? The system remained unfazed. This is the crystal trading rule of this world. However, the accounting is not as straightforward. Once mutated species reach level 6, they acquire intelligence, making individuals capable of obtaining crystals above level 6 exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the energy within level 6 crystals is immense, and those who possess them typically use them to enhance their abilities rather than for trade. In fact, crystals above level 6 can even allow ordinary individuals to inherit zombie powers. Even if some choose not to use them, they are often traded for essential supplies. Moreover, once the technology of Planet T fully harnesses level 6 crystals, a single one can generate enough energy for a city of 20 million inhabitants for an entire year. Thus, possessing a level 6 crystal could allow the holder to reside in the hotel for a lifetime. Ning Tang was taken aback. The rumored Planet T was indeed terrifying. And what does the ability of verbal command entail? It means precisely what the words imply. Ning Tang attempted to command the refrigerator, saying, "Refrigerator door, open." In an instant, all 8 doors of the 2 refrigerators swung wide open. Ning Tang exclaimed in surprise and then instructed the steak within the fridge to jump into the pan and cook itself. However, the steak remained unresponsive. The system sighed in exasperation. "Host, do not overreach. This ability is meant for dealing with unruly guests. Just a simple gesture will suffice." "Very well. Now, host, hurry up and get to work." Reflecting on the looming bill hanging over her head, the system would have preferred to manifest physically and plead for guests to stay. The head of Planet T had provided it with ample resources, agreeing to elevate the hotel to level 2, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. They were eagerly awaiting crystals, leaving the system caught in a bind, merely aspiring to be a minor official, which was no easy feat. Ning Tang sauntered outside at a leisurely pace. The hotel's exterior had transformed. While not ostentatiously opulent, it appeared neat and inviting, with the sign for Dawn Hotel gleaming in gold. She took the time to observe the surroundings. In front of the hotel was a spacious plaza, with rusty fountains and fitness equipment, where numerous zombies ambled slowly. On either side of the hotel stood several 2-story buildings resembling the hotel she had first encountered, while behind them loomed dilapidated skyscrapers. This appeared to be situated in the city center, where zombies were plentiful, but living humans were scarce. Ning Tang lingered at the service desk for several minutes, and the system grew anxious, wondering where the living humans were. After another half hour, a couple seeking refuge from zombies finally approached the hotel entrance. Ning Tang sat up straight. This would be the hotel's inaugural wave of guests, an occasion to anticipate. A man and woman entered, supporting one another, and before catching their breath, they began to scrutinize Ning Tang. A lavishly beautiful house, and a striking woman who seemed devoid of any powers, exchanging glances. They clearly recognized the potential for resources and turned their gaze back to Ning Tang with an expression akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Ning Tang felt a surge of indignation. Their malevolent expressions lacked any semblance of decorum. Serving in the hospitality industry was indeed a challenging endeavor. "Would you two be interested in lodging or purchasing supplies?" The prices are reasonable and fair. Ning Tang spoke in a steady tone, gesturing toward the adjacent convenience store, offering them a chance for redemption. The couple followed her indication, their eyes widening at the sight of food and water. The man scoffed derisively. Why should we pay? It was foolish to spend money in a post-apocalyptic world. Paying was far slower than stealing. In silent accord, they lunged toward Ning Tang. Confused, she observed the pair as they approached with an expression of determined intent, wondering why they were suddenly posing. The moment they realized their hands were empty, they froze for a few seconds before swiftly reacting, with one of them seizing a chair from the service desk and hurling it at Ning Tang. She swiftly dodged, watching the malicious expressions on their faces. A smirk tugged at her lips as she thought, even a shielding ability cannot deter your reckless intentions. You truly have no shame. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the couple froze in their tracks, crimson blood trickling down their faces as their thick skins fell away, landing on the ground. As the bloodied faces of the faceless man and woman startled Ning Tang, she let out a simultaneous scream with them, but before they could utter another sound, they abruptly fell to the ground. The system, with a melancholic air, struck a match and murmured, "Host, your words wield power." Amidst her panic, Ning Tang added, "The corpses need to vanish, quickly." She cautiously opened her eyes and, to her relief, found everything restored to its original state. Clutching her chest and gasping for breath, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, system, I am utterly terrified." The visual shock was overwhelming. I merely wished for them to die, not to become truly faceless. Nevertheless, she mused on the efficacy of this newfound power, yet fear gripped her heart still. The system, unfazed, replied, "You will grow accustomed to it." For the next half hour, Ning Tang incessantly chattered, imploring the system to converse, as she was alone in the hotel, haunted by the gruesome scene that had just unfolded. The system, with a stoic demeanor, remarked, "Enough with your incessant chatter, child." Just as the mechanical voice fell silent, 3 burly men swaggered into the hotel plaza, effortlessly dispatching the wandering low-level zombies, extracting their cores, and heading towards the only seemingly clean establishment in the vicinity. Ning Tang quickly composed herself, sitting upright, for these would be her hotel's first patrons. How exciting! The system, discarding the match, twirled in exuberance. Money is coming, money from all directions. However, as soon as the 3 men reached the hotel entrance, they swung their recently acquired metal rods, having noticed a beautiful young lady inside. Regardless of whether it was a trap, they were determined to seize this place and claim the beauty for themselves. With a powerful swing, one man's rod struck the glass door, but instead of the anticipated shattering sound, he was jolted back, the iron rod clattering to the ground. Holding his arm in disbelief and anger, he cursed, "What the hell is this?" The 2 men beside him laughed maliciously. "You're pathetic. You couldn't even break the glass. Looks like you're not man enough for this beauty." Infuriated, he retorted, "Who are you calling pathetic? You try it. This beauty is mine." The automatic glass door calmly swung open, allowing them entry, their lewd laughter and predatory gazes piercing through to Ning Tang. Disgust washed over her. Having been dragged to this dreadful place by fate was already vexing, and now it seemed her hotel would remain closed. The man retrieved the fallen iron rod, and all 3 approached Ning Tang, raising the rod high, relishing in the thought of a defenseless beauty. "Foolish girl. Why don't you try putting your left foot in your mouth and your right foot on your head, slapping each other until you turn to dust?" Ning Tang fired back with quick wit, leaving no room for the men or the system to react. In an instant, the 3 men collapsed, each clutching their left foot while raising their right foot to their heads, frantically slapping each other, their eyes filled with horror and revulsion. The resounding slaps echoed, and moments later, they transformed into 3 grotesque pig heads before disintegrating into ash. The system applauded, "Host, your creativity is truly remarkable." It wholeheartedly endorsed Ning Tang's punishment of those with ill intentions towards the hotel. But it couldn't help but feel that its fate would be similar unless some normal patrons arrived soon. Otherwise, it would surely find itself on the dishonorable list next month. Sitting at the service desk, Ning Tang's mood soured. While dispatching villains was indeed satisfying, she wondered when her first wave of guests would arrive. Was she destined to be nothing more than a mere pawn? "Host, my scans indicate that there isn't a living soul within a 5-kilometer radius." If you wait for guests to arrive, you might be here until tomorrow. By then, she might be reduced to scrap. This contradicted Ning Tang's intention of earning money while seated, yet she reluctantly stood up, motivated by the allure of luxury and riches. Contemplating whether to lock the door, the system advised against it, stating that no evildoer could harm the Dawn Hotel. She considered wielding an umbrella, but the system promptly provided her with a protective shield against the sun. Very well, let us proceed. After walking for 2 kilometers, her eyes met nothing but lifeless zombies wandering aimlessly. This desolate environment unnerved Ning Tang, but after the system's generous assistance, her hope for a joyful life reignited. The sight of zombies on the streets began to feel less daunting. Suddenly, she froze. My feet hurt. They really hurt. I want to take a vehicle. I want to move without one. The system desperately wished to kneel and plead, but it refrained from entangling itself with Ning Tang, having learned her tenacity all too well. With no other option, the system mustered its courage and approached the T-Planet administrator for another off-road vehicle. The administrator chased after it, shouting accusations of being a deadbeat. Ning Tang's spirits soared as she drove off in the vehicle, singing joyfully, "Ah, life." After circling the vicinity for 2 to 3 hours, she still found no trace of living beings. The sun was setting, and the roads of this post-apocalyptic world remained unkempt. Had it not been for the system's protective shield, she would have surely been thrown about in the vehicle. Ning Tang began to criticize the choice of location, questioning why they hadn't simply opened the hotel in the midst of the living. Shouldn't there have been prior surveys and reports? This is utterly irresponsible. Meanwhile, the system was being physically subdued by the T-Planet administrator, curled up as it shielded its mainframe from the blows. Regretting ever boasting about the prompt arrival of 80 cores within 2 hours, the previous host of the Dawn Hotel had been the child of a high-ranking official, sent to enrich their resume. At that time, the hotel had generated a staggering profit of 20 cores in a single month, after which the mission had been indefinitely shelved. While such a suspension went unnoticed by the powers that be, T-Planet was deeply concerned due to their urgent need for cores. However, the plethora of small worlds made their demands seem trivial compared to a mere resume. In a moment of desperation, the administrator had agreed to the system's non-compliant requests, believing that this time a fortuitously blessed host had arrived, one who had won a fortune in the human realm. It had conveniently omitted the tale of the host being misled on the day of the lottery. The system had promised a rapid influx of 80 cores, far surpassing the previous host's meager earnings over several months. Yet now, hours had passed with nary a core in sight, causing the administrator's face to flush with fury. He had trusted this deceitful system, unbeknownst to Ning Tang, who was still scanning the zombies for any signs of life. 2 figures with red hair sprinted out of the forest, resembling the whirlwind of Neza. Had it not been for the dense horde of zombies trailing behind them, one might have marveled at their speed. The red-haired individual on the left surged ahead, while the one on the right clenched his teeth and gave chase, knowing that falling behind could mean death. Chapter 4. Luxury. The red-haired man on the right seemed to open his mouth to curse, but as he did, the wind filled his mouth like a balloon, distorting his lips and preventing him from closing it. Upon awakening his powers, the enhancement to his physical abilities and speed, coupled with the adrenaline rush, caused him to lose all sensation of his upper and lower lips due to his hurried pace. As Ning Tang drove, she suddenly felt the ground tremble, initially thinking it was an earthquake. Panic surged through her until she recalled the system's assurance that the forces of this world could not harm her. Just as she began to relax, 2 figures burst forth from the woods, darting in front of her vehicle with the speed of mythical beings. Was this the speed of an awakened individual? Truly. It stirred her spirit with admiration. However, Ning Tang soon spotted a horde of zombies emerging from the woods. Oh, it turned out they were racing against death. Wasn't this precisely the guest she had been desperately searching for? Excellent. This would mark the inaugural wave of patrons for her hotel. How exciting. Ning Tang halted the car, unlocked the doors, and gestured for the 2 to enter. Their faces lit up with unrestrained joy. Indeed, fortune had not completely forsaken them, for a vehicle appeared in their dire straits. They swiftly opened the doors and jumped inside. Ning Tang informed the system that she had 2 living souls. Yet the lifeless system fell silent, as if it had suddenly become mute, leaving her to relish the joy of her opening alone. How disappointing. Just as the two had boarded the vehicle, a particularly swift zombie lunged toward the front of the car, but Ning Tang had yet to start the engine. The two red-haired individuals were terrified, their hearts racing. The one on the left felt a wave of regret, realizing they might have inadvertently caused another person's demise, while the one on the right, in a moment of panic, struck him. The left redhead, with a resolute expression, grasped the steering wheel as if preparing to sacrifice himself to divert the zombies if escape proved impossible. The right redhead, though he had just punched his companion, also gripped the wheel. After all, death was preferable to enduring this wretched apocalypse any longer. However, the zombies outside seemed to lose their target, slowing their advance. And those further away came to an unexpected halt, with the front ranks being trampled by the rear ones, resulting in a gruesome pile-up. Ning Tang understood that the vehicle provided by the system could mask their presence from the zombies. She leisurely revved the engine, plowing through the zombies ahead as she departed. The two red-haired youths assumed this was Ning Tang's extraordinary ability. After all, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse for 5 years, the notion of invisibility before zombies was far from impossible. Nothing was beyond the realm of possibility in this merciless new era. The right redhead rubbed his mouth, recalling an incident at the base where a drunken individual had quarreled with someone else, only to transform into a dog in a fit of rage when he found himself outmatched in the argument. A dog. He had been so shocked that his jaw nearly dislocated. He believed nothing could astonish him anymore. Sister, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have surely met our end today. Ning Tang was momentarily taken aback by the address of sister, but upon reflection, she thought nothing of it. After all, in this apocalypse, it was only fitting for the strong to be called sister. She had just vanquished 5 thugs, and this title was well-deserved. She turned to glance at the two red-haired youths, who resembled innocent college students in their 20s, albeit with slightly roughened skin, as if they hadn't washed their faces in years. The one who had spoken was on the left, possessing an earnest appearance, while the right one had a more flamboyant demeanor. He was inexplicably rubbing his mouth, and when he caught Ning Tang's gaze, he instinctively attempted to smile and express gratitude, only to find his tongue betraying him. He awkwardly covered his mouth and shot an annoyed glance at the left redhead. The left redhead, noticing that the vehicle's owner was a young and beautiful girl, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks at the memory of calling her sister. Ning Tang smiled, casually offering, "Would you two like to stay at my hotel? It has running water, electricity, and a restaurant, all while ensuring safety from zombies. A room is merely 21st-tier crystal nuclei, and I assure you, there is no deception involved." While she made this inquiry, the vehicle accelerated towards the hotel, without slowing down. After all, once they were in her car, it was unthinkable not to stay. She was determined to ensure that these two would pay for their stay. If they harbored any ulterior motives, they would have to part with their money before they could meet their end. The left redhead's eyes widened in disbelief. Running water, electricity, and a restaurant. After a moment's contemplation, it was evident he was intrigued. The right redhead had his own reservations, suspecting it might be a scam. 21st-tier crystal nuclei for such amenities? It seemed like a dream. Water was exceedingly precious, and completing a task yielded at most 81st-tier crystal nuclei a day, yet water consumption could cost 40, allowing only a single bottle. All existing water sources had become contaminated, and drinking water relied solely on the water-based abilities at the base. Taking a shower required days of mental preparation, and even then, using contaminated water would leave one aching for an entire day. He, along with Chen Dang, had a touch of obsessive cleanliness, bathing only once a week, and now that they were in someone else's vehicle, he hoped he didn't reek too much. Though he suspected a scam, he recognized the girl had just saved them, and he wasn't heartless. Worst case, he could hand over 20 crystal nuclei directly to her. After all, survival was paramount. He did not view her as a swindler, especially since she possessed the strength to save them and was willing to speak amicably. However, he decided against staying at the hotel. While nuclei could be earned back, a life lost was irretrievable. Just as he was contemplating, Chen Dang spoke up. "Is it really 21st-tier crystal nuclei? Is water and electricity charged separately? If so, that's fine. I'd like to stay." The monthly rent for a place at the base was approximately 300 first-tier crystal nuclei. They had ventured far today and surely could not expect to return home. and spending a night outside would be perilous. Additionally, to repay the favor of being saved, Cunning resolved to stay, willing to trust the girl who had rescued them. Ning Tang was pleased with his response, while the right redhead tacitly accepted that they were together. Whether they wanted to or not, they would be staying. Wu Qi discreetly pinched Cunning, thinking him foolish. They were on the brink of death, yet he was counting money. Cunning shot him an irritated glare. Although he had suggested taking the long way around the woods, hadn't he already punched him twice? Enough already. Wu Qi felt his mouth finally returning to normal, and he smiled, addressing Ning Tang. Thank you, brave lady, for your generous assistance. May I inquire your name? Oh, I'm Wu Qi, and this is Cunning. We're from the Wu Hai base. Where is your hotel located? In these times, opening a hotel must require extraordinary skills. I am Ning Tang, and the hotel is just ahead. I assure you, I am quite capable, she replied with a smile. Regardless, she was determined that these two would stay at her establishment today. Otherwise, the system would surely have something to say. The last rays of the setting sun were devoured by darkness as Ning Tang parked the car in front of the hotel, signaling for the two red-haired youths to disembark. Wu Qi attempted to delay his exit, wary of whether the lady might turn hostile. The car had been driven so steadily, and she might possess abilities of a higher tier than they anticipated, capable of crushing them as easily as one might squash ants. As he cautiously moved his right foot out, he hadn't yet shifted his left when he heard Cundang's exclamation. Look, look. I told you something was going to happen. Wu Qi lifted his head, his mouth instinctively widening in awe at the sight before him. A beautiful building, so clean and pristine. Could such a place truly exist? Surely only the base leader could reside here. The bright lights gleaming through the spotless glass made him suddenly lose all fear. After all, how could someone of such stature possibly wish them harm? To be honest, their combined lives likely wouldn't even equate to the value of that hotel's glass. The two red-haired youths exchanged glances, recognizing the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. There was nothing to fear. They followed Ning Tang, awkward yet eager, feeling they had just experienced a taste of the luxury reserved for the base's elite. Chapter 5. The Ferry Upon Entering. Ning Tang immediately noticed two individuals seated in the hotel lounge area. She promptly rebuked the system. See? I told you to wait for guests to arrive. You insisted on making me go out and recruit them. Yet here they are, walking right in. The system remained unresponsive. It seemed the overseer of Planet T was exhausted and had decided to take a break atop it. As Ning Tang approached, she saw a young man and woman. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, strikingly beautiful with a fresh, youthful complexion reminiscent of a student from the pre-apocalypse era. The man, in his 20s, was tall and muscular, his strong features forming a protective barrier around the girl beside him. The two individuals appeared impeccably clean and fresh, their attire far superior in quality to that of the two red-haired patrons, and notably immaculate. It was evident that they were formidable guests of substantial means. Are you two here to stay at our establishment? Asked Ning Tang. Our hotel is well equipped, offering attractive prices and a beautiful environment. You may wish to peruse our brochure. She extended her hand to retrieve the promotional pamphlet from the front desk, distributing it to the two newcomers, as well as to the red-haired pair. Gu Qinghuan and He Yan had already examined the brochure prior to this encounter. They had arrived merely 10 minutes earlier, and the dangers of the post-apocalyptic night compelled them to seek temporary refuge, as they realized they could not return to their base before dark. After a fruitless search, they stumbled upon this opulent little hotel, still illuminated even in the absence of guests, a lavish luxury that the second-generation inhabitants of their base would never dare to squander. He Yan, ever vigilant, harbored suspicions of a potential trap, while Gu Qinghuan maintained a more optimistic perspective. The use of such precious electric resources for a ruse implied a formidable power behind it. Even if it were indeed a trap, evading it would be futile. It was better to confront challenges head-on. As He Yan grasped her arm to depart, they soon discovered that the zombies outside seemed oblivious to the hotel, swaying about as if a barrier prevented them from approaching. Just moments before their entrance, the horde had relentlessly pursued them, only to be dispatched by He Yan's lightning strike. Yet now, the newly arriving zombies halted a few meters from the hotel entrance, as if an invisible force repelled them. After careful consideration, the duo resolved to remain in the hotel and await the proprietor's appearance. Encountering someone of such evident strength would be most advantageous. Even if the owner did not reveal themselves, they could settle in the lobby for the night. Having previously scrutinized the brochure, He Yan and Gu Qinghuan noted the extraordinarily charitable pricing, leading them to suspect that this establishment might be a front for nefarious dealings, or perhaps the benevolent endeavor of a compassionate benefactor. Still, Gu Qinghuan meticulously perused the colorful images, momentarily transported back to the world before the apocalypse. When the proprietor finally emerged, they were greeted by a young and strikingly beautiful woman whose fair and radiant complexion, along with her luxurious attire, signaled her status as an influential figure. The striking aspect was her approachable demeanor. She regarded them with a warm smile. Gu Qinghuan feigned earnestness, glancing at He Yan to propose they spend the night in a large double room. He Yan raised no objections, confident in his dual abilities that allowed him to erect mental defenses from a distance. However, a sudden realization struck him. He could no longer sense his powers. He swiftly pulled Gu Qinghuan to the doorway, leaving her bewildered. He regarded Ning Tang with apprehension, stating, "There is something amiss with your hotel." The two red-haired patrons exchanged confused glances, while Ning Tang raised an eyebrow in understanding. "Are you referring to your inability to sense your abilities?" "Indeed. For the safety of our guests, our establishment operates a protective shield. This shield obscures the perception of zombies within a 3-meter radius of the hotel. But it also inhibits the powers of those with abilities, all for the sake of guest safety. Fear not. Once you step beyond 3 meters from the premises, you will regain awareness of your powers." Upon moving 3 meters from the hotel, He Yan felt a surge of electricity gather in his palm, while Gu Qinghuan sensed a sphere of water coalescing in hers. The two red-haired patrons also ventured forth, conjuring flames that illuminated the four of them, startling the surrounding zombies. He Yan pondered the implications. Such formidable abilities were emerging, capable of shielding both zombies and powers. If more individuals with such capabilities existed, the reconstruction of human society might not be an impossibility. Returning to the lobby, Ning Tang sought to allay their suspicions, promptly illuminating the convenience store and restaurant. He Yan and Gu Qinghuan were taken aback. They had meandered around for 10 minutes and had seen no sign of these facilities. The two red-haired patrons appeared stunned, as though they had unwittingly stepped into the realm of the elite. Ning Tang led them into the convenience store, delighting in their astonishment at the shelves stocked with water and food. Wu Qi nearly gasped, while Chen Dang felt as if his mind had been struck by a hammer. "Is this paradise? We have been subsisting on compressed biscuits for 3 years." The vibrant packaging left them momentarily dazed, yet their hunger and salivary reactions were swifter than their cognitive processing. Chen Dang's stomach grumbled, and Wu Qi nearly drooled at the sight. He Yan and Gu Qinghuan maintained a more subdued reaction, though still significant. After 5 years in the apocalypse, most pre-apocalyptic food had either been consumed or expired. Gu Qinghuan had access to a chef and precious vegetables from a research institute, but variety was lacking. The produce cultivated in greenhouses, enhanced by abilities, paled in flavor compared to pre-apocalyptic fare. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the Baozi steamer nearly made her lose composure. Though He Yan did not possess an overwhelming desire for food, the monotonous diet of mutated animal meat and dry grains had dulled his palate. The scent of the Baozi was difficult to resist. "As you can see, our establishment boasts abundant supplies at remarkably low prices. Rooms are equipped with water and electricity, and the water source is clean and untainted, suitable for washing and bathing. Guests are free to make their own choices." Afterward, she returned to the service desk, aware that those who had survived until the 5th year of the apocalypse would harbor considerable skepticism. She wished to receive the crystal cores soon, her sense of security waning. Had she proceeded with her earlier thoughts, she would have simply vacated the premises. The 4 individuals in the convenience store deliberated for a time, with Gu Qinghuan and He Yan ultimately reaching a decision. Gu Qinghuan chose to place her trust in Ning Tang, feeling an immediate connection upon seeing her beauty and genuine gaze. Their conversation revealed a sincerity that resonated deeply. The resources in the convenience store could undoubtedly save lives. So, what could Ning Tang possibly want from them? 20 crystals? Outside, one could scarcely purchase a glass of water. He Yan remained apprehensive. If he were alone, he would have no qualms about staying, but with Gu Qinghuan present, he could not risk her safety. He had observed the proprietor closely. Her clear gaze and genuine demeanor suggested she did not care whether they chose to stay. He could not detect any deceit in her expression, nor could he fathom her motivations for running a hotel at such low prices while lacking crystal cores. Ultimately, he decided they would stay for a night. At worst, he could remain vigilant, watching over her throughout the night. "We would like one twin room and one double room," he stated. Gu Qinghuan's voice was lively. The hotel lobby was so splendid that she was eager to see the rooms. Initially wishing for 2 double rooms, she reconsidered upon noticing the red-haired patrons, unsure of their relationship, and opted for a double room for them instead. Ning Tang accepted the 40 first-level crystal cores he offered with a smile, pleased to secure an additional 20 for the 2 rooms. She handed over the room cards for rooms 102 and 103, directing them accordingly. "Our restaurant is also open. Guests may enter with their room cards. It is currently 7:30, and the restaurant is still serving. The variety of food is abundant, so feel free to take a look." Gu Qinghuan nodded in delight, initially believing that the convenience store's boxed meals would suffice for a hearty feast, only to discover the existence of a restaurant. Judging by the opulence of the convenience store, the restaurant was surely exquisite. The proprietor must be a celestial being, here to bring salvation to the masses. Regarding the core of this narrative, the premise asserts that mutated animals possess cores as well, thus even if they were to hunt mutated rats, the cores would not be in short supply in the near term. In Chapter 6, titled Strawberry, she did not even return to her room, pulling Hien along for a meal. The 2 red-haired individuals were not hesitant. Rather, they were captivated by the allure of the boxed meals and instant noodles. Wu Qi gazed longingly at the bento, swallowing hard, yearning for each and every one. Were it not for the rational voice reminding him of Ning Tang's formidable nature, he would have undoubtedly purchased all the box meals on the spot. Chen Dang, regaining his composure, understood that the invaluable boxed meals were a luxury the proprietor might allow them to purchase only one of, especially under the circumstances of their stay at the inn. He promptly seized Wu Qi and rushed to reserve a room. They could not afford to delay for fear of losing the accommodation. "Boss, we would like to book 2 double bedrooms." "Only 1 double bedroom and 1 twin room remain," the proprietor replied. The 2 exchanged glances, disdainfully averting their eyes. Their mutual dislike was palpable. They could certainly afford to share a room, but they were adamant about their individual spaces. "Very well, let us reserve 2 rooms." Each produced 20 cores, and Ning Tang smiled as she accepted the payment, informing them that a restaurant was located adjacent to the convenience store. The 2 widened their eyes in astonishment, clutching their room keys as they dashed toward the restaurant. Upon receiving 80 cores, the system's representative for Planet T was immediately summoned, grinning from ear to ear as he accepted the 80 cores. "My dear brother, you are indeed remarkable, making such a grand contribution. However, I am in a hurry, so I must return to the laboratory with these cores." The system, grasping the back of his neck with a smirk, retorted, "Do you truly need to deliver these cores personally? Wait a moment, I have more pressing matters to discuss with you." As the system remained absent, Ning Tang began to feel hunger pangs, uncertain if, as the proprietor, she would be entitled to complimentary meals. Suddenly, she recalled the 2 double-door refrigerators in the expansive kitchen on the 2nd floor. Surely, they must contain some provisions. Hastily, she ascended the stairs and opened one of the refrigerators, revealing it to be brimming with an array of snacks, various flavored milks, juices, soft drinks, candies, biscuits, bread, fruits, and ice cream. The other refrigerator was designated for kitchen use, stocked with fresh shrimp, meats, frozen ready-to-eat items, eggs, and grains. Not inclined to cook or consume frozen meals, she thought of Gu Qinghuan and Hien downstairs. Those 2 seemed to be affluent. Ning Tang grabbed a basket from the kitchen, filling it with 2 boxes of strawberries, 2 boxes of cherries, 2 cartons of strawberry milk, and 3 cans of beer. Upon entering the restaurant, she beheld the 2 red-haired individuals seated at a table laden with generous portions of chicken rice, sizzling stone pot fish, yellow braised chicken rice, and black pepper beef rice. They were transfixed, mechanically shoveling food into their mouths, tears streaming down their faces as they ate. Ning Tang felt a tingle of anxiety. She was unaware of the extent of their earlier exaggeration. When the 2 red-haired individuals arrived, Hien and Gu Qinghuan were already hesitating by the window. They approached to inspect the menu and were equally taken aback by the pricing. It was astonishingly affordable. Nevertheless, They decided to take a chance and ordered a serving of yellow braised chicken rice. Wu Qi, anxiously waiting at the pickup counter, thought to himself that at worst, it would be mutated meat, albeit that mutated meat was often grotesque and exorbitantly priced, leaving one feeling as though they had chewed on it for days. With a resounding clap, a serving of yellow braised chicken with rice appeared on the tray, and to his astonishment, it was indeed rice. Steaming and fragrant, it was real food. Wu Qi carefully brought it to the table and took a tentative bite. The next moment, he was dancing with joy, tears streaming down his face. Heavens! This glistening, fragrant rice, this succulent chicken, these tender potatoes soaked in broth, these spicy, crisp bell peppers, and these chewy mushrooms, not to mention the ginger slices that, although spicy, are equally delectable to me. His life seemed devoid of regret as he reminisced about the carefree afternoons spent under the sunset. Those were the days of his lost youth. The three of them observed Wu Qi devouring his meal with increasing fervor, his tears flowing freely, showing no signs of cessation, and they finally felt relieved. Unable to resist purchasing their own servings of yellow braised chicken. Although He Yan and Gu Qinghuan had arrived earlier, He Yan insisted that Gu Qinghuan wait, for the prices were suspiciously low. Gu Qinghuan suspected it might be a meager offering of 2 pieces of mutated chicken with a bit of compressed biscuit soaked in water. But even so, the price was still remarkably cheap. Once they witnessed Wu Qi consuming his meal at an alarming rate, having already polished off half a bowl without any adverse effects, their doubts were dispelled. Gu Qinghuan gleefully ordered yellow braised chicken and small wontons, while Hian opted for yellow braised chicken and a large serving of chicken. Ning Tang felt quite satisfied. It appeared that none of the 4 were inclined to waste food simply because of the low prices. For individuals, ordering 9 servings of food should suffice for all. Meanwhile, another 53 cores were processed, and the system, with its mechanical arm, became even more relentless. The representative for Planet T screamed in agony while clutching the cores, bubbling with happiness. Ning Tang marched over to Gu Qinghuan's table with strawberries in hand, opening a box and savoring one herself. Sweet and creamy. She then extended it towards Gu Qinghuan. Would you care to try? I want to let you sample for free. If you find it delectable, you can buy me a box. Upon Ning Tang's entrance, Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched her approach, chattering animatedly. She could barely comprehend the words due to her captivating beauty. Suddenly, the sweet aroma of strawberries wafted through the air, jolting Gu Qinghuan back to reality as she beheld Ning Tang offering her a box of strawberries. Seeing her wide-eyed and dazed expression, Ning Tang found her utterly adorable and repeated, "Please do try. They are quite sweet, 20 cores for a box." This was a significant offer for her. 20 cores surely meant little to them. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened in realization. Strawberries. Could it truly be the strawberries she had longed for? This delicate fruit had become extinct in the first year of the apocalypse, and now, right before her, she could hardly recognize it. Gu Qinghuan suddenly empathized with Wu Qi's earlier emotional eating. She nodded vigorously, not even bothering to taste them. Strawberries were far too precious. She felt guilty even considering accepting one for free, having already deemed it an excessive bargain at such a low price. Swiftly, she produced 20 cores and handed them to Ning Tang, accepting the box of precious strawberries. As she gazed at the large, red strawberries nestled within, tears threatened to spill over. "Oh, dear boss, you are truly an angel descended from heaven. You are so kind." After a moment's contemplation, she stood and approached the yellow braised chicken counter, placing 6 cores down. Ning Tang watched as she carried her meal towards her, tears glistening in her eyes, and placed it into her hands. "I invite you to dine with me. Although this is your establishment, this is my gesture of goodwill." Ning Tang beamed with joy, thinking how utterly delightful this girl was. She nodded gratefully, accepting Gu Qinghuan's kindness, and sat at the adjacent table, handing a bottle of strawberry milk to Gu Qinghuan. "Please have some milk. This too is my gesture of goodwill." Originally intended for sale to Gu Qinghuan, the system had previously indicated that the items in her room were inexhaustible, automatically replenishing once consumed. Not wanting to feel indebted to anyone, she felt she could afford to treat her to a bottle of milk. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened, nearly brimming with tears. She would forever feel guilt over her earlier suspicions. He Yan silently continued his meal, reflecting that the proprietor indeed resembled a deity come down to earth, bringing salvation to the masses. Ning Tang glanced at him, retrieving 2 bottles of beer from her basket, inquiring, "Would you like one?" 20 cores per bottle. He Yen paused momentarily. The luxurious beer seemingly vanished in the 2 years since the apocalypse, leaving only the gatherings at the Gu family's banquets as an opportunity to indulge. Without hesitation, he produced a second-tier crystal core and offered it, the allure of the sweet-coated bomb irresistible. Ning Tang hesitated for a fleeting moment before accepting it, providing him with 40 first-tier crystal cores in return. Even if it meant giving them all to him, she was willing. The 2 red-haired individuals nearby appeared to be losing their senses, and she was uncertain of their financial capacity. What if they couldn't afford it? That would be quite awkward. However, if they desired it, she would promptly acquire more for them. Wu Qi and Chen Daying were oblivious to the events transpiring outside, wholly engrossed in their meals. Wu Qi consumed 3 servings, while Chen Daying finished 2, and both rose to procure more. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced, "This restaurant operates from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. Please take your meals as needed and refrain from waste. Those found wasting food will face fines for minor offenses and more severe penalties for greater transgressions." Once the electronic voice faded, the words appeared inscribed on the wall to the right of the food counter, accompanied by a large iron hammer raised ominously beside the text. Wu Qi and Chen Daying retracted their hands, abandoning their desire for a second helping, and returned to their seats with their plates in hand. Gu Qinghuan displayed little reaction, quietly savoring her wontons, as neither she nor Hien had any intention of wasting food. Hien polished off his 2 servings with great satisfaction and proceeded to acquire 2 more. A total of 163 crystal cores exchanged hands, and the person in charge of Planet T, nursing a bruised corner of his mouth, smiled contentedly, striding away with nonchalance, unconcerned about having been thoroughly beaten, especially since he had been the aggressor first. Let us consider the first-tier crystal cores to be no larger than a 6-flavor Remania pill. While counting the cores during checkout might seem a tad ludicrous, the points recharge system would soon be implemented. Chapter 7. Casual Purchases. The system appeared with a refreshing demeanor. "Host, you're doing splendidly. What's your deal? Slacking off during work hours? How long has it been since you showed up? I thought you'd run away." The system chuckled, unable to divulge that it had been engaged in a brawl. Ning Tang was sharing cherries with Gu Qinghuan, who was immediately captivated by the cherries and promptly purchased the remaining box for 20 crystal cores. The system gaped in astonishment, utterly perplexed as to why the host required crystal cores. "Host, you're staying at a hotel, without spending a dime. What do you need the crystal cores for?" Ning Tang had just tested it. She could take anything from the hotel, without payment. Yet, who would mind having money on hand? "I'm waiting to accumulate enough crystal cores to become self-sufficient and abandon you." Oh my goodness! The system, which had just been feeling rejuvenated, suddenly felt a phantom pain in its non-existent wounds. Without the host, that cash cow, the abundance of supplies sent from Planet T would be in vain. As the hotel could not be activated, the system anxiously tugged at its hair, which materialized on the display screen, while Ning Tang wandered aimlessly around the hotel. With their bellies round and full, Wu Qi and Chen Daying supported each other back to their rooms, numbered 101 and 104, respectively. Wu Qi cheerfully patted Chen Daying's shoulder. "Daying, the wisest decision you've ever made in your life was insisting on venturing into that grove. I used to want to scold you, but now I realize that if it weren't for you, how could we have encountered Boss Ning? It's truly a serendipitous encounter." Chen Daying nodded, feeling uncomfortably full and on the verge of regurgitation. As Chen Daying unlocked his room 101, both held their breath, their experience in the restaurant giving them a glimmer of hope for the room. The card slid into the slot, the room illuminated, and Chen Daying stood frozen in shock. Wu Qi, peering over him, exclaimed, "What on earth is that? Is that a snow-white duvet?" "It is a snow-white duvet." Wu Qi reached out, yearning to collapse onto it, but Chen Daying quickly intervened, blocking him. "That's my own snow-white duvet. It must not be tarnished by anyone else." Chen Daying swung an arm at Wu Qi's stomach, causing him to gag. Before he could utter a curse, the door to the room slammed shut. "Fine. I have one too." Wu Qi rubbed his belly and opened room 104. This time, he could finally reach out and joyfully leap onto his snow-white bed, which was actually 2 beds. Wait a moment. He had fought zombies and escaped danger today. He was far too dirty. How could he possibly lay on such pristine bedding? Wu Qi abruptly veered into the bathroom, recalling that Boss Ning had mentioned the room had running water and electricity. Upon entering the bathroom, he was astonished to find pristine white tissues beside the toilet. Holy smokes, tissues. After 2 years of the apocalypse, finding tissues had become an arduous task. Only they knew the struggles of the past few years, how painful it had been. Trembling, he caressed the soft tissue, pressing his face against it and exhaling in relief. Boss Ning, from this moment on, I, Wu Qi, shall be your loyal servant. Gently, he set down the tissue and turned on the shower. Warm water cascading over his face, pure and uncontaminated. He felt as exuberant as a monkey frolicking in a tropical rainforest. He couldn't help but want to cry beneath the water, lamenting like Murong Yunhai searching for Chu Yuxian. An idea struck him, with such exhilarating emotions. If he couldn't find someone to share them with, he felt he might burst with madness. He dashed out of his room and knocked frantically on 101. The door opened swiftly to reveal a similarly drenched Chen Dang. They exchanged glances, recognizing the shared excitement in each other's eyes, and clasped hands together. Do you understand, Wu Qi? Chen Dang nodded enthusiastically. I understand. From now on, Boss Ning is like my rebirth parents. Wu Qi nodded fervently. Absolutely. Anyone who dares to harm Boss Ning, I shall bring down their entire paradise. Such light, snow-white duvets, soft, clean tissues, and warm, pure shower water. 3 years had passed without a proper bath. Wu Qi often reminisced about his smooth skin before the apocalypse. At last, he could finally take a shower. When He Yan and Gu Qinghuan returned to their room, they happened upon the sight of the 2 red-haired individuals, fingers intertwined over their chests, gazing at each other with deep affection. Gu Qinghuan's decision to reserve a large double room for them proved to be wise. The hotel was commendable in every aspect, save for a few rather eye-catching scenes. Gu Qinghuan swiped her card to enter room 102, and He Yan joined her to inspect for any discrepancies. Upon entering, they too were taken aback by the pristine bedding. In the 5 years since the apocalypse, the initial meteorological disasters had decimated many crops, coupled with the scarcity of wood-based abilities, leading to a significant decline in their numbers, resulting in far fewer wood-type ability users surviving to this day. Only in the major Base S Research Institute were a few crops cultivated by the rare wood-type ability users. Cotton had nearly gone extinct, with a scant supply allocated solely to the highest echelons of leadership. Over the past 5 years, the natural environment continually challenged humanity, leaving only those with robust physical constitutions. Many had been forced to abandon the luxury of bedding, with even some minor leaders in the bases resorting to using hard, dark cotton blankets. The average person fared no better. In summer, they opted not to cover up, while in winter, they gathered dried leaves to bury themselves, let alone blankets. Many wore the same clothes for years, with entire families sharing a single garment. Ordinary people were on the verge of reverting to a primitive state. Individuals like Gu Qinghuan and He Yan, due to their status, naturally had access to bedding, yet they were still astonished by the hotel's lavishness. Moreover, aside from the bedding, the room's lighting left them feeling dazed, as if they were living a dream. I once believed that our base was the best equipped in the country, but the illumination here is 3 times brighter than that in my own room, Gu Qinghuan remarked. And He Yan nodded in agreement. The room even boasts an LCD television, which He Yan hopelessly pressed, only to find it unresponsive. It was anticipated. Yet the other amenities available were enough to astonish them. In this post-apocalyptic world, a room of such value could be rented for merely 20 crystal cores. He Yan inspected the surroundings and found no issues. Upon entering the bathroom and turning on the faucet, both fell into silence. The privilege of taking leisurely baths, typically reserved for no more than 20 individuals at their base, was available here for just 20 crystal cores a day. Not to mention the paper towels hanging nearby. While they had an abundance of them, they were acutely aware of their worth. Gu Qinghuan murmured to He Yan, "Tell my brother that I want to be returning. I wish to reside here for a lifetime." He Yan envisioned such a life, which indeed held a certain allure, yet he maintained his rationality. "We'll report back tomorrow. If everything here is truly satisfactory, we can arrange for a long-term rental of several rooms." Suddenly, Gu Qinghuan realized something and grasped He Yan's arm, exclaiming, "But there are only 4 rooms here. If it's this wonderful, what if we return, and they're all gone?" No one would want to leave such a place. He Yen too pondered this predicament. Indeed, there were only 4 rooms. Then let us extend our stay for a few more days. We'll report back to the base tomorrow and decide then. Gu Qinghuan nodded vigorously, swiftly exiting to find Ning Tang. Opportunities wait for no one. Ning Tang was seated behind the service desk, idly passing the time. System, I'm so bored. Could you get me a mobile phone? The system's habitual hair-pulling ceased abruptly. A demand. Good. With a demand, I can ascertain its value. With a demand, one becomes reliant. Understood. Let me think of a way. As long as the hotel's revenue increases, this system can accommodate any of the hostess requests. Ning Tang was taken aback by the system's willingness to cooperate, but soon realized that this was the nature of capitalism. As long as profit was to be made, other concerns were cast aside. Before she could voice her desire for a mobile phone, Gu Qinghuan approached, beaming with joy. Boss, may we extend our stay? Gu Qinghuan inquired with eager anticipation. Ning Tang, observing her expression, chuckled softly. It seemed the rooms provided by the system had completely enchanted this group of post-apocalyptic innocents. Of course. Are you satisfied with the room? Absolutely. Extraordinarily satisfied. Therefore, may I renew both rooms for 10 days? Certainly. Ning Tang was genuinely surprised. This was a significant customer, amounting to 400 level 1 crystal cores, which meant she had already earned 563 level 1 crystal cores on her first day of business. Gu Qinghuan was indeed her angel investor. Accepting the 4 level 2 crystal cores handed over by Gu Qinghuan, Ning Tang quickly processed their renewal at the service desk. Oh, by the way, Sister Ning, can we take the water and meals from the convenience store out of the hotel? The electronic voice cautioned them against wastefulness. After enjoying their fill, they dared not purchase excessively from the convenience store, fearing a reprimand for wastefulness. The system, unaware of their psychological dilemmas, would have wished to kneel and plaster signs around the hotel urging patrons to spend freely. Chapter 8. Staff. Ning Tang received an affirmative response from the system and nodded. Yes, it is possible, but to prevent the hotel's supplies from being resold, meals in the restaurant must be consumed on-site, and each guest can purchase a maximum of 10 buns, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 box meals, and 10 bottles of water daily. Gu Qinghuan nodded happily. A delicious boxed meal such as this could command nearly a level 3 crystal core outside, and Sister Ning was truly kind. She contemplated the warm weather. The box meals and buns might spoil by tomorrow, so she decided to purchase 10 boxes of instant noodles and 10 bottles of water from the convenience store first. Shortly after Gu Qinghuan left, Hian also visited the convenience store, buying the same 10 boxes of instant noodles and 10 bottles of water. Ning Tang then noticed the progress indicator on the upper left corner of the service desk panel, reading 623, 600. She clicked on it, revealing a prompt for an upgrade, with options for yes and no below. Curious, she asked the system what this meant. The system, preoccupied with a grinning T-Planet representative eagerly collecting crystal cores, suddenly recalled the upgrade matter. It signifies upgrading the hotel. Host, please proceed with the upgrade. Elevating to level 3 will enhance both room quality and available items. Ning Tang clicked yes, and in the next instant, she felt a momentary disorientation. Turning her head, she perceived no significant changes in the hotel's appearance. However, a layout of the hotel appeared on the panel, reminiscent of a management simulation game, with each area marked by renovation symbols. When she clicked on them, she realized that each renovation required funds, prices that were currently beyond her reach. The system reminded her, let us discuss renovations later. For now, please explore the convenience store and restaurant. As Ning Tang entered the convenience store, a sign read, each item limited to 10 per person per day. The shelves were stocked with additional items, including meat floss and red bean bread at 2 crystals each, chocolate-filled cookies at 2 crystals a bag, and ham sausages at 1 crystal each. Mineral water had been moved to the large refrigerator at the entrance, which now also contained cola and iced tea at 3 crystals a bottle. The box meal section had expanded to include fish-flavored shredded pork rice, also priced at 4 crystals. The bun section now featured fresh meat buns, likewise at 2 crystals. Next to the bun area, a porridge station had been added, offering pumpkin millet porridge for 3 crystals a large cup. Ning Tang then turned into the restaurant, where the first window now had pan-fried buns and egg pancakes, both priced at 3 crystals per serving, along with century egg and lean meat congee for 4 crystals per serving. The second window featured scallion oil noodles, also at 5 crystals. The third window introduced egg fried rice, priced at 6 crystals per serving. Beyond these, 2 additional windows had been established. The fourth offered spicy hot pot with a variety of self-selected ingredients and broth, with a price of 8 crystals for 500 grams. And the fifth featured a stir-fry window, where rice cost 1 crystal, while dishes like stewed beef with potatoes and braised pork ribs were priced at 10 crystals per serving, and sweet and sour pork and Beijing-style shredded pork at 8 crystals per serving, with oyster sauce lettuce and rice wine dumplings at 6 crystals per serving. Exiting the restaurant, she found a small pharmacy. The previous management room, large yet impractical, had been downsized post-upgrade, making way for this new pharmacy. Ning Tang stepped inside to inspect it. The pharmacy was modestly sized, allowing for simple self-service medicine purchases, offering 3 types for colds, inflammation, and external injuries, each priced at 10 crystals per box, also limited to 10 boxes per person. Afterward, she proceeded to the guest room area, which still contained 4 rooms. Yet at the end of the corridor was another locked door. Ning Tang took the elevator, discovering that a second floor had been added between the original first floor and her boss's level. Upon entering the elevator, she noticed that the layout of the second floor was entirely circular, with the elevator and stairwell arrangements mirroring those of the first floor. In the center of the second floor was a small hall, featuring a fish tank over a meter tall and some greenery. On the right side from the elevator was rooms 201, 202, 203, and 204, while the left side housed rooms 215. Following room 201 inward, adjacent to 204, were rooms 205, 206, 207, and 208, with 209 and 210 positioned at the end of the corridor, leading to rooms 211, 212, 213, and 214. Between rooms 209, 210, and the small hall on the second floor were the equipment and storage rooms. In total, the second floor contained 15 guest rooms, with rooms 201 to 208 featuring king-size beds and rooms 208 to 215 offering twin beds, all of which were identical in size and furnishings to those on the first floor. Ning Tang was quite content as she returned to the hotel lobby, pondering, "Where is my reward?" "Fear not, my dear host. Your reward shall be bestowed upon you at once," came the reply. "Here is a single eat without gaining weight pill. And the unlimited employee acquisition channel is now open for you. Within this channel, you may purchase perfectly crafted AI robots from Planet T, designed to serve the hotel around the clock. Each employee boasts unique appearances and personalities for you to select from." Ning Tang swallowed the eat without gaining weight pill that had appeared in her hand, grimacing at its unpalatable taste. Almost immediately, an icon materialized in her mind, which she clicked on to reveal a page reminiscent of online shopping. Upon examining the categories, she found the appearance classifications included robots, humans, animals, cartoons, and classics. Robots seemed dull, humans a tad frightening, animals were adorable, and cartoons equally charming, leading her to click on the classics. Her eyes lit up upon discovering the classic options. There was the Black Cat Sheriff, whose specialty was security. Octopus Brother, adept in front desk service. SpongeBob, a culinary expert. Tom Cat, serving as a butler. Lazy Sheep, embodying cuteness. Bear Brothers, focused on security. And characters like Sun Wukong and Neza, known for their combat prowess. Overwhelmed by choices, she selected 3 or 4, only to be taken aback by the prices. 100 crystals each? While not exorbitant, her finances were dwindling, with only 23 crystals remaining after her recent upgrade. She thought of Gu Qinghuan but knew she couldn't impose on one person excessively. Feeling troubled, she decided it was best to retreat to her room for the night, as it was already 9:30. However, the system intervened. "Host, it is only 9:30. What if guests arrive later?" "What do you mean only 9:30? I often work overtime at the company, and 9:30 feels like a serious extension of my hours. Do you expect me to be on watch 24/7? The system was left speechless. "Indeed, that is a bit excessive. But we cannot neglect our revenue." As the two were in a standoff, Chen Dang, a guest from room 101, emerged from his quarters. Eager to head to the restaurant for a bite after a refreshing shower had left him feeling hungry again. He smiled at Ning Tang, his surrogate parental figure, but she halted him. "Dear guest, are you satisfied with the accommodations provided by our establishment?" He nodded, somewhat tongue-tied and unable to articulate any flattering remarks. Though he wished to extol Ning Tang's virtues to the heavens. The bed is incredibly soft, the room is clean and bright, and there is hot water for bathing. I haven't experienced such comfort in 5 years, and the food in the restaurant is delightful. Thank you, boss. Upon mentioning the restaurant, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing a true passion for food. Ning Tang smiled, satisfied. The establishment had recently undergone upgrades, vastly enriching both the menu and amenities, even adding a pharmacy. May I inquire if you have plans to extend your stay? As you know, our hotel has only 4 rooms, and the occupants of rooms 102 and 103 have just extended their reservations for 10 days. If you are considering an extension, I urge you to decide soon, as we have other guests wishing to book for tomorrow. Ning Tang cleverly withheld information about the 15 rooms on the second floor, knowing that hunger marketing would serve her well. A sudden panic washed over Dang. He had grown fond of his pristine white duvet and could not fathom the prospect of being separated from it. He quickly retrieved 2 level 2 crystal cores, declaring, "Then I shall reserve for 10 days." Ning Tang watched as the hotel balance swelled to 223 crystals, pleased to see Dang depart. She subsequently ordered Octopus Brother and Tomcat, one for the front desk, the other for room service. Perfection. In the next moment, 2 cartoon figures, each standing 6 feet tall, materialized before Ning Tang. Octopus Brother greeted her with a long face. "Hello, Boss Ning. I am Octopus Brother." Unable to suppress a laugh, Ning Tang marveled at how his voice and appearance mirrored that of the cartoon character, as if he had just been plucked from the depths of the ocean. Tomcat, not to be outdone, bowed with a flourish, speaking in a rich British accent. "Oh my beautiful boss, your loyal knight, Butler Tom, is at your service." Chapter 9. Tomorrow's Endeavors. On the service panel, an employee settings section appeared. Ning Tang clicked on it, adding Octopus Brother to the front desk and Tomcat to room service. Both immediately took up their posts. Octopus Brother pushed Ning Tang aside, claiming her seat and almost stepping on her toes, exuding the disdain for work and aversion to authority that was so characteristic of animated portrayals. Ning Tang had no choice but to vacate her spot. Meanwhile, Tomcat donned a tailcoat, patrolling the guest room area. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Tang shoved Octopus Brother aside to check the service area panel, finding the balance at 35 crystals. Dang had just spent 12 crystals. She accessed the convenience store panel, which indicated that new products could be added for a hefty price. However, it also displayed an option to watch advertisements for discounts. Each level offered only 2 opportunities to view an advertisement, and upon watching, one could add a new product for just 15 crystals. Resolutely, Ning Tang opted to watch the ad, enduring a 2-minute recruitment advertisement for the Huangquan office, watching it twice. Reflecting on the 4 guests, she realized they all seemed to have arrived empty-handed, likely without any spare clothing. Since their culinary and beverage needs were already met, she decided to add pajamas and slippers, each costing 15 crystals, leaving her with just 5 crystals remaining. Next, she clicked on the broadcast section, typing, "Dear esteemed guests, good evening. We're pleased to announce the addition of 2 AI intelligent staff members, Octopus Brother at the front desk and Tomcat for room service. Please do not be alarmed by their appearances." The announcement was relayed through the loudspeaker in rooms with lights on, while those already in darkness received the information as a note attached to their door. She also printed this message to display at the hotel entrance, ensuring that late-night guests would not be deterred by the sight of Octopus Brother. However, none of the guests were asleep, except for Dang, who was still dining in the restaurant. The others promptly opened their doors. Upon doing so, they were greeted by the sight of Tomcat wandering in the service area. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened in delight. He looked just like the character from the cartoon. She gazed at Tom's sleek fur and instinctively raised her hand. Tomcat immediately approached, asking if she needed assistance. "Can I pet you?" Gu Qinghuan inquired. Tomcat, ever the gentleman, bowed and extended his paw. "Of course, beautiful guest." Cautiously, she reached out to touch Tomcat's extended paw. "It's so fluffy, soft, and warm, just like a real kitten," she exclaimed excitedly to Hien. Hien found it remarkable but refrained from touching. Wu Qi, feeling a pang of curiosity, raised his hand to indicate he wished to pet Tomcat as well. Tomcat graciously complied with his request. The 3 then made their way to the front desk. where they found Octopus Brother sulking at the reception while Ning Tang was busy stroking his slick skin. It felt peculiar, akin to caressing a genuine leather sofa. Was this the texture of a marine creature out of water? Octopus Brother lacked the charm of Tomcat, and thus the guests were less inclined to touch him. Yet, Ning Tang seized the moment, exclaiming, "Dear guests, our establishment has just undergone upgrades, with new products available in both the convenience store and restaurant, as well as the addition of a pharmacy. Should you have any needs, feel free to make your purchases." Wu Qi gasped, "Boss, you are incredible. I thought this was already the pinnacle of luxury. Can it truly be upgraded further?" Ning Tang smiled, "Of course. Our establishment can continue to upgrade, and there will be even more new products in the future. I welcome all guests to renew their reservations." Wu Qi promptly raised his hand to step forward, recalling that Chen Dang had mentioned extending his stay. However, he had been too engrossed with his duvet to act at the time, and now he too wished to reserve for another 10 days. 3 individuals entered the convenience store in succession, each taken aback for a few seconds before seizing the shopping baskets at the entrance to embark on a shopping spree. Except for the prepared food section, they cleared the shelves of snacks, instant noodles, and beverages, purchasing the maximum allowable quantities. Although Wu Qi yearned to stock up on box meals, the sweltering heat made him more apprehensive about spoilage and wastage. They then approached the newly installed vending machine, and upon noticing the cotton pajamas and slippers displayed inside, Wu Qi's jaw dropped once more. Earlier, he had been dissatisfied with his soiled attire and had washed his clothes, lying bare on the bed. To his astonishment, he found pajamas available here. He selected blue ones, entered his size, purchased 3 sets, and added 2 pairs of slippers. The pajamas were priced at 10 crystals each, and the slippers at 5 crystals per pair. With his other purchases, his total came to precisely 200 crystals, which he paid at the entrance using 2 level 2 crystal cores. Gu Qinghuan and He Yan, meanwhile, bought 10 sets of pajamas and 8 pairs of slippers, totaling 400 crystals, which they settled with 4 level 2 crystal cores. Ning Tang, observing their combined purchases at the entrance, contemplated whether acquiring a recharge card would be more convenient. After all, guests shouldn't have to pool their resources, who would carry hundreds of crystal cores on them without reason. The system concurred, informing Ning Tang that she could spend 100 points to purchase a membership recharge function from the panel. The top left corner of the panel displayed 805-100000, prompting Ning Tang to facepalm and chuckle wryly. System, the leap between levels 3 and 4 is rather excessive, is it not? 600 for a level 2 to 3 upgrade, yet a staggering 100,000 for 3 to 4? Do not fret, host. These figures have been meticulously calculated by the system. It is not as daunting as it appears. The system felt a twinge of insecurity, recalling that the previous host had failed to reach level 4. Ning Tang ceased her inquiries, proceeding to purchase the membership recharge system, leaving her balance at 705, a step further from her upgrade. After completing his purchases, Wu Qi did not forget about Chen Dang. He called Chen Dang out from the dining area, who emerged carrying a bundle of items. Wu Qi's points on the panel rose to 905 as they passed by Ning Tang, their fervent gazes making her uneasy. Realizing she had no further involvement, Ning Tang entrusted the store to Octopus Brother and planned to return to her room for some rest. At that moment, the hotel door swung open automatically, and a group of individuals strode in. Leading them was a muscular, bald man resembling Tyson, followed closely by a seemingly indifferent silver-haired woman and a balding red-haired middle-aged man. Soon, a sinister-looking man with a small mustache entered, supporting 2 battered individuals who bore bruises on their faces. The man was severely injured, limping on one leg, while the woman had bruises on her mouth and face, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had been weeping profusely. "Welcome to Dawn Hotel. We have 8 deluxe rooms and 7 twin rooms available, each priced at 20 crystals per night. Our convenience store, restaurant, and pharmacy are also open," intoned Octopus Brother in a weary voice. The newcomers were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, uncertain of the situation. The red-haired middle-aged man, who had initially approached with bravado, now tempered his demeanor upon seeing the illuminated establishment, realizing the complexity of the circumstances. The bald man relaxed his tightly clenched fists, gesturing for the red-haired man to step forward. The balding red-haired man addressed Ning Tang at the reception desk. "Miss, what is the meaning of this?" He gestured toward Octopus Brother. Clearly, This is a functioning hotel with an AI electronic staff. To book a room, please register at the front desk. Ning Tang replied with a hint of indifference. The menacing demeanor of the group was palpable, as the men among them eyed Ning Tang with furtive glances, clearly contemplating an assault were it not for the eerie atmosphere of the hotel. The bald man and his associates harbored such thoughts. Yet they paused to consider the implications of robbing a well-lit establishment with peculiar robotic staff. They feared the repercussions from the unseen owner behind this operation. The system had already alerted Ning Tang to the high danger level posed by these individuals, assuring her that she was absolutely safe within the confines of Dawn Hotel, and that she possessed the ability to deal with wrongdoers at her discretion. As the group noticed Ning Tang's apparent disinterest in engaging with them, an eerie silence fell upon them as they struggled to gauge her capabilities, hesitant to act impulsively. The silver-haired woman, growing impatient, picked up a brochure from the front desk, glancing through it before stating, 3 twin rooms. Octopus Brother promptly collected the 60 crystal cores she handed over, providing the 6 individuals with 3-room cards, while also indicating that the restaurant remained open. Chen Daying, emerging with his laundry, froze in place upon spotting the group, his eyes widening in shock, his legs refusing to move. However, the newcomers merely cast him a cursory glance before heading toward the restaurant. As the red-haired man turned, he scrutinized Ning Tang, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes. Ning Tang rolled her eyes in response, returning his glare. The system, feeling a surge of protectiveness over its host, found it intolerable that she was being harassed. Though Ning Tang could be bothersome, her humiliation reflected poorly on the system's capabilities. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the air. The red-haired man had tripped over his own feet, landing unceremoniously on the ground, inadvertently tugging at the bald man's trousers in the process. The bald man glared at him menacingly, exclaiming, "What a worthless fool, can't even walk straight." The red-haired man, grinning sheepishly, attempted to regain composure, while the silver-haired woman turned her gaze toward Ning Tang, appearing contemplative. Ning Tang met her gaze defiantly. "Host, the system has avenged you." Ning Tang was taken aback, realizing the system had intervened on her behalf. Curious about the limits of her retaliatory capabilities, she inquired whether she could exact revenge on those who harassed her. The system replied nonchalantly, stating that if Ning Tang possessed the strength, she could unleash her fury upon them without hesitation. If not, it would handle the matter for her. Ning Tang, unwilling to back down, imagined the red-haired man tripping over himself at the restaurant entrance, landing face first on the floor. A resounding crash followed, clearly demonstrating the efficacy of her command. Chen Daying, still shaken, gazed at Ning Tang standing in the lobby, hesitantly whispering, "Boss." Those individuals are notorious bullies from Wu Hai Base. The bald leader is Lu Ha, a level 5 strength ability user. The silver-haired woman is Li Bing, a level 5 ice ability user. The balding red-haired man is Yu Fatsai, a level 4 fire ability user. And the mustache man is Wang Feng, a level 4 psychic ability user. The 2 behind them must be the ones they forcibly took. They killed a small team yesterday just to seize their water and healing abilities. Ning Tang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging their notorious reputation, pondering whether these malicious individuals might harbor ulterior motives upon encountering a resource-rich hotel. "System, you previously mentioned my ability to command reality. Can I defeat them?" The system scoffed. "A bunch of nobodies. Octopus Brother and Tom could easily overpower them without requiring your intervention." Ken Daing, observing Ning Tang, seming clicarefre de meanor, struggled to discern whether she was audaciously courageous or blissfully ignorant. Growing anxious, he reiterated, "I'm serious, boss. Please remain vigilant. We cannot afford any mishaps regarding your safety." Ning Tang nodded, affirming, "I understand. Rest assured, I am in charge here." Lu Ha stared at the food materializing at the serving counter, drooling, yet feigning nonchalance as he frowned and gestured to Wang Feng, the mustached man, to serve the battered Hu Yu and Yi Meng. Hu Yu and Yi Meng, enticed by the aroma of the food, felt tumultuous emotions within but obediently consumed the plain noodles, knowing that in due time, they would avenge their grievances. The shadows of despair in their eyes gradually transformed into astonishment as they savored the noodles, realizing how extraordinarily delicious they were. Li Bing observed them eating with great delight, and seeing no adverse reactions, decided to purchase a serving of wontons and braised pork rice for herself, taking it to another table to enjoy. the bald-headed man. Ufa Kai, with his striking red hair, astutely arranged for a selection of stir-fried dishes from the kitchen, and together with the mustachioed Wang Feng, brought the dishes and 6 bowls of rice to Li Bing's table, even taking the time to prepare chopsticks for Lu He and tidying the table and chairs. Inviting Lu He to take a seat. The group prided themselves on being the strongest team at the Wu Hai base, often honored as esteemed guests by the base leader. However, the delicacies that leader cherished were not as delectable as a simple bowl of plain noodles here. Lu He and his companions devoured their meal with the ferocity of a whirlwind, soon casting greedy glances at the kitchen window. Lu He subtly signaled to Wang Feng and Ufa Kai, who instantly understood and approached the food counter, raising their hands. Yet, they soon realized something was amiss. Ufa Kai's face turned pale in shock. "Boss, our powers are gone." Wang Feng mirrored his fear. Lu He frowned, but before he could say anything, Tom Cat approached the restaurant entrance, carefully explaining the protective shield of the establishment. The group exchanged glances, and without understanding the full extent of the restaurant's defenses, obediently produced their crystal cores to purchase additional meals. After Tom Cat left, Ufa Kai was the first to speak. "Boss, this protective shield poses a bit of a challenge, but there's nothing to fear. With our powers suppressed, your strength will surely prevail. The woman at the front desk seems insignificant. Should we strike now, or wait until tomorrow after we're well fed?" Li Bing, growing impatient, interjected, "Behave yourselves. I'm tired. Let us rest tonight and take action tomorrow." Chapter 10 exploded. Ufa Kai quickly silenced himself, while Lu He clicked his tongue, wanting to voice his thoughts but refrained upon meeting Li Bing's indifferent gaze. This woman, merely riding on the coattails of their recent hunt with her minor contributions, dared to look down on him. Had she not possessed some abilities, he would have long since dealt with this once beloved wife of his, who not only glared at him during his escapades but also foolishly believed she could rein him in. Did she truly think Lu He was afraid of her? Meanwhile, the score on the panel reached 1061, and the system did not compel Ning Tang to work overtime. As it was busy celebrating with the head of Planet T, Ning Tang lay in bed, enjoying a deep slumber, while outside, Octopus Brother and Tom Cat were bustling with activity. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ufa Kai stealthily approached the front desk, producing 20 crystals to secure a large room, specifically requesting room 204, before he stealthily returned to the second floor. The dutiful Tom Cat, fearing that guests might have needs, followed him upstairs, noticing that someone appeared to be waiting on the second floor. Together, they entered room 204. After wandering on the second floor for about 10 minutes, Tom Cat saw the earlier guest emerging from room 204. Ufa Kai hummed a cheerful tune, his desire for that woman Yi Meng, making him restless. Were it not for Li Bing's watchful eye, he would have already seized the opportunity. Clutching the room 211 card, he quietly unlocked the door. In his excitement, he failed to notice Tom Cat trailing behind him, nor did he realize that his guilty conscience left the door ajar. According to Tom Cat's programming, a person frequently entering and exiting 3 rooms was flagged as suspicious and required special attention. It patiently awaited at the door of room 211. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from within the room. Tom Cat accessed the second-floor corridor surveillance and identified the voice as belonging to one of the female guests who had checked into room 211 that night, while the man who had just entered was registered in room 210. Ufa Kai, pressing down on Yi Meng and forcefully covering her mouth, menacingly threatened, "If you dare scream or speak of tonight's events, I'll kill you." Yi Meng's eyes widened in terror. Seizing the moment, she bit down hard on Ufa Kai's hand. In pain, Ufa Kai raised his hand, ready to teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. In the next instant, his hand was intercepted by a fluffy object, and a suave British voice resonated behind him. "Assaulting a lady is not the conduct of a gentleman." The next day, Ning Tang awoke from her custom-made king-sized bed, retrieved a bottle of strawberry milk from the fridge, filled her pockets with dried fruits and candies, and departed her lavish penthouse, prepared to embrace a day filled with jewels, fine wines, and gourmet delicacies. As she entered the elevator, the display screen unexpectedly projected Tom Cat's face, informing her that the guests on the second floor had caused quite a commotion and requested her intervention. Ning Tang finished her milk in one gulp, exclaiming, "Not a moment of peace, even in the early morning." Upon reaching the second floor, The sounds of a violent altercation drew her attention, leading her to the source of the commotion at the door of room 204. The furious bald man was viciously beating the red-haired Ufa Kai, who lay on the carpet, bloodied, while Wang Feng stood by, hesitant to intervene, and Li Bing turned her head away, disinterested. Tom Cat's employee guidelines mandated immediate intervention in instances of brawls among guests. However, its cultural training advised that it should refrain from meddling in domestic disputes, leaving it with no choice but to inform Ning Tang and patiently await her resolution. Tom Cat detailed the events to Ning Tang, who couldn't help but smile at the scene, particularly noting how the bald man's wife seemed to care for him, fearing he might catch cold, and offering him a hat. Last night, the group had booked 3 rooms. The bald Lu He and Wang Feng occupied room 209, while Ufa Kai and Hu were in room 210, and Li Bing and Yi Meng in room 211. However, in the early hours, Ufa Kai had knocked on room 211's door, persuading Li Bing for quite some time until she finally acquiesced. He then descended to open room 204, and after a brief period, Ufa Kai exited. According to Tom Cat, he had entered to assault the female guest of room 211. Upholding the principle of customer safety, Tom Cat intervened and administered a tranquilizer to Ufa Kai. Recalling that Ufa Kai had just secured room 204 20 minutes prior, Tom Cat escorted him back, only for the female guest of 204 to be startled at the sight of it carrying Ufa Kai and, in a state of disarray, attempted to attack it. To maintain the tranquility of the night, Tom Cat similarly administered a tranquilizer to the frenzied guest. Tom Cat's tone rose as if seeking praise from Ning Tang, who responded with a thumbs up, commending its efforts in maintaining hotel order and safeguarding guest safety. The next morning, a menacing Lu He and Wang Feng paced the hotel, prompting Tom Cat to inquire if they required assistance. Lu He and his companion asked if it had seen a white-haired woman and a red-haired man. Tom Cat kindly informed them that the 2 guests had checked into room 204 at 2 o'clock that morning. Lu He exploded in a fit of rage, leading to the scene that Ning Tang witnessed, Lu He furiously banging on the door. However, the hotel security was no mere show. Instinctively, Lu He attempted to use his powers, only to recall from the previous night that powers were suppressed within the hotel. As they pondered how to outsmart the situation, Lu He found himself in a predicament. All he could do was pound on the door with his fists, but fortune favored him when the door soon opened from within. He seized what little hair remained on Ufa Kai's head and dragged him outside to beat him. Ning Tang stood by, amused by the spectacle, having no interest in intervening in a conflict between dogs. The system informed her that she could collect a 10 crystal fee for hotel damages, and an additional 10 for dealing with the body. Should she intervene, there would be one less scoundrel in the world, but if she refrained, the hotel would gain an additional 20 crystals, a dilemma indeed. Fortunately, Ufa Kai was not beaten to death. Wang Feng ultimately stepped in to restrain Lu He, who perhaps, out of a sense of preserving talent, decided to halt his assault. Ning Tang lamented, and that's 10 crystals lost. Esteemed guests, the hotel carpet is quite exquisite, and thus a cleaning fee of 10 crystals will be required. As Ning Tang's voice resonated, Lu He, still seething with anger, perhaps blinded by rage or curiosity, glared at her with his bulging eyes and spat, "You wretched creature, are you seeking death?" With that, his massive fist swung menacingly towards her. In an instant, Ning Tang's gaze turned icy, and the system interjected promptly, "This scoundrel, host, fear not, observe closely." The next moment, his fist was effortlessly intercepted by a feline paw. Tom Cat's pupils widened as he intoned chillingly, "The first rule of the Dawn Hotel, no harm shall come to the owner." No sooner had he spoken than another paw struck Lu He squarely on the face, sending him soaring, yet Tom Cat maintained his grip to prevent him from flying too far. As Lu He regained his footing, Tom Cat revealed his claws, sharp and menacing like wolverines, etching 2 deep gashes before Lu He. Wang Feng and Li Bing instinctively took a few steps back. Their powers were rendered useless, and at that moment, they had no intention of intervening in Tom Cat's actions. After executing this display, Tom Cat released Lu He, allowing him to collapse onto the carpet, his voice returning to a gentlemanly softness. "The hotel's first floor contains a pharmacy. Guests are encouraged to purchase as needed. Now, a 20 crystal fee for carpet cleaning is required." Tomcat glanced at Wang Feng, who trembled as he retrieved 20 crystals and placed them in Tomcat's paw. Tomcat nodded in satisfaction and, with a swift motion on his tablet, initiated a cleaning command, rendering the hotel carpet pristine anew. I wish you all a delightful morning. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. Farewell. Ning Tang smiled, assuring the guests, there is no need for alarm. We are always reasonable. As long as you conduct yourselves properly, the hotel will always welcome you. Wang Feng and Li Bing forced out stiff smiles, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. However, their team had always adhered to the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When it was time to bow, they would bow. Certainly, today's incident was a mere misunderstanding. Our leader has lost his senses and failed to recognize you, esteemed owner. Once he regains consciousness, we shall collectively offer our sincerest apologies. Please do not take it to heart. Wang Feng nodded profusely, his facial hair twitching under his obsequious demeanor. Indeed, we are very satisfied with the hotel. Lu Ha did not intend to offend, and I apologize on his behalf. Li Bing, too, shed her earlier aloofness. Her disdain directed solely at Lu Ha for his thoughtless bravado. She had repeatedly advised him to act with discretion, yet his arrogance and impulsiveness revolted her. Ning Tang nodded. That is satisfactory. It would be even better if you could extend your stay. Wang Feng eagerly agreed to renew their reservation, while Li Bing yanked the two still on the carpet toward room 204. With the hotel's prohibition on abilities, she harbored no faith that Yi Meng could genuinely heal them. Instead, she planned to have Wang Feng procure some medicine from the pharmacy for their use. Chapter 11. A Bright Future. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the four individuals in the dining area remained comfortably seated, each with 3 or 4 servings of buns, fried dough sticks, and pancakes before them, accompanied by 1 or 2 bowls of congee. The atmosphere was tranquil, punctuated only by the sounds of chewing. As Wu Qi and Chen Dang spotted Ning Tang approaching, their eyes lit up. Every encounter with her ignited a desire to express their gratitude, for she was their lifesaver and a second mother. Ning Tang selected a pancake and some soup dumplings, requesting a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, before finding a table to enjoy her breakfast in peace. The system, seeking conversation, remarked, host, the individuals from the apocalypse possess quite an appetite. Their breakfast has already cost 97 crystals. How alarming. You mean to say they are rather affluent indeed. By the way, I distinctly noticed Tomcat with a tablet. Why do I not have one? Do you comprehend the tedium of being without electronic devices? If this continues, I shall lose my zeal for work. Tomcat's tablet is, of course, for work purposes. As for the entertainment devices you desire, host, I shall devise a solution, even if it means selling my very possessions to ensure your satisfaction. Ning Tang nodded. Although the system initially attempted to deceive her into working, she later came to appreciate its benevolence and ethics. Thus, she found herself somewhat motivated to work diligently in return for the system's support. How terrifying. I must forget this notion. Host, you are incorrigible. Diligence is our traditional virtue, and you ought to emulate me. The system, displeased, acknowledged that although the host had achieved in 2 days what was expected in a month, more effort would be welcome, as it aspired to secure a stable position as team leader. Li Bing and Yu Fatsai seized Yi Meng, dragging her outside the hotel to treat Lu Ha. There was no choice. For the plan to work, Lu Ha needed to awaken immediately. Yi Meng's healing ability was only level 3. Although Lu Ha was not in mortal danger, he was level 5. Yi Meng could only rouse him from unconsciousness and stop the bleeding, yet the wound on his chest remained painfully tender, prompting him to curse under his breath. Lu Ha's eyes brimmed with resentment as he glared fiercely at Li Bing, his fists cracking ominously, yet he refrained from striking. Li Bing appeared indifferent. Both were level 5, and he certainly did not possess the upper hand against her. Lu Ha, a man who bullied the weak and feared the strong, was thoroughly understood by her after a decade of marriage. What is this? Did you not assert that in the apocalypse, strength speaks louder than words, and that marriage laws are irrelevant? If you can do it, why can't I? Lu Ha, do you wish to fight me? Have you not pondered that without me, this worthless brute would not have made it this far? Lu Ha's eyes reddened, gasping for breath, causing the recently healed wound to burst open once more. Fine. So the truth emerges at last. I knew this old hag has looked down upon me from the very beginning. You wretched harlot, a traitor to your own kind. Without me, you would have perished long ago. Li Bing's gaze turned frigid as she raised her hand to freeze Lu He's mouth. Lu He roared in fury, raising his fist to strike her face. As the situation escalated, Wang Feng promptly knelt between them to mediate. Brother, please allow me a moment to speak. This hotel is exceedingly strange. Our first team has never endured such humiliation. Might I suggest we return to the base and summon our comrades for vengeance? Lu He fell silent for a moment, lowering his raised fist, his teeth clenched in reluctant agreement. He had initially planned for them to take down the hotel themselves, but it was clear they could not tackle this formidable opponent alone. Once they returned and gathered a dozen or so brothers, he was confident that a female owner and 2 robots would not pose a challenge. Under the might of his comrades' fists, a mere woman would amount to nothing. Lu He cast a venomous glance at Li Bing and the crumpled Yimeng, who was being coerced by Wang Feng to treat Lu He. They would not be merciful enough to provide Yimeng with crystals after exhausting her powers. Lu He declared, I will return with Wang Feng to gather reinforcements. You all stay here to coordinate. Lu He felt no concern that Li Bing would betray him. After years of marriage, they were well acquainted with one another. Although they now loathed each other, both were exceedingly selfish, viewing the first team as their own achievement. They might betray each other, but they would never betray the top-ranking team at the Wu Hai base. Li Bing nodded in agreement, dragging Yimeng back to the hotel. There, she purchased 5 boxes of ointment for external injuries from the pharmacy on the first floor and ordered Yimeng to administer the treatment to Yu Fatsai. She harbored no worries that Yimeng would play tricks. Yu remained in their grasp, and unless both were seeking death, they would not act against Yu Fatsai. In their eyes, Yimeng was but an insignificant insect, incapable of causing any significant disturbance. In the worst-case scenario, even if she alerted the little owner, so what? A woman could never compete with the dozen elite powers within the Wu Hai base. Li Bing returned to room 211 to take a shower, while Yimeng waited for a while before cautiously pushing open the door to room 204 and darting downstairs. Ning Tang had just seen off Wu Qi and Gu Qinghuan, and at that moment, she was reclining listlessly on the sofa in the lobby. Yimeng's face was etched with anxiety. She did not wish for her boss to fall under the control of Lu He and his group. Boss. Those 2 have gone back to the Wu Hai base to fetch reinforcements, most likely from the 2nd and 3rd squads. There are several level 5 ability users, as well as a level 4 mental ability user. They intend to occupy this place by force. If you cannot handle it, you should leave quickly. Ning Tang nodded at Yimeng, whose face bore bruises. She had anticipated this. The vicious dogs could not be tamed, and the only solution was to eradicate them completely. Ning Tang smiled reassuringly at Yimeng. I understand. Do not worry. As long as I am here, the Dawn Hotel will be safe.
Yimeng bit her lip.
Knowing that someone capable of running a hotel in the apocalypse must possess considerable skills. Although she felt a twinge of doubt regarding her boss's calmness, she trusted that Ning Tang would have her own strategies in place. All she could do was assist her boss alongside Yu to the best of their abilities when the time came. After a moment's thought, Yimeng turned back upstairs to secretly retrieve some medicine that Li Bing had given her for Yu. Ning Tang was not entirely at ease either. She was murmuring to the system. System, those people sound formidable. Can I eliminate them with a single strike? You cannot, but the system can. Rest assured. With the power of verbal manifestation at your disposal, you can present yourself however you wish when the time comes. Fine. Just ensure I lose not a single hair in the process. By the way, can't you grant me some extraordinary martial skills? Relying solely on you leaves me feeling insecure. The system fell silent, aware that the host still harbored thoughts of leaving it behind to fend for herself. It needed to consult the head of Planet T on how to secure a woman's heart. There will be opportunities, host. Work hard to level up, and you will gain everything. The system's voice quivered. While it recognized the unreliability of its offerings, it understood that to keep Ning Tang, it had to resort to such measures. Ning Tang felt a spark of determination ignited within her. If the system was generous, it should be able to deliver on its promises. Thus, she resolved to put in the effort. Having true skills would ease her mind. Pushing aside the octopus plush toy, she sat at the service desk, drafting a proposal to increase the hotel's revenue. 2 red-haired individuals were ruthlessly slaying zombies to ensure a comfortable stay at the hotel. He Yan and Gu Qinghuan had just arrived at the Spark base, and everyone was looking forward to a bright future. Chapter 12. The Second Generation. Spark base. Gu Qingchuan picked up a bottle of water from the table, lost in thought. His long, slender fingers traced the packaging, which bore only a design, devoid of any written information. Brother, it's true. That Dawn Hotel is like a paradise. The boss seems completely unconcerned about resource issues, and the prices are almost charitable. The owner mentioned that the hotel will continue to upgrade, and there are currently 12 rooms available. Why don't we book a few more? It would help alleviate pressure on the base. He nodded in agreement. Aside from the seemingly endless resources of unknown origin within the hotel, the boss herself appeared entirely unremarkable, and the hotel's protective barrier indeed shielded against powers and zombies. Even the usually cautious Yan had said so, which only piqued Gu Qingchuan's curiosity further. He picked up a half-eaten strawberry that Gu Qinghuan had left behind. With powers shielded and infinite resources, if we could collaborate, it would be mutually beneficial. Gu Qinghuan nodded vigorously, her gaze fixated on the half-box of strawberries and cherries, only to see her brother handing one of each to their assistant for the research institute. All right, pack those up. Yan will accompany me to North City.
Qinghuan.
You go find Tan Yiji and take a few of those loafers from the base to the Dawn Hotel to probe the boss's intentions. If collaboration is possible, we'll leave everything to Yiji. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. In the Spark Base cafeteria, Gu Qinghuan approached her peers, the second-generation group. Few of the second generation had abilities, and with a lack of entertainment options in the base, they gathered daily in the cafeteria to indulge in food and drink, as it was the only place they could spend their resources. Gu Qinghuan had specifically purchased 10 servings of boxed meals and buns from the convenience store that morning, now laid out before the second-generation group. As the boxes unfolded, the typically arrogant second generation exchanged glances, their mouths watering at the sight of food, and the sound of swallowing echoed in the air. Qinghuan, where did you get this? Is it a new product from the Research Institute?
Qinghuan, are you selling?
I'll offer 10 level 3 crystal cores for one meal. What the heck? I'll give 12. I'll give 15. Then I'll give 20. Wait. None of these are for sale. Listen to me. 30 kilometers from here, a Dawn Hotel has opened, and all of this was purchased there. The hotel has water and electricity, charging 20 level 1 crystal cores per day. My brother asked me to bring a few people to stay there first. Rooms are limited. Are you going or not? If you go, I'll share the goods with you. Before coming, Ning Tang had informed her that the hotel had upgraded, adding over a dozen rooms on the second floor, and hoped they could help promote it. Her brother had also suggested sending those idlers from the base over. Is this for real? Does the base leader want to sell us off because we eat too much?
Spoke sushi.
The second-generation member, known for his voracious appetite and self-awareness. That sounds terrifying. It's like a honey trap. Indeed it is.
Scary.
While the second generation eagerly eyed the food, they were more concerned about their lives. Come on, with your group of useless fools, if I wanted to dispose of you, I could just open the door and push you out. Why would I go through the trouble of bringing you this to deceive you? Just look at whether you can afford a bun. The speaker was Chun Tian, the one closest to Gu Qinghuan among them, with a fiery temper. Although she possessed fire abilities, her family did not permit her to undertake missions, leaving her to live off the second generation. As she spoke, she linked arms with Gu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, I'll go with you. Don't bother with these useless ones. No one values their lives except themselves. The second generation rolled their eyes, but none dared to retort against Chun Tian, especially since she could easily sweep through them with her level 2 fire abilities.
Is it?
You two singing in unison only makes it seem like you have ulterior motives. Chun Tianxi chimed in. Though he lacked abilities, he had family backing. Although Chun Tian could potentially retaliate against him, he remained undeterred. Stop making excuses for your cowardice. Just spend your life as a turtle in the base, taunted Chun Tian.
What do you mean by that?
I'm brave enough to scare myself. It's just a hotel. Why wouldn't I dare to go?
I'll go.
And I'll dazzle your eyes. Gu Qinghuan sighed, warning the thoughtless second generation not to provoke Ning Tang. Then I'll go too. As long as I can eat my fill, I'm willing to go anywhere. Su Shi, the first to speak, raised his hand, lamenting that the mutated meat in the base had caused him constipation. A change of taste wouldn't hurt, as long as I'm not the only one getting sold. I'll go too. Wang Mengyan, who had been silent until now, also raised her hand. Recently, she had been nagged to death by her family about marriage. Had she not been a level 1 water ability user, she would have already taken a task and disappeared for a year or so.
I'll join as well.
Gu Qinghuan and the others were momentarily surprised by Shan, another second-generation member without abilities, usually kept to herself, but she had overheard their conversation and decided to sign up.
Great.
That makes 5 of us. Is anyone else interested? The remaining second generation exchanged glances, knowing they lacked abilities and were cautious about their lives. No one else? All right then. Let us gather our belongings and set off. Iji is waiting for us at the base entrance. Gu Qinghuan divided the box meals and buns among a few individuals, urging them to hasten. Despite the presence of a vehicle for this outing, she was already yearning to return to her soft, inviting bed and indulge in the delectable yellow braised chicken rice. Within the confines of the Dawn Hotel, Ning Tang was anxiously poking at the stone pot bubbling with fish, lamenting her lack of culinary skills. Previously, when she was toiling away, takeout had sufficed for her daily meals, having dined excessively at restaurants. Even the most exquisite dishes failed to ignite her interest. Now that her circumstances had improved, the sight of the king crab and dried lobster in her room made her salivate, yet she remained unable to cook. Perhaps she could hire a cook like SpongeBob SquarePants. After swiftly finishing her meal, Ning Tang approached the service panel to place an order. 1 SpongeBob and 1 Sun Wukong, please, she requested, recognizing the importance of hotel security. Gu Qinghuan and Hien had spent 600 crystals at the convenience store that morning, bringing their points total to 1,608. In the next moment, a yellow sponge approximately 1 meter 50 tall and a slightly taller monkey stood before Ning Tang. SpongeBob cheerfully hummed a tune. Ah ha 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 ha. Boss Ning, I'm here to work. Sun Wukong chimed in with, I, old Sun, have arrived. Ning Tang promptly added Sun Wukong as the hotel's security personnel, and the monkey began patrolling the premises diligently, while SpongeBob was taken to her spacious flat to serve as her private chef. The system protested. Doesn't he, the host, possess a crystal core? Are you misappropriating public funds for personal gain? Ning Tang smirked. If you could provide me with a communal kitchen for free, the Krabby Patty restaurant would be up and running in no time. She had previously noted that the area behind the restaurant could be unlocked in advance and repurposed, albeit at a steep price of 20,000 points. Thus, her decision to act in self-interest seemed more prudent. SpongeBob busily prepared the king crab, despite his small frame crying out, "Oh, the poor crab boss." Yet his hands never ceased their work. Ning Tang watched as he crafted steamed lobster, scallion ginger treasure crab, and spicy steamed king crab, her mouth watering profusely. SpongeBob worked swiftly, and soon her seafood feast was laid before her. Ning Tang's eyes sparkled with delight. The snowy, tender, firm, and sweet crab meat left her feeling utterly fulfilled. Leaning back on a swing on the terrace, Ning Tang savored her meal, while SpongeBob happily brewed her hawthorn apple tea. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted it was 4 in the afternoon. Lu Ha, who had been looking for trouble, had yet to arrive with his reinforcements. The 2 red-haired individuals had mentioned that the Wuhai base was quite far, but they were driving, so they should have arrived by now. Chapter 13 Wuhai. Host, they have arrived 17 individuals. Ning Tang rose and walked to the living room, instructing SpongeBob to bring her the freshly brewed hawthorn tea. In an instant, the cup appeared in her hand. Much to her satisfaction, such a magical ability was truly impressive. To her surprise, only a seemingly frail woman stood in the hotel lobby, while a stoically Bing sat on a nearby sofa. The anxious woman rushed toward Ning Tang as she exited the elevator, declaring, "Are you the boss? My companion has fainted outside the door. Can you help me bring him in?" Ning Tang glanced toward the entrance, where a man in black lay 3 meters away, just beyond the hotel's protective barrier. How amusing! This group of fools had mistaken her for someone gullible. Even without the system's alert, it was evident that this was a blatant trap. The woman, in her desperation, moved to grab Ning Tang, who deftly evaded her grasp and smiled. "All right, dear guest, I shall assist you." Ning Tang stepped out first, while the monkey and the octopus at the service desk remained silent, neither attempting to stop her nor accompany her outside. The woman quietly exhaled in relief. The monkey and octopus were confined to the hotel's protective barrier, and Ning Tang had previously instructed them to act according to her commands, hence their lack of response. As Ning Tang approached the man in black lying on the ground, emboldened by the system's assurance, she stood beside him and stepped beyond the hotel's protective shield. In an instant, the man's eyes snapped open, his violet gaze swirling like a vortex, fixated on Ning Tang. He demanded, "Cancel the hotel's protective barrier. Reveal your abilities and level. Who is the mastermind behind this hotel?" Ning Tang stood momentarily stunned, her expression turning perplexed. "Whom do you think you're addressing, you lunatic?" Both the man and the anxious woman opposite her were taken aback, quickly regaining their composure. The woman raised her hand, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning aimed at Ning Tang's face. Unfazed, Ning Tang remained still as the system urged her to remain calm, eager to witness what it meant to be invulnerable to external harm in this world. The lightning dissipated mysteriously just 10 centimeters from her, vanishing entirely. The woman was left in shock. Before she could process what had occurred, Ning Tang seized her and the man's arms, dragging them back into the hotel's protective barrier. "Follow my instructions. Inform your associates that I have been captured, and allow them entry into the hotel." Both individuals momentarily lost focus, then, as if on cue, pretended to follow Ning Tang into the hotel, feigning a posture of escorting her while they turned to exit in search of their comrades. Li Bing sensed something was amiss. Before she could rise to investigate, she heard Ning Tang command, "Sit tight and don't move." For reasons unknown, Li Bing felt her bodily autonomy slip away, compelled to remain seated on the sofa. System. Does this brainwashing technique still hold once outside the hotel? Rest assured, host. The brainwashing effect within the hotel, where your commands are absolute, is far superior to that man's rudimentary charm technique. The system was correct. Merely 2 minutes later, a group of fearsome men and women marched into the hotel, led by a muscular bald man resembling Lu Ha. The two red-haired individuals would certainly recognize him as Wu Hai, the leader of the Wu Hai base and a level 6 lightning elemental ability user. Wu Hai strode in with confidence, flanked by Lu Ha, who was already envisioning the scene of this petite boss kneeling in submission. Ning Tang discreetly dismissed Sun Wukong and Tom Cat as she entered the hotel, maintaining the illusion while leaving the seemingly indifferent octopus and the wide-eyed Li Bing on the sofa. Had she known her ability to command would be so formidable, she wouldn't have needed to spend extra on hiring a monkey. The group failed to notice anything amiss with Li Bing, as they were all aware of her reclusive demeanor. "Brothers, search the premises. Any unrelated men are to be killed and discarded. Women are to be brought to the lobby. Attention! Stand still, at ease, and silence." A clear female voice rang out. The hotel owner, who was supposed to be ensnared by the charm technique, spoke calmly. Before anyone could register their surprise, they all stood in an eerily synchronized manner, extending their left foot forward. More than a dozen individuals found themselves under control, yet their minds remained active, and after the initial shock, they began to hurl insults at one another mentally, but they could not express even a facial reaction. The higher-level individuals attempted to break free from this constraint, but their efforts amounted to little more than twitching their lips. Ning Tang found the situation somewhat awkward. She mused that perhaps she should have acted a moment later, as her adversaries had yet to commit any offenses, and here she was, preparing to eliminate them without just cause. Do I have grounds for this? Shall I play a video of these individuals harming the innocent? Thank you. That provides ample justification. Just then, the two red-haired individuals, freshly showered and eager to dine at the restaurant, reached the end of the corridor and were confronted by the fearsome group standing in the lobby. Their legs weakened, and they exchanged a glance of mutual alarm. Alas, their paradise, their rebirth, was once again targeted by the base. The two, consumed by rage, yearned to unleash a torrent of invective. It was already a hardship to toil like beasts for the base, eking out a miserable existence. Now, having finally relished a day of reprieve, this pack of brutes had returned, drawn by the scent of their contentment. Wu Qi felt a surge of blood rush to his head as he seized a decorative vase and charged forward, exclaiming, "Damn it! If I lose the Dawn Hotel, my life will be devoid of meaning." Chen Dang was a heartbeat behind. He returned to his room to grab the golden fork he had just crafted. Initially intended for dispatching zombies, it now appeared he would wield it in defense of his pristine white duvet. Ning Tang was still deliberating whether to feed this rabble to the zombies or reduce them to ash when a red-haired brute brandishing a vase came charging in, hurling insults as he approached. He swung the vase and struck the lead bald man. "Damn you, Wu Hai. Your father must have truly cursed you to be so relentless. If you dare lay a hand on Boss Ning or the hotel, I will fight you to the death." Wu Qi, emboldened by his fury, stood valiantly in front of Ning Tang. A stark contrast to the coward he had been just 2 days prior when he had cowered at the sight of the base leader. "Ah!" Wu Qi's tirade was abruptly interrupted as a gleaming pitchfork plunged into the bald man's chest with a sickening squelch. Meanwhile, the other furious red-haired man, Chen Dang, spat out a curse. "You, go die." Ning Tang was left speechless, realizing this was a classic case of using another's weapon to achieve one's ends. The two red-haired men, momentarily sobered by the bald man's unyielding stillness, exchanged glances. The bald man's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at them with rage. Yet his body remained immobile. Chen Dang, unnerved by the bizarre scene, loosened his grip, causing the pitchfork to clatter to the ground as it slid from the bald man's chest. Despite the pain etched on his features, the bald man remained frozen. The two regained their composure and quickly retreated behind Ning Tang. Had they just assaulted the base leader?
How exhilarating.
Alas, 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 how has it come to bloodshed? Host, I believe I have discovered the fate of these individuals. The system chimed excitedly, having tentatively inquired whether the T-Planet authorities would accept these criminals, receiving a positive response. Host, let us condemn them to life imprisonment and send them to T-Planet for humanitarian experiments. They are all ability users. One can only speculate what contributions they might make to T-Planet's technology. Fine, as long as they don't die before me, I can spare myself the misfortune. However, they still hold value. Whatever experiments, let them be alive for that. Dead is acceptable too. After all, there are 17 of them. Ning Tang nodded and turned to the two red-haired men. You recognize these individuals? They sought to slay the hotel's staff and seize control of the establishment, but they have been immobilized by my powers. Wah! How did you immobilize them? Wu Qi stuttered, his lips trembling as he processed the reality. Now calm. He dreaded the impending wrath of Wu Hai even more. How terrifying. Chapter 14, Compensation. Chen Dang remained silent, his tongue quivering as he feared his fate would be 1,000 times worse than Wu Qi's. So it is. Ning Tang snapped her fingers at the 17 individuals, commanding, "Produce all of your crystal cores." In a synchronized display that was astonishing, all 17 individuals presented their crystal cores, cradling them in their hands. The two red-haired men widened their eyes, aghast. Was this the legendary word spirit or a high-level psychic ability? Boss Ning was truly formidable. What are you standing there for? They have presented their compensation. Hurry and collect it to tally the amount. Ning Tang instructed Octopus Brother, who approached expressionlessly to gather the crystal cores, subsequently laying them on the service counter for counting. In total, there were 321 level 1 crystal cores, 92 level 2, 58 level 3, 32 level 4, and 5 level 5 cores. System, we are striking it rich, Ning Tang exclaimed, bubbling with delight. Truly, the most expedient methods for wealth were inscribed within the law. Alas, host, the hotel and your crystal cores must be acquired through legitimate transactions. Even as compensation, it must reflect reality. Although these individuals caused you harm, shattered a vase, and sullied the hotel lobby, the maximum compensation owed by them is 100 crystals each to you and the hotel. The system lamented, tormented by the prospect of such a wealth of crystal cores, yet unable to claim them. What agony! Wait, let me think. Ning Tang pondered for a moment before inquiring about the identities of the two red-haired men and the situation at Wu Hai's base.
Oh.
The base leader of Wu Hai is this bald man, Wu Hai himself. The others are members of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th squads. They are quite brazen, primarily engaged in looting resources. However, they are not the sole authority at the base. Vice Base Leader Zhang Hor oversees base management and is also level 6. Moreover, the Vice Base Leader is relatively lenient, which means that the 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th squads predominantly support him. Understood. What is the current relationship between the base leader and the Vice Base Leader? Not very good. It has reached a boiling point. Wu Hai has been attempting to raise the base's rent and food prices, but the vice base leader has been opposing him. I heard they even clashed physically before. Ning Tang nodded, her mind racing with thoughts. Tom Cat descended the stairs, carrying the barely breathing Yu Fatsai, followed closely by Yi Meng and Hu Yu, both of whom, as Ning Tang had surmised, had been tied up by Li Bing. Yu Fatsai was unceremoniously dumped in the lobby. Yi Meng supported Hu Yu, and the two stared in astonishment at the rigid group standing in the lobby. All right, everyone is here. You are all from Wu Hai's base. And I regret to inform you that your comrades departed for the afterlife mere moments ago. Their inheritance lies here. They attempted to harm me, polluted the hotel environment, and destroyed hotel property. Their estate must be presented to compensate for my emotional distress. 100 crystals for me, and 100 crystals for the hotel. The first red-haired man reacted vehemently, likely wounded by the shards of vase that had erupted from the deceased's scalp. I will compensate you with 12 level 3 crystal cores in place of the deceased. Ning Tang offered the crystal cores to Wu Qi, who was stunned. How could he be the first red-haired man? Wasn't he entitled to compensation? Were they truly dead? The second red-haired man trembled, likely injured by the steel fork that had pierced the deceased's chest. I will also compensate you with 12 level 3 crystal cores. Chen Dang stood dumbfounded, silently venerating Ning Tang as his newfound guardian. You two appear to be in worse condition, yet I must adhere to the rules. I can only offer you this. Ning Tang sighed regretfully, handing over 24 level 3 crystal cores to the equally dazed Yi Meng and Hu Yu. The four men stood there, slack-jawed. Had they been rendered speechless by fear? By the way, are you four satisfied with the hotel? We have just upgraded our membership recharge services, and esteemed guests can redeem rewards with points. Hurry, recharge now. She hoped that the funds would quickly find their way into her pockets. Wu Qi and Chen Dang snapped back to reality, rushing to recharge. The 24 freshly warmed crystal cores swiftly transferred into the hotel's account. They stood at the service desk, entering their facial recognition, which displayed their information on the screen. Wu Qi, 23 years old, level 3 fire element, balance 6,000 crystals. Cumulative point 0. Chen Dang, 22 years old, level 3 fire element, balance 6,000 crystals, cumulative point 0. Both men felt as though they were dreaming. Who could have anticipated such an overnight windfall? With so much balance, they could lounge at the hotel for half a year. Subsequently, they each withdrew all of their primary and secondary crystals for recharging, retaining a few level 3 crystal cores for future upgrades. After all, for those possessing abilities, advancement largely relied on practical combat, thus their dependence on crystal cores was not excessively significant. Hence, the two of them promptly infused all the crystal cores that Ning Tang had given them. In the end, Wu Qi had a balance of 7,005, while Chen Dang had 7,003. After a brief discussion, Yi Meng and Hu Yu concluded that returning to the Wu Hai base was no longer an option. Even if this group perished, that place would remain a source of sorrow for them. They decided to keep a few crystal cores, as their immediate needs were for upgrading and healing, each contributing 3,000 crystals for the purpose. Hu Yu, aged 25, possessed level 3 water abilities, with a balance of 3,000 crystals and 0 accumulated points. Yi Meng, at 24, had level 3 healing abilities, also with a balance of 3,000 crystals and 0 accumulated points. Ning Tang called over the two red-haired individuals and handed them a set of car keys belonging to the group. If you two decide to return to the Wu Hai base, could you please convey a message to the deputy base leader? Let him know to come collect the belongings of these individuals and discuss a business matter with me. Wu Qi and Chen Dang nodded eagerly. It was indeed an honor for them to assist Boss Ning. They skipped their meal, opting instead to purchase a few box lunches and bottles of water from a convenience store before driving back to the Wu Hai base. With Ning Tang's consent, Hu Yu and Yi Meng picked up the shattered pieces of a vase scattered on the ground and inflicted several hundred cuts across the faces and bodies of the first team members, ensuring they remained alive, yet in excruciating pain. Even the base leader, Wu Hai, who had indulged the first team, was not spared from their wrath. After venting their frustrations, they helped each other to the cafeteria for a meal, knowing that nourishment was essential for healing and upgrading. The newly installed clock in the lobby indicated 6 o'clock when Gu Qinghuan and her group arrived at the hotel. Initially expecting to arrive earlier, they encountered several waves of zombies on the way, filled with low-level or ordinary individuals, causing her and Tan Yiji to spend considerable time clearing the path. The few second-generation members, whether frightened by the scenes along the way or by the opulence of the Dawn Hotel, stood in silence at the entrance, following Gu Qinghuan and Tan Yiji inside without uttering a word. Ning Tang quickly stored the individuals obstructing the lobby into the system space, as their presence was detrimental to business. Additionally, she could not hand them over to the T-Planet representative just yet. She intended to allow the deputy base leader from Wuhai to meet them one last time, providing Wuhai with assurance that there were no significant issues within his base, allowing him to leave in peace. Chapter 15. Gratitude to New and Old Customers. Ning Tang immediately recognized Gu Qinghuan and her entourage upon their entrance. Were it not for the clear and excited gazes of the group, akin to that of university students, she might have mistaken them for troublemakers like the group from the afternoon. Gu Qinghuan had mentioned before leaving in the morning that she would help find some wealthy customers, and it appeared she had spoken truthfully. The man beside Gu Qinghuan, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, exuded an aura of capability, while the young men and women behind her appeared clean, fresh-faced, and as innocent as lambs. Upon seeing the monkey brother at the entrance and the octopus brother behind the reception desk, the group exhibited a sense of novelty. Gu Qinghuan had already briefed them on these figures, so they were not intimidated. Chun Tiantian, having caught sight of the colorful packaging bags in the convenience store through the glass, widened her mouth in surprise and looked at Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan remained composed. Had she returned home, she would have happily discussed the experience for days on end with those inexperienced individuals. Good evening, esteemed guests. Our establishment has 7 deluxe rooms and 7 twin rooms available at a rate of 20 crystals per room per night. How may I assist you? Ning Tang interjected before the octopus brother could speak, as it was her duty to cater to the esteemed clients. Boss, they require 6 deluxe rooms, each for a 10-night stay, Gu Qinghuan stated promptly. Ning Tang smiled at her. Excellent customers. Our establishment has newly upgraded membership recharge services. Patrons who recharge may utilize facial recognition for payment throughout the premises and can redeem gifts with membership points. Would you like to enroll? Gu Qinghuan nodded, following Ning Tang's guidance to stand before the machine. She placed 200 level 1 crystal cores and 10 level 2 crystal cores on the machine. These were the fragmented crystal cores she had specifically exchanged for before returning. To her astonishment, a recharge function was now available at the hotel. The display read, Gu Qinghuan, 17 years old, level 4 water abilities, balance 1,200 crystals, 0 accumulated points. Beside her, Tan Yiji marveled at the advanced technology still present after 5 years of apocalypse. The ability to ascertain a customer's basic information through facial recognition was impressive. He too stepped up to the machine, retrieving the scattered crystal cores he had brought at Gu Qinghuan's request, and recharged 2,000 crystals. The display indicated, Tan Yiji, 26 years old, level 6 mental abilities. Balance 1,800 crystals, 200 accumulated points. The remaining members approached in turn. Chun Tiantian, 18 years old, level 2 fire abilities. Balance 1,300 crystals, 200 accumulated points. Su Shi, 19 years old, balance 1,800 crystals, 200 accumulated points. Chen Tiankai, 18 years old, balance 2,800 crystals, 200 accumulated points. Wang Mengyan, 21 years old, balance 1,300 crystals, 200 accumulated points. Bai Shan, 20 years old, balance 800 crystals, 200 accumulated points. Ning Tang handed them 6 room cards. Yi Meng and Hu Yu, as a couple, rebooked room 201, while the others occupied rooms 202 to 207. Gu Qinghuan smiled at her. See, I didn't deceive you, did I? I truly brought some affluent customers. They'll certainly consume a lot. Ning Tang beamed in return, recognizing Gu Qinghuan as her angel investor, akin to a mobile lucky cat. Indeed, you are my little fortune bringer. Su Shi could no longer contain himself. Having enjoyed the boxed lunch Gu Qinghuan had given him on the vehicle, he was still savoring the taste. Now acutely aware of the boxed lunches just beside him in the convenience store while standing here listening to the small talk between Gu Qinghuan and the boss. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, Qinghuan, I want to eat. Yes, Gu Qinghuan, let us go eat first. Chun Tiankai chimed in, his mouth watering. Accompanying Gu Qinghuan had indeed been a fortuitous decision. Gu Qinghuan and Ning Tang waved their farewells, leading Su Shi, Chen Tiankai, and the others toward the nearby restaurant. Don't rush. Soon you'll understand the meaning of there are always greater heights beyond the heights. Ning Tang ascended the stairs, instructing SpongeBob to fetch 2 baskets of fruit, along with some milk and beer. Not only had they dealt with a nest of malignancy today, but the hotel's recharge system had also achieved a staggering revenue of 33,000 on its very first day of operation. If only the system had a physical form, it would have undoubtedly bowed in gratitude to Gu Qinghuan and the red-haired individuals. The position of its group leader was now assured. Though it could not bow, it encouraged the host to express gratitude to her benefactors, suggesting she send some fruit as a token of appreciation to the customers. Ning Tang was in full agreement, believing that a stingy boss could not be a successful one, especially given her ample resources. In the restaurant, Gu Qinghuan observed with satisfaction the reactions of the second-generation members, which were no less enthusiastic than those of the previous 2 red-haired individuals. Within 10 minutes, Su Shi devoured 2 portions of braised chicken, seemingly unaware if his taste buds still existed. Chen Tiankai buried his proud head in the rice bowl, devouring at an astonishing pace. Chen Tiantian and Wang Mengyan fared slightly better, both girls enthusiastically enjoying their spicy hot pot. Bai Shan appeared remarkably calm, though one could easily overlook the 4 dishes and soup along with 3 bowls of rice before her. Tan Yiji reflected on his own 3 dishes and soup with 4 bowls of rice, marveling at the journey from constructing the spark base to this moment. After all he had witnessed through the tumultuous years of the apocalypse, today at the Dawn Hotel was the first time he felt an impulse to exclaim in astonishment. Ning Tang, accompanied by SpongeBob, passed through the service area, instructing him to leave a basket of fruit and some milk and beer at the service desk. SpongeBob excitedly exclaimed, "Octopus brother, we're working together again."
Huh?
Squidward continued to wear a sullen expression, lamenting the incessant annoyance of SpongeBob and the dreadful nature of his work. As Ning Tang observed the score on the panel rising to 3,208, she marveled at how Gu Qinghuan had truly brought forth a veritable host of benefactors. Upon arriving at the dining area, she found a group of patrons joyfully indulging in their meals. She placed the fruits and beverages on their table, a token of appreciation from the establishment to both new and returning customers, hoping that everyone would enjoy their stay here. The second-generation patrons were left agape, astonished by the sight before them. Grapes, strawberries, cherries, mangoes, oranges, and dragon fruit. In the 5 years since the apocalypse, apart from mutated fruits, nearly all edible varieties had become extinct. Their sole means of vitamin intake had been the Research Institute's concoction of a ghastly green leaf juice. The presence of these long-forgotten sweet fruits before them was nothing short of miraculous. Su Shi, with tears welling in his eyes, looked up and declared, "Boss, from this day forth, you are my deity." Chen Tianxi envisioned himself as perpetually haughty and domineering. However, in the face of such overwhelming power, he merely wished to kneel and call out "Mommy Boss." Chen Tiantian and Wang Mengyan savored the anticipated tartness of the grapes, while Bai Shan struggled to contain her excitement, pondering that perhaps they still had not gathered enough crystalline cores. Gu Qinghuan, moved, gazed at the basket of strawberry milk, convinced it had been prepared especially for her. Feeling assured that she held a place in her heart, Tan Yiji was equally astonished. The Research Institute at the Fire Seed Base was renowned for its strength. Yet even they could not cultivate the fruits of the pre-apocalypse era. Such a precious gift, given so freely by the boss, was indeed a testament to her prowess.
Boss.
This is far too precious. We feel unworthy of such generosity. Despite the allure of the fruits, Tan Yiji maintained a sliver of skepticism, aware that overly extravagant gifts in the apocalypse often carried dire consequences. This is merely a grand opening celebration. Your generous contributions have granted our hotel the motivation to continue operating. We must support one another. Ning Tang waved off their incessant gratitude. Gu Qinghuan found their adulation amusing. These second-generation patrons, who had always looked down from their lofty heights within the base, had swiftly transformed their address from boss to my dear sister within moments. After finishing their meal and dividing the precious fruits, they followed Gu Qinghuan to the convenience store for a shopping spree. Wang Mengyan exclaimed, "I have never felt such a deep-seated regret for not having a larger stomach. I cannot wait for the next meal and wish to sample every boxed meal available here." Chen Tiantian, clutching her abdomen in agreement, remarked that it felt surreal. After enduring so much time, she had almost forgotten the taste of good food. Having dined on mutated meat just yesterday, Su Shi and Chen Tianxi remained silent, quietly grabbing more boxed meals, but Gu Qinghuan halted them, assuring them that the supplies here would not be depleted, and they could return for hot meals when hunger struck. After some deliberation, the two boys reluctantly set down their meals and joined the group in raiding the shelves. Bai Shan, being less talkative, simply trailed behind, silently stuffing items into her shopping basket. She felt gratitude towards her stepmother. Had it not been for the pressure she faced at home, she would never have found herself at Dawn Hotel. The group purchased 10 of every item available, excluding cooked foods, even acquiring 10 pairs of pajamas and slippers. They had not shopped in ages, and this modest convenience store had rekindled the joy of their pre-apocalyptic shopping sprees. Chapter 16. The Man in Black. Ning Tang instructed Squidward to divide the fruits and drinks into 4 portions, dispatching 2 servings via Tomcat to Yi Meng and Hu Yu in room 201, leaving the rest for the 2 red-haired boys upon their return. Wu Qi and Chen Dang drove their off-road vehicle as if it were a helicopter, soaring back to Wuhai base, primarily eager to return for dinner. However, their aspirations were dashed as waves of zombies beset them, with Wu Qi pressing the accelerator as if to break it. By the time they arrived back at the base, darkness had enveloped the land. In a flurry, Wu Qi sought out the area supervisor, brandishing the keys to the Wu Hai vehicle as evidence. The supervisor, still sporting a significant belly after 5 years of the apocalypse, jogged to inspect the vehicle, only to find it smeared with layers of zombie blood and its front end crumpled. "You think I'm a fool?"
He scoffed.
"This is clearly not the base leader's vehicle. There's ISNT in such disrepair." Wu Qi and Chen Dang hastily intercepted the departing supervisor, desperately explaining that the vehicle had been damaged in their haste to return, but the supervisor, resolute, dismissed them with a curt, "This is not the base leader's vehicle. I know how theirs looks." As the clock struck 10, signaling curfew at the base, the patrol squad ordered the 2 red-haired boys to return immediately. Wu Qi and Chen Dang frantically insisted that something had happened to the base leader, but the patrol officers merely stared at them in confusion, incredulous at their claims. "Are you trying to throw your lives away?" Wu Qi repeated his plea over and over, with Chen Dang echoing him. The lead patrol officer, growing increasingly annoyed by their insistence, ultimately detained them for violating curfew regulations and threw them into the base's prison. Despair washed over Wu Qi and Chen Dang. As ordinary individuals with mediocre strength within the base, locating a deputy base leader was already a Herculean task. They had even finished all their food on the way back, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Now, with empty meal boxes and bottles, Wu Qi had resorted to using them to smash zombie skulls, rendering their claims of supplies at Dawn Hotel utterly unbelievable to others, especially as they languished in a cell. Standing in a cramped 8-square-meter cell with only a hard wooden board for comfort, Wu Qi and Chen Dang wept in despair. Finding a deputy base leader and providing an explanation to Boss Ning was trivial compared to the humiliation of having just enjoyed a fragrant and tender day, only to be forced into a foul-smelling and harsh confinement for 3 days. They found this unbearable. The 2 red-haired boys deeply regretted their situation. Even a single bottle of mineral water would have sufficed to lend credence to their words. Wu Qi, in a fit of anger, slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, "Why did I have to finish that boxed meal?" Chen Dang nodded in agreement. "You can't let leftovers linger in a doghouse." Wu Qi rolled his eyes. Given the circumstances, it seemed best to cry a little longer. Meanwhile, after Gu Qinghuan and her group concluded their shopping spree at the convenience store, the hotel's points had surged to 5,228. For Ning Tang, who yearned for the points to reach their maximum level within 3 days, this felt rather slow. She mused to the system. Being a boss certainly has its perks. I wish I could reach into others' pockets for money. Who would have thought one day I would become the very capitalist I despised? I have betrayed the working class. How detestable. The system delighted in Ning Tang's transformation but was apprehensive about her losing her motivation for profit. This is merely the beginning. I propose the hotel impose taxes. Tax on lodging, tax on meals, tax on purchases, tax for using the elevator, tax for laundry services, and tax for entertaining employees. Tax, 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 all the way. The small electronic voice was rife with the scent of copper, leaving Ning Tang both impressed and amused. The system fell silent, perhaps feeling guilty for its harshness. And Ning Tang chose to ignore it, focusing instead on the lively chatter from the lounge area. On the lounge sofa sat SpongeBob, Tomcat, and Monkey Brother, surrounded by Gu Qinghuan, Chen Tiantian, Wang Mengyan, and Bai Shan, who were clad in various colorful cartoon pajamas, animatedly discussing an array of absurd topics. They questioned whether Tomcat truly could never catch a mouse, whether Monkey Brother could transform a hare into a monkey, and if SpongeBob could indeed make a crab cake. Before long, Chen Tianxi and Su Shi, also dressed in pajamas, joined them on the sofa. With the apocalypse rendering their lives exceedingly dull, devoid of any entertainment, they had little choice but to seek solace in the camaraderie of the hotel, as they could not simply wander through the corridors. Tan Easy emerged from the hotel in search of a discreet location to communicate with Gu Qingchuan. As a level 6 psychic, he possessed the remarkable ability to transmit messages across vast distances by leaving traces of his mental energy on others. With a rational demeanor, Tan Easy eloquently described the hotel's abundant resources, opulent decor, and the impressive youthfulness and affluence of its proprietor. However, his emphasis lay predominantly on the hotel's restaurant, where he meticulously recounted the entirety of its menu, and as he spoke, he felt a pang of hunger, causing Gu Qingchuan, who had just finished battling zombies, to gulp down 3 bottles of water in quick succession. At 9:50 p.m., the hotel remained lively and bustling, with the exception of Yi Meng and Hu Yu, who were resting in their rooms. Everyone else, including the staff, congregated in the lobby. Tomcat's witty humor elicited peals of laughter, while Monkey King occasionally showcased his martial prowess, drawing gasps of amazement. SpongeBob displayed his remarkable agility and flexibility,
leaving the audience in awe.
Ning Tang was engrossed in watching SpongeBob pop out his own eyeballs and put them back in when suddenly, the sound of the hotel's automatic glass doors opening caught her attention. A tall, slender, and strikingly handsome young man dressed entirely in black entered, exuding an air of formidable strength. "Hello, do you require accommodation? We have a spacious king-sized room available, along with 7 twin rooms, all at discounted rates, abundant supplies, and superior conditions, truly of value beyond compare," Ning Tang offered, handing him a brochure from the front desk. The brochure had expanded significantly with the hotel's enhancements, now prominently featuring a section about the hotel's membership recharge system. The man in black glanced around the lobby at the peculiar assembly of individuals, then took the brochure and scrutinized it closely. His eyes widened slightly at the section detailing the hotel's protective barrier. Yet he calmly returned it to Ning Tang along with a level 2 crystal nucleus, stating coldly, "Recharge, king-sized room, for 1 night." Ning Tang nodded with a smile, guiding him to the machine where his information appeared on the screen. Xiao Song, 22 years old, level 6 wood element, with a balance of 80 crystals and a cumulative score of 20. She handed him the room key and kindly indicated the locations of the restaurant, convenience store, pharmacy, and his room. The man nodded slightly and made his way towards the restaurant. After about 10 minutes, the group, having maintained a good routine in this post-apocalyptic world, began to yawn and drift back to their rooms for sleep. Tomcat and Monkey King returned to their respective duties, while SpongeBob waited patiently for Ning Tang to accompany him upstairs. Ning Tang scolded herself for being overly concerned. After all, Squidward was still at the front desk. Although he was not particularly enthusiastic about his job and often pretended to be busy when guests approached, she feared that the new arrivals might be put off by his indifferent demeanor. Even now, she felt that the man in black would be charmed by the restaurant and might be persuaded to recharge more crystal nuclei. She was inclined to wait here personally to collect the payment. Chapter 17. Another redhead. Ning Tang's intuition proved correct. After a few more minutes, Xiao Song returned to the front desk, his expression as indifferent as ever, and handed Ning Tang 10 level 2 crystal nuclei, stating flatly, "Recharge. Extend my stay for 5 days. Certainly, here's a complimentary gift for your recharge. We hope you have a delightful experience at our establishment," Ning Tang said, presenting one of the gifts prepared for the 2 redheads. It seemed unlikely that they would return today, so she would prepare something else for them later. This one would be an enticing gesture for the new affluent patron. Xiao Song gazed silently at the gift basket filled with an array of fruits, milk, and beer. Ning Tang held out the basket for quite some time, but it remained unreceived. Frowning slightly, She wondered if her gesture had been misinterpreted. Before she could reiterate her offer, the man slowly raised his hand to accept it, locking eyes with Ning Tang, and asked in his still cool tone, "Is this for me?" Ning Tang nodded, startled as she took a step back, for the man's stoic face was now streaked with 2 lines of clear tears. "Thank you," he said, devoid of emotion. Before turning back towards the restaurant, Ning Tang exchanged a glance with Squidward, silently inquiring about his thoughts. He waved dismissively, remarking that humans were always so peculiar. At 10:30 p.m., Ning Tang compelled the system to commend her for working late, and the system delivered a sarcastic 3-minute essay in response. Pleased. She disregarded Squidward's protests and left SpongeBob behind to keep him company, while she returned to her spacious apartment to drift into slumber. At 7:30 a.m., Ning Tang awoke, surprised to give herself a thumbs up. System, I can't believe that after just 2 days, my routine has returned to health. I'm quite impressive. The system, having just concluded a night of meetings, paused for a few seconds before retorting, "Oh, how remarkable. You should express gratitude to the Underworld Office, the Dawn Hotel, and the system. Without our devoted contributions, how could you, dear host, enjoy such stability and happiness?" Ning Tang maintained a stoic expression, "Who has ensnared my soul? Compelling me to save?" The system snapped back to focus, quickly interjecting, "Host, you're truly amazing. You adjusted your biological clock all by yourself within a single day. It's just 7:30, and our host is already up and about. What a clever, lively, charming, self-disciplined, responsible, and ambitious host we have. But enough talk. You should hurry and get up for breakfast." Ning Tang scoffed lightly, washed up, and headed downstairs, taking SpongeBob with her. She craved a breakfast of sandwiches, croissants, and hand-ground coffee. Leaving SpongeBob behind was simply out of the question. While preparing the meal, SpongeBob reported, "We had a guest arrive bright and early today." Squidward handled the check-in process swiftly and professionally. It was really cool. "Guests already?" Squidward did well. "Excellent. Then I can relax and let him handle things," she mused. However, after finishing her meal, Ning Tang still made her way to the hotel lobby to sit, primarily out of boredom. If only she had an electronic device. She wouldn't be forced to compete with Squidward for a seat at the front desk. Just as she was about to reprimand the system for not providing her with an electronic device, she noticed it turning away with its hands in its pockets, muttering about how electronic products were harmful. At 8:30 a.m., the hotel guests began to trickle into the restaurant for breakfast. Ning Tang nodded at them, and, after a moment's thought, decided to join them. She took a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, savoring the comfort of home-cooked food over the foreigner's dry breakfast, which was only a fleeting indulgence. Halfway through her congee, a man and woman entered the restaurant, strangers to Ning Tang, likely the new guests checked in by Squidward that morning. They were well-dressed, and the female guest had even applied makeup, prompting Ning Tang to raise an eyebrow. It appeared they were yet another set of significant clients. "Darling, I don't want to sit here. I want to sit over there." The woman's affected voice halted the chopsticks of everyone in the restaurant. Ning Tang continued to eat her congee nonchalantly. Wealthy guests throwing tantrums were hardly a rarity. "Wait, are you referring to me?" Ning Tang double-checked, noting that of the 6 tables in the restaurant, Gu Qinghuan and her companions occupied 2, Yi Meng and Huyu another, and Xiao Song 1, leaving 1 table unoccupied. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. The remaining empty table faced the entrance and was farther from the food counter. She figured it was understandable for affluent guests to have a few minor preferences regarding seating. "That woman, did you hear that? My darling wants you to get up and let us have that table." A brazen man with bright red hair pointed at Ning Tang. She clicked her tongue, leisurely setting down her spoon. While customers were traditionally deemed gods, she was an atheist. Money could be earned again, but her dignity was not to be compromised. "Do you two have a big backside, or are you just blind? Can't you see that table is perfectly fine?"
What are you pointing at?
"Remove your hand, and if you don't want to perish, just sit down and eat." Ning Tang maintained a smile throughout, as politeness towards guests is essential. What were those two thinking? Finding fault with her simply because she was the only woman at a table? Both of the red-haired individuals were charming and obedient, while the man exhibited a complete lack of decorum. The few onlookers who felt compelled to speak up were reassured by Ning Tang's formidable retorts and continued to eat. Realizing their concerns were unwarranted, Boss Ning would not allow herself to be wronged. The woman, upon hearing Ning Tang's words, widened her eyes, seemingly perceiving Ning Tang as unreasonable, and squeezed out a few tears in silent accusation. The red-haired man shouted that Ning Tang's words were harsh. Yet the other patrons in the restaurant did not even glance up, save for Qin Tian and Qin Tianxi, who, amidst their busy schedules, exchanged eye rolls with them. Seeing the disdain on the faces of those around him, the red-haired individual became flushed with anger. With a stubborn expression that he believed to be rebellious, he approached Ning Tang, intending to engage in a serious discussion. Ning Tang looked forward to it. He had better truly make a move. For how else could she justify intervening without appearing to overreact to a trivial matter? The red-haired man unhesitatingly advanced toward her, prompting Tan Yiji to stand up in an attempt to intervene. However, before he could take 2 steps, a loud thud echoed as the previously arrogant red-haired man was ejected from the restaurant in a parabolic arc. Xiao Song, clad in black, maintained his indifferent demeanor, casting a glare at the man and woman before coldly commanding them to be silent. Before returning to his table to quietly enjoy his 6 plates of breakfast and 4 bowls of congee, Ning Tang was taken aback for a moment, expressing her gratitude, and then employed her persuasive abilities, addressing the sprawled man and the dumbfounded woman beside him, instructing, "You two, march over here." Since they had not attacked her, their death sentences could be commuted, but they were still to face consequences. The man, still groaning on the ground, and the tear-streaked woman complied, walking over with a nonchalant demeanor that made them appear rather like mock soldiers. Standing before Ning Tang, she gently coaxed, "You came here for breakfast, didn't you? How much do you plan to buy?" The man obediently replied, listing a variety of items: savory pancakes, soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, egg pancakes, tofu pudding, soy milk, and century egg lean meat congee. The woman added honestly, "My boyfriend will buy everything on the menu for me." Ning Tang nodded. "Since there are 2 of you, and the breakfast options here are limited, you will each need to order 2 of everything to be full. Our Dawn Hotel is committed to satisfying every customer, so go and get your meals, and remember to eat every last bite." Yi Meng and Hu Yu, having witnessed Ning Tang's capabilities, quickly finished their meals and ventured out to earn crystal cores. The remaining patrons observed the robotic way the man and woman fed themselves, pondering the situation, grateful for their amicable nature that had spared them from incurring Boss Ning's ire. Go Fan and Hualian lay on their bed, their bellies nearly bursting after a morning of overeating, feeling as if their meals were lodged in their throats, unable to expel the discomfort. They vividly recalled the terror of losing control over their bodies. Darn it, hadn't that octopus said that abilities were prohibited in the restaurant? Once they recovered, they were determined to lodge a complaint at the front desk. Chapter 18, Dragon and Tiger Base. Ning Tang found herself genuinely bored. It was no wonder that children from affluent families were so easily swayed by wandering souls. In this life of carefree abundance devoid of electronic devices, she felt restless after merely 2 days. The only sounds in the hotel were the 2 troublemakers sobbing on their bed, while everyone else had gone out to combat zombies, including Gu Qinghuan's non-powered companions, who had been led away by Tan Yiji with a guiding flag for a bit of adventure. Her animated employees were indeed a novelty, yet their activity was confined to the hotel. After numerous conversations, she could discern the difference between them and real people. Ning Tang pursued the system, inquiring about the tablet that was promised to her but had yet to arrive. The system, glancing at the pristine mobile phone screensaver and LCD television in the warehouse, felt a twinge of guilt. "Host, why not take a drive outside? The hotel is well managed with the octopus and others here. More importantly, oh dear." As the system's exclamation faded, a pink RV appeared outside the hotel doors, sparking joy in Ning Tang's heart. The system was quite generous to send her a mobile home for a little escapade. The T-Planet's overseer, in gratitude for the excellent experimental subjects you provided, has sent some gifts for you to choose from. Since I noticed you already possess and do not wear those diamond jewels, I insisted they swap them for an invincible food truck that can generate crystal cores, compensating for the hotel's low customer flow. What do you think? ISNT, that just splendid? The system awaited praise with pride, but Ning Tang, having contemplated the fate of Wu Hai and others who might perish in the system's space affecting the experiment, had opted to have them sent to T-Planet. After all, Their physical disappearance on this planet was inconsequential, making their final encounter with the deputy base leader irrelevant. The overseer of T-Planet was quite pleased, as these were high-quality criminals, one level 6 ability user, several level 5s, and the rest level 4s. Even if they did not undergo experiments, draining their abilities would provide sustenance for T-Planet for quite some time. His excitement led him to send additional jewelry. Initially, the system had pondered how to motivate the host to work. After some thought, he offered expensive jewelry. However, after hearing the system lament that the boss neither wore nor appreciated the jewelry, he mused that human women generally did not dislike jewelry. But who would flaunt 10 diamond rings casually? This time, however, the system firmly rejected the jewelry, stating that the boss preferred vehicles capable of conducting business. The T-Planet overseer was skeptical but ultimately expedited the search for a vehicle to deliver to her. Ning Tang's hand trembled for a long moment at the car door. She felt like fainting. Taking a deep breath, she articulated, "I see that the system is kind-hearted and compassionate. You surely do not wish for those in the apocalypse to suffer from hunger and cold. I shall now drive to a base to deliver warmth, donating these items and this wretched vehicle. You must be pleased, right?" The system turned pale with fright, sensing that the host might be losing her mind. What? Had it misunderstood? Did the host genuinely cherish those shiny stones? No, no, no. Host, please calm down. I will immediately retrieve those items. And the tablet. Understood. The system wished it could retrieve the tablet and phone immediately, fearing Ning Tang might discover that her outbursts were effective. Though it had begun on a frustrating note, the outcome was satisfactory, so Ning Tang chose not to dwell on it. She climbed into the driver's seat for a test drive, and one could not help but remark on the delightful combination of technology and magic. Protected by the system's shield, the T-Planet RV glided smoothly and swiftly over the bumpy road. After a circuitous journey, she returned to the hotel.
System.
If I drive the food truck to earn money, can I bring SpongeBob and the others along? The system confirmed this was possible, noting that the food truck supplies were unlimited. To alleviate the host's stress, hotel employees could also work inside the truck, if Ning Tang wished. She could lead a 9 to 5 life with the food truck. Ning Tang graciously declined, requesting a map that detailed the routes to nearby bases. She invited SpongeBob and Monkey King aboard and set off towards a base not too far away. The Dawn Hotel is situated in City H, a hub of population density prior to the apocalypse and a center for politics, economy, and culture. After the cataclysm, many survivors flocked here to join the largest base, known as the Fireseed Base, while around it, numerous small bases emerged sporadically. Among these, the Wu Hai Base stands out as one of the larger establishments. Relying on the protective shield of her system, Ning Tang pressed the accelerator, and in a little over an hour, she arrived at the Longhu Base as indicated on the map. The perimeter of the Longhu Base is fortified by a wall approximately 3 meters high, adorned with sharp spikes, and the entrance is heavily guarded. With a dozen robust ability users inspecting incoming individuals, the sun shone brightly, making it an opportune day for the ability users to venture out and hunt zombies. Yet a significant number of people were still entering and exiting the base. The appearance of a pink RV immediately drew everyone's attention. Calmly, Ning Tang disembarked and instructed SpongeBob to activate the food cart mode on the RV. The ability users at the entrance paused, intrigued by the yellow sponge's movements. In no time, the RV transformed into a pink mobile food cart, displaying an array of colorful drinks and food items. The ability users were perplexed by this spectacle, questioning the recklessness of displaying such goods so openly. Upon closer inspection, Ning Tang noted the limited selection: only mineral water, instant noodles, meat floss bread, ham sausages, and curry chicken rice. A sign nearby indicated prices and a purchase limit of 2 per person, with costs matching those at the hotel. The system informed Ning Tang that the food cart required upgrades. As sales increased, the variety and purchase limits would gradually expand. Monkey Brother, wielding his golden staff, stood by while SpongeBob adeptly produced a loudspeaker from somewhere, enthusiastically promoting the goods on sale. The people at the Longhu Base were taken aback. A young and beautiful woman accompanied by 2 oddly shaped beings was selling supplies. Curious individuals approached to investigate, exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of instant noodles, an item they had long forgotten amidst their daily rations of dry biscuits. The mere thought of bread, ham sausages, and boxed meals, Items they hadn't tasted in 3 or 4 years left them speechless and salivating. A stir rippled through the crowd as they excitedly whispered among themselves, questioning if the items were genuine. Yet, despite their eagerness, no one dared to step forward. The more capable individuals had ventured farther afield to hunt zombies, leaving those who remained, less skilled and only scavenging near the base, intimidated by the sight of the pink food cart and its formidable guardian. Some security personnel, unable to ignore the scene, approached to investigate, suspecting the woman was a vendor charging exorbitant prices. However, upon seeing the products and prices displayed, the younger guard, Takagi, couldn't he help but exclaim in surprise, poking his captain, Chija, in the arm. "Can we even afford this? I'm tempted." Chija pursed his lips. While he had strictly prohibited junk food before the apocalypse, these items now represented a lifeline. Remembering his daughter's frail frame, he quickly produced 20 crystal nuclei and handed them to the only human at the cart. "I'll take 2 of everything." Ning Tang accepted the nuclei with a smile, while SpongeBob swiftly packed the items into biodegradable black plastic bags and cheerfully welcomed Chija to return again. Seeing his captain buying, Takagi hurriedly retrieved his own 20 nuclei to purchase a bundle. Witnessing even the security personnel carrying bags, the crowd surged forward, eager to buy. Ning Tang felt as though 100 hands were suddenly waving in front of her. Just as she considered asking Monkey Brother to maintain order, she heard 2 loud thuds. It was Chija, the security captain, striking a nearby stone with his staff. He pointed at the crowd, commanding, "Step back and form a line. Quiet down, or I'll send you all back to the base. Line up." The onlookers, intimidated by Chija's muscular presence and authoritative voice, retreated. Who among them hadn't faced Chija's discipline during their youthful indiscretions? With him as the security chief, order was strictly upheld at the Longhu base. In no time, a neat and orderly line formed in front of the food cart. Chija and Takagi quickly returned to the entrance to direct their fellow guards to queue for supplies. Those who purchased first rushed back to summon friends and family, eager to share the good fortune of the day. SpongeBob's long, agile arms moved with grace as he packed items, while Ning Tang's hands began to cramp from counting the nuclei, the small, round objects proving a challenge to tally. The system was gleefully calculating the potential earnings from the day when it suddenly inquired, "Host, isn't the food cart equipped with a self-service cash register? Why not utilize it to alleviate your fatigue?" Ning Tang pointed at the obstructive box on the counter, frozen in disbelief. "What self-service cash register? You can't mean that unwieldy black box that I can't lift or move." "Yes, indeed. I was puzzled as to why you weren't using it. I thought you wanted to relish the joy of counting money," the system replied. "You never mentioned it," she retorted. "You didn't ask," it responded cheekily. Ning Tang gestured for the next customer to place their nuclei in front of the box. The individual complied, and upon depositing the nuclei, a notification chimed, indicating 20 crystals had been successfully accounted for. "How could you not mention such a convenient feature? I nearly lost track of time counting," she exclaimed, exasperated. After enduring over an hour of welcome back messages, with 20 crystals now recorded, her ears felt as though they would develop calluses. Yet, seeing SpongeBob's enthusiasm, she felt reluctant to voice her frustration and instead retreated to the driver's seat for a brief respite. Just as she stepped away, chaos ensued. The line now comprised those who had been called over earlier. Unaware of the true situation, they had only heard that a woman was selling supplies with the assistance of 2 robots. With Ning Tang resting in the vehicle, those seeking to exploit the situation began to make their move. A middle-aged man approached SpongeBob, insisting 3 times that he wanted 10 of everything. SpongeBob ignored him and continued to pack 2 portions. In a bid to cheat, the man attempted to snatch the bags without payment, but SpongeBob's grip was unyielding. "Sir, you haven't paid yet. That will be 20 crystals," he stated with a smile. The people in line urged the man to comply, and in frustration, he spat, tossed down 20 crystals, and stormed off, grumbling. After a while, the line reached a small, elderly man with shifty eyes. He boldly tossed 50 crystals into the box. Having observed that it made no sound upon entry, he deduced that the box absorbed the crystals immediately and attempted to force a sale. SpongeBob, undeterred by the amount deposited, continued to provide 2 portions as long as the total was 20 or more. The old man began to shout. What is going on here? You took my money for 5 portions but only gave me 2. This is theft. I want what I paid for. SpongeBob maintained his calm demeanor, smiling at the man. The elderly man, thinking he had encountered 2 simple-minded robots, reached for the box meal, only to find it seemingly glued to the counter, refusing to budge despite his desperate efforts. Old man, what wicked intentions do you harbor? Take this. With a swift strike, the Monkey King sent the old man soaring over the wall, landing within the confines of the base. The chattering crowd fell silent for a few moments, their audacity quelled by the absence of Ning Tang. They dutifully lined up to purchase their goods. After half an hour, Ning Tang descended from her vehicle to join her employees in their labor. She filled plastic bags with supplies, setting them aside for future use, although it was hardly necessary, as SpongeBob worked at an astonishing speed. Nevertheless, SpongeBob graciously prioritized Ning Tang's prepared items. After merely 20 minutes of effort, SpongeBob's voice chimed in, aside from its usual welcome. This esteemed patron is limited to 2 portions per day. Your quota has been exhausted. Ning Tang looked up to see a middle-aged man with a sharp face standing at the stall. Offended, he retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I just got here. Why shouldn't you sell to me? Had SpongeBob been capable of reporting, it would have informed Ning Tang that this man had attempted to seize items without payment and had resorted to insults. Instead, it merely turned to Ning Tang and stated, Boss Ning, this patron already made a purchase 42 minutes ago. Attempting to exploit a loophole, Ning Tang thought. Without further ado, she declared, each person is limited to 2 portions per day.
Kindly return.
The man, having been preoccupied with rejoining the line, had missed the spectacle of the old man being struck. Clinging to a semblance of hope, he mused that Ning Tang, appearing rather unassuming, might relent should he adopt a more assertive demeanor, thus allowing him to profit further. With a sudden thud, he slammed his hands against the table, intending to exert his authority. Ning Tang swiftly curtailed his opportunity to speak, dismissing him with a remark of foolishness. Already vexed by the day's work, she wielded her power with precision, recalling the system's assertion that the food truck fell under the jurisdiction of the hotel. Kneel, repent, slap yourself 10 times, and return to your base. Those in line behind him, fearful of inciting Ning Tang's ire and jeopardizing their purchases, contemplated intervening. However, they were taken aback as the man abruptly knelt, banging his head against the ground in a loud apology before rolling away. The crowd stared in astonishment, their reverence for Ning Tang deepening. Soon after, 4 or 5 more individuals attempted to rejoin the line to acquire additional supplies. Ning Tang, employing the same method, sent them back to the Longhu base, instructing SpongeBob to remember these individuals and permanently blacklist them from future purchases. Gradually, the line diminished, as most of the base's personnel had ventured out for missions during the day, leaving 1,000 or 2,000 individuals who had already exhausted their shopping opportunities. Regardless of their intentions, they tacitly refrained from reporting the food truck to the upper echelons, fully aware that should the leaders become aware, the truck would be monopolized, rendering them unable to procure even a bottle of water. As for the security team, despite Captain Chi's irritable temperament, they occupied a precarious position of power. In the event of a crisis, they were the first to be sacrificed by the leaders. Thus, in a certain sense, the security team stood in solidarity with the others. They had no intention of reporting the food truck incident. Their brothers in the security team undertook the most perilous tasks at the base's periphery, yet received subpar provisions. Captain Chi's daughter, in the throes of adolescence, suffered from malnutrition. The base's doctor warned that without proper care, she would not see her 15th birthday. He toiled relentlessly on missions, only to find himself marginalized and relegated to the security team, where the conditions worsened. His comrades attempted to reassure him, suggesting that he need not run about aimlessly. Yet, he felt profound guilt, having planned to relocate with his daughter and the others to a better base. The emergence of the food truck rekindled a glimmer of hope. He would not allow the inept leaders to monopolize it. As the line dissipated and the sun blazed overhead, Ning Tang resolved to close shop and return to eat and rest before contemplating further ventures to other bases. Captain Chi hesitated before approaching her. Boss, will you return tomorrow? Or perhaps you could inform me of other locations where you will be selling supplies. I would be willing to pay extra. Recalling that this security captain had initially aided her in maintaining order, Ning Tang handed him a promotional flyer for the Dawn Hotel, which currently had limited room availability. If you wish to purchase supplies, you may come to the Dawn Hotel, which operates 24 hours. Captain Shi nodded in gratitude, carefully examining the flyer. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became, having witnessed Ning Tang distribute thousands of portions. The validity of the flyer was beyond reproach. His desire to depart with his daughter surged to its zenith. Returning to the entrance, he found Gao Mu, who handed him a bag. "Captain, this is a token of appreciation from the brothers for Hao Hao. Please take it." Upon opening it, he discovered a generous assortment of bottled water, pork floss bread,
and ham.
This man, who usually bore his burdens without shedding a tear, found his eyes moistening. For the sake of Hao Hao and his comrades, he could no longer remain at the Longhu base. Chapter 20. It's you base leaders I'm talking about. Ning Tang had scarcely begun her meal after half an hour, overwhelmed by hunger. It was already 1 o'clock, and even at maximum speed, it would take an hour to return. The joy of accumulating over 5,000 points had now morphed into despair. Would she have to traverse the world in her vehicle daily? This was unbearable. Though the RV allowed her to stop and rest, could she truly live on the road indefinitely? She recalled her lack of ambition. Ning Tang lamented, "Just let me return to the hotel. Driving is exhausting." Meanwhile, the Monkey King, seated beside her in the RV, was astonished. "Boss Ning wishes to return now. That can be easily arranged. Witness my prowess." With that, he stood, and a white cloud materialized beneath him, lifting him and the RV into the air until he grasped the top of the RV. Ning Tang swayed slightly, still pondering the meaning behind his actions when, in the blink of an eye, they appeared at the entrance of the hotel. The system murmured, with a somersault, traversing vast distances, riding the clouds. "Host, behold, your dream has been realized." Ning Tang clapped in approval, turning to the system. "Monkey King is indeed impressive. Yet why not disclose his skills in advance?" The system replied, "Why bother asking?" The hotel lobby was serene, while the restaurant buzzed with activity. The tantalizing aromas of various dishes wafted through the air as Ning Tang entered, greeting the patrons with a smile. She selected a large bowl of dishes, indulging in a bowl of mildly spicy bone soup and spicy hot pot, then ventured into the convenience store for a cold cola. The sensation of enjoying food and drink without expenditure was utterly intoxicating. While Ning Tang napped, Go Fan and Hua Lian finally found a semblance of comfort. They rushed to the front desk to lodge a complaint, each taking turns vehemently addressing Octopus. He responded with an air of indifference. "A complaint? Very well, understood. We will enhance our management, hom. Go Fan, incensed by Octopus's nonchalance, felt as if he were a rabid dog that had been stepped on. "Do you know who my father is? Do you believe I could flatten this place?" Octopus rolled his eyes. "Oh dear. Even if you were to blow this place up, it would matter little." Tom Cat ignored the two, for his duties did not include catering to guests who unleashed vitriol upon their superiors. As Ning Tang descended the stairs, she encountered Go Fan and Hua Lian exiting the restaurant, their stomachs full. They decided to raid the convenience store, aware that while the people here left much to be desired, the supplies were plentiful. Go Fan, patting his full belly, considered that given the abundance of supplies, he could afford to let the couple who had wronged him earlier off the hook. As Ning Tang descended the stairs, she caught sight of a man and a woman standing at the entrance of the convenience store. Upon noticing her, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes, which elicited a smile from her. It seemed they had finally learned their lesson. Ignoring the pair, Ning Tang proceeded directly to the service desk to check her hotel points. Over 7,000 now, albeit progress was excruciatingly slow. Thankfully, the food cart was performing admirably in terms of speed. Go Fan, witnessing the octopus mascot call out boss to Ning Tang, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. So this woman is the boss. How audacious, he thought, plotting to report back to his father about this encounter. Ning Tang observed as the man suddenly gained a semblance of confidence, shooting her a glare before turning to drag his companion into the store. She found his behavior inexplicable. His cowardly inner monologue was rather amusing. Ning Tang sensed that the man harbored no good intentions. If he had any malicious designs, he should act swiftly. After a few days of living a peaceful life, she nearly forgot the exhilaration of vanquishing a foe on her very first day. "Host, you must refrain from taking action." Handing him over for research to Planet T could yield greater benefits. Fine, she thought. She would reluctantly incapacitate him and leave him for Planet T. Once the two had departed, the octopus mascot spoke with indifference. Boss Ning, that man claimed his father is some sort of base leader. He threatened to raze this place to the ground. Although I have no desire to set foot here again, I felt it necessary to inform you, as it is part of my duties. Ning Tang chuckled. A base leader? How impressive, she mused sarcastically. If only I could lure these so-called base leaders here to eliminate them, then I could crown myself queen and rid myself of the nuisances that plague me daily. Too many flies can be annoying, even if they don't inflict harm. That is a feasible plan, as long as you do not forget the ultimate goal of profit. You may rebuild a feudal dynasty here if you wish. The system paid little heed to Ning Tang's words, already envisioning an acceptance speech for her potential role as group leader. With the food cart proving to be lucrative, Ning Tang resolved to venture farther afield in the afternoon. Confident that with Monkey Brother accompanying her, travel would be swift. She climbed into her vehicle, this time having the foresight to stock her onboard refrigerator with fruits, ice cream, beverages, and snacks. As she pondered her destination, the system suggested upgrading the RV first. After some exploration, Ning Tang selected the upgrade option, only to discover it required an outrageous 5,000 points to elevate the RV to level 2. The system explained that due to the higher customer flow, the food cart's earning potential surpassed that of the hotel, thus necessitating more points for upgrades. Moreover, the points for the food cart and the hotel were managed by two separate systems. The crystals earned from the food cart could not be applied to the hotel upgrades. The system's voice dwindled as it feared Ning Tang might explode in frustration upon hearing this, prompting it to retreat back to the hotel. Ning Tang felt a tinge of annoyance. She had anticipated the hotel would soon reach level 4. Yet, her disappointment was fleeting. Regardless of the upgrades, she was living quite well. After all, she wasn't here merely to complete tasks but was instead motivated by the system's generous nature, choosing to act according to her conscience. Seeing that Ning Tang was not overly upset, the system let out a sigh of relief. Host, why not venture to a more distant location this time? The apocalyptic climate has disrupted the weather patterns. H City is situated in a relatively central position, thus experiencing far less impact than other regions. You could choose to head to the furthest north or south territories, where the climate is harsh and survivors face greater struggles for resources. The food cart will automatically adjust its offerings according to the environment, so you need not worry in that regard. Ning Tang accepted the system's proposal. The survivors in H City likely thrived due to their numbers, but in the far northern and southern cities, they would need to contend not only with zombies and mutated beasts, but also with natural disasters, increasing their demand for supplies. The food cart's presence in those areas would undoubtedly yield greater profits, while also providing assistance to those communities, an arrangement that would benefit all parties involved. She chose the northernmost city, M City, and ascended to retrieve a warm outfit from her wardrobe, summoning Monkey Brother to transport her once more. This time, the transition took a bit longer, and as she regained consciousness, she found herself in a world blanketed in snow. While H City still basked in the late summer of September, here, heavy snowflakes swirled around her. The RV, courtesy of the system, was remarkably well insulated, allowing her to remain comfortable in her short sleeves. Ning Tang quickly changed into her winter gear. Chapter 21. The name of the Dawn Hotel must be spread far and wide. Ning Tang started the vehicle and proceeded slowly. The RV, a remarkable piece of machinery, effortlessly cleared nearly a meter of snow around it, moving steadily and cautiously. If not for careful observation, she might have missed the base roughly 200 meters ahead. Shrouded in swirling snow, the base's walls appeared dilapidated compared to those of the Longhu base, with the crumbling barriers stuffed with irregular stones. As the RV approached the base's entrance, she finally spotted living souls. Two figures stood at the gate, nearly buried by the snow, clad from head to toe, with only their eyes visible. Despite the cold, they stood straight, lifting their weapons as they approached to inquire about her intentions. Ning Tang lowered her window, holding up a bottle of water and some bread to inform them she had come to sell supplies, but noticed the absence of any living residents. She asked if she could drive her vehicle into the base. The two men's eyes widened at the sight of her offerings. Xiao Weigua exclaimed, "Comrade, are you sent by the Central Command to assist us?" Beside him, Lin Weihua felt a glimmer of hope but quickly chastised himself. recalling that they had lost contact with the central region long ago. Furthermore, if the Central Command had dispatched assistance, they would not allow a lone comrade to traverse this perilous journey alone. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Tang replied, "Well, sort of. I am the owner of the Dawn Hotel, sent to support you with ample supplies and wish to enter the base to sell them." With this introduction, she began to formulate a distant yet ambitious plan: eliminate the unreliable base leaders and recruit the friendly ones, thereby establishing her dominion over the apocalyptic world. However, the first step was to ensure her identity as the owner of the Dawn Hotel was recognized. The two men exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. "Of course. But comrade, you must wait a moment. We need to inspect your vehicle." Ning Tang readily agreed, stepping out of the car. The biting northern wind stung her face, prompting her to contemplate the sheer resilience required for the inhabitants to endure such conditions. Opening the RV's entrance, the two young men meticulously brushed off the snow from their clothing before stepping inside. The warm air inside the RV enveloped them, a comforting reprieve after standing in the snow all day. They gazed in astonishment at Monkey Brother and SpongeBob, prompting Ning Tang to explain their robotic nature. They nodded in understanding, with Xiao Weigua curiously reaching out to touch SpongeBob, marveling at its softness. After thoroughly inspecting the vehicle and noting the well-organized supplies, the two men exchanged glances, recognizing the hope and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. They had found a glimmer of possibility. Once they confirmed there were no dangerous items within, they prepared to let Ning Tang pass, but she stopped them, asking, "Don't you two need to purchase some supplies first?" Xiao Weigua turned to glance at the offerings and replied lightly, "No, that's not necessary." Lin Weihua added, "Comrade, it's best to sell to the people of the base first. We have the base to manage and don't require much." Ning Tang understood, assuring them, "No need to worry, I have brought more than enough supplies." With a limit of 5 items per person, she instructed the system to retrieve a bottle of water from the spatial inventory and place it in her hand. The two men presumed that Ning Tang possessed spatial abilities and hesitated for a long time before deciding to purchase a few items. Ning Tang began to enumerate the prices of the supplies, all denominated in primary crystal cores: 1 crystal for a bottle of mineral water, 1 crystal per bag of milk tea powder, 2 crystals for instant noodles, 2 crystals for canned meat, 1 crystal for sausage, 3 crystals for chocolate, 4 crystals for a bag of purple sugar, 2 crystals for a meat bun, 4 crystals for a box meal, 5 crystals for hot soup noodles, 15 crystals for a polar cold-resistant suit, 10 crystals for snow boots, 10 crystals for thermal underwear, and 10 crystals each for cold medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, wound ointment, and frostbite cream. If one were to purchase all of it, the total would amount to 100 crystals, with a limit of 5 purchases per person, totaling 500 crystals. Xiao Weigua and Lin Weihua grappled with their decision. On one hand, they longed for the warmth of cold-resistant clothing and the comfort of hot soup noodles. On the other, their rational minds urged them to allocate the supplies to those in more dire need. They felt the weight of the abundant crystal cores in their pockets but ultimately resolved to buy only a little. M-City lacked resources, yet it was overrun with zombies and mutated beasts. Crystal cores offered limited assistance in upgrading abilities, and each of them possessed a considerable number of cores, but they were practically worthless here. Ning Tang discerned their inner turmoil and preemptively spoke, "My ability to be here indicates I am well prepared. Even if this base is home to 100,000 people, I can guarantee that each individual will receive a portion of supplies. Do not hesitate, comrades. Trust me." Without affording them a moment to reconsider, she began to pack their supplies. Only then did she notice that the two were clad in nearly white military uniforms that had been patched numerous times. She placed food, medicine, and clothing into biodegradable plastic bags, while the aluminum boxed meals and hot soup noodles were nestled within thick insulated bags, which conveniently included hand warmers. Several bags of supplies were firmly thrust into the hands of the two men, after which Ning Tang extended her hand for payment. The young soldier's eyes glimmered with tears as they produced handfuls of crystal cores, from which she collected 1 Tier 3 crystal before mercilessly shooing them away. She had business to attend to. The base was enveloped in a blanket of white, devoid of signs of life. This base had been converted from a school, and the two young men at the entrance informed Ning Tang that as the cold set in, everyone's quarters would shift to the auditorium nearby, where they could at least keep warm together. Following their directions, Ning Tang parked the vehicle at the steps of the auditorium and instructed SpongeBob to switch the RV into food truck mode. The upgraded food truck was larger, with a roof that extended about 3 meters, providing a canopy that reached into the auditorium corridor, perfectly shielding against the snow. SpongeBob took out a loudspeaker and called out, "Supplies on sale."
Come one, come all.
A clearance sale on supplies. After just a few shouts, the auditorium doors swung open, revealing 2 young men and women dressed similarly to those at the entrance. Ning Tang peered through the still-open door, noting the throngs of people crammed onto the carpet inside. What a vast bed it was. Perhaps due to the cold, some huddled together under various blankets resembling animal pelts, while others shared a large carpet, all craning their necks toward the door at the sound of her announcement. Zhang Ming and Chen Guo exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the astonishment of Xiao Weiguo at the door. Had they truly received assistance? Ning Tang seized the moment, exclaiming, "The owner of Dawn Hotel, with a heart for the people, is offering supplies at low prices to the base community. Don't miss out, come and shop." To facilitate calculations for everyone, Ning Tang had also written a package deal on the pricing board, which included only one option: 5 portions of each item for 500 primary crystal cores, 5 secondary crystal cores, and 1 tertiary crystal core. Zhang Ming stepped forward to examine the supplies, and in the next instant, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. My heavens! What is this? Foods from civilizations long extinct, high-calorie and delicious items. Along with medicines and warm clothing, it's enough to bring tears to the eyes of those of us who have been subsisting on mutated animal meat and shrouded in mutated animal skins. Chen Guo, unable to mask her exhilaration, pondered whether other bases had resumed production, but the prices were simply too low. The owner of Dawn Hotel was indeed a benefactor to their prosperous base.
Boss, how much stock do you have?
We'll take it all. With over 3,000 people in the base, 5 portions per person might not suffice, Chen Guo remarked. After the initial excitement wore off, she returned to practicality, realizing that while the food truck was sizable, it likely couldn't carry an overwhelming quantity of supplies. It would be best for them to purchase collectively and distribute among everyone to maximize the utility of the resources. Ning Tang offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, the quality and quantity of supplies from Dawn Hotel are reliable. Even 5,000 would be sufficient. The system's products were indeed top-notch. Standing beneath the food truck's canopy, Ning Tang felt little difference in temperature between the canopy and the interior, prompting her to remove her scarf, mask, and hat. It was crucial for the crowd to remember her face. A strong community foundation would aid her in realizing her grand ambitions. In a flash, the two understood that the radiant Ning Tang before them was a precious spatial ability user, and they swiftly returned to the auditorium to organize the crowd into a line. Upon hearing that they could genuinely purchase supplies, the people in the auditorium scrambled from their makeshift beds, many still half-dressed in their haste to reach the door. Fortunately, 6 base management personnel remained inside, and together with Zhang Ming and Chen Guo, they managed to maintain some semblance of order amid the chaos. After a short wait, Ning Tang finally saw individuals beginning to queue up in front of her food truck. The first in line were parents with their children, while SpongeBob filled insulated bags with meals and Ning Tang placed supplies into plastic bags. They worked in tandem, though Ning Tang often lagged behind, yet their pace remained swift. The curious children in line gazed at SpongeBob and the Monkey King in front of the food truck, but soon their attention was drawn to the candies displayed on the truck, their eyes fixated on the treats. Fortunately, none of the little rascals caused a scene or attempted to snatch anything, much to Ning Tang's satisfaction. Chen Guo and Zhang Ming stood by the entrance, assisting any parent struggling to carry their items. However, few required help, for their excitement rivaled Ning Tang's joy at holding 100 pounds of diamonds. They were determined to actively participate, even if it meant exhausting themselves. The line of children quickly dwindled, as children were a rare and precious presence in the apocalypse. And it was apparent that the base management had put considerable effort into ensuring the well-being of the few dozen kids remaining. Ning Tang observed as some children, after collecting their supplies, would return to the front door just to hand Zhang Ming and Chen Guo, clad in their faded military uniforms, a few pieces of purple sugar. Zhang Ming and Chen Guo gently declined, patting the children on the head and encouraging them to keep the treats for themselves. Ning Tang felt a lump in her throat at the sight. To witness such a scene 5 years into the apocalypse was truly moving. If only she weren't working. she would have allowed herself to feel the emotion fully. However, duty called, and she could only steal glances while maintaining her stoic demeanor as she packed the supplies. She grumbled to the system, "My hands are about to fall off from all this counting. I feel like vomiting. I need to buy several more SpongeBobs when I get back. Let those who love this work take it on. I, the lazy one, will just sit back, munch on some seeds, and shed a few tears." Honestly, SpongeBob could handle this task single-handedly. I fail to comprehend why the host insists on complicating matters. Ning Tang choked slightly. "I'm merely concerned that SpongeBob might become overwhelmed with the crowd, or that the robot could short-circuit from exhaustion. I'm just being considerate." The system's merciless sarcasm extinguished the last flicker of enthusiasm for work within Ning Tang. She signaled to SpongeBob that she was going to take a break. And he happily agreed. Ning Tang stood aside, watching SpongeBob expertly stuff plastic bags with his left hand while preparing meals with his right. Just as the previous customer had left, he had already managed to assemble 2 large packages for the next one. Well, her efforts seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. SpongeBob moved with remarkable speed, and just as some enthusiastic older siblings were about to strike up a conversation with Ning Tang, he had already thrust the bags into their arms before they could utter a word. Zhang Ming and Chenhua urged them to hurry back, lest their meals grow cold. Feeling bored as she observed from the sidelines, Ning Tang noted that the personnel from the base were maintaining order, and there was no one causing trouble. Her enjoyment had waned, so she donned her hat and wandered off to play in the snow. "System, I need those little clips for making duck snowmen. Do you have any? Hurry up and provide them." The head of Planet T happened to be there collecting crystal cores, and the system compelled him to find the requested items for Ning Tang. As a significant contributor, he dared not refuse. In less than 5 minutes, 20 different types of clips appeared before Ning Tang: little ducks, snowmen, houses, kittens, puppies, goldfish, and even frogs and cockroaches. The omnipotent system always meets requests, host. "But do not fall in love with me." Ning Tang's hand froze as she grasped a clip. She fiercely pinched a handful of snow, playfully threatening the system.
Dream on.
"If you ever take on a physical form, I will pinch your mouth like this." After trying out a few clips, she set them down. They were visually appealing, but she could no longer touch the snow. There was a greater sense of accomplishment in building a snowman by hand. A few children who had just returned from a meal came over to join in the fun, and upon seeing Ning Tang's pitiful snowman, they enthusiastically helped her build a round, plump figure. The children were quite sensible, and they barely even glanced at Ning Tang as snow clips. Stealing only a few furtive looks, amused, Ning Tang directed them, handing each a clip and marking out an area for them to compete in who could clip the most and the fastest. The children, now equipped with clips, chirped their thanks to the fairy sister. With no one causing disturbances, SpongeBob was working tirelessly, while Monkey Brother and Ning Tang stood by, training the children in the art of snowman construction. Base personnel observed from the side, ensuring a smooth transaction process. Those who had acquired their goods hurriedly left the hall. And within an hour, a considerable portion of the attendees were already enjoying hot meals, the delightful aroma wafting through the air, making Ning Tang feel a pang of hunger. Upon returning to her sleeping quarters, Aunt Lou hastily opened her lunchbox. As she lifted the aluminum lid, she was rendered speechless by the sight of glossy braised pork, plump stir-fried meat, flavorful sauerkraut with pork belly, and sticky braised eggplant with green beans. Holding the steaming box, Aunt Lou felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. It had been years since she had tasted anything resembling decent cuisine. At her age, she was fortunate to savor such a meal while still alive. Tears streamed down her face as she swallowed her food, and soon after, Sister Zhang returned. She pulled out a clay pot, and as soon as she opened it, an overwhelming aroma rushed to Aunt Lou's nose. Peering in, she saw tender, glistening ribs laid atop a generous serving of noodles. There was an entire pot filled to the brim. Aunt Lou's mouth watered, and tears mingled with her excitement. Few in the hall were eating without tears mingling with their rice. Chapter 23, Red Wool. Ning Tang could no longer resist the temptation and took a lunchbox to the driver's seat to eat. The sticky, steaming rice was meticulously mixed, and sitting in the warm vehicle, she enjoyed each bite in silence, complementing it with a cold cola she had brought. Outside, the children diligently continued to create their snowman army for her. After finishing her meal, Ning Tang stepped out holding an ice cream cone, just as SpongeBob was wrapping up. With only a few base personnel left in line, One of the older sisters, upon seeing Ning Tang exit the vehicle, warmly struck up a conversation. Sister, your vehicle is incredibly impressive. Will you be coming back tomorrow? Perhaps not tomorrow, but maybe in a few days. Initially, Ning Tang had come merely to experience the northern scenery, but from a business perspective, the number of people in this base was significantly lower than elsewhere. She would return, but for now, she needed to earn crystal cores to upgrade. A strange thought crossed her mind. When had she become so career-minded? That's wonderful. By the way, sister, we have 30 team members out gathering supplies, so they aren't here. Can we buy supplies on their behalf? As soon as the sister finished her sentence, Ning Tang was met with 8 pairs of sparkling eyes. She consulted the system and coldly declined. No. To prevent the reselling of supplies, purchases must be made in person. Of course. Although the group expressed regret, they conveyed their understanding, assuring her that they would manage with what they could purchase for their teammates. After collecting the final Tier 3 crystal core, Ning Tang waved for SpongeBob to restore the RV. Monkey Brother, having had no tasks all afternoon, was adorned with snowmen gifted by the children. Ning Tang instructed them to return to the RV first, then commanded the system to store the children's snowman army within its space. Host, you are being unreasonable. The space is meant for storing important supplies, yet it seems to have become a mere plastic bag for everything. What about the phone, tablet, and diamonds you promised me? Is it too much to ask for some fun with snowmen? Fine. It seems I am unworthy. Ning Tang sighed, feigning a look of great grievance. All right. This servant will ensure they are packed tightly, guaranteed to be rock solid. You could use them to smash zombies. The system efficiently stored the items. It hadn't yet mentioned the diamonds to the head of Planet T, fearing it would only invite ridicule for its overly sentimental expectations. The snowman army vanished into thin air, and the children looked at Ning Tang with starry-eyed admiration, fulfilling her vanity. With a grand gesture, she generously left the cockroaches, frogs, spiders, and snakes behind for the children, taking only the more aesthetically pleasing molds for herself. Noticing the children's little hands turning red from the cold, Ning Tang pondered for a moment. She couldn't be selfish. She needed to embody the spirit of the working class. From the RV, she retrieved 2 bags of milk candies and cheese sticks that she had brought, distributing them to the 2 older children who had diligently taken on the role of supervisors, ensuring the other little ones made proper snowmen. They had been quite strict, insisting on redoing any that were poorly crafted, so Ning Tang felt confident handing out treats to them. Just as she was about to give the snacks to the 2 older children, a parent rushed over, snatching the treats and returning them to Ning Tang's embrace. Oh, sister, what are you doing? Times are tough. These are too precious. We just bought some candy. We can't accept yours. Please take it back. Ning Tang was momentarily taken aback, reminiscent of her childhood when her parents would argue with relatives over red envelope money, while she secretly tugged at her pocket to send some to her relatives' hands. Drawing on her past experiences, Ning Tang tossed the candies into the snow, seizing the opportunity to dash back to the vehicle while the parents were busy retrieving the treats, leaving behind a cheerful, "Don't be shy. It's all for the children," and vanished with the entire RV from the eyes of the base's residents. The parents, having just collected the candies, stood in stunned silence, excitedly exclaiming to Chingua, "Could it be that a bodhisattva has descended to save us? How miraculous!" Chingua paused for 2 seconds, and although she adhered to materialistic beliefs even in this apocalyptic world, she couldn't help but wish that the so-called Dawn Hotel was indeed a supernatural entity. Upon returning to the hotel, Ning Tang found that there were no new guests, yet the hotel's points had soared to over 20,000. She exclaimed, "Squidward, did you sell the hotel?" Squidward displayed an expression that was both sarcastic and lethargic. "Boss Ning, are you truly oblivious to the fact that the hotel guests are nothing short of gluttons? They incessantly parade in and out of the restaurant, causing quite the disturbance."
Well,
I wonder just how much that group consumes while hosting events here? They certainly have a remarkable capacity for consumption. In truth, it was due to the voracious appetites of everyone at the hotel, coupled with their daily stockpiling, that Taniji and his companions went to the convenience store and maximized their purchases, which he then transported back to the base. He had intended to discuss procuring a large quantity of supplies with the boss at noon, but upon discovering the boss's absence, he sought out Squidward, who provided him with a negative response. After some contemplation, He resolved that they would make several individual purchases, and he would drive the supplies back to the base. Although the quantity for 7 individuals may seem modest, it amounted to 70 bottles of mineral water, 70 containers of instant noodles, 140 bags of bread, 350 boxed meals, 280 buns, along with ham, snacks, beverages, soy milk, and porridge, not to mention pajamas and slippers. When combined with their previous stockpiling, they had amassed more supplies than some teams with greater strength could gather in a week outside the base. Tan Iji pondered that perhaps they should recruit someone with spatial abilities to assist. For while they had once commandeered a significant amount of oil by air and sea in the early days of the apocalypse, the daily back and forth between the hotel and the base was quite costly. However, nothing could compare to the convenience offered by someone with spatial powers. Such individuals were rare. Upon entering the base, they were immediately conscripted and assigned to specialized teams tasked with resource gathering. Lower-tier spatial abilities allowed for storage, while higher-tier ones, upon reaching level 7, could not only store items but also facilitate spatial teleportation for people. Unfortunately, their base currently had only one such individual capable of teleportation, Gu Qingchuan. At dinner, Ning Tang indulged in braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, oyster sauce lettuce, and a small bowl of glutinous rice balls and rice wine, consuming 2 bowls of rice in total. Initially, she felt she had overindulged, but a glance at the neighboring tables revealed that they were overflowing with food. At the table of the stoic Xiao Song lay yellow braised chicken, bubbling fish, a large plate of chicken, black pepper beef rice, and a bowl of spicy hot pot, along with ice-cold cola and iced tea he had brought from the convenience store. Gu Qinghuan and her companions were even more extravagant. Nearly all the dishes in the restaurant seemed to be spread across their 2 tables, with chopsticks unable to find a place to rest. Su Shi even held a plate of shredded pork in Beijing sauce, while Qin Tiantian and Qin Tianxi busily consumed their rice bowls. Ning Tang watched them with envy. Realizing the advantage of having numerous companions, they could enjoy a variety of dishes in one meal. Host, there is no need for envy. At this rate, you will soon be able to indulge in a multitude of dishes all by yourself. The system remarked quietly. Yi Meng and Hu Yu, having recovered from their injuries, had also gained a bit of weight, appearing quite healthy. Among the group, they consumed the least, only 4 portions of rice. Ning Tang silently cheered them on, encouraging them to eat more so the hotel could level up quickly. Go Fan and Hua Lian were also diligently eating, possibly momentarily dazzled by the wealth of the Dawn Hotel. The system indicated that these 2 had hardly left the hotel, merely eating and sleeping in comfort. Ning Tang felt a tinge of regret. Without causing a stir, how could she earn any crystal cores? Taking another look around the restaurant at the guests clad in matching pajamas and slippers, Ning Tang wore a satisfied expression, akin to gazing at a plump little piglet. With this group of little gluttons, she felt at ease. Time to enjoy her meal. After finishing her bowl, she began to scold herself, exasperated. She had already indulged in extra portions in the afternoon, and now she had consumed so much at dinner, she wondered how much weight she would gain by morning. How infuriating! Oh, she had forgotten. She had consumed the system's eat without gaining weight pill. How delightful! The system watched in astonishment, utterly perplexed by this inexplicably whimsical girl. Ning Tang joyfully took a bath, pampered her skin, and went to sleep. The following morning, Ning Tang awoke at 7:30. As she lay in a daze, she suddenly felt that she had forgotten something over the past couple of days, akin to the absence of a prominent front tooth. Never mind, she thought. I'll just sleep a little longer. Wait, something felt profoundly amiss. Where were those 2 red-haired individuals? Chapter 24. Connections and Their Absurdities. Ning Tang's eyes flew open as she sprang from her bed, inquiring the system about the whereabouts of the 2 red-haired individuals from the previous day. The system, having analyzed the hotel's surveillance, informed her that the 2 had not returned since their departure the previous afternoon. This was puzzling. The Wuhai base was not far from here. Why had they not returned after a day and a half? Had they been unable to locate the deputy base leader? System. Didn't TI mention that if they return to the base, they should relay a message to the deputy base leader on my behalf? They can't possibly have a personality that thrives on pleasing others, can they? They wouldn't wait at the base just to avoid seeing him, would they? The system pondered for a moment, noting how the 2 red-haired individuals always gazed at Ning Tang with starry eyes, as if they were eager to prostrate themselves before her. A pleasing personality? That could be a possibility. They did leave immediately upon hearing that. The more Ning Tang thought about it, the stranger it seemed. They were driving Wu Hai's vehicle. Returning should have been a simple matter of notifying someone. Even if the deputy base leader was momentarily absent from the base, they could certainly leave a message and then head back to the Dawn Hotel. After all, they had wept upon their first meal at the restaurant. Could they truly bear to be away from the hotel for 2 whole days? Besides, their accommodation fees were still being deducted. Never mind. She would drive the food cart to Wu Hai Base today, even if only to satisfy her curiosity. She needed to see what had happened to the 2 red-haired individuals. The system unhesitatingly agreed, noting that the map indicated a considerable number of people at Wu Hai Base, presenting a lucrative opportunity. Ning Tang felt a slight twinge of worry. After all, they were her first wave of customers, and they still had several thousand points on their cards. Nothing must go awry. When Ning Tang arrived at the restaurant, it was just 8 o'clock. Aside from Go Fan and Hualien, everyone else was seated neatly at the dining area, mirroring their positions from the previous day. Ning Tang selected pan-fried buns, soup dumplings, omelets, and century egg lean meat porridge. Ever since she had taken the system's eat without gaining weight pill, her anxiety about her figure had vanished entirely. During her student days, Ning Tang envied those in relationships, as they could savor 2 distinct flavors in a single meal.
Now.
However, she had no such thoughts. She could indulge in 3 portions all by herself, worry-free, though it left her feeling somewhat stuffed. Before setting off, Ning Tang kindly asked SpongeBob if he needed an extra helping hand while working outside. SpongeBob, misunderstanding her intentions as a reduction in his responsibilities, looked utterly devastated at the prospect of being sidelined. Ning Tang quickly reassured him that the food cart could only accommodate 1 employee, and that would be SpongeBob himself. She cast a guilty glance at Monkey Brother, who, despite being equally ineffective when they ventured out, remained unconcerned, standing with his golden rod in front of the cart, waiting patiently. Wu Hai Base was on par with Longhu Base in scale, essentially a mirror image of it. Upon disembarking, Ning Tang instructed SpongeBob to switch the food cart to operational mode. The cart would automatically adjust the types of goods it sold based on the location. Though the changes were minimal, prepared food shifted from aluminum box meals to curry chicken rice, and medications changed from frostbite ointment to vitamins, while clothing remained winter gear. As the guards at Wu Hai Base noticed the pink vehicle, they were taken aback as the mobile cart expanded instantly, revealing a table brimming with supplies. Observing the sign that warned non-base personnel to keep their distance, Ning Tang looked at the crowd of individuals frozen in place and casually pointed to someone who appeared relatively calm, beckoning him over. Team leader Zhang Liang, taken aback, instinctively moved forward when he saw the neatly dressed, attractive young girl gesturing for him to approach. "Excuse me, sir. I wish to enter and sell supplies. Could you possibly make an exception?" Ning Tang spoke as she handed Zhang Liang a chocolate bar, which she had taken from the dining cart during their previous visit to the Fujiang base. This time, she intended to seize the opportunity to not only search for Hong Mao but also to enter the base, hoping to earn a little extra while she was at it. Zhang Liang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the chocolate in his hand. Such high-calorie sustenance could prove life-saving in critical moments. He glanced at the dining cart, noting that the price tags were conspicuously absent, leading him to assume that these were premium goods reserved for the base's upper echelons. "All right, just wait here. I'll inquire with the higher-ups," he said, feeling the urgency of the situation due to the chocolate in his pocket. Without delay, he hurried to the base's office to seek out the head of security. Director Ma Ming was reclining in his chair, idly passing the time when an insistent knock at the door disrupted his tranquility, causing him to feel irritable.
"Come in," he called out.
Director. There's someone at the gate with a vehicle full of supplies, boxes of meals, buns, candies, clothing, and medicine. That person insists on meeting the higher-ups, wanting to sell these goods in our base. You must hurry and take a look." Zhang Liang rushed in, his words spilling out faster than he could think. Ma Ming, a minor official who relished being treated with deference, would have received little more than a passing glance from Zhang Liang were it not for Ma's connections to the base leader and his actions against those who had previously criticized him. Just as Ma was about to scold Zhang Liang, he paused, intrigued. "Boxes of meals and candies? Why the rush? Who do you think I am? That I can just meet anyone?" He leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "Now, tell me more about this supply vehicle." Zhang Liang, feeling exasperated by Ma's arrogance, wished he could hurl the chocolate at his face, but the prospect of losing the precious treat kept him in check. After much prodding, Ma finally agreed to go see the person, albeit reluctantly, granting her a chance. Zhang Liang followed behind, rolling his eyes at the incompetence of those connected by favoritism. Meanwhile, Ning Tang was far from idle at the entrance. She enthusiastically encouraged the guards and the few residents of the base to purchase her supplies. Upon hearing the prices, they were incredulous. These individuals, who could barely scavenge low-tier zombies for resources, found themselves able to afford not just one but 5 portions. Ning Tang asked the guards if they could help locate 2 individuals, both red-haired, named Wu Qi and Chen Dang. Fortunately, one of the guards knew Wu Qi and immediately informed her of their residential area. When she inquired whether they had seen either of them recently, the guard hesitated, stating that with so many people passing through daily, it was difficult to keep track. As Zhang Liang and Ma Ming arrived at the entrance, they witnessed a scene of individuals covered in grime, bustling about as they carried away supplies from the dining cart. Ma Ming's heart sank at the sight of the precious goods being sold to such lowly individuals. He rushed forward, barking orders. "Stop right there. How dare you touch the base's supplies?" Ning Tang was taken aback, confused by the sudden hostility. "What do you mean by this 2-1? Why are you confiscating my dining cart?" Just then, a man who had just placed 5 level 2 energy cores into the cash box trembled at Ma Ming's voice. Ready to flee, SpongeBob grabbed him, insisting he hold onto the supplies. "Make sure you take care of your things." Ma Ming's eyes widened in fury as he pointed angrily at the man, demanding he put the items down. "Do you think you can ignore orders? You woman, where did you get these supplies?" No matter who you are, in Wu Hai Base, resources are prioritized for the base itself. Do you understand the rules? What a ridiculous display. Chapter 25. Another Day of Kindness. Ning Tang's expression turned cold as she recalled memories of unpleasant encounters with such foolish leaders. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Host, he is an ordinary person. Planety does not accept such nonsense. The system chimed in. They certainly were not in the habit of accepting just anything. Fine, she would take it upon herself to seek justice. Ning Tang retaliated. "Who do you think you are? What do you mean by your base's supplies? It seems your national genes have awakened, leading you to steal instead of scavenge." Feeling unsatisfied with her verbal onslaught, she continued. "We brought all these supplies to help the people, and you dare to covet them? I'm here for charity. And even the base leader would bow in gratitude for my efforts. You truly overestimate your own importance." After her passionate tirade, the area fell silent except for Ning Tang, who rolled her eyes and gestured rudely, while the others remained still as statues. Surveying the crowd, she noticed Zhang Liang and a few guards wearing serious expressions. Yet their fists were clenched, secretly giving her a thumbs up. "Well, it seems I have indeed acted in the name of justice," she mused. Zhang Liang struggled to suppress a smile, fearing he might burst into laughter. Ma Ming, having enjoyed a life of privilege, had never faced such humiliation. He pointed at Ning Tang, stammering incoherently as he became increasingly flustered, ultimately collapsing backward. Zhang Liang seized the opportunity to sidestep, allowing Ma Ming to land unceremoniously on the ground. Ning Tang clicked her tongue in disappointment. "Is this all it takes to rattle you? I was hoping for a more spirited debate. It's been years since anyone has challenged me." Realizing Ma Ming was of little worth, she dismissed him from her thoughts. Originally hoping for a cooperative leader to assist her in finding the 2 red-haired individuals, she now felt that this fool would be a hindrance. She knew the general area where they lived and had ample supplies at her disposal. Surely, she could rally the community to help locate them. You leaders really overlook the finer points of the matter, but I suppose that's understandable with age. Ning Tang broke the silence, addressing Zhang Liang. "Did you all hear that? He said I could enter the base to sell supplies, correct?" The guards who had just finished organizing supplies nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains, and whispered the prices to Zhang Liang. With that knowledge, even offending Ma Ming seemed a worthwhile risk. Zhang Liang surveyed the crowd of people who seemed stuck in place, recalling Ma Ming's earlier statement. "Yes, Director Ma did say you could enter the base. We all heard it." A bold voice chimed in agreeing, "Yes, we heard it. She can go in." Ning Tang nodded, instructing SpongeBob to complete the transactions for Zhang Liang and the remaining few, as she prepared to drive directly over Ma Ming to enter the base. I can't be blamed if someone is lying in my path, she thought. Quick to act, Zhang Liang rushed over to pull Ma Ming out of the way. Although he secretly wished for Ma Ming to be run over, he didn't want to dirty the tires of Ning Tang's vehicle. Ning Tang fell silent, pondering whether being overly perceptive could be a fault in itself. Ma Ming lay on the ground like a lifeless animal, and Ning Tang's irritation grew. He truly resembles my supervisor, she mused. Zhang Liang, moved by the allure of chocolate, approached the partially open window of Ning Tang's vehicle and whispered, "This individual is a relative of the base commander, accustomed to wielding power with impunity and possessing a ruthlessness akin to that of the commander himself. Boss, once you've completed your sales, you should leave promptly." Although the commander is absent from the base these days, his followers are vengeful and formidable. Confronting them. His words trailed off, yet Ning Tang comprehended his intent. She nodded with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your warning. Rest assured, at the Dawn Hotel, we regard Wu Hai and his ilk as inconsequential." Zhang Liang's mouth fell agape, marveling at her audacity, her arrogance, her beauty. Ning Tang parked beside Ma Ming's vehicle and, with exaggerated flair, tossed a bottle of water towards him, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how did my water fall out?" Zhang Liang instinctively moved to assist, but hesitated, reconsidering. After all, the person was in a vehicle, and if they truly intended to run over Director Ma, he could not intervene. "Monkey, go down and retrieve that water for me. And while you're at it, use your golden rod to give his head a good thump. Internal injuries preferred, ideally without any visible marks, transforming him into a drooling fool." Ning Tang instructed, planning meticulously. With Wu Hai's demise, such a bully, who thrived on intimidation, would surely not last much longer. It seemed too lenient to grant him a swift death. Instead, rendering him foolish would allow him to evade the impending loss of power, while simultaneously alleviating the community of a menace. Today was indeed a day for benevolence. Monkey complied, disembarking to crouch beside Ma Ming and retrieve the water bottle. Unintentionally, his golden rod struck Ma Ming's head twice with a resounding thud that echoed through the air. The guards, startled, turned to feigned seriousness, instructing those lingering at the base entrance to promptly enter, claiming to have seen and heard nothing. A few members of the crowd, aware of the situation, swiftly gathered their belongings and departed. The structure of Wu Hai's base was straightforward, divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north. To the southwest of the main entrance lay the shantytown, home to ordinary citizens and low-level ability users who earned the least from crystal cores. The southeast, on the other hand, offered slightly better conditions, accommodating mid-level ability users like the 2 red-haired individuals. The northwest and northeast regions, protected by elevated terrain, housed high-level ability users and the leadership of the base. The regions were separated by 2 intersecting streets, where rudimentary trading points and official task collection areas were established. Ning Tang drove directly to the central plaza of the base, bustling with hurried pedestrians, each striving to survive through relentless labor. The crowd regarded Ning Tang's pink RV with curiosity, speculating it to be the work of some base leader, and after a few glances, returned to their own affairs. However, when they saw a sponge and a monkey descend from the RV, all footsteps abruptly halted. Their astonishment heightened as the RV transformed into a food cart, brimming with an array of supplies. A blonde youth scoffed, "Is this some new trick of the affluent? Do they wish to feast while we, the common folk, are left to seethe with envy?" A girl beside him quickly tugged at his sleeve, gently tapping him, though his voice was low. Previous encounters had instilled a sense of caution among the ordinary citizens in the presence of high-level ability users, compelling them to lower their heads and vanish. Ning Tang, oblivious to their murmurs, busily activated the loudspeaker. "Step right up. Come and see. The Dawn Hotel is having a promotional sale. Supplies are being sold at unprecedented prices. Don't miss out. Opportunities like this don't come twice." Initially bewildered, the crowd rapidly grasped the situation upon hearing Ning Tang's enthusiastic calls. Could it be that they were genuinely here to sell supplies? A cacophony of voices erupted as people jostled to gather around the vehicle, eager to buy yet cautious, wary of potential scams. Who among them could afford to splurge on even a small piece of mutated meat when families had to scrimp and save for weeks? The prospect of someone selling these rare commodities elicited both skepticism and hope. yearning for prices that wouldn't break the bank, if only they could afford a single meal to share among family. Monkey swiftly took his position, striking the ground with his golden rod, commanding attention. No pushing, everyone. Form a line. There's plenty for all. No need to rush. Despite their reluctance, those crowding at the front had no choice but to fall into line upon witnessing the imposing golden rod. Ning Tang displayed the price list, igniting a stir within the queue. Some, believing the prices exorbitant, opted out. Others, suspecting a ruse, hesitated. However, those contemplating fetching their entire savings upon seeing the affordable prices quickly found themselves standing in line, realizing it was a chance too good to pass up. Clearing her throat, Ning Tang continued, in addition to supplies, anyone who knows the whereabouts of Wu Qi or Chendying and can bring them here will receive a complimentary chicken leg. As she spoke, she produced a bag containing a substantial chicken leg, retrieved from the refrigerator of the spacious apartment. It wasn't a personal loss. If those two red-haired individuals truly were unoccupied, fetching them wouldn't pose much of a challenge. A single chicken leg would suffice. The crowd stirred once more. While a chicken leg seemed trivial compared to the bountiful offerings of the food cart, it was a prize worth fighting for. Previously, lives had been lost over such a morsel. SpongeBob continued diligently packing, the prices so low that no one bothered to scrutinize the selection, each opting for a comprehensive package, including winter gear. As the cold winters of H-City were formidable, what once felt unbearable during winter now seemed less daunting with adequate protection. Those who secured supplies were elated, hurriedly carrying their bundles home, while workers abandoned their posts, some discarding their deliveries by the roadside in a rush to fetch their families and join the queue. A great fortune had seemingly fallen from the sky. They needed to seize the opportunity before it was too late. Meanwhile, those waiting in line grew increasingly anxious, clutching their crystal cores, eager to push their way forward, fearing that if they waited too long, the supplies would run out, leaving them sleepless for the entire year. A few individuals approached Ning Tang, claiming to know the whereabouts of the two red-haired individuals. Ning Tang shook her head, insisting they needed to bring the red-haired duo before her. Those who had bought supplies hastily departed to locate them, not in pursuit of two mere individuals, but rather for the tantalizing chicken legs. Gradually, the line before the food cart grew longer, yet the two red-haired figures remained absent. What is going on? Why are you all crowding here? Are you from our base? How did you get in? A resonant female voice rang out, freezing the lively crowd in an instant. Ning Tang looked up to see a short-haired woman in her 30s, flanked by two men and another woman, all observing her with a wary demeanor from a short distance away. Why, we are here to purchase supplies, of course. The Dawn Hotel is rich in provisions, and I am here to assist the suffering populace at the behest of Director Ma, who personally invited me to come, Ning Tang stated succinctly, deftly shifting the responsibility onto the still lingering Ma Ming at the base entrance. Wang Qing was increasingly perplexed. She observed the bustling square and the piled-up components of the base factory and initially assumed that some chaos had erupted, suspecting that Ning Tang had infiltrated the base with the intention of causing trouble. This suspicion was primarily fueled by the glaring presence of the pink food truck, a sight they were certain had never graced the base before, and Ning Tang, who appeared so unfamiliar to them. Never had they encountered such a pristine and youthful individual in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It was inconceivable that anyone who had endured such hardships could still exude such vitality. They were confident that they would remember her had they seen her before. Before speaking, she scanned her surroundings, trying to ascertain why the patrol team had yet to emerge to maintain order. However, upon closer inspection, she noted that the members of the patrol team were also queued alongside the others. If Ning Tang had indeed been brought in by Ma Ming, did that mean she was associated with the base leader? The group exchanged glances. Were they peddling supplies? It was implausible that the selfish base leader would permit such resources to be sold to ordinary residents of the base, unless he had discovered a volcano that perpetually spewed forth food. Wang Qing sensed that Ning Tang was concealing something. Yet upon glancing at the nearly free prices displayed on the sign, she sighed inwardly. As long as there were no ill intentions, they were entirely unqualified to cast aspersions. Even the vice base leader would have to treat the owner of the food truck as an honored guest. However, Ning Tang discerned Wang Qing's identity from the snippets of conversation among the people in line. She was the captain of the second squad. This was fortuitous, as it would enable her to connect with the vice base leader. Surely you are acquainted with the vice base leader. Could you facilitate an introduction? I wish to discuss a business venture concerning supplies. Wang Qing and her teammates were left bewildered, but they recognized the opportunity presented. Their daily excursions were aimed at sourcing more supplies for the base. Of course, but the vice base leader has been away for the past few days. Could you leave an address? We will inform him upon his return. Ning Tang nodded, handing her a promotional flyer for the Dawn Hotel. That works. Additionally, I have two friends, also from your base, named Wu Qi and Chen Dang, residing in Zone B. They both possess level 3 fire abilities. Could you assist me in locating them? Wang Qing's heart surged with excitement upon seeing the flyer for the Dawn Hotel, which boasted ample supplies and reliable water and electricity, most importantly, at such an affordable price. If their base could indeed establish a partnership with the Dawn Hotel, it would be an immense boon for everyone. All right, I shall inquire right away. Without hesitation, Wang Qing instructed her teammates to join the queue at the food truck for supplies, while she turned to personally search for the two red-haired individuals. Chapter 27. Finding the red-haired ones. Barely a few minutes after Wang Qing departed, a man appeared, escorting Wu Qi and Chen Dang before Ning Tang. Having been separated from Ning Tang for just 2 days, the two were left feeling as though an eternity had passed. Ning Tang gazed at the disheveled, dazed appearance of the two red-haired boys, reminiscent of mad concubines lost in a cold palace. "Boss Ning," they wailed, attempting to throw themselves at her legs in a show of affection, but upon noticing her pristine attire, they quickly withdrew, opting instead to pound the ground in despair. Ning Tang compassionately offered them wet wipes and 2 bottles of mineral water. What transpired? How did you end up like this? The two boys appeared more disheveled than when she first met them. Wu Qi, clutching the items, cried out louder, "Boss Ning, why are you so kind to me? Not only did you come to rescue me, but you also brought me wet wipes and water." Wu. He recalled how Ning Tang had initially invited them to stay at the hotel, and he had thought the stranger's kindness was a trap. How wrong he had been. The stranger offering him sweets was akin to a loving parent. "Yes, we returned, Wu, but they wouldn't believe us, Wu. They locked us up, Wu. Wah." Wu Qi's grievances accumulated, leaving him unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Chen Dang, on the other hand, quietly bowed 3 times to Ning Tang in gratitude before hastily downing the entire bottle of water. Ning Tang could surmise that no one at the base had believed their story, leading to their imprisonment. Her heart ached with sympathy for their plight, a consideration she had overlooked. The patrol team member who had escorted them stepped back in fright, having presumed that a warrant had been issued for the two boys. After acquiring supplies, he had secretly brought them to the prison, but seeing their apparent camaraderie, he felt foolish for his earlier greed over a chicken leg. "No. They were apprehended for violating the base's curfew. I had no knowledge of that." The patrol team member, flustered, hastily departed, fearing Ning Tang might retaliate on behalf of the two boys. Ning Tang, extending the chicken leg, inquired, "Wait, brother, are you not going to eat your chicken leg?" Chen Dang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the chicken leg. He struggled to maintain his composure, but his salivation betrayed him. Wu Qi ceased his lamentation, for they had endured great hardship over the past 2 days, having shared but a single small dry biscuit. Had it not been for their iron will, he would have been tempted to gnaw on something, anything. Ning Tang, observing the glimmer of hunger in their eyes, fetched 2 small stools from the truck, along with another chicken leg and 2 servings of curry chicken rice, beckoning the two boys over to nourish themselves. "You've suffered. Come eat something first, my treat. We will return to the hotel together afterward." Wu Qi and Chen Dang once more found themselves dining on tears mixed with rice. Chen Dang devoured the chicken leg and box meal in mere moments, then timidly raised his hand, indicating he was still hungry and wished to buy another portion. Ning Tang exchanged a knowing glance, handing each of them a serving of rib noodles. Chen Dang was left speechless. From that moment onward, he declared himself to be the loyal dog of Boss Ning. Unbeknownst to Ning Tang, she had transitioned from being a solitary figure to the head of a household comprising 1 person and 2 dogs, as the system suddenly chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have met the conditions to upgrade the food truck to level 3, successfully triggering the base stationing side quest. The host may choose any base where supplies have been sold to establish a Dawn convenience store. The Dawn convenience store and its surrounding 3 meters will be protected by the Underworld office, and the store will operate on a self-service basis. The income from each Dawn convenience store will be separate from that of the main Dawn hotel and can be used for the store's own expansion and upgrades. After upgrading the food truck to level 3, the host may select from Longhu, Fuqiang, or Wuhai bases to establish a Dawn convenience store. Which will the host choose? In other words, I can open a branch of the Dawn Hotel convenience store within the base. Understood. I choose Fuqiang base. Ning Tang made her decision without hesitation. Although Fuqiang base had fewer personnel compared to Wuhai and Longhu, its per capita crystal core ownership far exceeded that of the latter. In short, they possessed wealth but lacked avenues for expenditure. Moreover, their demand for supplies was substantial. Establishing a convenience store there would undoubtedly grip their lifeline. Furthermore, Longhu and Wuhai bases were relatively close to the headquarters of the Dawn Hotel, allowing personnel from these two bases to procure supplies directly from the Dawn Hotel. Overall, Fuqiang base was the prime candidate for establishing a Dawn convenience store. The host must personally visit Fuqiang base to select a site after upgrading the food truck. The construction time for the Dawn convenience store will be 3 days, during which the food truck will also be unusable. Very well. Then I shall take this opportunity to rest. I've been running around with a food truck every day, unwittingly becoming a beast of burden. Ning Tang reflected on the terrifying nature of habit. Although the money hadn't lined her pockets, she could not resist meandering around in the food truck, generating income. The system unusually refrained from countering her statement, for Ning Tang was indeed capable and fortuitous. The sales figures from the Dawn Hotel and the food truck over the past few days had rendered it incapable of standing tall and reprimanding her. Ning Tang settled onto a small stool at the side, observing the queue forming in front of the food cart. Her gaze shifted to the two red-haired individuals who were voraciously devouring 5 or 6 portions of food, still eager to cram more into their mouths. By the time Wang Qing returned, the two red-haired figures had amassed a staggering pile of over a dozen food containers beside them. She had brought with her the rather portly head of District B and the leader of the patrolling team that day to brief Ning Tang. Upon hearing their accounts, Ning Tang's heart settled. Her conjectures were largely accurate. However, Wang Qing was internally alarmed. Had Wu Hai encountered trouble? Wu Hai frequently led those small teams on resource raids, their whereabouts unpredictable, hence the absence of their presence at the base for 2 days had raised no suspicions. She glanced at Ning Tang, only to find her smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, and in that fleeting moment, Wang Qing seemed to grasp something, though she refrained from voicing it. If Wu Hai's group had indeed encountered misfortune, and the base had discovered a new means of acquiring resources, it was truly a double blessing. Enough of this. You apprehended my people without discernment. Spare us your futile apologies and provide some compensation, Ning Tang interjected, guiding the two officials toward a clear course of action. After all, the crystalline cores belonging to the two red-haired individuals would ultimately be spent at the hotel, so demanding them was merely a means of bolstering the hotel's revenue. The head official and the team leader exchanged glances at Wang Qing, silently imploring her to speak on their behalf, but Wang Qing concurred with Ning Tang, affirming that an explanation was warranted for the wrongful capture of individuals. Resigned, they each produced 5 level 3 crystalline cores, which Ning Tang accepted on behalf of the two red-haired individuals, planning to recharge their cards upon their return. With the matter resolved, Ning Tang waited for over an hour. Observing the throngs at Wu Hai's base, the crystalline cores flowed into the cash register like pebbles. Assessing the requirements for upgrading the food cart to level 4, she mused that the profits were still insufficient. Once concluded, Ning Tang, accompanied by 2 employees and the 2 red-haired individuals, boarded the vehicle to return to the hotel. Chapter 28. The ambition of leadership. The 2 red-haired individuals, clutching their bellies, watched in awe as the Monkey King soared into the air. The food cart whisked them from Wu Hai's base to the Dawn Hotel in a flash. They exchanged glances, each perceiving an undeniable resolve within the other's eyes. This position is ours. Wu Qi and Chen Daying shall have it. Once at the hotel, Ning Tang urged the 2 red-haired individuals to disembark, reminding them to recharge their crystalline cores before swiftly initiating the upgrade for the food cart. Upon upgrading to a level 3 food cart, the variety and quantity of supplies remained unchanged. However, the control panel now featured an Add Dawn Convenience Store button, with the current buildable quantity set at 1, and each subsequent construction requiring an expenditure of 5 million points. Ning Tang instructed the Monkey King to teleport to the Prosperity Base, eager to finalize matters. as she did not wish to step outside the hotel again the following day. The teleportation point landed them directly at the entrance of the Prosperity Base. As soon as the RV touched down, Ning Tang was met with the thunderous roars of beasts nearby. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of several towering, mutated polar bears, standing upright at a height of 4 to 5 meters, their crimson eyes attacking the gates of the Prosperity Base. The superhumans inside the base fought valiantly, unleashing fireballs and bolts of lightning, while the gates crackled with terrifying electricity and a meter-high wall of solid earth rose to fortify their defenses. Ordinary individuals without abilities took up machine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire. Yet, the mutated polar bears, with their astonishingly thick hides, seemed impervious to the bullets, which merely aggravated their frenzy. Ning Tang felt a surge of urgency. Such massive creatures must possess remarkably warm fur, ideal for crafting local carpets. She harbored no compassionate inclinations toward these mutated beasts. Previous encounters had revealed that the populace of this city had mostly fallen victim to their predation. Such fiends were unworthy of sympathy. "Monkey King, please help me. Is there a one-hit solution that won't damage their valuable pelts?" While she contemplated the fur of the mutated polar bears, she also worried that the base's defenders might falter. She had yet to embark on her grand venture, and the Prosperity Base could not afford any setbacks. "Let me ponder this," the Monkey King replied. "I can only operate within the protective shield, but you, Boss Ning, are not bound by such constraints." Indicating for Ning Tang to descend from the vehicle, he assured her that the 3-meter radius surrounding the RV was secure. Yet, even with this knowledge, Ning Tang felt a flutter of unease. In the Prosperity Base, Xiao Weigua and Lin Weihua, keen-eyed, sensed trouble the moment the pink RV appeared. Their hearts raced as they escalated their firepower to divert the attention of the mutated polar bears. It was the last hope for the Prosperity Base, and they could not afford any mishap with the RV. But then, they witnessed Ning Tang elegantly disembark, leaving them momentarily stunned, a wave of despair washing over them. Standing firm, Ning Tang received the golden staff from the Monkey King's grasp. Upon her touch, it transformed into a magnificent bow adorned with golden engravings. The Monkey King steadied her hands, drawing back the empty bowstring, which suddenly manifested 6 golden feathered arrows. With precise direction, he commanded her, and in the next moment, the arrows were released, striking true to the foreheads of the mutated polar bears, causing the massive beasts to tumble to the ground with a thunderous crash. Before Ning Tang could utter a word of admiration, the Monkey King swiftly guided her to shoot a second and then a third volley. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the mutated polar bears at the base's entrance lay defeated. The remaining beasts, sensing the tide turning, retreated hastily. But Ning Tang was determined not to let a single one escape. With a flurry of arrows, the once mighty creatures fell beneath her aim. Inside the base, silence reigned. Those who had previously encountered Ning Tang were prepared for her prowess, yet the extent of her power left them in awe. Some hunters who had not seen her during their last excursion could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, could she be the Zombie King?" Ning Tang stood tall, proudly accepting the admiration of all within the gates. It was a gratifying moment for a girl with a hint of vanity. She reboarded the RV with the Monkey King, while Xiao Weigua and Lin Weihua, realizing the situation, hurried forth to deactivate the lightning abilities and dismantle the formidable earth barriers at the gate, welcoming Ning Tang with open arms. Lowering the window, Ning Tang addressed Xiao Weigua and Lin Weihua. "Could you assist me in skinning those bears? You may keep the rest. I only desire the pelts." They nodded vigorously, well aware that their survival in the apocalypse had relied heavily on dealing with mutated beasts, and their skills in such matters were exceptional. "Understood. We'll take care of it right away, and should have it done within the hour." "Are you here to sell supplies again, boss? You've truly saved our base today." Ning Tang nodded. "Not entirely. Is the base leader present? I wish to discuss something with him." Her voice was clear, and those nearby could hear her well. A resolute man in his 30s stepped forward. "I am the head of the Prosperity Base. I regret not being able to express my gratitude personally last time. Once again, we owe you a great debt, boss. Please, state your needs, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Song Jun waved to a few individuals to assist Xiao Weigua and Lin Weihua in processing the fallen mutated polar bears, then gestured for Ning Tang's vehicle to enter. Ning Tang expertly parked the RV at the entrance of the auditorium and switched it to food cart mode, with SpongeBob quickly taking his position. Ning Tang waved to Zhang Ming and Chen Guo, who immediately understood her intent. After consulting with Song Jun, they entered the auditorium to organize the crowd. The previously trembling individuals, huddled together, sprang to their feet upon hearing Chen Guo announce that the kind-hearted girl was back to sell supplies and had even aided in slaying the mutated polar bears, quickly forming a line to approach her. Ning Tang took Song Jun and several base management personnel aside, candidly expressing her intentions. My plan is to establish a small convenience store at the Fuqiang base. This store will not only provide supplies around the clock, but will also be equipped with a protective shield, just as you witnessed earlier. With the shield activated, I could stand amidst a pile of mutated polar bears and remain unscathed. Ning Tang paused, sensing the collective anticipation among her audience. Their initial reaction to her proposal was one of excitement, yet they understood that there are no free lunches in this world. They awaited her terms, ready to face any challenge, even risking their lives if necessary, all for the sake of the Fuqiang base. However, her condition was clear. She wished to become the leader of the Fuqiang base. Rest assured, Song Jun's eyes widened slightly, incredulous at her bold declaration. The base's management personnel felt as though they were caught in a surreal dream, akin to a wealthy individual promising a stray dog a life of luxury, while subtly hinting at the potential loss of freedom.
Deal.
Song Jun's resolute voice interrupted her before she could finish her thought. Observing the joy and excitement on the faces around her, Ning Tang felt an odd sense of entrapment. She had not yet completed her statement, intending to convey her desire for them to be under her protection without involving herself in the base's trivial affairs. You see, I simply wish to be the boss, understand? Chapter 29. Technical Reasons. Song Jun and the others nearly burst into laughter. Who could have imagined that after enduring so much hardship at the Fuqiang base, fortune would finally smile upon them? It was akin to a failing company suddenly receiving a lifeline from a coal magnate, who merely wished to reign as the big boss without meddling in the day-to-day operations. Who could refuse such an offer? Understood, boss. The group responded in unison, and Ning Tang nodded in satisfaction, experiencing the joy akin to that of Brother Mountain Chicken. She waved them off to attend to their tasks, as the exhilarated management personnel hurried to share the good news with the base's populace. Ning Tang boarded the supply vehicle, promptly selecting the location for her convenience store beside the auditorium. Shortly after her arrival, a small shop of approximately 90 square meters sprang up nearby, adorned with gleaming golden characters proclaiming Dawn Convenience Store. The 3-meter-high snow surrounding the store vanished without a trace, and the glass doors were locked, displaying a construction sign. Having witnessed Ning Tang's prowess in hunting bears, the base management personnel had grown somewhat desensitized. They could only wonder what further surprises their new base leader had in store. The crowd, forming a queue, stood agape. Before they could react, SpongeBob SquarePants was already distributing supplies into their arms, while Song Jun urged them to hurry to the auditorium. Quickly, let's not waste the boss's time. With the invigorated enthusiasm of Song Jun and the others, over 3,000 people at the base managed to complete their purchases within an hour. Xiao Weigua and his team returned, dragging back over 40 bear pelts. Boss, everything's ready. Not boss, but big boss. Song Jun corrected. Xiao Weigua, though puzzled, complied. Big boss, everything's ready. Ning Tang nodded and, in front of everyone, instructed the system to retract its space. All right. You all hurry and finish your purchases. The convenience store will open in 3 days. I will return to check then. Without further ado, she awaited the others to complete their shopping before hastily boarding the vehicle back to the hotel, fearing that the supply vehicle would become inoperable if delayed any longer, leaving her stranded. Upon arriving outside the Dawn Hotel, Ning Tang and SpongeBob exited the vehicle just as the pink camper vanished. The system notified her that the camper would be unavailable for 3 days. Entering the hotel at precisely 12:30, Ning Tang approached the front desk to check her points. Now nearing 40,000. Good, an upgrade is imminent. She proceeded to the restaurant, where, as expected, 6 tables brimmed with food. 2 clean, pajama-clad red-haired individuals spotted Ning Tang's entrance, glanced at the occupied tables, and graciously vacated their seats to welcome her to their table. Ning Tang set down her stone pot fish dish and reached out to stop Chen Dang, who was about to squat on the floor with his bowl. What are you doing squatting on the ground? There are 4 benches, it's not like we can't fit. Opposite her, Wu Qi, feeling impatient, thought, how infuriating. He managed to get ahead of me. This sycophantic Chen Dying. Ning Tang remained oblivious to their silent rivalry, engrossed in her musings to the system. Why haven't those two made a move yet? They talk quite big, surely they won't just be blowing hot air. I'm rather curious about how they plan to level this place. The system observed the round figures of Go Fan and Hualian, noting, who knows? They probably intend to return home to their fathers for assistance once their crystal cores run out. The system's speculation proved accurate. Go Fan initially planned to return to the base after lunch yesterday to gather a team to settle matters, but he inadvertently overindulged, leading to a carbon-induced stupor. By the time he awoke comfortably, it was already dinner time, and after another meal, both he and Hualian succumbed to fatigue and fell back into slumber. Thus, their cycle of eating and sleeping continued, delaying Go Fan's return to the base. Hualian had no objections. She was well aware that Go Fan frequently changed girlfriends. Once he returned to the base, it was uncertain if she would accompany him again, so she eagerly wished for him to linger a bit longer, allowing her to enjoy more delectable treats. Tan Yiji was the first to finish his 5 servings, wiped his mouth, and left the restaurant. Intent on returning to the base to deliver the day's supplies and collect the space ability user arranged by Gu Qingchuan. Tan Yiji habitually reported his menu to Gu Qingchuan after every meal, much to Gu Qingchuan's annoyance. Yet, Tan Yiji found joy in this routine. Once in the vehicle, he described the deliciousness of the midday meal to Gu Qingchuan through mental communication. However, Gu Qingchuan unusually did not scold him, instead responding blandly, "Is that so? How delightful." Tan Yiji felt disheartened. The lack of a jealous retort diminished his enjoyment. After unloading the supplies at the Spark base, Tan Yiji parked at the entrance, waiting for Gu Qingchuan to send the space ability user to board. Upon glancing in the rearview mirror, he blurted out, "What? It's you?" At the Dawn Hotel. After finishing her meal, Ning Tang lingered in the lobby to digest. Go Fan and Hualian, having finished their meal, slunk past her, returning to their room for an afternoon nap. Yi Meng and Hu Yu, on the other hand, diligently ventured out to hunt, knowing that sustaining their stay at the hotel depended on accumulating sufficient crystal cores. The 2 red-haired individuals, usually steadfast in their daily pursuit of crystal cores, opted to take a break today, indulging in a hearty meal before retreating to their rooms for rest. Gu Qinghuan and her companions split into 2 groups. Wang Mengyan and Bai Shan teamed up to head out, while several carefree second-generation individuals lounged on the sofas in the relaxation area, chatting with Tom Cat. Observing everyone donned in matching comfortable pajamas, Ning Tang felt a twinge of disconnection in her short-sleeved denim and pants. All right then, she decided, heading upstairs to shower and change into a cute cream bear short-sleeve pajama set before lying down for an afternoon nap. System. Remember to wake me in half an hour. Sleeping too long feels uncomfortable. This is the price for not providing me with a phone. The system obediently agreed, considering that it wasn't that it couldn't provide one. It was merely waiting for Ning Tang's diligent efforts to culminate in a hotel upgrade to level 4 before gifting her with it. At 3 o'clock, Ning Tang, clad in her pajamas and carrying 3 fruit baskets, descended. She nearly forgot the fruits she had set aside for the 2 red-haired individuals. Although she had treated them to a meal, they still deserved their share of fruit. Ning Tang pushed Squidward aside and sat down behind the service desk to enjoy her fruit. Several individuals sprawled across the sofas in the relaxation area, and she offered an orange to the only awake person, Gu Qinghuan. "Why is everyone sleeping here? Is the bed uncomfortable?" Gu Qinghuan yawned, reflecting on the unparalleled sense of security one feels in a post-apocalyptic world where one can unabashedly sleep in public. It is, indeed, a tantalizing allure. Ning Tang did not comprehend the sentiment, yet she expressed her respect by idly stepping on the foot of Squidward. "System, I finally understand your nefarious intentions. By withholding electronic devices from me, you wish to witness my struggle against boredom as I toil away, correct?" "Hee host, you are overthinking it. It's purely a technical issue from Planet T, and I'm pushing for it too." In the vehicle, Tan Yiji wore an ashen expression, while the man in the back seat incessantly mocked him. "What on earth are you wearing, pajamas? You venture out in sleepwear? Wasn't he at you, who preferred to stay in when you lacked a suit?" Internally, Tan Yiji countered, attributing his attire to a previous stronghold. "What else with your face? Have you entered your middle-aged phase of rapid weight gain? You were sent to negotiate, yet you seem to have taken to eating copious amounts of rice daily. Unable to endure further, Tan Iji feebly retorted, "Is it truly fine for you to be here? Has the base been left unattended?" The man scoffed lightly. "What's the fuss? Why shouldn't I come? I've fought my whole life. Surely, I deserve some enjoyment." Tan Iji fell silent, realizing that one should not be overly boastful, for now he had inadvertently brought his father figure along. At 4:30, Tan Iji's vehicle halted before the hotel. Ning Tang was conversing with Gu Qinghuan and others, having just awakened from their afternoon slumber, when the hotel's glass doors automatically opened, revealing Tan Iji's pallid face. Alongside a tall, jade-like man, Ning Tang mused on how, since arriving at Dawn Hotel, she had encountered an increasing number of exceptionally handsome individuals.
Xiao Song, Tan Yitzi.
And this newcomer had debuted together in her previous world, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of popularity within mere days. Ning Tang rose to greet the new guests, but Gu Qinghuan's speed surpassed hers. "Brother, what brings you here?" Ning Tang was startled by Gu Qinghuan's words, realizing it was her elder brother. The siblings indeed bore striking similarities, a testament to their fine genetics. Su Shi and Chen Tiantian stood quietly, bemused, pondering why their peaceful time had been interrupted by a parental figure's sudden appearance. The group stood rigidly, akin to schoolchildren, which Ning Tang noted, surmising that Gu Qinghuan's brother must hold some stature at the Spark base. This was splendid. Affluent patrons were most welcome. Gu Qingchuan nodded at Gu Qinghuan, amused by the sight of his sister and her friends, all clad in sleepwear and visibly rounder from their time away from the base. "Welcome to Dawn Hotel. We have 6 double rooms available. Would you like to check in?" Ning Tang offered a promotional brochure to Gu Qingchuan, who merely glanced at it before setting it aside. Well aware of the hotel's amenities thanks to Tan Iji. "1 double room. Please reserve for a month." Gu Qingchuan's voice was melodious and clear, prompting Ning Tang to raise an eyebrow. Such a delightful voice would undoubtedly serve well as a face and vocalist in the industry. She accepted a level 4 crystal core he offered to process his recharge card. Gu Qingchuan, 25 years old, level 7 in space, lightning, and ice abilities. With a balance of 1,400 crystals and 600 accumulated points, Ning Tang was momentarily astonished. Level 7 was the highest ability she had encountered, and possessing 3 abilities made him quite a formidable figure. She decided to flatter him. Without hesitation, Ning Tang produced 2 fruit baskets, presenting them to Gu Qingchuan and Tan Iji as a token of appreciation for their patronage, gifts for both new and returning guests. Apologies to the 2 red-haired gentlemen. "I'll prepare fresh baskets for you once you awaken." At that moment, Xiao Song, passing by, observed the scene with a flicker of intrigue. It appeared that everyone had their own charm. Tan Iji gratefully accepted the fruit basket, his previously ashen countenance brightening with a smile. Gu Qingchuan expressed his thanks politely, taking the room card and gesturing for Tan Iji to lead him upstairs. Gu Qinghuan rushed forward. "Brother, could I have some pocket money as well? I'd like to extend my stay for another month. Please remember to extend He Yen's reservation too." Gu Qingchuan pulled out a handful of level 4 crystal cores and handed them to her. The previous day, he had informed He Yen of his visit to Dawn Hotel, instructing him to remain at the base. He Yen had never opposed his arrangements, but for the first time, a hint of dissent appeared on his face. Yet, resistance proved futile. All he could do was retain He Yen's room, allowing him occasional visits. Gu Qinghuan let out a small cheer, proceeding to the service desk to renew her and He Yen's reservations, while the other second-generation members felt a rising sense of urgency, realizing they too needed to return home and gather more crystal cores. At dinner time, Ning Tang grabbed sweet and sour pork rice and a meatball box meal from the convenience store. The restaurant had only 6 tables, and she preferred not to share a table with others. Fortunately, the convenience store's meals were quite delectable, sufficient for her to enjoy a decent meal. As for the ingredients in the refrigerator, Ning Tang considered that SpongeBob had been diligently working on the food cart for 2 days and deserved a break. Thus she refrained from asking him to prepare her dinner. In the restaurant, Gu Qingchuan occupied a table alone. Gu Qinghuan preferred to be with her friends, while Tan Iji kept his distance, fearing the man might induce a heart attack. The others also hesitated to approach, leaving Gu Qingchuan to relish his solitude. If another person joined, his table would be overcrowded. After finishing her meal, Ning Tang calculated the rapidly increasing hotel points. Currently, there were 15 guests checked in. Assuming each guest purchased 10 items daily from the convenience store and pharmacy, that would amount to over 10,000 crystals. Coupled with the extravagant spending of this group in the restaurant, she could potentially upgrade the hotel within 4 days. However, this was an ideal scenario, as aside from the Spark-based individuals, other guests would not stockpile easily perishable items like box meals or buns. Ning Tang was aware that the members from the Spark base purchased maximum supplies daily to return to the base. But those items were solely for base use and not resold at high prices, as the system had instructed her to disregard. Now that she was a business owner, she understood why many merchants fell into the trap of greed. Ning Tang genuinely wished to reach into her guests' pockets and extract their crystal cores. The system had informed her that upgrading the hotel to level 4 would grant access to electronic devices and allow for the selection of snack shops. She found it utterly irresistible. While pondering promotional ideas, Ning Tang noticed the 2 red-haired gentlemen emerging from their room. She quickly waved, "Red, Big Red, come here. I've saved some fruit for you." Almost blurting out red-haired, she cleverly addressed Chen Dang as Big Red, hoping the 2 wouldn't mind. As she handed them the freshly prepared fruit basket, Xiao Song, passing by once more, observed with heightened curiosity. Chen Dang, just awakened, was initially oblivious to Ning Tang's address, but upon receiving the fruit basket, he snapped to attention, exclaiming, "What's wrong with being a dog? These precious fruits are beyond what those base leaders can obtain, yet here I am, enjoying them." Hearing Ning Tang call him Big Red stirred Wu Qi's thoughts. He had initially believed he would be referred to as Red too, awkwardly wishing to be called Wu Qi instead. However, after waiting in vain for Ning Tang to address him, he wondered if she preferred Chen Dang over him. This simply could not stand. Wu Qi took the fruit basket, not even glancing at its contents, and spontaneously declared, "I, Red too, thank you, Boss Ning." Chapter 31. Qi checks in. Ning Tang wore a perplexed expression. Wu Qi, now known as Hong Air, gazed with a countenance of disapproval, on the verge of tears. "What do you think, Boss Ning? I prefer to be called Hong Air. So from now on, please refer to me as such." Ning Tang, slightly perplexed, nodded, conceding to her request, albeit bemused by the peculiarities of modern preferences. She chose to extend her respect. As night descended, the lounge area was filled with patrons sprawled across 3 rows of couches. For most, returning to their rooms promised no entertainment, and they preferred to linger at the service desk, engaging in conversation, or even simply eavesdropping on others' dialogues proved quite entertaining. Today's revenue stood at 41,000, largely attributable to the appetites of those seated on the couches. A cursory glance revealed that apart from Go Fan and Hualien, everyone else was present. Even Xiao Song sat in a corner, lost in thought. Well, let us consider them devoid of such fortune. Summoning SpongeBob. Ning Tang issued a few instructions, and SpongeBob's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He relished his work. After a brief interlude, SpongeBob descended with a 5-tiered cart. "Hello, esteemed guests. To celebrate our hotel's daily revenue surpassing 20,000 crystals, Boss Ning has graciously provided a complimentary, luxurious fruit platter for everyone. Wishing you all a delightful evening." SpongeBob's cheerful voice captivated the attention of all present. Before them was a magnificent fruit display, each tier resting on a bed of ice. The bottom layer housed sliced watermelon and pineapple. The second tier boasted strawberries, grapes, and green grapes. The third layer featured oranges, bananas, and cantaloupe. The fourth was adorned with red grapefruit, dragon fruit, and peaches, and the topmost layer overflowed with cherries. SpongeBob placed the platter on the coffee table in the center of the couches, distributing forks to the guests. Except for Gu Qingchuan, Tan Yiji, and Xiao Song, who maintained their composure, the younger and more sensitive guests were nearly moved to tears by the extravagant display. It was a generous gesture indeed. Gu Qingchuan felt a mix of emotions. No wonder Hien had warned him about being wary of sugar-coated bullets before his arrival. It seemed that the longer he stayed, the more difficult it would be to detach himself. Ning Tang repeatedly reassured everyone that it was no trouble at all until several guests' exuberant chatter about the fruit became too loud, prompting those expressing gratitude to refocus on their delicious bounty. However, Ning Tang's generosity was not purely altruistic. The day's revenue was buoyed primarily by the impulsive spending of the two red-haired patrons upon their return, coupled with Gu Qingchuan's fresh presence, which encouraged several others to extend their stay by a month. Yet, such revenue levels were unlikely to be a daily occurrence. She planned to post a sign at the entrance the following day, announcing that daily revenue had reached XX, thereby providing guests with XXXXX as a promotional offering, akin to upscale shopping malls that heralded their earnings with celebratory fanfare. However, her motivational strategy was straightforward, albeit effective. In a post-apocalyptic world, who could refuse fruit? Yet, no incentive could rival the presence of more guests in the hotel. While she had once foolishly believed that the hotel rooms were sufficient and refrained from distributing excess flyers to avoid deterring potential visitors, the stark realization now dawned upon her. Apart from internal recommendations, she had yet to see a single new guest. As she pondered this, the glass door of the hotel rattled, drawing her attention. Qijia entered, cradling a child of approximately 7 or 8, flanked by a frail woman, followed by Gao Mu and 6 other men. Upon closer inspection, Ning Tang recognized them as familiar faces, the security team from the Longhu base. Had they all fled together? Qijia was not particularly decisive. He had contemplated leaving the Longhu base with his family and comrades for quite some time, yet after spending several years there, he lacked the courage to depart abruptly. After purchasing supplies from Ning Tang, his urgency to leave had somewhat diminished. However, that very evening, the base leadership learned of external sales of supplies and compelled those who had purchased items to surrender a significant portion. Ill-prepared, they were robbed by the patrolling guards. Disillusioned with the Longhu base, Qijia convened with his brothers, and under the cover of darkness, they gathered their belongings, ambushed the patrolling guards, incapacitating them and leaving them bound atop the base's high walls. They then set fire to the residence of the base leaders, watching as the flames grew, releasing their pent-up frustration. Finally, they made their way to the address of the Dawn Hotel. Upon seeing the well-dressed guests seated on the couches, heartily indulging in the fruits they had not seen since the apocalypse, Qijia and his companions silently rejoiced. Perhaps coming to the Dawn Hotel was indeed the right choice. Ning Tang counted 10 individuals, with 5 rooms available, a perfect fit. Welcome. The hotel has 5 twin bedrooms available. Would you like to check in? Ning Tang handed out brochures as usual. Having studied the offerings beforehand, Qijia and his group merely glanced at the materials before stating, "We would like to obtain a recharge card for the 5 twin bedrooms." Ning Tang nodded and, upon hearing Qijia mention they were family, decided to record their information under a single family card. One by one, they stepped up to the machine to recharge their accounts. Qijia, 35 years old. Level 4 Earth Element. Chen Fei, 34. Qi Hao, 12, Level 1 Wood Element. Family recharge card balance of 1,700 crystals. Accumulated points of 300. Gao Mu, 21. Level 4 Ice Element. Balance 900 crystals. Accumulated points 100. Xiongda, 22. Level 3 Wind Element. Balance 900 crystals. Accumulated points 100. Wang Er, Zhang Shan, Li Si, Lu Wu, and Chen Lu, all level 3 in their respective elements, each recharged 900 crystals. As they were sharing rooms, Ning Tang calculated the charges accordingly, booking the 5 rooms for 10 days at 100 crystals per person. She handed them 5 room cards and gestured towards the restaurant and convenience store. "Guests, our establishment features a restaurant, pharmacy, and convenience store. The restaurant is currently operational. Please feel free to make purchases as needed." She then noticed the girl peering curiously from Qijia's arms, intently watching the others in the lounge. They were indeed valued customers, 10 in total, so a touch of charm was warranted. "Shortly, we will present you with fruits as a welcome gift. Wishing you a pleasant experience during your stay." The group expressed their gratitude profusely, with Chen Fei even bowing to Ning Tang. Just then, Xiao Song, having overheard the mention of the fruit, took a hearty bite of his cantaloupe. Qijia and his companions spent a full hour in the restaurant, with Chen Fei wiping her tears as she fed Qi Hao. Having devoured a substantial bowl of rice, Qi Hao appeared considerably brighter and gently wiped her mother's tears, whispering, "Mom, you should eat too." Qijia comforted his wife, handing her a heaping bowl of meat, vowing to ensure that his wife and daughter would never again suffer hunger or cold. The younger men, their mouths stuffed, silently rejoiced in their decision to follow Qizha. Had they remained at the Longhu base, they would have been unable to afford even the scraps from the dishes served here. Ning Tang sat in the lobby, troubled. With only 6 tables in the restaurant and 25 guests currently checked in, it was imperative to avoid a scenario where guests would brawl over seating. Chapter 32. The Milk Tea Shop. Clearly, she was overthinking. The next morning, Ning Tang ventured to the restaurant, anticipating potential conflicts over seating, only to find everyone harmoniously sharing tables. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchuan, Tan Yizhi, Xiao Song, along with Go Fan and Hualian, opted to purchase breakfast from the convenience store, leaving Ning Tang momentarily astonished. If only these two had been so sensible earlier, they wouldn't have had to endure that kick. Awakened far too late to partake in the vibrant red fruit platter, I resorted to devouring it directly atop the pickup counter, much to the delight of everyone present. Ning Tang, observing the steadily rising points in the hotel, found herself equally elated. She had affixed a notice on the glass door proclaiming that upon reaching a daily sales total of 30,000, a complimentary chilled fruit platter would be offered to guests. Those fortunate enough to indulge in the fruit platter the previous day emerged with renewed vigor to hunt zombies, rallying themselves to earn more crystal cores and enjoy additional meals, all while anticipating another evening of fruit platter indulgence. Such are the simple pleasures of life. Meanwhile, the second-generation patrons remained industrious within the hotel, meandering about and post-meal, promptly returning to the restaurant to sate their appetites. Once more, Qizha and his companions paid little heed to the fruit platter affair. Their years of culinary deprivation had instilled a longing that compelled them to reside in the restaurant 24 hours a day, unwittingly contributing significantly to the hotel's revenue. In their collective pursuit of the fruit platter, the guests forged an unprecedented unity, their efforts culminating in a successful acquisition of the platter once again the following day. With over 20 guests rallying together, they ultimately witnessed the hotel's points surpassing 100,000 by the afternoon of the day following Ning Tang's announcement. Ning Tang was overwhelmed with excitement. An upgrade was finally within reach. The few second-generation patrons, slouched on the sofa and questioning the very essence of life, were startled by Ning Tang's exclamation. They exchanged puzzled glances, yet remained silent, for their mouths could barely utter a word without the imminent threat of their meals resurfacing. Ning Tang swiftly pressed the confirmation button for the upgrade, and in an instant, the entire hotel trembled. The patrons nearly choked on their food, and upon raising their heads, they were astonished to find an identical U-shaped sofa had materialized beside them. Ning Tang reassured them, urging calm as the hotel had merely undergone an upgrade. Such occurrences were entirely normal. With bewildered eyes, they followed Ning Tang on a tour of the transformed hotel, while those resting upstairs assumed an earthquake had struck and hurriedly descended. Upon witnessing the inexplicably composed individuals in the lobby, they inquired briefly before joining the tour, equally mystified. Among them, 2 red-haired patrons and Gu Qinghuan were still in a daze. They had repeatedly confirmed that they had entered on the first floor only to emerge on the second, grappling with the bizarre reality. Apart from Guofan and Hualian, who were napping, the ever-busy Xiao Song, Gu Qingchuan, and Tan Yizhi gathered on the first floor, closely trailing behind Ning Tang. She surveyed the hotel, noting that each floor appeared to have doubled in size, with a small fountain added in front of the service desk, adorned with cheerful koi fish. The convenience store now stood farther from the service desk, having shifted from the right side to the southwest corner, while the length of the store remained unchanged. Its width had significantly increased, adding 2 more rows of shelves with a plethora of new products. The assortment of biscuits and bread expanded by 10 varieties, each still priced at 2 crystals, alongside chocolate bars priced at 3 crystals, available in dark, milk, and hazelnut flavors. Additionally, there were instant duck legs and chicken legs priced at 3 crystals per bag, as well as purple skin candy at 4 crystals per bag. The freezer at the entrance of the convenience store now boasted Waha drinks, for bottles for 4 crystals. The ready-to-eat section introduced Beijing fried sauce noodles and crab roe mixed noodles, priced at 4 crystals, while the bun section expanded to include char siu buns, golden silk meat rolls, and hot dog rolls, all at 2 crystals. Congee options now included black rice and purple sweet potato congee and red date and yam congee, both priced at 3 crystals for a large cup. Leading the group towards the restaurant, Ning Tang noted its evident expansion in length and width. Even the corridor outside had widened from 2 meters to approximately 4, allowing a clear view of the bright restaurant from the hotel lobby. The restaurant's area had more than doubled, with an additional 12 tables and 2 long counters adorned with colorful bar stools near the convenience store and entrance. Ning Tang felt satisfied. The worry of insufficient tables was now alleviated. The restaurant's pickup area had also added several news stations, including water-fried buns, pot stickers, beef patties, and chive boxes, each at 3 crystals. The selection also included spicy soup and golden silk pumpkin congee, as well as black rice and purple sweet potato congee and red date and yam congee, all at 3 crystals per bowl. Other newly added stations featured shredded chicken cold noodles, braised noodles, and rib noodles, priced at 5 crystals, along with braised rice and Korean mixed rice at 6 crystals. The stir-fry section introduced tomato beef brisket and chicken stewed with mushrooms at 10 crystals, with Westlake beef soup priced at 6 crystals. The final addition sold almond tea, milk glutinous rice, and refreshing herbal tea, all at 6 crystals. The food enthusiasts among the group, upon seeing the plethora of new dishes, could hardly contain their desire to sit down and feast, yet their full stomachs left no room for indulgence, and they could only follow along with regret. Opposite the restaurant, where a small pharmacy once stood, now lay a locked glass door. Approaching, Ning Tang discovered a small panel on the lock displaying several options: a milk tea shop, bookstore, and boutique. To demonstrate her democratic spirit, Ning Tang loudly read the options, inquiring which type of shop the others preferred. In truth, her finger had already selected the milk tea shop, knowing that those who complied would enjoy a drink, while dissenters would be disregarded. As fate would have it, the survivors of the apocalypse prioritized sustenance, and in unison, they echoed their choice for the milk tea shop. Ning Tang could hardly contain her excitement as she clicked confirm. With a beep, a charmingly pastel milk tea shop materialized before them, where a delightful inflatable mascot, resembling a slimmer version of Snow King, stood behind the service counter. The mascot welcomed them with an electronic voice, and Ning Tang examined the extensive array of milk tea options, all labeled as healthy pure milk, with prices ranging from 3 to 6 crystals. With a flick of her fingers, she navigated the tablet at the service counter, ordering a cup of grape lemon tea. The inflatable mascot sprang into action, and within half a minute, presented Ning Tang with a frosty beverage. Behind her, the others watched with longing, but hesitated to miss the unveiling of the next door, forcing themselves to hold back as they followed Ning Tang onwards. Chapter 33. The Suite. Behind the restaurant and milk tea shop lay 2 locked establishments. Ning Tang first inspected the one adjacent to the milk tea shop, which displayed the signs for a skewer shop, coffee shop, and claw machine arcade. Ning Tang's finger pressed on the skewer shop, deeming the coffee shop redundant as the milk tea shop offered a sufficient selection. The claw machine arcade was temporarily set aside, for in the presence of food, all other interests seemed trivial. Clearly, the patrons shared her sentiment, and thus the new establishment opened, showcasing a myriad of skewers that made several patrons swallow audibly. The skewer shop was manned by a metallic robot resembling a white dog, and through the shop's entrance, one could glimpse the pristine oil in the fryer, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Most skewers were priced at 1 crystal, while chicken steaks and legs were priced at 4 to 5 crystals. Ning Tang ordered a sweet and sour chicken steak and a few skewers, instructing that she would return to collect them. The dog-like robot obediently nodded. A few patrons, unable to resist their cravings, quickly placed their orders and paid using the facial recognition system, also stating they would return to collect their items. Next was the final shop in the corridor, adjacent to the restaurant, with a locked panel displaying options for a record store, a sesame cake shop, and a self-service rotating hot pot restaurant. Ning Tang, despite her disinterest, read the options aloud in the spirit of democracy, curious to see if anyone would choose records or pancakes in the presence of the hot pot. To her surprise, Wu Qi boldly declared his choice of Sing. But the moment the word left his lips, a chorus of 20 pairs of eyes turned to glare at him. Stammering under their gaze, Wu Qi quickly added, "But a record store has nothing to eat. Naturally, I choose the hot pot." Ning Tang nodded in satisfaction and swiftly initiated the operations of the hot pot restaurant. The sign outside the restaurant announced a price of 15 crystals per person, with a variety of broth options including mild, medium, and spicy, as well as tomato, golden soup, prickly ash, bone broth, and curry. After payment, patrons could input their flavor preferences, and a small hot pot would appear on the counter. ready for them to carry to their chosen table. At the entrance, a self-service ice cream machine offered 3 flavors: milk, strawberry, and matcha, alongside a beverage dispenser featuring cola, Sprite, Fanta, orange juice, and yogurt. The hot pot area was designed with a U-shaped rotating table facing the entrance, equipped with induction cookers and seating on both sides, accommodating a total of 60 diners. The rotating table displayed an impressive array of over 90 dishes, including various meats, dumplings, vegetables, and desserts. One corner of the table connected to the kitchen, where Ning Tang lifted the curtain to see a robotic cat placing ingredients onto the rotating platters. The enticing aroma of the hot pot caused everyone's mouths to water, yet they forced themselves to move away, fearing there might be even better food ahead. After exploring one side of the corridor, Ning Tang led the group to the previously designated guest room area on the first floor. The original lounge had been expanded, now featuring 2 U-shaped sofa areas facing the lobby, sufficient for all hotel guests to gather and chat. The elevator and staircase remained in their original positions, while the corridor widened to approximately 4 meters. Venturing further, they discovered that the original 4 guest rooms had vanished, replaced by a small pharmacy adjacent to the elevator, which now stocked a greater variety of medications, around a dozen types, all priced at 10 crystals per box, including everyday essentials like vitamin ointments. Beyond the pharmacy lay a single room, and as the group entered, they were greeted by a refreshing breeze. To their astonishment, the final room turned out to be an expansive swimming pool. This space featured floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 sides, allowing glimpses of the blazing sun outside, along with the sluggish movements of zombies. Access to the pool required a membership card, available for 30 crystals per month, and a vending machine nearby offered swimsuits at 10 crystals each. Although Ning Tang found little allure in the pool, given her exclusive access to a private swimming area upstairs, the appeal was overwhelming for the others. In a world where clean water resources were scarce, who could afford the luxury of a swimming pool, let alone swim while watching zombies? A few affluent individuals quickly signed up for annual memberships. After the tour, Ning Tang guided everyone to the public restrooms on the first floor, which had been divided into 2 sections, a self-service laundry room and a restroom. The laundry room featured 10 washing machines, accessible via a membership card costing 10 crystals per month, with each member receiving a personal laundry bucket to promote hygiene. After inspecting the first floor, Ning Tang led the group upstairs to the second floor. Upon entering the elevator, Ning Tang noticed the addition of buttons for the 3rd and 4th floors, while the others opted for the stairs. The corridor on the second floor had also widened, and the lobby area in front of the management office had expanded significantly, now resembling the first floor with a similar sofa lounge. The overall layout of the second floor remained largely unchanged, though the number of rooms had doubled from 15 to 30, comprising 15 large double rooms and 15 twin rooms. Ning Tang casually opened one of the vacant rooms, noting that while the size remained the same, the decor was now more exquisite, with higher quality bedding and furnishings. The plush, cloud-like bedding made her yearn to lie down immediately. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Ning Tang found it identical in layout to the second, featuring 15 large double rooms and 15 twin rooms. The group's enthusiasm waned, and they followed Ning Tang to the 4th floor, which was distinctly different. This floor housed 10 suites, each comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete with 2 well-lit master bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms, a living room, a balcony, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. Except for the absence of a kitchen, the suites appeared reminiscent of pre-apocalypse luxury. Each suite measured approximately 80 square meters, spacious and comfortable, captivating many guests. Unaware of the stark contrast, mere minutes earlier, they had been eager to wash their hands and light incense before entering the single rooms, which now felt akin to dog cages in comparison. Upon returning to the first floor, several individuals inquired about the suite prices. Ning Tang glanced at the display panel and informed them that the suite cost 60 crystals per night. Reactions were mixed. Gu Qinghuan and Chen Tiantian promptly decided to share a suite. Hong Dahong and Air reluctantly yielded to the enticing conditions of the suite, suppressing their mutual disdain to cohabitate. Qizhe pondered for a moment before upgrading the twin room for his wife and daughter to a suite. Having amassed plenty of crystals and intending to provide the best for his family during their stay at the Dawn Hotel, Qizhe's subordinates buzzed with excitement, having just relished 2 days of paradise, only to discover that their haven had been upgraded. After much deliberation, They calculated that a suite could accommodate up to 4 people. Thus, upgrading would only cost an additional 5 crystals per person per day, a bargain that would allow them to enjoy several years of comfort with their accumulated crystals.
Consequently,
A few also booked 2 suites. Su Shi and Chen Tianxi simply could not resist the allure of a suite equipped with a refrigerator, eliminating the need for late-night trips downstairs for ice-cold cola. They swiftly agreed to upgrade as well. In Chapter 34, titled Deputy Base Leader, Yimeng and Hu Yu veered off to the hot pot restaurant, as their crystals were insufficient for lavish living. Staying in a double room was still quite satisfactory. Bai Shan and Wang Mengyan exchanged glances, recognizing the entrepreneurial spark in each other's eyes. Together, they left the hotel, determined to be self-sufficient and to slay more zombies so they could indulge sooner. Gu Qinghuan felt a surge of anxiety, fretting that her brother and Yi Ji would return too late to secure a suite. The hotel was remarkably accommodating. Guests wishing to upgrade their rooms needed only to pay the difference beyond their original booking amount. Those opting for room upgrades formed a queue, waiting for Octopus Guy to calculate the additional crystals required. Guests who successfully upgraded, with the assistance of Tom Cat, moved their belongings into the suites, while those opting not to upgrade began to indulge in a frenzy of eating. Qi Zhe, accompanied by friends and family, settled in at the hot pot restaurant, intent on feasting until the end of time. The 2 red-haired individuals found themselves overwhelmed by the options, spending a considerable time in disagreement until they ultimately decided to sample everything, unwilling to deprive their discerning palates. The second-generation diners, already feeling stuffed, gazed longingly at the milk tea, fried skewers, and hot pot, almost tempted to purge their stomachs in the restroom. Yet they hesitated, remembering the joy of every bite they had savored, and wandered around the hotel to aid digestion. An hour later, they finally felt some relief. Gu Qinghuan and Chen Tiantian each carried 2 cups of milk tea and over 30 fried skewers, lamenting as they ascended the stairs, wishing they could consume 20 pounds in one sitting. The thought of waiting several more hours before being able to eat hot pot twisted their hearts in anguish. Chen Tianxi and Su Shi, unable to empathize, settled at the hot pot restaurant, eagerly tossing ingredients into the bubbling pot. As Su Shi took his first bite, he sighed in ecstasy, exclaiming, "Ah, Dawn Hotel, my paradise." By the time it was 7 o'clock, Gu Qinghuan, who was leisurely enjoying some snacks in the lobby, finally spotted Gu Qingchuan and Tan Easy entering together. She hurriedly approached them to inform them about the hotel upgrade and urged them to book a suite. Gu Qingchuan and Tan Easy, possessing an abundance of crystal cores, wasted no time in securing the suite. Gu Qingchuan even recharged his account with 10,000 credits, thoroughly pleased with the hotel's ambience. Given his ability to teleport, he contemplated making the Dawn Hotel his regular residence unless pressing matters arose. Gu Qingchuan and Tan Easy each booked rooms 407 and 408. Following closely behind them was Xiaosong, who overheard Gu Qinghuan's words with clarity. He too was not lacking in crystal cores, and upgrading to a suite was a mere trifle for him. With the hotel's recent enhancement, the system seized the opportunity to reclaim the jewels previously owed to Ning Tang. It bestowed upon her an upgrade package, an array of jewels, smartphones, tablets, and 5 colossal 115-inch LCD televisions. These electronic devices, having undergone technological transformation from Planet T and imbued with the system's magic, could function without an internet connection. Ning Tang promptly consumed the system-provided no-tan pill, arriving just in time, as autumn was fast approaching. She touched the diamonds and jewels, finding them to her liking. Yet there were so many splendid items that she decided to set them aside for the moment. More enamored with the smartphones and tablets, the essence of civilization evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. The devices housed several video streaming applications, an abundance of games in the game center, and countless other short video platforms, music applications, and novel readers. Ning Tang was even delighted to discover a shopping app, which, upon opening, revealed not only the previously provided purchasing channels for hotel staff, but also 2 new modules, an unrestricted pet acquisition channel and an unlimited television program on-demand channel. Upon exploring the pet acquisition channel, Ning Tang was dazzled by the array of options: mutant pandas, mutant tigers, mutant leopards, and mutant sharks, all available, albeit at exorbitant prices, requiring personal crystal cores for payment, with each pet costing upwards of 10,000 credits. She lamented her oversight, having been preoccupied with hotel affairs and neglecting her own savings endeavors. The adorable mutant beast showcased in the introduction pages ignited her desire, making her yearn to touch them immediately. In her impatience, she even contemplated selling hotel items, but the system reminded her that encroaching upon public property was illegal. Reluctantly, Ning Tang abandoned that idea and pondered alternative solutions. Ning Tang then opened the television program on-demand channel, discovering popular shows from various planets. Upon spotting the familiar Zhan Huanzhuan, she felt an immediate sense of nostalgia and promptly spent 10 crystal credits to purchase it. The television program was accessible via the hotel account, allowing her to watch on both the LCD televisions and her smartphones and tablets. After some thought, she retrieved 4 LCD televisions and summoned Tom Cat to install one in the restaurant, one in the hot pot restaurant, one on the wall of the convenience store across from the rest area, and one in her spacious living room. Tom Cat promptly set to work, and soon, all 3 televisions on the first floor were simultaneously broadcasting Zhan Huanzhuan, the lively sounds attracting guests meandering on the ground floor. The second-generation visitors, clutching fried chicken and milk tea, settled on the sofas in the rest area, captivated by the television. The patrons in the restaurant and hot pot shop were similarly absorbed, their sounds of chewing noticeably diminished as something more enticing than food had finally captured their attention. No one questioned the source of the televisions or how they could play. They simply indulged in the enjoyment. By 8:30, over 20 individuals occupied the 6 sofas in the rest area. With the upgrade, Ning Tang's ambition had waned. The hotel required 2 million credits to ascend to the next level, a distant prospect. Nevertheless, she had achieved the previously agreed-upon 30,000 in revenue before the upgrade, prompting her to have SpongeBob prepare a fruit platter along with some sunflower seeds. However, the enthusiasm for the fruits and seeds among the sofa dwellers, aside from Chi Hao and Hong Air, was far less than the previous day, as their attention was wholly captured by Zhan Huanzhuan. Go Fan and Hua Lian, having taken a deep afternoon nap, had not joined the others for the tour, and when they emerged for dinner, it felt as though the world had changed. They stumbled out of the hot pot restaurant, feeling as if they needed to lean against the wall. Having indulged in an abundance of fried skewers and holding 2 cups of milk tea, finally, they awkwardly joined the crowd in the rest area. However, it seemed the evening was a peak time for hotel operations, and Ning Tang's blissful viewing of Zhan Huanzhuan was interrupted by some commotion at the glass doors. Turning her head, she saw Wang Qing and several of her team members, among them a middle-aged man dressed simply, with deep wrinkles and heavy fatigue in his eyes. Ning Tang mused that he must be the deputy base leader, recalling Hong Air mentioning he was a level 6 ability user. Generally, ability users possess enhanced stamina and self-repair capabilities, so his exhaustion suggested that if it were due to base affairs, it indeed aligned with Hong Air's description of him being a commendable leader on the surface. Zhang Hua, Wang Qing, and Yan Han were astonished by the hotel's bright lights, and upon entering, they marveled at its cleanliness and the television's broadcasting programs. Under Wang Qing's introduction, Ning Tang nodded in acknowledgement to Zhang Hua. To avoid disrupting the viewing experience of those in the rest area, Ning Tang welcomed them to the meeting area behind the service desk. With Tom Cat in charge, the management area behind the service desk had become somewhat redundant. Ning Tang instructed the system to clear out the space and requested a set of sofas from Planet T, creating a makeshift reception area. Boss, we have heard that our base leader has offended your esteemed hotel, and we sincerely apologize. We are willing to compensate for any losses incurred by your establishment. We wonder how the base leader and his team are faring. Zhang Hua initiated the conversation. Wang Qing relayed the incident involving the 2 red-haired individuals, suggesting that Wu Hai and his companions were likely attempting to seize supplies but had met their match with the owner of the Dawn Hotel. His visit was to inquire about the supply business with Ning Tang and to ascertain the situation of Wu Hai and his companions. Though he had a contentious relationship with Wu Hai, he recognized Wu Hai's status as the leader of his base. However, even if Wu Hai and his group had indeed fallen at the hands of the present company, considering the potential supply business, and taking in the opulent appearance of the Dawn Hotel, they could only applaud the act. Ning Tang smiled. Are you referring to those 19 individuals? With a snap of her fingers, the scene of the 19 troublemakers unfolded vividly in midair. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of embarrassment. Wu Hai had wronged them, and they felt the shame along with their comrades. Ning Tang snapped her fingers again, and the image vanished. She smiled, regrettably. They have offended me and have completely disappeared. However, out of humanitarian concern, I shall return all the crystal cores they possess to you. As she spoke, she handed over the crystal cores collected by Squidward to Zhang Hua. The group snapped back to reality, even if Ning Tang had indeed eliminated those individuals. They held no desire for vengeance, finding themselves instead relieved and satisfied. Furthermore, the grandeur of the Dawn Hotel suggested it was anything but ordinary. The individuals present were astute, and they would not be foolish enough to provoke someone of such formidable power. Zhang Hua, feeling a sense of elation, accepted the bag, tugging at it only to find it unyielding. Ning Tang, not wanting to appear overly eager, concealed the fact that the bag contained a staggering total of 103,921 crystals. With a smile, she said, "It seems you have traveled quite a distance and endured much hardship. Allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction to our hotel. The hotel boasts a plethora of rooms, abundant resources, and attractive prices. Utilities are fully operational, and certain supplies are available for takeout. Additionally, there is a state-of-the-art points recharge system. Why not consider spending a night at our hotel to indulge in its offerings?" Zhang Hua immediately grasped the underlying implication of Ning Tang's words. With a knowing glance, he handed the bag to Ning Tang, conveying the owner's message. They were indeed looking to stay at the Dawn Hotel for a while, so why not use these crystal cores for their recharge? Ning Tang nodded in satisfaction. She appreciated those who understood unspoken cues. However, regarding the business of resources you mentioned earlier, is it? Well, at present, the hotel's supplies cannot be sold on a large scale. Nonetheless, I am contemplating setting up a store at your base. Of course, the conditions are not yet ripe. So you may first stay at the hotel and purchase supplies from us. We can discuss the store once the timing is more favorable. The first convenience store is still under construction, and the points for the second haven't been accumulated yet. Moreover, even if a second store were to open, the Wuhai base isn't her first choice. That would be splendid. If you could establish a store at our base, feel free to propose any conditions. We will all cooperate. Ning Tang was not the least bit apprehensive. All right, you said it. Just don't weep when the position of base leader is taken. She led the group to recharge, dividing the crystal cores points equally among the 5 of them. Zhang Hua, 32 years old, 6th level in wood affinity, had a balance of 22,121 crystals and accrued 1,800 points. Wang Qing, 31, 5th level in lightning affinity, had a balance of 19,400 crystals and 600 points. Yan Han, 27, 5th level in ice affinity, had a balance of 19,400 crystals and 600 points. Yang Ming, 26, 5th level in water affinity, had a balance of 19,400 crystals and 600 points. Zhang Shu, 25, 5th level in healing affinity, had a balance of 19,400 crystals and 600 points. Ning Tang promptly deducted the highest charges for them, assigning each a room, with Zhang Hua allocated the last suite, deducting an entire month's rent. After distributing the room cards, Ning Tang enthusiastically pointed out the various shops on the first floor. Upon learning that the convenience store and pharmacy allowed takeout, Zhang Hua and the others rushed to scour the stores, purchasing everything they could carry back to their rooms before heading downstairs to the restaurant for a meal. Gu Qingchuan, seated on the sofa, observed their behavior, speculating they were likely from another base. As the leader, a sense of responsibility surged within him. He would need to return with more people tomorrow, as the hotel had upgraded, resulting in a plethora of available rooms, and they would need to bring more from the Fire Seed base. At 10 o'clock, Ning Tang ascended to her room for the night. The lobby's television remained on, as many guests lingered downstairs to watch, but she paid them no mind, considering a late-night snack if hunger struck. While in the elevator, Ning Tang suddenly recalled a crucial matter. Having been preoccupied with the upgraded hotel, she had yet to assess any changes on her floor. Upon entering her room, she meticulously inspected it, finding little had changed. However, the balcony outside the living room had transformed into an expansive terrace, approximately several hundred square feet, astonishingly adorned with lush green grass. Initially mistaking it for a mere green carpet, she stepped barefoot onto the soft, cool earth, realizing it was genuine grass. The sensation was so delightful that she almost wished to lie down and roll around. The host can keep pets here, but alas, the host lacks the funds to purchase one. Oh well, but fret not. With the Dawn Hotel, you are no longer the impoverished soul of yesterday. Indeed, you are today's impoverished soul. Yes, you insufferable system. Fine, I shall not squander my resolve. I will demonstrate my determination to earn money. When I become ruthless, even I fear myself. I possess ample strength and means. Just wait and see. After venting her frustrations, Ning Tang took her tablet to the study. Half an hour later, she closed it, having scribbled only a few words regarding her financial ambitions. Why burden oneself? Sometimes, there is no need to retort to others' humiliations. It is merely a form of provocation. The system initially presumed Ning Tang would struggle to devise a profitable scheme, but to its surprise, the following day, she orchestrated something grand. Rising early, she was momentarily taken aback by the two red-haired individuals heading to the restaurant. Red One tightly gripped his arm, questioning if he was dreaming. Why don't you pinch yourself? Red Two bellowed, forcibly extracting his arm from Red One's iron grip. Ning Tang, hearing the commotion amidst the fruit display, lifted her head. She had moved a set of tables and chairs from the large flat to place beside the entrance and had retrieved hundreds of fruit boxes from the fridge, surrounding herself with them. Additionally, she had enlisted SpongeBob to prepare an elaborate Western meal laid out on the table. The motivational slogans on the door had been replaced with the menu from SpongeBob's private kitchen. Ning Tang pondered how she could earn money. Her only recourse was to exchange the resources from the large flat for some cash. After all, with SpongeBob's assistance, the expensive ingredients from the fridge could be elevated in value. The two red-haired individuals gathered their courage and approached to scrutinize the menu beside Ning Tang. Buddha jumps over the wall, 300 crystals. Scallion lobster, 200 crystals. Boiled cabbage, 100 crystals. Silken tofu, 100 crystals. Dragon Welsh shrimp, 100 crystals.
Matai.
500 crystals per bottle. SpongeBob's secret crab roe burger, 50 crystals. Wellington steak, 200 crystals. Tomahawk steak, 200 crystals. Steamed spicy king crab, 300 crystals. Boston lobster pasta, 200 crystals. Pan-seared scallops, 100 crystals. Baked escargot, 100 crystals. Black truffle mushroom soup, 100 crystals. Black truffle fries, 50 crystals. White wine, 100 crystals per bottle. Red wine, 100 crystals per bottle. Only crystal cores accepted for immediate payment. SpongeBob's private kitchen membership cards are also available. Chapter 36, In the Big House. Red One hesitated for a considerable time before approaching Ning Tang to inquire if these dishes would still be available at noon. As he couldn't handle anything too greasy early in the morning, he was health conscious. Of course, they are available in unlimited supply.
Today.
Those who sign up for a membership card will receive a complimentary box of fruit. Upon hearing this, Red 2 could no longer contain himself, pushing past Red 1 to present 3 second-level crystal cores. Boss Ning, I want to sign up. Ning Tang accepted the crystal cores and inscribed Red 2's exclusive membership card on a postcard. She also noted Red 2's recharge amount of 300 crystals in her notebook. Red 2 received his handwritten membership card along with a box of cherries, defiantly gazing at Red 1, as he was the first member of Boss Ning. Red 1, already disgruntled at losing the first spot, saw Red 2's arrogant expression and immediately produced 5 second-level crystal cores, declaring, Boss Ning, I want to sign up too.
Take that.
Red 2, I contributed more than you. Ning Tang remained oblivious to their silent rivalry, jotting down Red 1's name and amount, and handed him a box of cherries as well. The system watched in shock, unable to comprehend. Host, setting aside the fact that you are selling resources without permission. What you are doing is competing with the hotel restaurant for business. It is unethical. Be a decent person. Calmly slicing her steak, Ning Tang, with good digestion, saw no harm in enjoying a hearty breakfast. So what? If you truly want to stop my money-making endeavors, you better manifest in physical form to confront me. If the system genuinely obstructs her financial ambitions, she would berate it until it materialized, intending to subdue it and silence it, even hanging it up to feed zombies. The system, trembling in fear, shielded its electronic screen, realizing it faced a formidable and ruthless woman. You can do whatever you wish. I will not concern myself with you. The system began to feel anxious, pondering whether Ning Tang would pass away in this world and eventually return to the underworld agency. At that point, it would need to act swiftly, seeking a few bodyguards for its own protection. The system dismissed its concerns. This meant she could indulge even further. Ning Tang summoned SpongeBob SquarePants, instructing him to fetch more fruits from upstairs, as selling fruits directly was indeed a commendable option. As Gu Qingchuan entered the lobby, he was greeted by the sight of Ning Tang seated amidst thousands of boxes of fruit. Upon noticing her major client descending, Ning Tang immediately perked up. Eager to offer her fruits for sale, 20 crystals per box, with no limit on quantity. Gu Qingchuan approached, inspecting the offerings: strawberries, cherries, grapes, and oranges, along with dragon fruit. In truth, the refrigerator also held mini watermelons and cantaloupes, yet Ning Tang opted for the more stackable boxed fruits. If there are no limits, can I buy all of these? Gu Qingchuan inquired, and Ning Tang recognized his discerning eye for profit. After all, the tone of this magnate was unmistakable. Wealthy individuals certainly had their ways. Of course. In addition, there are plenty of watermelons and cantaloupes as well, all without limits. Would you like them too? Ning Tang beckoned for Squidward and Tomcat to join, and even Monkey King was included. At Gu Qingchuan's command, they all proceeded upstairs with SpongeBob to haul the fruits down. Yes, I want them all, Gu Qingchuan affirmed, handing Ning Tang a handful of level 4 crystal cores. Is this enough? If not, I can pay more. Ning Tang cradled the cores in her hands, counting for a moment. 56 level 4 crystals, amounting to a staggering 111,000 crystals. With such a sum, she would hardly need to operate a private kitchen. This magnate's generous offering was sufficient to purchase 10 plush toys. Ning Tang nodded emphatically, confirming, that's plenty. A total of 5,600 boxes of fruit. How would you like to collect them? Just place them outside the hotel's protective barrier, Gu Qingchuan replied. Ning Tang understood, almost forgetting that he possessed spatial abilities. Observing the hotel staff bustling around, Gu Qingchuan also acquired a SpongeBob private chef membership card. After some contemplation, he spoke up. Aside from fruits, are there any other supplies in the hotel that are not limited in purchase? If the owner is willing, we could consider a long-term partnership with our Spark base. Price is not an issue. We can handle any quantity of supplies. Ning Tang was tempted to agree. The kitchen of her penthouse still had plenty of rice, flour, and vegetables. However, the system screeched a warning at her. Host, please stop. Just this once is fine. But if you persist in privately selling supplies, we'll both end up back at the underworld agency, facing imprisonment. I beg you, please consider my plight. The system was not entirely truthful. Ning Tang was not yet an employee of the underworld agency. If the higher-ups investigated, she would be just fine, but the system, as her guardian, could very well face dire consequences. Ning Tang gasped, prison? How terrifying. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Not exactly, host. If you discreetly sell a little without drawing attention, it's usually overlooked. However, if you disrupt the base as station tasks, the higher-ups will certainly take notice. This was indeed true. In past missions, everyone had engaged in such activities as long as they didn't raise too much fuss. Ning Tang grasped that as long as it didn't impact the sales at the Dawn convenience store, it would be fine. But was Spark Base not the largest base of all? She wondered if the people there would accept her as their leader. Well, the fruit sale is merely a special event for today. However, if you all are interested, we could contemplate opening a supply shop at Spark Base. Gu Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Opening a store? That would be a true honor for our Spark Base. If you, Boss Ning, have such intentions, we will fully cooperate. Great, let us prepare for that. However, before opening, I need to have a discussion with your base leader. Could you help facilitate an introduction? Of course. Boss Ning, feel free to express your needs when the time comes. If you're looking to open a branch at Spark Base, the base leader might just comply with any requests you have. Ning Tang was taken aback, observing the smiling man before her who seemed to have already secured the base leader's agreement. She thought, should she actually present her demands, the base leader might become irate alongside him. With the combined efforts of several employees, the 5,600 boxes of fruit quickly found their way into Gu Qingchuan's spatial storage. Ning Tang didn't forget to remind him. The supplies produced by Dawn Hotel can only be consumed at the base. If given away or resold at a lower price, it's acceptable. but reselling at a high price could lead to severe consequences. Gu Qingchuan nodded. He had no intention of reselling at inflated prices. Ning Tang, being quite conscientious, decided to offer a few complimentary items to her major customer. Oh, she almost forgot to include a box for the membership card gift. Gu Qingchuan returned to Sparkbase with the day's limited supplies and 5,604 boxes of fruit. It felt like a festival at Sparkbase that day. People, drenched in sweat, headed to the cafeteria for lunch, hesitating even to add a piece of mutated meat, while clutching their complimentary small cups of fruit juice distributed by the base, astonished. The juice was nothing like the refined sweetness from before the apocalypse. It contained tiny leaves, fruit seeds, and even bits of melon skin. Yet, none of the thousands at the base complained. They cherished every drop, pouring it into bowls at home, diluting it with water, savoring the flavors. Chapter 37: New Employees. After Gu Qingchuan's departure, Ning Tang found herself alone, save for the half-eaten Western meal on the table. Selling fruits was no longer necessary, but the SpongeBob private kitchen could still be pursued. Ning Tang picked up her chopsticks, skewering the remaining steak and lobster. Lifting it to her mouth, she instructed SpongeBob to take her place, issuing membership cards to those in need, while she ventured upstairs to purchase some adorable little pets. Having earned over 100,000 in a single morning, she was not greedy. As long as the crystal cores could sustain a few fluffy companions, that was sufficient. Seated on the sofa, Ning Tang pulled out her phone, spending considerable time selecting pets. Who could resist a giant panda? Let us get one. Snowy silver wolves. 2 of them to show off, a northeast tiger, fierce and proud, just one. Host, please don't torment the wild beasts. Your 500 square meter terrace would struggle to accommodate even a dog. She momentarily forgot about that detail. By the way, can these animals adapt to the climate and environment? These mutated animals have been modified on T-Planet, thanks to the previous delivery of Wu Hai and others. They've developed exceptional adaptability. As long as they are fed, they can thrive. But host, please don't go too far. Just a dog would suffice. As long as they can survive, I'll buy 4. Let's give them quirky names for easy care. The panda will be called Tien Tien. The tiger will be Huda. The male wolf will be Langda, and the female wolf will be Mei Mei. Ning Tang completed her order in one go. And as she set her phone down, she noticed movement outside in the living room's grass. 4 pink boxes lay quietly on the ground, and Ning Tang hurriedly approached to open them one by one. The soft, adorable little panda hummed at her, and she instantly scooped it up, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Whose adorable Tien Tien is this? So well-behaved and cute." Meanwhile, the other 3 boxes contained Langda, Mei Mei, and Huda, who were equally eager to join her. They scampered out of their boxes and rubbed against her legs. Ning Tang crouched down, petting their heads. The 2 silver wolves nuzzled her like puppies, while the pudgy little tiger displayed a more aloof demeanor. Without hesitation, she affectionately ruffled their heads all at once. After tugging one of the little tiger's whiskers, which resulted in a playful nip leaving a mark, Ning Tang suddenly remembered something crucial. System, do the little ones need food and water? Host, are you speaking coherently? They don't eat or drink. They just thrive on ethereal energy. On the technologically advanced planet T, who can fathom the depths of anti-scientific research? Since these creatures require sustenance, why does the purchasing page lack any feeding instructions or even a complimentary bottle of milk? Am I expected to prepare their meals myself? The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Why not take another look at the purchasing page, host? With curiosity, Ning Tang opened her phone and navigated to the pet purchasing section. After a prolonged examination, she finally discerned that the top-ranking item was a large yellow dog, noted as the caretaker for all animals, capable of nurturing every mammalian pet listed on the page. The price, however, was exorbitant, amounting to 50,000 crystals. Ning Tang fell silent. No wonder the system had persistently suggested she acquire a dog. This was the very reason it awaited her decision. Yet, these little creatures could not be left hungry, so she reluctantly spent the 50,000 crystals to bring the large dog home. Good heavens! Her crystal core hadn't even begun to warm up. Ning Tang gazed blankly at the purebred Chinese rural dog before her, which had 4 different small animals nestled against its chest, its canine face radiating maternal affection. It was absurd. What kind of people inhabited Planet T? While it was one thing for the large dog to feed tigers and wolf pups, how on earth did it manage to care for pandas? Was there no oversight? Not just that, as long as it's a mammal, the large dog can raise it. Rhinoceroses, elephants, and even whales, the host could purchase any of them to test it out, the system chimed in. Thank you for the information, but that won't be necessary. The large dog has its own rights as a canine. Since the host is so benevolent, why not buy some dog food for it? After all, it cannot consume its own milk, the system suggested.
Ah?
Dog food? Surely my large brother can only eat steak? Ning Tang waved her hand dismissively. With an abundance of ingredients in the fridge, what was wrong with her dog enjoying something good? Why waste money on such things? Very well. But do remember to feed your large brother on time. We wouldn't want him to go hungry. However, if you want to buy dog food, you must at least provide him with a doghouse. That made sense. Ning Tang surveyed the barren lawn, recalling the system's warning that the pets needed to adapt before entering her spacious apartment. Yet, it was unthinkable to let them suffer during this adjustment period. She opened her phone once more, and this time, the top item on the pet purchasing page was a small house, equipped with technology to automatically adjust temperature and size based on the number of pets. Truly high-tech. The price was 20,000 crystals, which she paid in full, leaving her with a mere 2,800. The moment she completed the transaction, the shopping page instantly recommended a pet toilet, hands-free, odorless, and a necessity for pet owners. Who could resist? The price was exactly 2,800, perfect. Now her pockets were empty, save for the crystal cores she had previously sold to Gu Qinghuan and He Yen for strawberry beer. All her earnings from today had been impulsively spent, and she couldn't shake the feeling that this was all part of the system scheme. Indeed, she had no grounds to blame the system. A dog nanny was not essential. The mutated creatures sent from Planet T were all robust and healthy. A bit of milk powder and some meat would suffice to keep them thriving. Even the doghouse seemed superfluous. These mutated animals didn't need a cozy bed. They could sleep on ice without a shiver, and the observation period was only 2 days. After that, these adorable beings could directly enter the house to rest. As for the pet toilet, the grass on the expansive terrace was already self-cleaning. The toilet merely provided a designated spot for them to relieve themselves. Yet the system showed no sign of guilt. It had merely exploited the tender sentiments of pet owners, without resorting to false advertising. After all, it wasn't the system pushing Ning Tang to spend her money. A white doghouse materialized beside the terrace wall, appearing to measure around 2 to 3 square meters, furnished with a soft mat that gave it a genuine feel. Surrounding the doghouse was a small enclosure filled with cat litter. The little tiger, having eaten and drunk its fill, dashed into the cat litter to take care of its business. Ning Tang held her breath for a moment, scrutinizing the litter. After the little tiger exited, the litter returned to its original smooth state, indeed odorless. This expenditure was quite worthwhile. With the little creatures now satiated, Ning Tang felt it was time to feed the large dog, but SpongeBob was still stationed in the lobby. Contemplating her options, she opened her phone and navigated to the employee purchasing interface. She ordered a chef named Little Fugu to alternate shifts with SpongeBob, and requested 2 tomcats for hotel upgrades, as the butler could not be the only one present. Additionally, she ordered another octopus guy, as there was already one at the front desk, and her SpongeBob private chef required a counterpart. The moment she completed the transactions, the new employees she had just ordered appeared before her. To distinguish them, the 2 newly acquired tomcats were white and black, while the new octopus guy was pink. Ning Tang instructed Little Fugu to prepare some healthy dog food, leading the tomcats and octopus guy downstairs to assign their duties. Chapter 38. The convenience store completed. The market for a private chef could hardly compete with a restaurant, and Ning Tang was well aware of this, realizing it was not a sustainable path to profit. As for a long-term money-making strategy, she had already devised a plan, eagerly awaiting her afternoon visit to the Prosperity Base. At noon, Ning Tang dined at the restaurant, enjoying a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and Westlake beef soup. To promote her private chef, the 2 red-haired employees had octopus guy number 2 deliver Buddha jumps over the wall and scallion lobster to the restaurant. The second-generation residents of the Fireseed base succumbed to temptation, flocking to octopus guy number 2 to apply for membership. Just as Ning Tang set down her bowl and chopsticks, the system's voice echoed in her ears. Congratulations, host. The Dawn convenience store has been successfully established, and the mobile home is now operational. If the host possesses even a hint of ambition, you may proceed to the prosperity base at once. The system's words effectively halted Ning Tang in her tracks. She was no eager workhorse. Her nature was rebellious and untamed, and she had no intention of complying. Ning Tang turned around and returned to her nap, while the system sighed in frustration, pinching its chin in exasperation. Though Ning Tang spoke with conviction, she found herself unable to sleep, her curiosity getting the better of her. In line with the principle of not letting her stubbornness go to waste, she stubbornly closed her eyes and feigned sleep for half an hour. Half an hour later, Ning Tang lazily boarded the mobile home, though her heart raced with urgency. After all, having shot so many mutated polar bears last time, she needed crystals, and she had just remembered that she hadn't collected the crystal cores from the mutated polar bears. What a loss of several billion. This time, the mobile home teleported her to the entrance of the Prosperity Base's auditorium. As Ning Tang disembarked, she could scarcely believe her eyes. The Dawn convenience store was fully operational, with wide glass doors revealing shelves sparsely stocked with items that had been sold from the mobile home's food cart. Perhaps it was due to her afternoon nap, but the queue of residents at the convenience store was not particularly long, though it still formed an extensive line. However, that was not the main issue. The real concern was the sheer number of bunk beds stacked nearby, about 3 meters wide and piled 10 layers high. Such a concentration of 10-tier bunk beds surrounding the convenience store was almost reminiscent of a concentration camp. Zhang Ming, stationed at the entrance of the convenience store, spotted Ning Tang and promptly approached her. "Boss, you're here. The convenience store opened at noon today, and we've arranged for everyone to queue up to buy." Ning Tang nodded in agreement. "That's fine, but what else with all these beds?" Rubbing his head sheepishly, Zhang Ming chuckled. "Boss, your convenience store is simply too amazing. There's no snow within 3 meters, and it's incredibly warm. We thought we'd bring in some of the school dormitory beds and set them up around the convenience store, allowing both the young and the elderly to sleep there and stay warm. If it doesn't work out, we'll dismantle it right away." Ning Tang recalled that during her first visit, Xiao Weigua and the others had mentioned that this place used to be a school, which explained the abundance of bunk beds. It was of no concern, as long as the operation of the convenience store remained unaffected. The more they purchased, the more crystal cores they could accumulate, allowing the store to upgrade further and enhance the protective shield, thus alleviating the current crowding. Zhang Ming was incredulous. Could such an impressive convenience store really upgrade? They had indeed chosen the right leader. No, the right boss. "Understood, boss, rest assured. Over the past 5 years, we've amassed quite a number of crystal cores. There was a time when we couldn't store them all, so we buried some in front of the dormitory building. Recently, Vice Base Leader Song took us to dig them up, enough to supply our entire base for a year." Now it was Ning Tang's turn to be astonished.
Wait.
"Are people here really that affluent?" She mused. "System, can I bring some of these people back to the hotel? They seem excessively wealthy, and there are still plenty of vacant rooms." The system was equally intrigued. "All right, the RV can accommodate about 10 at a time, but host, be prudent. We have many places yet to explore, and who knows, there might be even wealthier individuals elsewhere." Ning Tang nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in that. "What about Song Jun? I need to find him for something." Just as Ning Tang's words fell, Song Jun, clad in a brand new cold-resistant outfit and wearing a white bear fur hat, approached her with a beaming face. "Boss, you've arrived. This convenience store is incredible. I have no idea where they replenish their stock. It's practically never sold out." Upon meeting Song Jun for the first time, Ning Tang felt he exuded the calm authority of a decisive leader. Seeing him now, she momentarily envisioned Lu Neng with his hands tucked into his pockets. Indeed, working ages a person, while stepping down rejuvenates them. "Of course, the Dawn Hotel is the assurance," she replied. "By the way, what level of mutated beasts were those bears from the last batch?" Ning Tang's inquiry was subtle. After all, she was now a leader, and leaders often speak ambiguously, leaving others to speculate. Truthfully, she had previously claimed she wanted nothing but the bear skins, only to change her mind now, revealing her capriciousness. Song Jun instantly understood, pulling out a small bag of crystal cores. "One of them is a 6th level, the others are 4th and 5th level. The last group didn't finish excavating the cores before you left. They're all right here, boss. Please take them. Ning Tang promptly accepted.
All right.
Since you've saved them for me, I shall accept them. But I've heard that your stockpile of crystal cores is quite substantial. How much can each person expect to receive? Song Jun hesitated, uncertain whether Ning Tang sought a share of the profits. Nonetheless, he decided to be forthright, for she was now the leader of the prosperous base, having provided them with a convenience store. Any entitlement was deserved. Everyone still has quite a few crystal cores on hand. A few days ago, we went to excavate more. Those are considered public property. The first-level ones were hardly worth collecting before, but we estimate there are tens of thousands of second- and third-level cores. The fourth-level ones are fewer, perhaps around 8 to 9,000. The fifth-level ones total just over 4,000, and only 12 are sixth-level. Over the years, our base has faced countless beast tides, and in earlier years, when there were more people, we killed many second- and third-level mutated beasts. Nowadays, there are fewer of us, and the level of mutated beasts has risen. We can still manage to hunt fourth-level ones, but fifth- and sixth-level ones are quite challenging, resulting in fewer cores. Song Jun chuckled wryly, regretting discarding those old first- and second-level cores, realizing too late that they could have been valuable. Ning Tang was left speechless, processing this staggering information. Wait a moment, she said, her serious demeanor causing Song Jun to wonder if she was dissatisfied. Given that the number of ability users surviving these past 2 years was dwindling, he thought perhaps they should hunt more beasts if she required it.
Meanwhile,
Song Jun was already contemplating battle strategies while Ning Tang had just calculated, my goodness, several million crystals. If we spent them all at the hotel. Ha ha ha. Host. Stop grinning like that. Invite our major clients to the hotel. Quickly. The system was overwhelmed by the astronomical figure, its possessiveness flaring up, asserting that those crystals belonged to the hotel. I have an idea. The headquarters of the Dawn Hotel is in H City, which has favorable conditions and is quite safe. Accommodation is inexpensive, just 20 crystals for a twin room, with ample supplies. Would you like to select some people to move there, perhaps 30 to 40? We should leave some space in case any other major clients arrive. Chapter 39. Towards the Sun Base. Ning Tang retrieved a brochure from the RV and handed it to Song Jun. This. Song Jun exclaimed, astonished after glancing at it a few times. He could hardly believe such a place still existed in this post-apocalyptic world, yet it was run by their boss, so its credibility was undoubtedly 100%. He passed the brochure to a few nearby individuals, who exchanged incredulous glances. Could Boss Ning truly open a hotel in their base? Surely. They began discussing right in front of Ning Tang, deciding to send those with lesser abilities from the base, while the more capable individuals remained to protect it. Once the Dawn Hotel upgrades sufficiently, perhaps I can move everyone from the prosperous base there, Ning Tang said earnestly. The conditions here were truly harsh, with extreme weather accompanied by frequent beast tides, and they possessed enough crystal cores to warrant relocating. Most importantly, she felt the upgrade of the Dawn Hotel was paramount. With a large number of crystal cores, she couldn't bear to see them go unspent at the hotel, which kept her awake at night. No. Why did she still possess such a strong sense of ambition? Song Jun understood Ning Tang's good intentions. He paused for a few seconds before responding. We grasp your intentions, boss, but we cannot leave. Ning Tang was puzzled, and Song Jun continued. Even in this apocalypse, no one knows if civilization will return. But as long as we survive, as long as our lineage can continue, that day will eventually come. He paused. This is our land, the land of the Huaxia people. Even if no one from the prosperous base survives, when civilization is restored, our bones will lie in this land, and no one can take it from us. Tears glimmered in Song Jun's eyes. In the early days of the apocalypse, they faced a considerable amount of harassment from other nations, and while some suggested heading south to more hospitable grounds, they had declined, bidding farewell to the crowds moving south. Before the apocalypse, they had been stationed here as border defense troops, and even after, they chose to remain steadfast. Ning Tang understood his resolve. She refrained from speaking further. After all, her Dawn convenience store could upgrade, and as long as it existed, she was contributing to their perseverance. All right, make your selections quickly. I will transport them. She also wanted to explore the south, where the abundance of insects and rodents likely promised more crystal cores.
Song Yun acted swiftly.
gathering 28 children and 8 elderly individuals from the base, those who had initially chosen to stay. They lacked any special abilities and were agreeable to being sent to the Dawn Hotel. Ning Tang watched as Song Jun distributed a large bag of crystal cores to each of them, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She then quickly composed herself, pressing her lips together, bemused by her instinctual ambition. Ning Tang made 4 trips to transport these individuals to the Dawn Hotel. The front desk attendant, Octopus, glared at her in exasperation, lamenting that his life would never again be peaceful. Little did Octopus know, these children, having grown up in the apocalypse, had seemingly evolved beyond the instinct to cry and scream. The children remained remarkably quiet as several adults from the base escorted them upstairs to wash up, and then changed into their pajamas before coming down for dinner. The hotel was genuinely warm, rendering their winter clothing a burden. During this time, 2 younger children, overwhelmed with joy, let out a few squeals, only to be swiftly silenced by the older children who reprimanded them. Warning: do you want to attract the mutated beasts with your loudness? The child soon realized, upon observing the bright and secure environment of the hotel, that they were safe from the creatures. She gently patted the smaller child's face, reminding him, you must not make a ruckus here either. Do you understand? If you annoy the base leader, they might send you back to feed the polar bears. The child, wide-eyed with terror, nodded while covering his mouth, not wishing to be sent back. In her final task, Ning Tang raised her hand to show the personnel of the Fuqiang base the scene of the children in the hotel, hoping to reassure them and ensure that the children could continue to stay at the Dawn Hotel, thus allowing her to earn more. The parents of the children watched, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they saw their little ones gleefully purchasing pajamas, seemingly return to a civilized society, carefree and unburdened. Ning Tang, however, did not leave them much time for sentimentality. She had to hurry south. After sending off the last group, she instructed Monkey Brother to head for a coastal city in the south. This choice was made because the map indicated that this city harbored the largest concentration of bases, albeit scattered, with most being small bases housing merely hundreds or thousands of people. The location Ning Tang selected was a slightly larger base, accommodating roughly 8,000 to 9,000 individuals. As the RV arrived at the Xiangri base, it was only 3 in the afternoon. The entrance of the base was sparsely populated, with only 2 guards standing in the shade. Outside, the heat was palpable. Ning Tang, dressed in long sleeves and pants, donned a hat as she disembarked, eager to experience the local temperature. However, just a few steps from the RV, she was met with a wave of humid warmth, akin to being licked by a heated bovine. Defeated, she retreated back into the RV. As the vehicle approached the base entrance, the 2 guards noticed and fired a shot in front of the vehicle. Ning Tang was taken aback, this being her first encounter with such stern treatment. Nonetheless, she dismissed it as heightened vigilance on their part. Without dwelling on it, Ning Tang stepped out of the vehicle, clarifying, do not misunderstand, I am here to sell supplies. She waved the bread and water in her hands, asking, could you allow me entry into the base? I have a substantial amount of supplies in my vehicle, and there are hardly any people at the entrance. Ning Tang felt compelled to elaborate, as the guards' expressions were excessively stern, showing none of the excitement others had displayed upon seeing supplies. The 2 guards exchanged glances before firing another shot at the ground, barking, get lost. No entry for idle folks. Ning Tang felt a surge of anger. What was wrong with these 2? Even with heightened vigilance, this was excessive. Given the rapid infection rate of the zombie virus, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to conceal a bite wound and enter the base, which had facilitated her smooth entry into previous bases. Host, I sense there may be an issue. The system spoke suddenly. There is something peculiar, not related to the task or to you, but it is indeed problematic. Ning Tang was momentarily bewildered by the system's words. She was merely there to sell goods and had no desire to meddle in affairs beyond her purpose. She resolved to leave, but after driving 500 meters, she halted, curiosity piquing her interest about the nature of the problem. Monkey Brother was capable of remarkable transformations, yet its activities were limited to the hotel and the RV. She herself had a protective shield. Was she to charge in recklessly? How about this, host? I can offer you an invisibility pill for 2 level 5 crystal cores. Chapter 40. The Basement. The system proposed, and although Ning Tang suspected it aimed to profit, she acquiesced. If she didn't investigate, She would likely lie awake at night pondering the issue at hand. After consuming the invisibility pill, the system informed her of its 2-hour duration. Leaving the RV parked. Knowing no one could tamper with it, Ning Tang confidently exited and walked into the Xiangri base. The Xiangri base exuded an inexplicable discomfort for Ning Tang. Unlike the previous bases, some of which had repurposed former schools or were newly constructed, this one, while not luxurious, felt distinctly unsettling. Perhaps her bias stemmed from the guards' aggressive behavior, tainting her perception of the base. The sun blazed fiercely, and aside from patrolling personnel, there were few others moving about. Following the system's guidance, Ning Tang navigated deeper into the base. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, she finally spotted the building indicated by the system, a large mansion with several guards stationed at the entrance, from which faint melodies drifted. As Ning Tang approached, she was struck by the intense air conditioning emanating from within. She clicked her tongue and continued onward, and as anticipated, she stumbled upon a scene of indulgence, where lavish festivities unfolded amidst the contrast of the sweltering exterior. The guards outside appeared nearly cooked, while the revelers within basked in the cool comfort of their party. Ning Tang voiced her thoughts to the system, but before it could respond, she noticed sushi laid out nearby. She picked one up, preparing to savor it when she suddenly heard a gasp from a nearby individual. Glancing at the sushi in her hand, she realized it had likely not been rendered invisible. Wait a moment, why was that person speaking in Japanese? Ning Tang set the sushi down and stepped back, observing intently. The sight of the room filled with opulent individuals chattering away in Japanese sent a chill down her spine. The oddity lies here. Just moments ago, that man fired at you, and I distinctly heard another man exclaim "Baka." The system chimed in with fervor, sensing the peculiarity, asserting that it could not abide such occurrences in the Greater China area. You understand my intent, right? I just happen to have crystal cores. Understood. I have sleep-inducing medication available, which induces unconsciousness for 12 hours at the cost of 1 level 4 crystal core, and a never-wake pill, requiring 2 level 4 crystal cores. Additionally, I have large knives and various firearms, though you might not know how to wield them. However, I scanned and discovered approximately several hundred individuals confined in a nearby basement. They should possess the skills required. Ning Tang opted for the sleep-inducing medication. Though this world was not her own, it bore a striking resemblance, and with such a golden opportunity at hand, she resolved to take action against those inconsiderate individuals. The system's concoction was remarkably user-friendly. A small vial of serum spread through the air. As soon as she opened it, all the occupants of the room, except for her, collapsed instantly. Ning Tang seized a dining knife and plunged it into the face of a fallen man beside her, pleased to see the blood pooling without him stirring. With the vial in hand, she exited, and the guards at the entrance, along with the patrols ahead, all fell silently to the ground. To be cautious, Ning Tang instructed the system to release the off-road vehicle that had transported her on the first day. She drove around the base with the vial in hand, even running over the 2 guards as she passed by. It was only when the system confirmed that no one remained conscious on the base's surface that Ning Tang secured the vial and drove toward the basement. The entrance to the basement was conspicuously located near the trading street of the base. Ning Tang retrieved the keys from a fallen guard and unlocked the door to enter. Upon stepping into the basement, a wave of putrid odor nearly made her retch. The stench was suffocating, prompting her to take a step back before she ruthlessly stabbed a few more times at the nearby guards. How revolting, she thought. You people can only engage in such absurdities. She took a deep breath, bracing herself to rush in. The staircase leading to the basement was long and winding, and Ning Tang felt as though she had been walking for ages before finally stepping onto solid ground again. Upon surveying the scene in the basement, her anger peaked. One side was crammed with hundreds of shadowy humanoid figures, while a wall away, a group of foul-smelling mutated beasts lurked. She struggled to identify them but could vaguely discern mutated pigs and dogs among the grotesque creatures. Beneath their feet lay numerous bones, shaped disturbingly like human remains. Were these wretches being kept here to feed the aberrations? System, are these people of Huaxia? Affirmative. Ning Tang drew a dining knife from her pocket and, fueled by rage, plunged it into the neck of the sole guard in the basement. The crowd showed little reaction to the guard's sudden collapse. They appeared utterly numbed. Ning Tang spoke directly, stating that all the little devils had been dispatched, leaving them to choose whether to seek revenge or cower in fear. Having said this, she promptly turned and ascended. The stench below was unbearable. Ning Tang did not allow the system to lift the invisibility effect yet. She wished to observe. Moments later, the first person emerged from the basement, followed by a second, then a third. They appeared gaunt and stood in place, shielding their eyes as if they had not seen sunlight in ages, needing time to acclimate. Ning Tang watched as they bent down to rummage through the belongings of the fallen guard, retrieving weapons before violently turning them upon their own. Satisfied, she commanded the system to deactivate her invisibility, clapping her hands to silence the enraged crowd.
Stop.
First, listen to me. All the little devils here are doomed to die today. This place will become the Xiangyang division of the Dawn base, and I shall be its leader. Those who wish to remain, each of you bring one still-breathing little devil to the front square. Remember to check their pockets to ensure they possess crystal cores. With that, Ning Tang turned and drove off in her all-terrain vehicle, intending to retrieve the food cart. Upon her return, she found approximately 500 individuals gathered in the square, each standing beside a seemingly lifeless little devil. Ning Tang wasted no time and opened the food cart, with SpongeBob and Monkey Brother quickly taking their positions. The supplies in the cart had changed. The meals now consisted of curry chicken cutlet and seafood noodles, while clothing transformed into short-sleeve shirts, shorts, and flip-flops. The medicinal supplies had also altered, now including mosquito repellent and Huixiang Jingqi water. Ning Tang directed the crowd to queue up, instructing them to use the little devil's crystal cores to purchase supplies. Afterward, she had them help the little devils to their feet, forcefully selling them a portion of provisions as well. Once all supplies were purchased, she instructed them to continue bringing in the little devils until every last one was gathered in the square. The used-up little devils were then directed by Ning Tang to be tossed onto a nearby patch of open ground for disposal. Fueled by the deep-seated vendetta, these emaciated figures were invigorated, with Monkey Brother efficiently dispatching each little devil with a single blow, tossing them aside with precision and force. With Monkey Brother and SpongeBob present, Ning Tang felt reassured. She prepared to take her vehicle out for a spin, hoping to scout other bases for any remaining threats. Chapter 41. Documentary. Ning Tang drove for several hours, yielding promising results. The bases were populated by native Huaxia people. She conversed with several individuals from these bases, learning that the Xiangri base was originally known as the Xiangyang base. Ning Tang was taken aback. Such serendipity. Back then, the Xiangyang base was the largest in the region, with no entry restrictions, allowing everyone to exchange goods freely. Yet suddenly, it had undergone a name change and a complete transformation. No longer did it welcome trade, and even a fly could not enter. Anyone lingering at the entrance for too long would be met with gunfire from the guards. Ning Tang scoffed. Clearly, they feared exposure. Having taken over the rabbit's burrow, she informed the base inhabitants that the Xiangri base would revert to its original name, the Xiangyang base, and that she would be selling supplies there the following morning, encouraging them to support her. After visiting 5 bases in total, Ning Tang estimated it was nearly time to return. Upon her arrival, she found SpongeBob and Monkey Brother still tidying up. One side of the square was piled high with countless supplies, while the other was heaped with the bloodied remains of the little devils. Ning Tang took let softly. These people had been imprisoned in the basement for so long that their hands trembled, dragging the little devils along the ground. Monkey Brother had been working tirelessly, striking with neither too much gentleness nor excessive force. Surely, the little devils would understand. Once all the little devils had received their supplies, the exhausted crowd sank down on the square, ravenously devouring their meals. One individual approached Ning Tang, his face smeared with dirt, yet she recognized him as the first man to emerge from the basement. Base leader, I am Mingyu, the captain of the 6th squad from the former Xiangyang base. I would like to inquire how we should handle these beasts. Do not rush. Once everyone is full, whether you wish to slice them one by one or set them ablaze, it is entirely your choice. The system informed Ning Tang that the sleeping drug not only induced slumber, but kept the mind conscious while the body lay dormant, meaning these little devils would be painfully aware of their suffering, a delightful twist. After the crowd finished their meals, those with strength resumed their work wielding machetes. Having vented their frustrations, they unanimously decided to pour gasoline and set the wretches ablaze. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the faces of the furious crowd. Ning Tang instructed the system to lift the drug's effects, enabling them to witness their own demise. The air filled with anguished wails, and some instinctively crouched down, covering their heads, but as realization dawned, they rose to spit defiantly at the flames. These beasts were undeniably doomed. Satisfied with the scene, Ning Tang beckoned Mingyu over. You lead the others in organizing. I will return tomorrow. In my absence, manage the base affairs on my behalf. Mingyu nodded anxiously. Ning Tang's sudden appearance had resolved their predicament and saved many. They would not dare harbor any dissenting thoughts. Ning Tang undertook these actions fueled by a resentment steeped in modern history. She had no desire to manage the base, as it was a tremendous hassle. She planned to assess the situation the next day. If the base proved inadequate, she would expel the current inhabitants and bring in more reliable individuals, such as those from the Fujiang base. For this base was promising, and she had claimed it. The inhabitants were not necessarily essential. Ning Tang returned to the base at 7:30, first heading upstairs to affectionately cuddle several fluffy creatures. The panda and 2 wolf cubs were particularly clingy, while the little tiger seemed preoccupied with its own endeavors, busily digging into the grass and playfully tussling with the big yellow dog. After a moment of affection, Ning Tang returned to wash up and change into her pajamas. Little Fu Gui had prepared braised lion's head, chestnut chicken wings, sauerkraut fish, and garlic stir-fried lettuce, so fragrant that she could hardly resist devouring 3 bowls of rice. After eating, she let out a few satisfied burps and went downstairs to digest. This delightful meal was simply too gratifying. The hall was bustling with activity. The dining area was lively, with over 20 children sitting together obediently for their meal, while others ate and glanced at the television, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The lounge was filled with the second generation from the Huizhong base, all fixated on the television with fried skewers and milk tea before them. Upon closer inspection, Ning Tang noticed some unfamiliar faces among the second generation. These individuals were devouring food with both hands. She approached the front desk to inquire with Octopus Brother, who informed her that the man with a mole beneath his eye had brought 6 people to stay at the inn today. Ning Tang pondered for a moment. The man with a mole beneath his eye, could that be Gu Qingchuan? Goodness, had they come as a group to the Huizhong base? However, the Spark base is indeed her major client. It seems that in an effort to heighten the difficulty, the Dawn Hotel has been situated in a desolate location where not a single soul passes by, making it unlikely for new customers to arrive for days. Without the Spark base, her rapid advancement would not be guaranteed. Observing the overflowing snacks and milk tea in the lounge area, Ning Tang couldn't help but chuckle. The Spark base truly embodies loyalty, sending over a multitude of gluttons. On the sofa, Li Yang and his companions were filled with regret, wishing they could turn back time and knock out their former selves who stubbornly argued with Gu Qinghuan. How ungrateful they had been. Aside from the patrons from the Spark base, a new guest had arrived at the hotel today. Octopus Brother had specifically mentioned this to Ning Tang. As the new guest was a striking beauty, he described how Red 2, lounging on the sofa and watching television, nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing her. Ning Tang quickly turned her head in search of the new arrival, and indeed, there she was in the dining area, an enchanting woman with blue hair and an ethereal demeanor, exuding the essence of a goddess. Ning Tang stole a few glances before looking away. She had finally acquired a mobile tablet, yet for some reason, she found herself working incessantly these past few days with no time for leisure. She opened a game, determined to unwind. Half an hour later, in a fit of frustration, she shut down the screen, cursing the wretched game that was supposed to be relaxing but felt more like a grind. After trying another game for 30 minutes, she was left speechless at the sheer monotony. Opening yet another game, she discovered it required in-game purchases. Forget it, she would not play anymore. Instead, she decided to watch a movie. By 9:30, Ning Tang had completely surrendered to her exhaustion. After a prolonged absence from her phone, she found herself inept at using it. She settled on watching Empresses in the palace. The sudden influx of hotel guests made the lounge area feel cramped, with the children from the prosperous base seated on the carpet. After observing the situation, Ning Tang called for Tomcat and requested another television to be mounted in the second-floor lounge. The prosperous base members, upon hearing her instructions, promptly ushered the children upstairs. Ning Tang then browsed a shopping app and purchased a documentary, planning to screen some educational content on the second floor, as she could not bear the thought of children lacking academic pressure. Chapter 42. Instant freeze. Ning Tang rubbed her eyes. If she were not dreaming, then surely she was dreaming. Who could explain to her why? Just yesterday, she had been comfortably clad in a short-sleeved pajama, and today the sky was dusted with snow. Like goose feathers? Standing on the expansive terrace, she was filled with questions as the two little wolves beside her leaped clumsily, attempting to catch the snowflakes. However, it seemed as though an invisible barrier enveloped the terrace, causing the snow to vanish upon contact. Had it not been for the protective shield of the hotel, she would have awoken to find the little wolves frozen solid. Host, did I not mention that the climate in the post-apocalyptic world is erratic? This is a normal phenomenon. Now you should seize the opportunity, as the hotel guests are certainly ill-prepared for winter attire. Ning Tang resignedly nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the heavy snowfall, her business prospects had arrived, marking the onset of a long and tiring day. Yi Meng and Hu Yu, distracted while sipping their porridge, had forgotten to bring winter clothing. After spending a few tranquil days at the Dawn Hotel, they had lost sight of the fact that the climate in the post-apocalyptic world changes daily. Such sudden freezes were commonplace. It was a mystery how the hotel managed to maintain a spring-like warmth within, regardless of the scorching heat or biting cold outside. They were living comfortably, completely oblivious to the need to return to the Wu Hai base to retrieve their belongings. At another table, Hong Da and Hong Er were also troubled. Winter had arrived far too swiftly this year. Although last year had also seen a sudden freeze. It had at least been mid-October. Life in the hotel was pleasant, but the outside world was a different story. They had ventured out in the morning only to be met with the biting cold, causing Red Air to unleash a torrent of snot. At the hotel entrance, Ning Tang opened the food cart. She had just checked the convenience store, and the vending machine had transformed its offerings from sleepwear and slippers into plush pajamas and cotton slippers, available in various styles and colors. She picked a white cat-themed pajama set and a matching pair of paw slippers, feeling that they were both comfortable and warm, though they were only suitable for the hotel. The pajamas were far too thin for the harsh outdoor weather. Fortunately, her food cart was stocked with thermal clothing, ensuring that none of the hotel guests would suffer from the cold. Redda and Red Air, clad in layers of pajamas, encouraged each other before stepping outside. Determined to enjoy their time at the Dawn Hotel, they were willing to brave the cold and confront the zombies. As they exited, they spotted Ning Tang standing by the pink food cart, and before they could greet her, Red Air, with keen eyes, noticed the thermal clothing behind her. Come quickly. Thermal suits, snow boots, and heated undergarments, all for 35 crystals, limited to 5 sets per person, and can be purchased with the hotel recharge card. First come, first served. Ning Tang eagerly waved them over. The food cart was stationed in front of the hotel, where the temperature was comfortable under the protective shield. Though Ning Tang wished to wear her cotton pajamas, they were still unwashed from her recent purchase, so she remained in her short-sleeved pajamas and slippers. The sensation was delightful, akin to being in a mosquito net, where one could observe the mosquitoes flitting about without a single one touching a hair. Only now, the mosquitoes had been replaced by snowflakes. Besides the visitors from the prosperous base, all the other hotel patrons were queuing at the food cart. Zhang Hua, feeling the extraordinary texture of the thermal clothing, was exhilarated and sought out Ning Tang. Ning boss, I wonder if these thermal suits can be sold in bulk? Our base is in dire need. Ning Tang had just bid farewell to Gu Qingchuan, having arranged to sell supplies at the Spark base in the afternoon, when Zhang Hua approached her. Wait a minute, Ning Tang recalled. Hadn't she already sold supplies at the Wu Hai base? Did Zhang Hua not know? Yes. But during her previous visit to the Wu Hai base, the thermal suit was included in the offerings, and nearly everyone in line had made a purchase. Zhang Hua paused, realizing that Wang Qing and the others had not mentioned it. He unconsciously assumed that the previous sales had only included food items. However, if the base had indeed obtained thermal clothing, it could lead to significant complications. Hastily bidding farewell, Zhang Hua rushed back to the base. His instincts were correct. Once the majority of the base's residents acquired thermal suits, their survival needs would be secured, prompting them to entertain other thoughts. Some would attempt to sell them at exorbitant prices to others, resulting in a chaotic scramble as crystalline cores exchanged hands and the thermal suits vanished in an instant. Others, seizing the opportunity during work hours, would raid their neighbors' homes, expecting to profit handsomely. only to arrive at the agreed location and find their bags empty while the thermal suits lay undisturbed in the thieves' wardrobes. Ning Tang had foreseen these disruptions long ago, but she merely inscribed no resale on the tags and left the rest to let them face the consequences of their greed. Upon arriving at the Xiangyang base, it was just past 8 o'clock. City had plunged into winter overnight, yet the air here remained sweltering. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Xiangyang base, taking advantage of the cool morning to arrive early. Fortunately, this area had previously been the headquarters of a bike-sharing company, so nearly everyone possessed a bicycle, making the commute effortless. Nobody bothered to question the veracity of Ning Tang's claims from the previous day. The weather in N City was scorching, and they required more water resources, yet clean fresh water could only be sourced from water-based superpowers. Were it not for biological necessity, they would gladly evolve beyond the need for water, as acquiring it had become a formidable challenge. They toiled tirelessly daily, and the crystalline cores they earned scarcely provided enough for their families to drink. Ning Tang's assertion that water could be purchased here, whether true or not,
compelled them to make the journey.
Mingyu stood defiantly behind the iron gate, facing the crowd. The previous day, Ning Tang had departed without uttering a word, and now, early in the morning, the entrance was abuzz with commotion. Someone informed him that a woman driving a vehicle had sent them to procure supplies. Mingyu instinctively thought of Ning Tang, yet until she arrived, he could not ascertain whether this group genuinely sought to acquire provisions or harbored ulterior motives regarding the Xiangyang base. Fortunately, no one dared to force their way through, and Mingyu exchanged glances with them from behind the iron gate. Upon the appearance of a pink camper van, a wave of relief washed over him. Ning Tang had become their guardian angel, and her arrival bolstered their spirits. As the food truck opened, the crowd surged forward, and Brother Monkey adeptly stepped in, wielding his staff with precision. Those struck dared not push further, lining up obediently, while onlookers feared that the same fate would befall them. In an instant, the once chaotic throng transformed into a semblance of order. Ning Tang approached the gate to converse with Mingyu, inquiring whether the remaining supplies in the base would suffice for their sustenance for a while. Having witnessed the revelry of that group the day before, she surmised there must be ample resources within the base. Mingyu nodded in agreement, confirming that the warehouse contained a considerable stock, along with the mutated beasts left behind by that group of brutes. Ning Tang recalled the gruesome scene in the basement and declared that those beasts needed to be dealt with. Henceforth, they would not lack for supplies. However, she was unwilling to harbor idle individuals, intending to recruit more personnel. Regardless of their previous prowess, she insisted they swiftly enhance their abilities and manage the base effectively. With only a few hundred inhabitants in such a vast area, Xiangyang base could not sustain itself, yet they could not rush the recruitment process. The current residents were mere skeletons, incapable of maintaining order, and patience was required. As Ning Tang had anticipated, the area surrounding the base was rife with chaos. Not far from the food truck, a group of burly individuals stood guard at the critical exit from Xiangyang base. Armed and imposing, they threatened anyone who dared pass by, their heightened abilities leaving victims with little choice but to comply. During the brief moment Ning Tang spoke with Mingyu, the pile of stolen goods around that group grew considerably. Noticing Ning Tang's gaze, several men leered at her, whistling, seemingly granting her a semblance of respect for her youthful beauty, refraining from directly robbing her. Ning Tang couldn't help but chuckle internally. Such deference was merely cowardice, a test of her capabilities. Should she remain unresponsive, they would undoubtedly take advantage. She resolved to draw out the vermin and strike decisively. As expected, seeing her lack of reaction emboldened some to stir. An hour passed, with 5 groups encircling the crowd, each burdened with their ill-gotten gains. The robbed individuals returned home, faces downcast. Having endured such indignities for 5 years in this apocalypse, their spirits dulled by relentless misfortune. When asked why they didn't unite to resist, the relentless trials had worn them down, leaving no room for heroism or solidarity among the weary populace. They merely sought to survive another day. Gradually, those who had procured supplies hesitated to venture further, opting instead to remain near the food truck and consume their hauls, knowing that venturing out could cost them everything. Observing that no one dared to emerge, the first group, convinced of Ning Tang's lack of threat, rushed toward the food truck, followed closely by others eager to secure their share. Ning Tang chuckled softly, Realizing that these pests were rather predictable, she tapped Brother Monkey, who instinctively handed her the golden staff, which transformed into a bow and arrow. Thanks to the synergy between Brother Monkey and the system, she could now shoot arrows independently, with him merely adjusting her aim as needed. The first group, upon seeing Ning Tang aim her bow at them, scoffed derisively, mocking her as a mere girl wielding a flimsy weapon. However, their laughter was abruptly silenced as 4 of them fell to the ground, arrows embedded in their foreheads. Without granting the remaining groups a moment to react, she swiftly turned and fired again, leaving over a dozen more slain in mere seconds. A sense of unease enveloped the crowd, who had been growing restless. They fell silent, fearful of provoking her wrath. Those robbed suddenly felt a weight in their carts, discovering them filled to the brim with supplies. The individuals feasting nearby paused, gathering their belongings and expressing gratitude to Ning Tang, with some older patrons bowing in tears. Surprised by their reverence, Ning Tang sought refuge behind Brother Monkey, feeling unworthy of such adulation. While many expressed gratitude, an equal number of peculiar characters emerged. A group of a dozen individuals, burdened with bags, approached Ning Tang, having witnessed her low prices and swift justice against the wrongdoers. They perceived her as a benevolent figure, ready to exploit her kindness. Without hesitation, a woman spoke up, demanding, "Boss, why didn't you eliminate those ruffians sooner? If you had acted promptly, we wouldn't have had to consume so much of our supplies. We traveled far to bring something back to our families, and now there's less for everyone. My son and grandson have been starving for ages. You must take responsibility." Her voice, filled with entitlement, was echoed by the others, who insisted that Ning Tang owed them compensation for their diminished supplies. Several burly men advanced, pushing aside those in line, loudly banging on the counter. Ning Tang hesitated, her hand poised to pass the golden staff back to Brother Monkey. "Are you implying that after consuming your own supplies, I owe you reparations? Is it not your fault for failing to act sooner against those thieves?" Laughter bubbled within her. The audacity of these individuals was astounding. "I will say this only once. Leave at once, or face the consequences." The group, infuriated by her refusal to compensate, dismissed her previous display of skill. They believed that as long as they were close, they could easily overpower her. Ning Tang, witnessing their stubbornness, smiled, having already extended her final chance. Stepping back, she drew her bowstring taut, and those calculating men attempted to rush her, only to find themselves inexplicably rooted to the ground. Those standing further back recognized the shift in the atmosphere and quickly turned to flee. Ning Tang offered no quarter. In an instant, golden feathered arrows flew from her bow, striking true, the sound of flesh meeting steel reverberating chillingly. Among the estimated 7,000 to 8,000 individuals present, a profound silence engulfed the area, and Ning Tang remained poised, casually toying with her bow. Those who had acquired supplies attempted to maintain composure, but once they were a few dozen meters from the food truck, they pedaled furiously, desperate to escape, feeling no guilt for their actions, yet wishing they could flee with their bicycles. The individuals in line remained utterly silent, even as they gently placed their crystal cores into the receptacle, as though fearful of producing any noise. After SpongeBob handed them their items, they exited with an air of determined urgency. Ning Tang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of several short-legged ones scurrying about with remarkable speed. Once they completed their purchases, Ning Tang drove the vehicle into the base. The inhabitants of the base were likely well-stocked, yet she intended to profit whenever possible. After all, as the leader of the base, it was imperative for them to make purchases. The efficiency of the base's residents was commendable. Ning Tang observed that the square had been impeccably tidied, with everyone washed and donned in fresh attire. Aside from appearing somewhat gaunt, the spirits of the populace were quite high, as they stood in the square awaiting her directives. Ning Tang refrained from idle chatter, simply stating that while she was absent, Mingyu would manage the base, and she encouraged everyone to queue for supplies at the food truck, a request met with unanimous enthusiasm. As food held immense value in the apocalypse, and the more one could acquire, the better. The sales figures from today, combined with those from yesterday, would suffice for Ning Tang to open 2 more Dawn convenience stores, yet she was not in haste to establish one at the Xiangyang base. On one hand, the base housed only a few hundred individuals, making it economically unfeasible. On the other hand, she still needed to sell winter clothing at various bases in City H. necessitating the presence of the food truck. Chapter 44. An awkward encounter. At the fire seed base, the air was filled with the sound of gongs and drums, and firecrackers exploded in a cacophony. Is the fire seed base truly this ostentatious? Ning Tang thought, her mind racing as she beheld the neatly arranged residents of the base before her. At the forefront of the formation stood Hien, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. Wait, are you also in a leadership position? Ning Tang pondered, momentarily feeling as if she was witnessing a military parade. She glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror. Had she known the fire seed base would present such a spectacle, she would have at least washed her face beforehand. Ensuring there were no visible flaws, Ning Tang summoned her courage to step out of the vehicle, determined not to lose the imposing presence of the owner of the Dawn Hotel. As she alighted, a barrage of applause erupted, the crowd clapping as if to shatter the sound barrier. Ning Tang forced a smile. Hien raised his hand, and the applause ceased abruptly. Just as she intended to greet him, Hien bellowed, "Prepare." A sense of foreboding washed over her. What was he about to orchestrate? Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to you. The thunderous, unified chant left Ning Tang wishing she could turn and flee. Hien beamed at her with the brightest smile she had ever seen, clearly pleased with the base's display. Host, do you realize what this is? This is nothing short of humiliating, she thought. Hien strode toward her, radiating an air of self-satisfaction that was both perplexing and somewhat charming. Upon reaching her, he enthusiastically grasped her hands, his face alight with joy. Boss Ning, we are thrilled to have you at the Fire Seed base to sell supplies. We hope for fruitful collaboration and anticipate establishing a lasting partnership with the Dawn Hotel. We welcome your visit for inspection and oversight. Hien was genuinely delighted. Having enjoyed a few days of dry ration since returning, he fully appreciated the value of the Dawn Hotel. Gu Qingchuan had informed him that Ning Tang was considering opening a branch at the Fire Seed base, prompting him to suspend all ongoing work to arrange a grand welcoming event. Following the template used for previous inspections by leaders, he believed this approach would please everyone, as it seemed to have left Ning Tang quite taken aback. Hien thought to himself that this was a sure success. All right, without further ado, let us commence. Ning Tang interjected, eager to return to Hien's previous, more rebellious demeanor. Following Hien, she drove the vehicle to a square at the Fire Seed base, where the food truck was positioned in front of a two-story building adorned with a red carpet. As the food truck's operations commenced, Ning Tang confidently left SpongeBob and Monkey Brother to handle the work, accompanying Hien into the building. The doors of the two-story structure stood wide open, revealing thick carpets within and a roaring fireplace nearby. Hien explained that this was a lounge specially prepared for her. Host, do you know what this resembles? Ning Tang was still somewhat taken aback. This was the first base to show her such consideration. What does it resemble? She inquired. Like a foldable bed prepared in a workstation, a friendly reminder, the Fire Seed base has over 100,000 residents. Ning Tang was taken aback. Indeed. The next moment Hien spoke again, Boss Ning, given our large population, I wonder if you might consider staying with us for a day. If you're not too busy. Ning Tang, internally conflicted, was about to decline. She had no particular desire to work tirelessly. The distinction between thousands and tens of thousands of people held little significance for her. Just as she was about to refuse, she recalled her understanding of the suffering endured by the Fire Seed base's residents. As the owner of the Dawn Hotel, it is my duty to assist, she declared, her voice tinged with emotion. The prospect of the random door and the strength potion was irresistible. Staying for a day was not out of the question. Hien was taken aback, having not anticipated such a high level of commitment from Ning Tang. He felt a surge of admiration. The words of persuasion he had prepared caught in his throat, and as he raised his hand to pat Ning Tang on the shoulder in a gesture of gratitude, he hesitated, reconsidering the appropriateness of physical contact with her. Instead, he stroked his own hair, attempting to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. However, from Ning Tang's perspective, it appeared as though he was suddenly flaunting his charm with a few flirtatious glances. Ning Tang found this behavior rather peculiar. Hien seemed to have taken a tumble into a vat of oil in recent days. With a serious demeanor, Hien intended to guide Ning Tang in exploring the Fire Seed base when an assistant suddenly approached him, whispering something in his ear. Observing Hien's increasingly furrowed brow, Ning Tang, ever perceptive, gestured for him to attend to his business, not wishing to linger and risk facing another awkward situation. The Fire Seed base undoubtedly exemplified the pinnacle of organization among bases, leaving Ning Tang in awe of its discipline and scale. Residents queued in a staggered manner. With only 100 individuals at the food truck at a time, once one group finished, another emerged from the building. It was a mystery how the Fire Seed base managed this. The residents in line moved swiftly, not uttering a word, while Monkey Brother lay atop the food truck, bored and dozing off. Ning Tang herself felt rather unamused, as Hien had left her with an assistant, a young woman with a sharp bob haircut. Chun Xian was ever mindful of Deputy Base Leader Hien's instructions, eager to showcase the base's disciplined atmosphere, allowing Ning Tang to experience the diligent spirit of the residents and the vast market potential of the Fire Seed base. However, first, Ning Tang had to step out of the lounge they had prepared for her. It was not that she was lazy. Rather, the cozy fireplace room aligned perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. The wooden floors and walls, the plush carpets and tapestries, the warm glow of the fireplace, along with the inviting fabric sofa that one never wishes to leave, all complemented by the swirling snowflakes outside, made Ning Tang feel as though she had been transported into a Nordic cabin from a storybook. Overwhelmed by comfort, she found no desire to step outside. Chun Xian prepared a cup of coffee for Ning Tang, who busied herself arranging the ornaments in the room. There was even a piano, but alas, Ning Tang could not play. She merely brushed her fingers across its keys. After a leisurely stroll around, she returned to the sofa, while Chun Xian awkwardly chuckled beside her, hesitant to urge Ning Tang to go for a walk. Chapter 45. The Mutated Chicken Leg. Host, do you not see that the young lady is anxiously pacing? Why do you sit here so placidly instead of accompanying her outside? The system could no longer bear the sight of Ning Tang, who seemed on the verge of dozing off on the sofa, completely unconcerned about the selection of a location for the branch. Did she not understand the significance of location for a hotel? After all, the Dawn Hotel had suffered from poor location choices, which led to dismal sales figures for previous hosts. Ning Tang felt a twinge of grievance. She had eagerly invited Chun Xian to join her on the sofa, but Chun Xian was unwilling. Oh dear. She will soon realize that whether or not she accompanies me for inspections, the branch will still open. Why bother with this interim? It's rather cold outside. The Fire Seed base was currently at a loss as to whether Ning Tang was willing to open a branch, treating her like a revered elder. Suddenly, Ning Tang had a thought. She rose and handed Chun Xian a kumquat. By the way, the leader today is Hien. What position does he hold at your base? And do you know Gu Qinghuan? She has an older brother named Gu Qingchuan. Chun Xian looked a bit surprised. Wasn't he the business discussed with the base leader? It seemed Ning Boss did not know the base leader. You must be referring to our base leader Gu and deputy base leader He. We certainly know Miss Gu. Although she is young, she often assists us with work.
Oh.
By the way, our base leader Gu should return very soon. If you're feeling bored, we could go for a walk or wait in the base leader's office. Ning Tang nearly choked on the kumquat juice.
What?
Gu Qingchuan is the base leader? Hien is the deputy base leader? The thought of the base leader of the largest Fire Seed base, laboring daily to transport supplies from the Dawn Hotel, struck her as absurd. Even the deputy base leader of the Wu Hai base did not engage in such tasks. Gu Qingchuan was indeed quite approachable. Moreover, the base leader and his sister resided outside for extended periods. Was that really permissible? Let's go. Take me out for a stroll. I've suddenly developed an interest in your base. Ning Tang donned a winter coat and stepped outside first, with Chun Xian quickly following behind. As they walked, Chun Xian muttered to herself, planning to show Ning Tang the factory first, then the residential area, and finally lead her to the base leader's office. Yes, that would do. Yet it was clear that Ning Tang had her own rhythm. Where is your restaurant? The restaurant is over here. Please follow me. Regardless, Ning Boss must have her own reasons. Going to the restaurant was acceptable as well. Hien had prepared thoroughly. The roads within the base had been cleared, and Ning Tang was provided with a vehicle and driver. The Fire Seed Base's restaurant boasted 3 floors, and with it being only a little past 4 o'clock, there were hardly any patrons apart from staff. Ning Tang explored diligently. The first floor showcased some rather unappetizing-looking flatbreads, with names that intimidated the faint of heart: Special Bug Flatbread, Special Tree Flatbread, and priced steeply at 21st level crystal cores each. There was a soup available, yet its price was 5 times that of the flatbreads, containing only green, leaf-like substances that utterly diminished Ning Tang's appetite. Additionally, there was a window displaying a massive barrel filled with a yellow-green mush. Curious about this peculiar offering, she glanced at the price tag. Bargain soup, 10 first-level crystal cores per bowl. Ning Tang remained unfazed. Although she lacked appetite, it was quite economical, allowing ordinary individuals a better chance of survival. She finally understood the plight of Hong Dahong and Hong Er, who had wept like they were in a famine during their first visit to the hotel restaurant. It was indeed remarkable how the inhabitants of the various bases maintained their spirits, considering that the Fire Seed base, being the finest, offered such fare. One could only imagine the conditions at other bases. Had she been served such food, Ning Tang would have rushed into a horde of zombies to enter existence within 3 days. The offerings on the second floor were noticeably better, albeit only slightly. The second floor featured a few meat dishes, but the prices were enough to make the system envious. If the Dawn Hotel set its prices this way, it would surely attract the attention of the underworld office and face severe consequences. Ning Tang curiously lingered a moment longer. If not for the greenish tint of the meat, she might have been tempted to try it, as she had yet to sample mutated meat. Ascending to the third floor, she encountered dishes that bore a closer resemblance to normal meals, yet their prices soared even higher, with the seemingly normal mutated chicken legs priced at 1/3 level crystal core each. Other meat dishes appeared less green, though still unappetizing, while the vegetables consisted solely of items resembling leafy greens, priced frighteningly high, 2 to 3 times more than the meat dishes. It made sense. No wonder the young individuals residing at the Dawn Hotel consumed so much in a single sitting, as few of them had been seen venturing out to hunt zombies for crystal cores. In comparison, the Dawn Hotel was surprisingly economical. Ning Tang selected a mutated chicken leg, and Chen Xin promptly stepped forward to swipe her card, demonstrating her acuity as an assistant. Ning Tang expressed her gratitude and moved forward with her chicken leg in hand. After a thorough exploration, she noticed no supplies being brought back from the Dawn Hotel by Gu Qingchuan. Turning to Chen Xin, she inquired, "Has your base leader recently brought back any quality supplies, like boxed meals or instant noodles?" "Yes, indeed. Initially, Minister Tan brought back some supplies daily, and later, the base leader did as well. Those supplies were designated as rations for the external mission teams. Those wishing to purchase them at a premium were all turned down by the base leader."
Minister Tan Yitzi?
I never would have guessed. Could it be that the officials of the Fire Seed base are all residing at her hotel? Ning Tang found a seat to enjoy her chicken leg while Chen Xin promptly went to fetch her some water. 3 minutes passed as Chen Xin made her rounds, and as Ning Tang chewed on her first bite of meat, she found herself growing increasingly frustrated. After several minutes of chewing, she stubbornly swallowed the morsel with difficulty, and Chen Xin quickly offered her water just in time to prevent her from choking. Sighing, Ning Tang pushed the chicken leg forward. "I seem to have lost my appetite." It was true. Her teeth had always been slightly larger than average, and now it felt as though each gap between her teeth was painfully stuffed. Chen Xin nodded with a smile. "That's perfectly fine. Very few can finish an entire mutated chicken leg. You need not worry about waste. These can be used for the bargain soup on the first floor, which is considered a welfare meal for our base." Unable to restrain herself, Ning Tang pulled out a toothpick to clean her teeth, and Chen Xin stood up to help dispose of the chicken leg in the bucket at the entrance, returning only after Ning Tang had finished. Ning Tang felt nostalgic. She had once been that perceptive worker. No, what was she reminiscing about? Host. It seems as though you have become a nouveau riche. While wealth has come, your temperament has not yet caught up. The system's remark was sharp. Yet it was precisely such a rare quality in Ning Tang that allowed the Dawn Hotel to thrive and expand. "You know nothing. I stand in solidarity with the working class, you wretched system." Chapter 46. The Base Leader. Ning Tang's curiosity about the Fire Seed base's restaurant evaporated entirely as she departed with resolute determination. Any further stay would only serve to offend her teeth. The vehicle circled the Spark base, and one could not help but remark on the excellent conditions here. The layout was well thought out, and the sanitation was commendable. Previously, in several other bases, one had encountered dilapidated shantytowns, but the Spark base was devoid of such issues. Chen Xin observed Ning Tang's expression with quiet delight. It seemed that Boss Ning was quite pleased. If the base director could make further efforts, the opening of a branch at their base would be imminent. The car halted before the office building of the Spark base, and Chen Xian invited Ning Tang to the 12th floor to meet the base director. Inside, only an assistant awaited them, who, along with Chen Xian, engaged Ning Tang in a discussion about the history of the base's construction to stave off any potential boredom. It turned out that the Spark base was a public-private partnership. In the early days of the apocalypse, the government collaborated with the wealthiest family in the world, the Gu family, to establish the Spark base. Initially, the base director was a representative of the government, but following the passing of the former director, the position was assumed by the individual with the highest contribution value, Gu Qingchuan. He Yan, representing the government, held the second highest contribution value, thus serving as the deputy director. Ning Tang listened with growing confusion. The novelty soon faded, and it felt akin to attending a lecture. Just as she was on the verge of dozing off, the office door swung open, and Gu Qingchuan entered, looking somewhat disheveled, with traces of blood on his face. Chen Xian and the other assistant appeared unfazed, peering around Gu Qingchuan's back to inquire about the items he had brought. As Ning Tang rose to greet him, Gu Qingchuan strode over and shook her hand, apologizing for keeping her waiting, explaining that he had been tied up all afternoon. After Ning Tang had agreed to visit the Spark base to sell supplies that morning, Gu Qingchuan had cancelled all his appointments, arranged for He Yan to prepare for Ning Tang's arrival, and transported himself to Europe via spatial transfer. He had noted that Ning Tang would likely bring some exquisite necklaces and believed she would appreciate diamonds and jewelry. So he had borrowed some from royal families in those regions. Although the process had been somewhat intricate, the outcome was perfectly satisfactory. Not long after, he had taken a brief tour of the base. Ning Tang was tempted to tease him about his high-ranking position and his lack of communication, but it seemed they were not yet familiar enough for such banter. Regretfully stifling her impulse, she could only grumble silently to the system. How does Boss Ning find our base? If you believe our base is satisfactory, perhaps you would consider the idea of opening a store? Gu Qingchuan suggested as he sat down on the sofa, wiping his hands with a wet wipe and pouring Ning Tang a cup of tea. Ning Tang felt a twinge of inner conflict. Other bases might genuinely rely on her supplies for survival, which bolstered her confidence when she boasted about wanting to become a base director. However, the Spark base had a stringent selection process for its leaders, and it appeared to be thriving. She hesitated to speak out of turn but still harbored a desire to try. After all, dreams were meant to be pursued, and she aspired to be at the helm. I believe the Spark base would indeed be a splendid choice for opening a store. I have such intentions, and if all goes smoothly, I could commence as early as tomorrow. Gu Qingchuan laughed heartily, raising his teacup and downing its contents, clearly appreciating Ning Tang's forthrightness. As Ning Tang was still formulating her next words, Gu Qingchuan gestured, revealing dozens of boxes spread across the table and carpet. He proceeded to open each one, unveiling an array of jewelry, necklaces, diamond rings, and crowns overflowing from the boxes, with a diamond scepter even standing upright beside the table. My heavens, system! Why do some of these look so familiar? ISNT that the crown of XX Queen? And that scepter looks oddly recognizable too. Oh my! All of it is genuine. What is he implying by displaying these? Surely, he doesn't intend to gift them to you? Oh my! How infuriating! No, calm down, host. He must have ulterior motives. He's trying to woo you. Quickly refuse this unsolicited gift. The system was flustered, realizing that Gu Qingchuan's offerings could obstruct its own plans to entice Ning Tang with jewels in the future, causing it considerable distress. Such a base thought. He must be enamored with you. Perhaps he merely wishes to showcase them for your admiration. Don't be too possessive over others' wealth. Just as Ning Tang finished her retort to the system, Gu Qingchuan spoke up. Boss Ning, in our gratitude, we at the Spark base are unaware of your preferences. So we have taken the liberty of presenting these items. If they please you, that would be splendid. Gu Qingchuan's smile was sincere, his obsidian-like eyes sparkling with delight. Ning Tang found herself at a loss for words to decline, for she genuinely desired the treasures. Yes, I do like them. Seeing your sincerity, I have decided to open an additional youth hostel. What do you think? Ning Tang's eyes sparkled with mirth. The hostel was already in her plans, but mentioning it now seemed to convey even more earnestness. Gu Qingchuan felt that his gifts were rather meager in comparison. Ning Tang's generosity was strikingly excessive. If Boss Ning is willing, we would be more than grateful. The system scoffed, realizing that Ning Tang was about to ensnare Gu Qingchuan in her trap, leaving him to pay for her schemes. Indeed, the youth hostel will serve as a branch of the Dawn Hotel, featuring 5 sets of quadruple bunk beds per room, charging 30 primary crystal cores per bed per month. The hostel will provide water, electricity, and heating. Initially, I plan to construct 3 buildings, accommodating approximately 30,000 people. The system had previously shown her the hostel's design, which was indeed impressive. Despite the numerous beds, they utilized T-Planet's space capsule design for privacy and independence. Chun Xian and the other assistants' eyes lit up at the mention of water and electricity. How luxurious. Gu Qingchuan, too, found it hard to believe. Ning Tang's capabilities seemed boundless. A hostel accommodating 30,000 people with such provisions? Had it been anyone else, he would have scoffed, but with Ning Tang, he felt an inexplicable trust. However, as I am opening both a supply shop and a hostel, I have a modest request. Surely, that is not unreasonable. The crux of the matter emerged, and Gu Qingchuan's expression grew serious. Given the magnitude of the investment, he felt it was only fair for Ning Tang to desire the Spark base. Of course, that's only fitting. Please do make your requests, and as long as the Spark base can accommodate them, we shall certainly comply. Ning Tang raised an eyebrow, encouraged by his words. In that case, she would not hold back. You see, the Spark base has that contribution value system, right? Having done so much, I wonder how much contribution value I might earn. Could it surpass yours? Gu Qingchuan paused, taken aback. Surpass him? Ning Tang awaited his response nervously, only to see him suddenly break into laughter. Gu Qingchuan was genuinely pleased. It turned out that Ning Tang truly aspired to acquire the Spark base. Certainly, establishing a supply store is of significant value, amounting to 5 million. The hostel, with water and heating provisions, would benefit the residents, totaling 30 million. Boss Ning's current contribution value stands at 35 million, placing her at the top. The 2 assistants exchanged bewildered glances. What did this mean? The base director had toiled for 5 years to achieve a contribution value of 30 million. And now he was promising Ning Tang a contribution value of 35 million. Did this not imply a potential change in leadership? Chapter 47. Still acting as the wealthy benefactor. Agreed. Ning Tang produced the contract for the transfer of the Spark base, along with a seal. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, she pressed Gu Qingchuan's thumb down, swiftly sealing the document upon realizing he showed no resistance. The rapidity of her actions left the system in shock, voicing, "Host, you are being rather presumptuous. How? Is this not akin to theft?" The key concern was whether, should the host truly establish her own power, she would continue to care for it and work diligently for the Dawn Hotel. There is no difference. It is indeed theft. So what? Gu Qingchuan's smile broadened as he congratulated Director Ning of the Ning base. Xiao Chun, prepare for Director Ning's succession ceremony tomorrow. Xiao Wang, please guide Director Ning through the operations of the base. I will assist Director Ning in the smooth transition of base affairs. Oh, by the way, before 10 o'clock tonight, there are 6 meetings that require your attendance, Director Ning. Are you prepared? Gu Qingchuan spoke rapidly, stepping forward to lightly tug at Ning Tang's arm, as if he intended to whisk her away to work immediately. No. That is entirely unnecessary. Gu Qingchuan, please calm down. Ning Tang felt overwhelmed by his words, rising in accordance with his gentle pull, while also instructing the system to store the various jewels before her into her space. Is it possible for me to desire the position of director of the Fire Seed base without having to manage the base's affairs? Would that be acceptable? Ning Tang asserted confidently, merely wishing to play the role of a leader out of boredom, occasionally basking in the admiration of others, without entangling herself further. Gu Qingchuan maintained a smile, replying, "That is not permissible, Director Ning. The affairs of the base are quite burdensome. Our deputy director, Hien, has been surviving on merely 4 hours of sleep for an entire week. Would you truly deprive him of any more of his rest? 4 hours. No wonder Hien looks so weary. Insufficient sleep often leads to such appearances," Ning Tang remarked. "As for you, I could merely have a nominal title while you wield the true power, right?" She gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "As for me, I have reached the age of retirement, and I would certainly prefer to return to Dawn Hotel and enjoy a life of sufficient rest," Gu Qingchuan replied. his expression filled with a deep yearning. Chun Xian and Xiao Wang, though somewhat bewildered, quickly accepted the reality of the power transition and stepped forward to stand beside Ning Tang, seemingly intent on ushering her into a meeting. No, no, no. Upon further reflection, while I have contributed supplies and accommodations, it would not be appropriate to simply seize the position of director from you. Instead, how about this? I will take a loss and become an investor in your base, acquiring shares and becoming a major stakeholder. You know about those former coal tycoons who invested in the entertainment industry, right? I will provide the supplies, but will not concern myself with any of your base's operations. I will simply be the coal boss, and you may refer to me as the big boss. The position of director should indeed be held by a professional. What do you think? Ning Tang shifted her perspective, realizing that being the financial backer was a better fit. She was not fixated on the title of director, as her true desire was to relish the privileges of leadership without the burdens of responsibility. That cannot be. Our director is chosen based on their contribution value. And Ning boss, your contributions rank first, making you the most deserving of the title. You need not worry. With me by your side, I assure you that your position as director will be secure, Gu Qingchuan reassured her, gesturing for her to relax. He harbored no resentment about losing his position. In this apocalyptic world, power merely served to make the mutated meat more palatable. Were it not for being trapped in this position, Gu Qingchuan would have long wished to abandon his responsibilities and simply lounge at Dawn Hotel. If that is the case, then I suppose I must forego the youth hostel, which would leave my contribution value at a mere 5 million, Ning Tang observed, realizing Gu Qingchuan seemed earnest. She suddenly felt invigorated. There were countless bases, and if necessary, she could simply switch to another. She did not feel particularly attached to being the leader of the Fire Seed base. The system was in a state of panic, wiping virtual sweat from its brow. If Ning Tang were truly confined to the position of director, given her capabilities, how could she manage tens of thousands of people? She would hardly be able to oversee Dawn Hotel, and it would possibly lose its owner forever.
No.
Since you put it that way, I shall refrain from further persuasion, Gu Qingchuan lamented, his expression genuinely regretful. He added, however, should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out. As long as I remain in office, the position of director will always be reserved for you. Thank you, but I must decline. Gu Qingchuan's genuine regret was palpable, and Ning Tang rose to leave, fearing that lingering too long would result in her being compelled to work. Gu Qingchuan extended an invitation for dinner. Director Ning, have you dined yet? If it is not too much trouble, would you care to join us in the dining hall? Although our restaurant may not compare to Dawn Hotel, as our esteemed guest at the Fire Seed base, we shall endeavor to offer you the finest hospitality. The restaurant Gu Qingchuan referred to was a special establishment provided by the base's research institute, specifically for entertaining distinguished guests. However, Ning Tang thought of the chicken leg that was particularly unfriendly to her teeth. She smiled and waved her hand. No, thank you. I will return to prepare some glucose. Gu Qingchuan chuckled softly, no longer insisting, and signaled for Chen Xian to escort Ning Tang back. The snow fell heavily, and soon the paths cleared by the base's personnel were once again blanketed in white. In front of the two-story building, everything remained orderly, just as it had been when Ning Tang left. Sometimes, Ning Tang herself wondered why Dawn Hotel insisted on having her as the host. Her role there seemed akin to that of Tyson's bodyguard, primarily serving an aesthetic purpose. After pondering for a long time, she concluded that it was perhaps due to her appearance. The system was internally wounded. Had it not feared that Ning Tang might revisit the old grievances regarding her soul being misplaced, it would have certainly offered a sarcastic remark. However, it preferred to avoid reigniting her past resentments. So be it. The two-story building was actually a villa specially prepared for Ning Tang. Yet its overly formal exterior led her to mistakenly perceive it as an office building,
Trên xin Gudet Ning Tang Upsti,
where she would rest in the master bedroom for the night. The master bedroom, like the living room below, exuded a cozy Nordic cabin ambience, warm and inviting, complete with a bathroom that boasted a shower and hot water. As Ning Tang touched the seemingly brand-new thick blanket on the bed, she mused. The conditions at the Fire Seed base are quite good, yet why do the director and those officials, including Gu Qingchuan, all reside at Dawn Hotel? The system proudly declared, Dawn Hotel is undoubtedly the best residence. The host must have confidence in us. In truth, The furnishings in Ning Tang's room were all collected by Gu Qingchuan during his morning trip to the Nordic region. His spatial teleportation ability, typically employed in battles against advanced zombies, had never before been utilized in this manner. However, this opened Gu Qingchuan's mind. He usually focused solely on scavenging for resources nearby, and had only just discovered new, unexplored areas on the map. The master bedroom's bookshelf was filled with many unopened new books. Ning Tang pulled out a few, noticing the scrawled writing in an unfamiliar language, rendering it indecipherable. I suppose I shall just play games instead. Chapter 48. Stunned. For dinner, Ning Tang consumed rib soup noodles and an aluminum box meal from the food cart. As her game reached a fever pitch, she could only lean out the window to call for Monkey Brother to bring her food. Monkey Brother was unable to stray more than 3 meters from the food cart and had no choice but to pass the items to Chen Xian, who then delivered them to her room. The system couldn't help but chuckle. While it felt guilty for the initial soul mix-up, it recognized that Ning Tang was now living quite comfortably. As the temperature dropped, the supplies from the food cart transformed into those comparable to the affluent base. Ning Tang devoured 2 large boxes of the rich and fragrant sticky rice dishes and nearly finished the broth from the rib soup noodles. Thankfully, she took a short break and managed to clean her bowl thoroughly. Perhaps influenced by the apocalyptic atmosphere, she now found it utterly unacceptable to waste food. She could not bear to witness such behavior. Is that truly the case? Is it not because you're simply a glutton? How could you think so lowly of me? I am but a young girl, and I cannot accept such slander, Ning Tang passionately protested, one hand gaming while the other opened a candy to pop into her mouth. I am not one to indulge. I work diligently each day, and eating is merely a means to sustain my existence. Your words truly wound me. Host, would you like some ice cream? Yes, yes, yes. I want vanilla, chocolate, and nut flavors. You will satisfy my cravings, right? At times, Ning Tang found herself quite fond of her little system, which bestowed upon her a maternal sensation, stern yet tender-hearted, quick to scold her with a few choice words, yet invariably fulfilling her requests. After the system relished its moment, it tilted its mouth and sought out the person in charge of Planet T for some ice cream. 10 minutes later, Ning Tang sat on the soft cushion of the bay window, indulging in her ice cream while the line outside persisted. Chen Xian mentioned that to avoid delaying Ning Tang, the base personnel had been queuing through the night to procure supplies. Ning Tang remained silent. Her refusal would only prolong the wait for everyone, while those downstairs wore expressions of delight. The residents of the Fireseed base were indeed numerous, and the following day, Ning Tang nestled in her room, engrossed in gaming for the entire day, while the queue continued unabated below. Occasionally, just before the game commenced, a pang of conscience struck her, prompting her to inquire of the system whether SpongeBob could truly handle such an intense workload. The system reassured her, advising her to trust in the technology of Planet T, asserting that SpongeBob was designed for labor, akin to an electronic workhorse. Gu Qingchuan sent his assistant several times, either to discuss matters regarding the branch store or to inquire if Ning Tang desired a formal ceremony for her position as the big boss of the Fireseed base. Ning Tang declined each time, instructing the assistant to convey to Gu Qingchuan that she operated on her own schedule and that he needn't concern himself. By 9 in the evening, the queue in front of the food truck showed no signs of dissipating. Ning Tang pondered the sheer number of people. Even if SpongeBob served one every second, it would still take 4 to 5 hours. However, the food truck offered only box meals and pork rib noodles, and after 4 consecutive servings, she found herself somewhat weary of the fare. Who wouldn't he grow tired after 9 boxes and 5 bowls of noodles? The system sighed, noting how Ning Tang spent an entire day indoors, seemingly digesting her food with remarkable efficiency. Are you envious, little system? Can you even discern the taste of the boxed meals or feel the warmth of the pork rib soup? You cannot. You are but a cold little system. As she gamed, Ning Tang bantered with the system, which, in a fit of melodrama, wept and sought out the head of Planet T to lament her treatment, having been called mother just the day prior. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the queue at the food truck finally began to dwindle. Ning Tang tidied herself and descended, finding Gu Qingchuan and He-Yen waiting in the living room. The assistant who had previously relayed messages informed her that once the queue concluded, they could commence construction on the shop and youth hostel, which prompted their timely visit. Director Gu, Deputy Director He, you both are here. Perfect timing. I wish to inquire if this villa could be gifted to me. Ning Tang spoke with candor, genuinely taken with the decor that exuded a cozy winter ambience. The adjacent structure appeared to serve as an office, and although the square was bustling, the sound insulation was commendable. After 2 days of lounging upstairs, she hadn't heard a peep from below. Gu Qingchuan readily acquiesced. Ning Tang was a valued asset to their base, and even if she desired 10 buildings, they would accommodate her. Of course. Furthermore, should the big boss have any other requests, do feel free to relay them to Assistant Chen. He nodded in agreement, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, speaking not a word aside from acknowledging Ning Tang as the big boss upon her descent. Very well, let us proceed to select a location. I have a particular spot in mind quite nearby. The primary reason was that the Dawn convenience store housed a portal, and Ning Tang hoped it would be situated close to her villa, allowing her to take fewer steps during her visits. How lazy! The little system failed to comprehend the tribulations of humanity. Gu Qingchuan and He Yan, however, did not dispute her notion, recognizing that this square lay at the heart of the residential areas, making it a prime location for a supply store. Seeing their nods of agreement, Ning Tang rose and made her way to the food truck's cabin to operate it. After several days of continuous sales, the food truck had amassed a staggering 100 million points, just enough for an upgrade, but the construction of the Dawn convenience store took precedence. Selecting a location directly across from the 2-story building, separated by the square, Ning Tang executed a few commands, and a structure identical to the one at the Prosperity Base materialized, adorned with the sign of the Dawn convenience store, albeit still locked. Gu Qingchuan and He Yan exchanged glances, astonished. Just how many surprises did Ning Tang possess that they were unaware of? They had even readied a construction team, only for her to conjure an entire store from thin air. Host, you could construct several more. With the multitude of residents at the Fireseed Base and the expansive market, establishing a dozen more stores would be prudent, leaving 30 million for the youth hostel. Does the youth hostel require funding as well? The food truck was finally on the verge of an upgrade. Doesn't this mean it would revert to zero? Ning Tang felt a twinge of reluctance. 100 million points were not easily earned. When did the host become so career-minded? That's a fair point. Ning Tang instructed SpongeBob and Monkey Brother to rest in the truck before switching it to camper mode. As Gu Qingchuan and Hian approached her, they found themselves at a loss for words, their prepared remarks evaporating in the presence of Ning Tang, leaving them only capable of expressing admiration for her prowess. Given the large population at the Fireseed Base, one store may prove insufficient. I plan to build 11 more. You may decide the remaining locations. Gu Qingchuan perked up at the prospect of Ning Tang intending to construct 11 additional stores. This meant he would no longer need to fret over the base's supply provisions, granting him at least an extra hour of sleep each day. Chapter 49, Hot Springs. He Yan, equally exhilarated, realized that his workload would also diminish, allowing him to possibly return to the Dawn Hotel, which Gu Qingchuan had mentioned had undergone significant changes, stirring his curiosity. Leading the way, Gu Qingchuan and He Yan guided Ning Tang, who merely operated the truck based on their directions. Before long, all 12 stores scattered across the Fireseed Base were established. As for the youth hostel, they drove Ning Tang to the base's northern wall, the area most susceptible to zombie attacks. Due to its proximity to a pre-apocalyptic city, the northern wall had historically faced numerous zombie surges. Ning Tang had previously stated that both the youth hostel and convenience store would feature protective shields to repel zombies, prompting Gu Qingchuan and He Yan to consider situating the youth hostel here for added safety. Inside the camper, Ning Tang selected a location. Each youth hostel required 10 million points, and the maximum number she could construct at the Fireseed Base was 3, each capable of accommodating 10,000 people. Following Gu Qingchuan's specifications, she erected 3 buildings horizontally in front of the wall, ensuring a 6-meter gap between each to maximize the protective shield's efficacy. It appeared that had there been enough space in front of the wall, Gu Qingchuan would have gladly raised it. 3 5-story white buildings materialized, appearing as unremarkable apartments from the outside, with pristine white exteriors and each unit boasting its own open balcony. From the first-floor balcony, one could glimpse the interior, which featured a washroom with a wall of mirrors and 4 faucets on the right, while to the left, 4 doors likely led to the restrooms. Beyond the washroom lay white space capsules with bunk beds, creating an appealing environment. Gu Qingchuan and He Yan, recalling Ning Tang's pricing of 30 crystals per month, dared not inquire further, fearful she might realize the price was excessively low and raise it. Each building bore a sign above the entrance indicating Dawn Youth Hostel Building 1, 2, and 3, with the doors locked and a notice proclaiming they would commence operations in 3 days. After a series of operations, the food truck's points soared to over 10 million. Although the money was not Ning Tang's own, the unsettling feeling of watching it deplete was palpable, prompting her to lament how distant the next upgrade seemed. "Host, you must leave quickly. The food truck will soon be unusable," the system gently reminded her. Caught in her musings, Ning Tang nearly forgot this pressing matter, as she certainly did not want to linger in the Spark base. It was only upon the system's reminder that she recalled her responsibilities, hastily bidding farewell to Gu Qingchuan and He Yan before the pink RV vanished instantly, leaving no room for further pleasantries. Gu Qingchuan and He Yan thought to themselves, having Ning Tang at the Spark base was indeed a stroke of fortune. Inside the Dawn Hotel, Ning Tang's arrival went largely unnoticed, for the lobby was nearly deserted. Gazing at the empty expanse, she felt an odd sense of desolation and approached the octopus attendant to inquire about the whereabouts of the guests. "They are all crammed into the hot spring, like dumplings, while I toil away each day, unable to indulge in the warmth of the springs myself. I detest work," the octopus lamented. Ning Tang offered a reassuring pat on its shoulder and left SpongeBob behind for company. "Hot spring? Does the hotel have such amenities? A swimming pool, perhaps?" With a heart full of curiosity, Ning Tang approached the swimming pool entrance. As she pushed the door open, she felt as though she had stepped into an ethereal realm, with steam wafting invitingly. Venturing further, she discovered that the over 300 square meter pool had transformed into 2 enormous hot springs, with guests naturally segregating into male and female bathing areas, nearly all of them luxuriating in the waters. Upon hearing the commotion, the revelers turned their heads, and as they recognized the somewhat dazed Ning Tang standing at the entrance, a thunderous applause erupted. "Boss Ning, this hotel is absolutely incredible. It even has hot springs. I, Chen Tianzi, could stay here for a lifetime. Count me in."
Me too.
"All hail Boss Ning. Long live Boss Ning." Amid the cheers, Ning Tang smiled and nodded, bemused by the barking that accompanied the accolades. Outside, a winter wonderland lay frozen, while inside was a paradise. Ning Tang felt envious. She longed to immerse herself in the hot spring. "Host, why not head upstairs? There's a private hot spring awaiting you." "System, you truly are the best little system in the world," Ning Tang exclaimed, turning to ascend the stairs. As the elevator doors opened, she was greeted by the exuberant golden retriever. "Ning Tang stod momentarily stunnet." And only when the system informed her that her adaptation period had ended did she realize she had been at the Spark base for 2 days, leaving her little companions unattended. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted the little silver wolf, engrossed in diligent work on the couch. She approached and playfully grabbed the wolf's tail. "You naughty wolf," she chastised, delivering 3 playful slaps to its rear and dismissing its attempts to cozy up to her, locking it onto the terrace instead. The couch bore a sizable bite mark from the wolf, and Ning Tang resolved to summon Tom Cat to remedy the damage, as his tablet was nothing short of miraculous, capable of one-click cleaning and instant item replacement. As for Mimi and Tian Tian, Ning Tang did not find them in the living room. The eager golden retriever tugged at her pant leg, leading her to the house's swimming pool, which had also transformed into a hot spring, now accompanied by a bathtub-sized small pool where the little wolf Mimi and the giant panda Tian Tian were joyfully splashing about. Without further ado, Ning Tang took a quick shower and dove into the hot spring, losing track of time until hunger pangs reminded her it was 6 o'clock. She decided to head down for a small hot pot. The hotel lobby was bustling with patrons, all donning matching plush pajamas. Blending in, Ning Tang first stopped at the milk tea shop for a freshly made pomegranate lemon tea, then proceeded to the hot pot restaurant to choose a peppery broth. As she settled into her seat, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. She should have snuck in some fried skewers as well. The small hot pot meal stretched over 2 hours, and Ning Tang emerged nearly supporting her belly. "Host, is our establishment still lacking in ambition? Eating to this extent must be quite uncomfortable," the system observed, noting that Ning Tang should have been satiated an hour ago yet lingered for an additional hour without reason. "You don't understand. This is the most basic respect for a buffet. A group of satisfied diners congregated in the rest area, as the opening of the self-service hot pot restaurant had drastically reduced the frequency with which hotel guests visited the dining room and convenience store. Outside, heavy snow fell, and no one could resist the allure of enjoying a hot pot in such an environment. Ning Tang reviewed the hotel's sales figures during her absence. Zhang Hua had brought 10 individuals from Wuhai base, alongside 6 new guests who had sought them out. Yet, despite the influx of guests, their appetites steadily increased, and the hotel remained far from the next level of points. A daunting gap of 100,000 still lay ahead. However, Ning Tang was not overly concerned. The hotel's upgrade pace was already satisfactory, and many rooms remained available, so there was no urgency on her part. Chapter 50. The Zombie Tide. The rest area began to show signs of overcrowding, prompting Ning Tang to drag 2 rarely used couches from the meeting room to the back of the rest area. That evening, a travel variety show played on the television, surprising the guests who had endured the apocalypse, as they never expected to see the words travel again in their lifetimes. A captivated audience, with snacks and milk tea untouched, was glued to the screen. The jelly-colored sea. The ocean view pool breakfast. Chun Tianzi raised his hand in excitement. Boss Ning, do you have plans to open a branch by the sea? At this, all eyes turned to Ning Tang with hopeful anticipation. Yes, there is a possibility, but it may not be feasible in the short term. Additionally, establishing a resort by the sea would certainly cost more than the Dawn Hotel, Ning Tang kindly reminded them. Seeing her offer a glimmer of hope, the guests felt elated, and the experience of watching television took on a different essence. What once felt like an unattainable dream of seaside travel now appeared as a hopeful future. Originally, Ning Tang had intended to head to the Xiangyang base to establish a vacation spot by the sea. However, upon arriving at the coast, she discovered the tourism facilities had been utterly devastated. The system informed her that rebuilding would consume a significant number of points, suggesting instead that she seek out an island with a thriving tourism industry to renovate its facilities, albeit that too would require considerable points. The show's guests were now exploring the renowned Maldives, a destination Ning Tang had long dreamed of visiting in her previous life. Unfortunately, the RV would be unusable for 3 days. Otherwise, she would have rushed to establish a Dawn convenience store there, irrespective of ownership. For that land would surely become Ning Tang's domain. Host, your aspirations are entirely achievable. Work diligently, and once the hotel upgrades to level 5, you can open a resort, which is far more economical than renovating a convenience store, the system encouraged. Very well, it seems the path leads back to hard work. Whenever she contemplated taking it easy, the system unearthed her deepest desires, compelling her to labor diligently as if she were a donkey dangled by a carrot. Once the convenience store at the Spark base is established, who knows if Gu Qingchuan will continue to supply the hotel's provisions. Without him, the hotel's revenue might plummet. Ning Tang pulled out her notebook and penned the word strategies to increase hotel revenue in bold letters. For her island resort, this would be her final push. 2 hours later, Red 2 nudged Ning Tang awake from her slumber at the service desk. Boss Ning, why don't you head back to sleep? That night, a well-rested Ning Tang was awakened by the system. Host, wake up quickly. Wake up.
Ha. What is it?
Ning Tang jolted awake, glancing at her phone. It was 2:30 in the morning. This better be something important. After a soothing bath, Mei Mei and Tian nestled at her feet. With no outlet for her morning grumpiness, she gently ruffled the 2 little bundles of flesh, rousing them as well. Oh dear. Have you ever witnessed a horde of zombies surrounding a hotel? Just take a look by the window. Ning Tang's heart tightened at the thought. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window in her bedroom, and what lay below was a dark mass just 3 meters away, stretching for dozens of meters, filled with a relentless swarm of zombies. Even though she was aware of the protective shield surrounding the hotel, the sight was still unsettling at night. System, the hotel's protective shield can withstand this, right? Even 100 billion zombies wouldn't leave a scratch on it. The system scoffed, asserting that such creatures could hardly be compared to the protective shield produced by the Underworld Affairs Bureau. All right, then I'll take a nap.
Sure.
10 minutes later. Is my window still intact? Indeed it is. Then why do the zombies sound like they're screaming right next to me? Who knows? Perhaps the host has exceptionally acute hearing. No. Why are you messing with me? Are you expecting me to go down and fight zombies? Ning Tang pouted, Realizing the room's soundproofing had suddenly become ineffective, it was undoubtedly the system's doing. As the hotel owner, ISNT at your duty to calm the guests. Resigned, Ning Tang donned her plush pajamas and headed downstairs. In the lobby, apart from the children from the prosperity base, nearly all the guests were gathered. For the zombies' howls served as the best alarm. Anyone living in this apocalyptic world knew that upon hearing such sounds, sleep would be but a distant memory. Upon seeing Ning Tang, the second-generation members of the Fire Seed base spoke up first. Boss Ning, what should we do? Can the hotel's protective shield ward off the zombie tide? With so many zombies, what if it fails? Li Yong's words struck a chord with everyone present. The hotel's regulars were aware of Ning Tang's formidable abilities, yet before the terrifying horde, they still felt a gnawing anxiety. Rest assured, it can withstand it. No zombie will step foot into Dawn Hotel. Guests, please sleep soundly. Those without crystal cores may venture out for a hunt. The hotel cannot eliminate all these zombies at once, so it might be a bit noisy tonight. Just keep your windows shut, and once the zombies tire out, it will become quiet again. Standing before the glass door and observing the zombies up close, Ning Tang sensed that this horde was unlike any other. Typically, the zombies surrounding Dawn Hotel were of a lower caliber, lacking intelligence, resembling mere spectacles. They often stumbled over themselves. However, this time, the horde was formidable, with the zombies pressing against the protective shield appearing to be of a higher level. Their bodies were more intact, and unlike the white-eyed lower-level zombies, these possessed colored irises, frantically clawing at the shield. Logically, given that the shield was supposed to deter zombies, this area shouldn't hold any allure for them. Suppressing her growing unease, Ning Tang turned her gaze across the gathered guests. Their expressions varied. Hongda and Hong Er unconditionally believed in Ning Tang. Hongda retreated to his room to fetch his large fork, and the duo cautiously approached the protective shield. Hongda aimed his fork at a zombie, while Hong Er stood beside him, wielding a stick. With a squelch, the fork plunged into the zombie's chest, oozing greenish-white liquid. Hongda attempted to pull the zombie forward, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Hong Er struck the zombie's head with his stick, causing it to shatter like a rotten melon. As the obstruction released its grip, the deceased zombie fell into the protective shield. Had Hong Er not pulled Hongda back, the zombie might have toppled onto him, resulting in a rather dramatic encounter. Hongda bent down to extract the secondary crystal core from the zombie's brain. Exchanging a glance with Hong Er, realizing that only dead zombies could enter the protective shield. Their unwavering faith in the shield bolstered their courage, and they began targeting the higher-level zombies they usually wouldn't dare approach. Within mere minutes, the duo collected 2 secondary crystal cores and 4 tertiary ones. The onlookers in the lobby were envious, rushing back to their rooms in search of suitable weapons. Even a few second-generation members without abilities grabbed sticks, seizing what could be their only opportunity to slay zombies. Chapter 51. Little Red Flower. Outside the hotel, a bloody feast unfolded. The zombies, which typically drove humans into hiding, became the targets of a one-sided massacre. In no time, the protective shield was filled with shattered pieces of zombies. A few individuals worried that the accumulation of zombie remnants might affect Ning Tang's mood and contemplated disposing of them piece by piece. However, upon picking them up, they discovered that the ground was absorbing the fragments. In merely 3 minutes, the area where they stood was devoid of any traces of the zombie remains. And the grass seemed to flourish even more, with a few small flowers blooming near the hotel. In the lobby stood only Gu Qingchuan, Tan Yizhi, and Xiao Song. They didn't lack crystal cores. Having upgraded early on, they lost interest in the gruesome task of stabbing zombies to death. Furthermore, they had no desire to compete with the weaker ones for resources. Thus, seeing that the hotel was secure, they exchanged pleasantries with Ning Tang before retreating to continue their slumber. Ning Tang yawned, assigning Monkey Brother, Tomcat, and the others to oversee the hotel's guests. With more hands, there would be more potential for consumption. She hoped none of her guests would encounter any mishaps. The system no longer troubled her. The guests had returned home with their pockets bulging, which was a boon for the hotel. Even if this zombie tide was orchestrated, she and the hotel still had to thank the instigator. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Ning Tang descended to find a multitude sprawled across the lobby, exhausted from their night of zombie slaying. With their pockets full of crystal cores, They turned back to the hotel to recharge their cards, too weary to even make it to their rooms, opting instead to nap on the lobby carpet. Outside, the number of zombies had decreased by about half, having snowed overnight. The remaining zombies stood outside the protective shield, resembling a frenzied group of snowmen. A few individuals outside still battled, albeit their movements appeared sluggish. Hongda seemed unable to lift his fork, squatting to jab at a zombie's foot, waiting for it to collapse in pain before delivering a fatal strike to its head. Hong Er, meanwhile, slept soundly on the nearby steps, having not even entered the hotel before dozing off. Wang Mengyan and Bai Shan were among the few who still appeared invigorated, wielding a cleaver and crouching to collect crystal cores, working in perfect harmony to vent their frustrations from earlier encounters with the zombies. They took turns slicing through the undead, finding increasing satisfaction with each blow.
Yimeng.
Hu Yu and Qizha also joined in the fray, selectively targeting zombies of level 3 and above. With pressure came motivation. The thought of the crystal cores they could obtain today, cores that had previously been out of reach, spurred them on despite their exhaustion. Ning Tang observed for a short while before heading to breakfast, but just as she turned, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. She glanced back to see the zombies moving in unison toward the southwest, as if commanded. The individuals engaged in battle were caught off guard by this sudden shift. Qizha attempted to pursue, but Hu Yu pulled him back, warning him that stepping outside the hotel's protective shield could spell instant demise at the hands of the level 5 zombies. Qizha snapped back to reality, turning to Hu Yu to express his gratitude. As Gu Qingchuan and his companions were enjoying breakfast in the restaurant, they were immediately alerted by a commotion and swiftly rose to investigate. Upon witnessing the zombies retreating in an orderly fashion, Gu Qingchuan and Xiao Song hastened to pursue them. Their refusal to compete with the weak for resources did not imply they would stand idly by while the zombies escaped. Xiao Song managed to catch up to the rear of the zombies and threw a handful of mutated seeds. The moment the seeds touched the zombies, they began to take root and sprout. In mere seconds, a multitude of zombies were pierced through by the roots that emerged from their bodies, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As Gu Qingchuan stepped out of the protective barrier, he vanished in an instant, only to reappear directly in front of the horde of zombies. The fastest among them, a speed-type zombie, was just about to collide with him when Gu Qingchuan raised his hand. Starting with that speed-type zombie, the snowy ground and the massive zombies behind it were gradually encased in ice. Within a few breaths, a significant portion of the horde lay frozen solid. The zombies trailing behind, unable to halt their momentum, crashed into their frozen brethren like sardines in a can. Before they could react, Xiao Song's mutated seeds fell, instantly tearing apart the fallen zombies. Seeing that Xiao Song had dealt with the zombies behind, Gu Qingchuan did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, bolts of lightning struck down, obliterating the frozen horde in an instant, leaving only their crystalline cores scattered on the ground. Gu Qingchuan collected the cores into his spatial storage with a flick of his wrist, and then disappeared once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Song skillfully manipulated countless sprouting vines to extract the crystalline cores and present them before him, deftly placing them into a woven bag. After securing the cores, he used the tree roots to transfer the remnants of the zombies to the ground in front of the hotel, where he observed the soil absorbing the remains, and vibrant flowers blooming at the base of the hotel wall. Witnessing Gu Qingchuan's extraordinary abilities, Ning Tang finally comprehended why the fire seed base was the largest in scale. Whenever a horde of zombies approached, Gu Qingchuan alone could annihilate a vast swath of them. Xiao Song's wood-based powers were also formidable, effortlessly shredding the zombies. And he could extract the crystalline cores without getting his hands dirty. Ning Tang couldn't help but feel envious. Had she possessed wood-based abilities, she would undoubtedly conjure a treant to carry her around daily. The hotel guests were thoroughly satisfied, with noticeable increases in sales at the milk tea and fried skewer stands. Qizha, accompanied by his wife and daughter, went to purchase milk tea. The little girl, Qihao, had gained some weight and grown taller. As she passed by Ning Tang, she called out sister and presented her with a small red flower, saying, "I picked this. When my powers upgrade, I'll be able to grow you a real red flower." Ning Tang accepted it with a smile and reciprocated with a lollipop. The system was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Oh, so this is the essence of the Dawn Hotel." Ning Tang placed the little red flower in her pocket, holding an ice cream cone. and was astonished to hear that the essence of the Dawn Hotel was not merely to acquire crystalline cores. Cough, that's not it. The initial purpose of the Dawn Hotel was to preserve the ember of civilization in this world and to sustain human culture. That little girl, who seemed unlikely to survive for years when she first arrived, now appears much healthier. Isn't that the essence of safeguarding humanity's future? Is that true? Yet you seem to be more focused on profit than on the preservation of human civilization. I thought you'd earn a commission on the crystalline cores you collect. The system replied, it doesn't earn commissions, but it can gain promotions through this. Wasn't this merely a test? How did it end in complete failure? Do you have any idea how much effort we put into cultivating this batch of weapons? The man behind the desk roared in fury, hurling a water cup at the person in front of him. The latter did not flinch, allowing the cup to strike his forehead. You're worthless, leave. When the Viper returns, you can confess your failures. The man trembled ever so slightly, but still bowed his head submissively, acknowledging the reprimand. Chapter 52. The Chu Toy Wang Qing and the others tirelessly transported supplies back to the Wuhai base each day. Ning Tang considered establishing a small shop in Wuhai, yet felt that upgrading the hotel was of greater importance. Thus, she decided to have them run a bit longer, promising to contemplate Wuhai once the hotel had accumulated enough crystalline cores for an upgrade. In just a few days, her little tiger, little wolf, and little panda had grown considerably. Ning Tang played with them on the terrace for a while. The little tiger was somewhat aloof, while the two little wolves were quite affectionate, though they couldn't resist playfully nipping at her. Yesterday, the elder wolf had been confined to the terrace for reflection, and this morning she noticed that the doghouse had a small section bitten off. However, it could have been the aloof elder tiger as well. Regardless of who the culprit was, she realized she needed to arrange some chew toys for them. Host, the shop has them. The system chirped. Skeptical, Ning Tang opened the shopping app on her phone, suspecting the system of trying to profit at her expense. The first item advertised was indeed a pet chew toy. 10,000 crystals? Why don't you go rob a bank? Moreover, isn't this just a pile of scrap wood? This a dog chew toy?
How sturdy can it be?
Truly a swindler. Ning Tang expressed her dissatisfaction. Business at SpongeBob's private kitchen had been quite good lately, and the crystalline cores she had received had just reached 10,000, yet the system seemed eager to swindle her out of it. Host, you don't understand. These chew toys are made from mutated trees researched on T-Planet. They are beneficial for animals and not easily chewed through. Anything produced by the system is exceptional, marvelous, and simply outstanding. Understanding that the chew toy was made from mutated pine, Ning Tang realized that she could just find wood herself. You won't earn a single penny from me. She saved the image of the toy and went to the kitchen to grab a large plastic bag. Opening the fridge, she carefully selected items: luncheon meat, crab sticks, yogurt, beer, blueberries, cherries, mulberries, strawberries, oranges, cherry tomatoes, boneless chicken claws, and chocolate, filling the bag to the brim. Host, you exploit public resources for personal gain. I must express my moral condemnation. The system had figured out Ning Tang's intentions and regretted its earlier high pricing. Okay, I got it. Now help me store these in your space. The heavy bag was cumbersome, and Ning Tang was reluctant to carry it downstairs.
Okay.
At noon, Ning Tang enjoyed spicy hot pot, black pepper beef rice, and a serving of fried skewers. Even after her meal, she felt unsatisfied and went to the milk tea shop for a large cup of taro milk green tea. Whoever researched this must be a genius. I feel utterly miserable without milk tea for even a day, she exclaimed. System, do you have any pills that prevent illness? I'm genuinely afraid of developing diabetes. There should be, but this time, you definitely won't obtain them so easily. Only through diligent work will you earn rewards, he. The system finally managed to reclaim some ground, determining to urge Ning Tang to earn crystalline cores. On T-Planet, the environment had improved significantly since the transition to crystalline cores as a clean energy source. With Ning Tang willing to work, the suggestion from T-Planet was to stockpile as many crystalline cores as possible. Once the energy on T-Planet was entirely replaced with crystalline cores, the inhabitants might soon be able to shed their protective gear. After lunch, Ning Tang unusually skipped her afternoon nap. She sat behind the service desk, propping her chin up while watching a variety show. Just then, Xiao Song entered, clad in a black cold-weather suit, causing Ning Tang's eyes to light up. I've been waiting for you. Most of the hotel guests went hunting daily. But only a few prominent figures, including Xiao Song, took half-days off. Ning Tang often saw him return for lunch, and then stay in the lounge area to snack and watch television. With the addition of the hot spring, he likely also enjoyed soaking in it. She waved him over. "Excuse me, I need your assistance." Xiao Song's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Their relationship had initially been a cold and transactional one, centered solely on monetary exchanges. Approaching the service desk, he spoke in a calm tone, "Xiao Song." Ning Tang was momentarily taken aback. Why was he suddenly calling her name? Perhaps he desired her to utter his name in return? Xiao Song. It seems you possess wood-type abilities. Could you assist me in crafting a few of those teething sticks? Ning Tang activated her phone and gestured for him to take a look. Sure, right now? Xiao Song nodded, as he happened to have an abundance of mutated pine seeds. If it's convenient for you, then now would be perfect. All right. With agility, Xiao Song stepped outside, with Ning Tang trailing closely behind him. As they exited the protective barrier, Xiao Song scattered a handful of seeds upon the snow-covered ground. He raised his hand slightly, and in mere seconds, several seeds swiftly burrowed into the earth, sprouting into 5 towering pine trees, each exceeding 10 meters in height. Perhaps due to their mutated nature, these pines appeared sturdier and bore a deeper hue than the ordinary variety. Without revealing the specifics of his craftsmanship, Xiao Song suddenly caused the bark of the 5 pines to shed, along with branches and leaves. He pulled Ning Tang back within the protective barrier to shield her from the falling debris. Once the bark had completely peeled away, the smooth trunks began to break off in segments. Ning Tang initially thought this would suffice, believing she had enough teething sticks. However, Xiao Song unexpectedly extended his hand, and the branches he held elongated, catching the shorter pieces of wood. The tips of the branches sharpened, swiftly carving the wood until the designs mirrored those of the teething sticks Ning Tang had captured on her phone. Only then did the branches present the finished products before her. After standing for approximately 10 minutes, Ning Tang found herself surrounded by a staggering pile of teething sticks, perhaps several hundred in total. The little branches, growing weary, began to produce oddly shaped creations, including a rather unattractive little duck, a short-legged tiger, and a rabbit with exceedingly large ears. With these whimsical toys, she could easily save on purchasing gifts, while the system fumed in frustration, and Ning Tang felt compelled to applaud Xiao Song's talent. As she contemplated reciprocating his kindness, she clapped her hands in praise of Xiao Song's skill, while feeling a bit embarrassed about her lack of a proper gift. To express her gratitude, Ning Tang summoned the system to retrieve her prepared snacks and presented them to Xiao Song. Fortunately, she had come well prepared. Otherwise, it would have been quite rude to show up empty-handed after he had crafted so many delightful toys. Upon noticing the large bag of snacks in Ning Tang's hands, which contained his favorite blueberries, Xiao Song's lips curled into a slight smile. "No need, I'll do it for free." Ning Tang, refusing to be polite, pressed the bag into his hands, instructing the system to neatly store the teething sticks before turning to head back inside the hotel. "That won't do. This is my heartfelt gesture. Come on, it's cold outside, let us go in." Xiao Song remained silent, feeling the weight of her goodwill in his hands, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Ning Tang ascended to the rooftop terrace, scattering 20 of the teething sticks around. "Go on, enjoy." With Xiao Song around, some greedy little systems shall never think of profiting from our teething sticks. The system, too exasperated to respond, watched as several fluffy creatures and a large yellow dog happily gnawed on the teething sticks. Chapter 53. Girlfriend in the Afternoon. Ning Tang sat at the service desk practicing her calligraphy. The spacious area was equipped not only with calligraphy books, but also with all the essential tools of the trade. Yet, her skills had not yet reached such heights. She decided to start with the basics, reflecting on her current life of leisure, free from the burdens of survival. She aspired to cultivate her artistic sensibilities, exploring not only calligraphy but also music and fine arts, enhancing her grace and refinement. Lest she become the subject of ridicule from a certain system, the host may very well become a master calligrapher, the illustrious calligrapher Ning Tang. Ning Tang felt a surge of happiness. Why do you say that? Am I truly talented? Not in the slightest. It's merely that you desire to improve your mediocre handwriting, which might take a lifetime. Enough of this. It's bruising my self-esteem. With that, Ning Tang closed her calligraphy book and opened her phone.
Game on.
Ning boss. Hong Er approached, leading a companion with him, interrupting Ning Tang's gaming session. This is my girlfriend, Li Qian. Allow me to introduce you. Hong Er chuckled, seemingly unaware of the stroke of fortune that had led him to such a beautiful partner. At just 23, having enjoyed good food and restful nights at the hotel, he had become notably more radiant, proudly presenting his girlfriend, exuding an air of youthful innocence. Ning Tang's eyes widened. Was this not the blue-haired goddess? How had such a transformation occurred in just a few days? My goodness, how did Hong Er manage this? Li Qian smiled warmly. Hello, Ning boss. Qi has often spoken of you, referring to you as his savior. Since we are now together, we felt it only right to inform you. Li Qian appeared quite gracious, while Hong Er fidgeted awkwardly, resembling a bashful bride meeting her in-laws.
No, no.
Hong Er is exaggerating. Congratulations to you both. Truly a match made in heaven. Up close, it was undeniable that Li Qian was stunning. If Ning Tang were a man, she would likely be gnashing her teeth in envy. Hong Er's face flushed even deeper at her words. The pair radiated an unmistakable romantic atmosphere, prompting Ning Tang to tease him. Why are you so shy? With such a lovely girlfriend, stand tall and take charge.
Her encouragements, Hong Er straightened up.
Assuming a more masculine demeanor. Rest assured, Ning boss, I will work even harder to earn crystal cores and provide a better life for my girlfriend. Ning Tang nodded, cautiously probing. Are you two considering sharing a room? It was not unreasonable for her to inquire, given that guests like Yi Meng, Hu Yu, and Guifan, along with several newly arrived couples, had all opted for shared accommodations to save on crystal cores. It seemed rather sudden for Hong Er to share their relationship news with her. Were they truly close enough to warrant such a disclosure? Hong Er's facade of calm shattered instantly, his words tumbling out in confusion. And no, I have no such intentions. Li Qian, however, maintained her composure. Ning boss, you've misunderstood. We have just established our relationship and wish for it to flourish slowly. We only came to inform you. There are no other intentions. Ning Tang chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. She retrieved a box of fruit candies from the service desk and offered it to Li Qian. Apologies for jumping to conclusions. Here, have some candy. By the way, Hong Er, you have a good heart. If Wu Qi mistreats you, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall ensure he pays for it. Hong Er felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. He had always known Ning Tang cared for him. Her tone conveyed a familial affection, suggesting he was favored over even Hong De. Li Qian graciously accepted the box of candies. Thank you, Ning boss. I'll remember that. Should Qi bully me, I'll know whom to turn to for support. She playfully nudged Hong Er's arm. Qi, we won't disturb Ning boss any longer. We have plans to soak in the hot springs.
Hong Er nodded eagerly.
Right. We won't keep you any longer, Ning boss. We'll take our leave. Ning Tang waved them off with a smile, watching as Hong Er, utterly smitten, wore a blissful grin that made her tooth ache. Host. You could also consider dating a few men, encouraging them to spend lavishly at the hotel. Quite the win-win situation. The system could not help but envision Ning Tang's potential suitors showering her with extravagant gifts at the hotel, a delightful thought indeed. Ning Tang chuckled at the naivety of the system. Oh, how misguided you are. With my beauty and capabilities, not to mention my control over the hotel's resources, do you truly believe the kind of people I attract are those willing to spend lavishly on me? Most likely. They come seeking a free stay and to live off my generosity. That's simply one to do. Then the host shall remain forever alone. The hotel must not be exploited by anyone. The system quickly regained its composure, realizing one Ning Tang was more than sufficient. Another opportunist would only serve to infuriate it further. While I initially had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship, I genuinely appreciate your thoughts. During dinner, Ning Tang once again indulged in a delightful hot pot, seated across from the enthusiastic regulars of the establishment, Gu Qinghuan and her companions. Gu Qinghuan eagerly introduced Ning Tang to the delectable dishes, as the group savored hot pot nearly every day, possessing an unparalleled knowledge of the flavors offered. Listening intently, Ning Tang filled her pot to the brim with ingredients. Have any of you returned to the base lately? I've set up a convenience store and a hostel there, and it will be ready in a couple of days, Ning Tang inquired. After a few exchanges, she learned that Gu Qingchuan was busy with daily commutes, and she wondered about Tan Yiji's role as a minister. Since Gu Qingchuan's arrival, Tan Yiji had been spending her days at the hotel. Much like Gu Qinghuan and the others, and Ning Tang was genuinely curious if they were aware of the significant developments at their base.
Wow.
Boss Ning is incredible. Establishing a branch at the base? The group reacted with astonishment, as they were unaware of such major events unfolding at the base. With only Gu Qingchuan returning to work while they were blissfully ignorant, almost forgetting their identity as members of the Fire Seed base. Is the branch as luxurious as the Dawn Hotel? Wang Mengyan expressed a hint of anxiety. The Dawn Hotel was exceptionally comfortable, with delicious food and no pressure for marriage. Her abilities had even progressed to level 2, but with the new branch at the Fire Seed base, her family might insist on their return, which troubled her greatly. Not at all. It pales in comparison. The hostel accommodates 20 in a room, and the convenience store is limited in supplies. Definitely not on par with the Dawn Hotel. Ning Tang replied candidly, noting the peculiar regulation that branch points could not be exchanged with the main branch. This group of wealth seekers would undoubtedly prefer to stay at the main hotel. Well then, we won't have to go back, Wang Mengyan sighed in relief, and the others, including Gu Qinghuan, also showed little reaction. Despite the decent conditions at the Fire Seed base, they were reluctant to leave the Dawn Hotel, which offered hot pot, milk tea, and fried skewers, enough to leave outsiders astounded at the thought of anyone wanting to depart. Chapter 54. The Dark Society. Ning Tang intended to say more, but the pot began to boil. As the Chinese saying goes, those who partake in food are the true elites, and today, she was indeed the hot pot elite. So it was best to eat first. After dinner, the guests gathered for a collective movie-watching session, featuring a culinary variety show that tantalized the appetite, even drawing those who needed to digest their food to indulge in fried skewers and milk tea while watching. Ning Tang found her attention divided. She was engrossed in a game while occasionally glancing at the television, where guests were devouring Northeast-style grilled skewers, the glistening meat making everyone's mouths water. The temptation proved too great, and she found herself distracted as her game character perished without her noticing. Suddenly, the glass door of the hotel swung open with a sharp beep, and a filthy woman, clutching a child, rushed into the lobby. Ning Tang was puzzled. The zombies around the hotel had long been eradicated by guests, so why did this woman appear so terrified? Please, I beg you, save my child. The woman fell to her knees before Ning Tang, intensifying the odd feelings within her. She remained still, nudging Octopus Brother to help the woman up. Please, do not be agitated, dear guest. The hotel is well stocked, and guests can purchase what they need, Octopus Brother reassured her. But the woman refused his assistance, stubbornly remaining on the ground. No, boss, I don't have any crystal cores. My child is sick. He needs water and food. I implore you to save him. Her voice, hoarse and tearful, attracted the attention of guests in the lounge, who turned their eyes away from the television to focus on this scene. I'm truly sorry, but the hotel's water requires one level 1 crystal core, which is quite the bargain. We simply cannot engage in charity. Perhaps you could consider other options, Ning Tang replied, her heart unperturbed. On one hand, she had no inclination to play the role of a saint, as aiding once does not obligate a lifetime of support. On the other hand, she found the situation curious. She had never stated what the hotel's supplies could be purchased with. Moreover, even if the woman truly faced hardship, a level 1 zombie, with its impaired body and sluggish movements, could be dispatched by someone with a sturdy stick. If she truly feared confronting zombies, mutated rats and rabbits also possessed crystal cores. Despite her disheveled appearance, the woman had shown considerable speed upon entering and strength upon kneeling, indicating she could easily dispatch 2 level 1 zombies if she chose to. Yet, instead of retreating as Ning Tang suggested, she only cried louder, attempting to morally bind her. Ning Tang felt a surge of aversion and nudged Octopus Brother again. This guest seems overly agitated. If she isn't staying, please escort her out. The second-generation guests, unaware of the world's tribulations, were taken aback by the scene, and Chen Tianxi timidly raised his hand, offering to help pay for the two. Ning Tang cast a disinterested glance his way, while Gu Qinghuan immediately pulled his arm down. Watch your television. Don't cause trouble. The second-generation guests dared not contradict her. Their goodwill was not substantial enough to risk incurring Ning Tang's displeasure. Octopus Brother lifted the woman to her feet and began guiding her outside. When the woman realized Ning Tang's firmness, her eyes, obscured by hair, flashed with determination. She shrugged off Octopus Brother's arm and lunged toward Ning Tang. Ning Tang remained calm, not even blinking as the woman approached. Suddenly, the child in her arms raised an arm, brandishing a dagger aimed at Ning Tang. Upon seeing the child's face, Ning Tang realized the truth. The child was actually a dwarf. The dagger halted just 10 centimeters from Ning Tang. As the Monkey King's golden staff pressed against the woman's throat, preventing her advance. First, give them a beating, Ning Tang's voice, devoid of emotion, commanded. The Monkey King complied, and before the woman and the dwarf could comprehend the situation, they had already received a dozen strikes, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Ning Tang inquired, connecting the dots between the zombie tide and these two individuals, doubting it could all be mere coincidence. Casting her gaze around, she noted the absence of Go Fan and Hualien for several days. Could they be involved? Under the influence of her words, all schemes and plots became transparent. The Dark Society sent us, the woman confessed. The dwarf added, we came to test your strength. Killing you would be even better. The Dark Society. I've never heard of such a name. What a ridiculous title. Ning Tang pressed on. Were you behind last night's zombie tide? Where is the Dark Society located? And who is its leader? I don't know. The address is in Cheongshan and the leader is the Viper. Ning Tang inquired further about the specifics of the Dark Society. But the two remained largely ignorant, clearly of low rank within that organization. Discontent brewed within her. How could they underestimate her so? Sending such incompetent individuals was a miscalculation. Realizing she could extract no further information from them, Ning Tang snapped her fingers, summoning the system to transfer them to Planet T. She had heard that the group led by Wu Hai had invested heavily in scientific research on Planet T, with several suffering greatly from the extraction of their ability meridians. Ensuring she could rest easy knowing those who sought to kill her would not enjoy favorable outcomes. Most guests, witnessing Ning Tang's decisive action for the first time, were left in awe as the two vanished into thin air, elevating their admiration for her.
Hong er, failing envious.
Recounted Ning Tang's prowess in dealing with Wu Hai to his girlfriend, while those nearby leaned in, captivated by his tale, their respect for Ning Tang growing with every word. Meanwhile, Ning Tang studied the map intently, locating Cheongshan, conveniently situated in the southwest direction of the hotel. Everything aligned perfectly. The Dark Society had the ability to control zombies, indicating a degree of strength, but daring to plot against her was a grave miscalculation. The chill in the air signaled a need for action, time to eradicate the Dark Society. Alas, the RV remains unusable, otherwise, Ning Tang would eagerly venture into the depths of the Dark Society. Early the next morning, Ning Tang encountered Gu Qingchuan in the lobby, awaiting her arrival. Qinghuan had informed her the previous day that the members of the Dark Society harbored ill intentions towards the esteemed leader. The Fire Seed base had clashed with the Dark Society numerous times. Its denizens were treacherous and cunning. Previously, they merely pillaged resources and abilities from other bases, but now they have even begun to exploit zombies. If they are not eradicated at the root, the repercussions could be dire. The Fire Seed base, bolstered by the remnants of the official military, would not idly stand by in the face of such pests. The impending confrontation between the Fire Seed base and the Dark Society was imperative, and her support would be most welcome. Understood. Let us first wait for the completion of the Fire Seed base's branch before taking action, she replied. Ning Tang had no intention of letting the Dark Society escape unscathed, but she preferred to act once her food cart was operational. Gu Qingchuan nodded, bidding her farewell, reassured by her support. She was now the esteemed leader and investor of the base, and significant decisions necessitated her input. Chapter 55. Sanitary Supplies. At noon, Ning Tang indulged in a small hot pot, feeling the effects of gluttony as she downed 2 bottles of iced cola and 3 ice cream cones. However, her relatives unexpectedly paid a visit that afternoon. Fortunately, her robust constitution prevented her from being bedridden in agony. It was not until she hurriedly made her way to the penthouse in search of sanitary supplies that she realized the convenience store lacked the most crucial items: toilet paper and sanitary pads. Did the host forget that after the upgrade, watching advertisements allows for the addition of 2 new items for sale? The system, suddenly reminded, cursed its own oversight. Lamenting the lost crystal cores, Ning Tang recalled a recruitment advertisement for the Yama office and realized she had indeed forgotten. Previously, she had not noticed any shortages in the hotel's supplies, so it had slipped her mind. After gathering herself, she descended and accessed the service desk's panel, locating the convenience store settings. After 4 minutes of watching the Yama office advertisement, she discovered it had been updated. The previous appearance of Bai Wuchang had been replaced by He Wuchang. The system held its breath, fearful of Ning Tang's potential grievances. She merely felt a pang of nostalgia, recognizing that her time at the Dawn Hotel had been quite pleasant, and decided to spare the little system for now, postponing her grievances for a later date when her mood might sour. Having finished the advertisement, Ning Tang began selecting new supplies. Initially intent on adding toilet paper and sanitary pads, she found herself captivated by the images on screen: crispy fried chicken legs, ice-skin taro cakes, grilled chicken wings, playing cards, mahjong, cheesy turkey noodles, and an array of other delights. Host, do not rush. The hotel is upgraded, and all these will soon be available. Focus on your work. The system chimed in eagerly. Her little host was indeed a gluttonous, playful, and greedy soul, and the Yama office could satisfy all her desires, allowing her to work for her own gratification, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ultimately, Ning Tang selected a pack of 10 rolls of toilet paper, priced at 5 crystals, along with a sanitary pad set containing 10-day pads, 5 night pads, and 3 extra-long night pads, as well as 2 pairs of sleep pants. All for the same price, a remarkable deal. The moment she confirmed her order, another vending machine unexpectedly appeared beside the sleepwear dispenser, startling Hong Er and the others, who were perusing the convenience store. Upon examining the new machine's contents, Hong Er decisively ordered 10 sets of sanitary pads for his beloved girlfriend. Other patrons did not have as pressing a need for toilet paper, as the hotel rooms provided for basic necessities. However, Wang Qing and her companions from the Wu Hai base required them. Each purchased the maximum allowable amount of toilet paper and sanitary pad sets, leaving the convenience store with woven bags in hand. Spotting Ning Tang, Wang Qing even contemplated bowing in gratitude. In this post-apocalyptic world, where even women lacked fabric for menstrual cloths, the Dawn Hotel offered unparalleled convenience in terms of food, shelter, and hygiene. Before the establishment of the Dawn Hotel, their team had to venture out daily to battle zombies for supplies, living on the edge of danger, with scant resources found. Yet, with Ning Tang's arrival, they now resided comfortably in the Dawn Hotel, occasionally hunting zombies for crystal cores, while spending most of their time transporting supplies, an immeasurable improvement over their previous existence. Observing the patrons emerging from the convenience store, laden with goods, Ning Tang felt a surge of joy. She even instructed the system to inform T-Planet to prepare a small cart for transporting supplies to facilitate the guests' endeavors. Gu Qinghuan and Chen Tiantian had just exited a milk tea shop when they noticed several female guests carrying pink bags, piquing their curiosity. It seemed the convenience store had introduced new items. Exchanging glances, the two resolved to investigate. To their astonishment, they discovered sanitary pads, items that had only been produced before the apocalypse and were now woefully outdated. Even so, their trading prices remained exorbitant. With the Dawn Hotel's new stock of sanitary pads and toilet paper, they need not concern themselves with production dates. The quality was assured under the Dawn Hotel's banner. They called upon everyone from the Fireseed base, each purchasing 10 bags of toilet paper and 10 bags of sanitary pads to stockpile in their homes, awaiting Gu Qingchuan's return to assist in transporting them back. Previously, Ning Tang had commissioned T-Planet to transform the bearskins collected from the Fujiang base into carpets, now adorning her bedroom with thick bear fur. Hu De and the others had devoured 12 chew toys in a single day. That evening, upon returning home, Ning Tang first visited the terrace, cradling Mimi and Tian before heading inside to sleep. Wolf De closely followed, while Hu De trailed her into the house. Contemplating for a moment, she decided to give them both a chance, bringing the big yellow dog inside as well. The 5 furry companions were placed on the carpet. The 4 smaller ones embraced the bare fur carpet with delight. Hu De sprawled on his back, while Wolf De playfully rolled around, affectionately nipping at Ning Tang's feet. The big yellow dog, initially restless, eventually settled at the door, having sniffed its surroundings, and lay down to rest. Ning Tang, after weighing her options, chose to snuggle with the plumpest panda, Tian Tian, while the she-wolf, Mimi, nestled on her other side, leaving the remaining companions to sleep on the carpet. Tian Tian and Mimi would often indulge in hot springs, their small bodies exuding a delightful fragrance. Ning Tang even left a crack in the door, holding Wolf Da and Hu Da's front paws to guide them outside, establishing a route from the bedroom to the terrace, instructing them to relieve themselves outside, warning that any indoor accidents would result in dire consequences. As it turned out, both Wolf Da and Hu Da were quite intelligent, comprehending her words, and indeed did not soil the house. However, if the area Ning Tang now beheld could still be termed a house, she attempted to convince herself that perhaps she had merely fallen asleep amidst the ruins the previous night, right? The edges of her sheets and blankets had been gnawed into frayed tassels, and the curtains, well, they hung in tatters, resembling a cascade of fringe. Her slippers lay in disarray, scattered in pieces, while the tissues on her bedside had been reduced to tiny tufts, strewn across the carpet like cotton fluff. The single armchair beside the floor-to-ceiling window appeared to have been skinned alive, with Wolf Da's head lodged in the central hole, still attempting to make himself comfortable. The snack rack she had meticulously organized a few days prior was now stripped bare. Chicken feet, duck legs, and chicken thigh bags lay scattered across the floor, their contents devoured, with yogurt bottles bitten open and licked clean. The artistic books placed on the bedside table had also been shredded, their remnants mingling with the tissue fragments on the carpet, which bore the marks of a dog's escapade, with patches of baldness appearing throughout. Ning Tang's blanket even bore traces of bear fur. Tian Tian and Mimi slept soundly, while the big yellow dog was likely outside enjoying breakfast. Huda lay snoozing at the door, his tail wagging rhythmically. Ning Tang got out of bed and seized Wolf Da's leg, delivering several slaps in reprimand. She astutely noticed a few tufts of golden fur on the sofa, instantly aware that the mischievous tiger was involved, alongside Wolf, one a cunning beast, and the other rather foolish. Ning Tang, not one to be polite, similarly seized Tiger by the hind leg and lifted it up, each hand grasping a little rascal. Tiger offered no resistance, merely swatting at Ning Tang with its tail in a display of agitation, revealing its guilty conscience. In Chapter 56, titled The Investor Boss, she placed the two miscreants on the terrace to join De Huang for breakfast. The combined size of Wolf and Tiger was nearly half that of De Huang, indicating they were indeed ready to be weaned. After observing them for a moment, Ning Tang turned to tidy up her surroundings. The room was in disarray, prompting her to summon Tom Cat on her tablet for assistance. After a while, Ning Tang returned to the terrace, securing both culprits with 2 lengths of rope around their necks. Their offenses were egregious, and today they were to be tethered at the service desk, subjected to the whims of all hotel guests. The lobby of Dawn Hotel was particularly lively that day, with a little tiger and a silver wolf tied up near the service desk. A sign nearby read, "Feel free to pet, do not feed, protect yourself, and we are not responsible for bites." Guests conveniently overlooked the latter part of the notice, eagerly reaching out to stroke the animals. The little tiger sprawled on the ground, lazily flicking its tail. Its demeanor was aloof, yet it tolerated the attention without irritation. In stark contrast, the little wolf welcomed every guest with a wagging tail, eagerly leaning in for affection. Ning Tang found their antics amusing. For Wolf, it seemed like a reward. Both the little tiger and Wolf were growing rapidly. At just a month old, they had already reached the size of their peers at 2 or 3 months. Their hunger for milk was insatiable. Yet after gorging on chicken and duck legs the previous day, along with a hearty breakfast from De Huang, Ning Tang planned to skip a meal for them, intending to feed them beef later that afternoon when the RV was available. Throughout the morning, Wolf and Tiger faced an array of temptations from guests, with ready-to-eat chicken and duck legs and meat buns. Each time Wolf was tempted and stood upright on its hind legs, just as it was about to indulge. Ning Tang swiftly intervened, lifting it away and covering its mouth, a fitting punishment for the guilty creature. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the RV arrived punctually at the hotel entrance, accompanied by the rewards issued by the system, a portal and a strength-enhancing pill. The pill, still a troublesome little capsule, nearly choked her as she swallowed it in one go. Just then, Hongda happened to pass by and, noticing Ning Tang's peculiar behavior of repeatedly tapping her collarbone while rolling her eyes, he quickly ran to the convenience store to fetch her a bottle of water. After gulping it down, she finally felt revived. Hongda, wishing to be acknowledged for his good deed, awaited Ning Tang to calm down, ensuring she recognized him as the one who provided the water before he waved his hand and turned away, thinking that Ning Tang wouldn't be bringing him a thank-you gift in the form of 8 treasure porridge. Once settled, Ning Tang called out her gratitude to Hong Da's hasty retreat, all the while internally lamenting the system's near-murderous intentions toward her. How strange. You're the one in a hurry, yet you blame others. Little system, I truly am more wronged than Do-e. With a huff, Ning Tang turned her attention back to the manual for the portal in her hand, which stated that the portal must be worn by its owner, allowing access to any underworld office within this world's jurisdiction by simply pressing the button. After reading through, the manual unexpectedly transformed into a silver bracelet adorned with a green gem, both beautiful and understated. Upon donning it and pressing the gem, a shimmering doorway materialized a meter ahead of her, with a search bar at the top right corner. By inputting names such as Dawn Hotel or Prosperity-based Dawn Convenience Store, she could traverse through to those locations. Ning Tang manually entered Fireseed-based Dawn Convenience Store No. 1 and, stepping through the portal, found herself in a shelf-laden convenience store directly across from her 2-story villa. The store was devoid of customers, yet through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see a bustling square outside, where a high podium had been erected, and Hien was currently addressing the crowd. For a fleeting moment, Ning Tang felt a pang of hesitation. Gu Qingchuan had previously informed her that once the branch store was established, she would be introduced to the base members as the grand boss. However, she had merely anticipated a casual meeting with management and had not expected such a grand affair. Gu Qingchuan stood vigil at the store's entrance, having been informed by Ning Tang that she would arrive directly at the convenience store. The moment she appeared, he took notice. As Ning Tang stepped outside, she was taken aback to find a conspicuous red carpet laid between the podium and the store's entrance. Maintaining a neutral expression, she was ushered by Gu Qingchuan, flanked by curious gazes from both sides, all aware that their base leader had secured a powerful ally. The previous food truck boss, whose assistants had secured resources and accommodations equipped with water, electricity, and heating for the base, had garnered much admiration among the populace. It was clear that no matter how formidable the base's combat capabilities, it paled in comparison to the advantages gained from the base leader's fortunate circumstances. Ascending the podium, Ning Tang wore a forced smile as she positioned herself center stage, with Gu Qingchuan on her left and Hien on her right. Hien began extolling her generosity and magnanimity, introducing her as the future investor and major benefactor who would overshadow the base leader. Gu Qingchuan nodded silently beside her as the microphone was handed to Ning Tang. With practiced poise, she addressed the crowd, announcing, "Greetings, everyone. The Dawn Convenience Store and Youth Hostel will continue to enhance their offerings, striving to provide an even better living experience for all." The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with Hien deliberately gesturing for a full minute of applause before continuing. Hien passionately elaborated on the convenience store's purchasing regulations, stating that each person would be limited to 10 items per day, with strict prohibitions against reselling, imposing severe penalties for violations. As for the youth hostel's admission criteria, priority would be given to outstanding teams that contributed to the base, followed by a lottery system among residents who applied, assuring the audience that the process would be transparent and fair. Ning Tang stood on stage, her smile rigid, unable to escape the enthusiasm radiating from Hien and the crowd despite the falling snow. Turning to Gu Qingchuan with a questioning gaze, she silently inquired about their purpose in this spectacle. Gu Qingchuan, equally exasperated, shook his head gently, indicating that their role was primarily ornamental. The base assembly concluded after much effort, yet Hien was dispatched by Gu Qingchuan to oversee the lottery for the youth hostel. Before departing, he expressed his grievances, lamenting that he was promised a break once the branch store was established, allowing him leisure at the Dawn Hotel's hot springs. "I plan to visit the Dark Society now. Would you care to join me?" Ning Tang invited Gu Qingchuan as soon as Hien departed. Despite having consumed the strength-enhancing pill, she realized she couldn't confront the entire group alone and sought someone with formidable abilities to accompany her. Moreover, Gu Qingchuan had mentioned his previous encounters with the Dark Society, meaning he would be more informed about their personnel than she was. Gu Qingchuan appeared surprised. "Just the two of us?" The Dark Society is not to be underestimated. To this day, no one has been able to locate their stronghold. I have gathered most of the combat teams from Fire Seed Base these past few days. Perhaps I should scout ahead with them first. In Chapter 57, titled The Light Base, Ning Tang handed him an invisibility pill, having just purchased 2 from the system. Trust me, let us go together. By the way, that sudden disappearance and reappearance ability you mentioned, what kind of power is that? It's spatial teleportation, Gu Qingchuan remarked, scrutinizing the black pill Ning Tang had handed him. Realizing her possessions might exceed his understanding. That should allow us to teleport to Cheongshan. First, let us consume the invisibility pills and scout our surroundings. Ning Tang took the lead, swallowing her pill with caution, chewing several times before finally swallowing it down. It was not that she had previously been unwilling to chew. The pill was both sour and dark, resembling something scraped off the arm of a system that had not bathed. Host, you slander me. You truly slander me. Gu Qingchuan obediently swallowed the pill, then grasped Ning Tang's sleeve. In an instant, she felt a flash before her eyes and instinctively closed them. When she reopened them, she beheld a desolate snow-capped mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood some dilapidated houses, and the mountain itself bore no signs of habitation, let alone a large encampment. Previously, the Fire Seed Base had received intelligence and had sent several reconnaissance missions to Cheong Mountain, but had yielded no results. Gu Qingchuan briefly explained the situation. They had also suspected that the Dark Society had constructed an underground base, yet no entrance had been found. System, can't you scan? Hurry up and scan. Humph. The scanning function costs 10,000 crystals. Don't be too greedy. 100 crystals. 5,000 crystals. 50 crystals.
Ah, deal.
Host, you truly have a black heart. The system diligently scanned for 2 seconds, providing Ning Tang with a highly technical directional term. Although she could not comprehend it, her expression remained calm as she confidently repeated it to Gu Qingchuan. Fortunately, Gu Qingchuan possessed some knowledge. After pondering for a few seconds, he swiftly teleported them to the designated landmark. This time, the ground beneath them felt soft, and Ning Tang thought she had stepped on someone, hastily opening her eyes. To her surprise, she and Gu Qingchuan were standing on a battered, oversized bed, its linens so filthy they had lost their original color, making her fearful of dirtying her shoes while standing on it. Gu Qingchuan gracefully leaped down, and Ning Tang followed suit, landing with a thud on the floor. She turned to see Gu Qingchuan reaching into the air, uncertain of his intentions. Gu Qingchuan, composed as ever, retracted his right hand. Is there a problem here? Our people have previously searched the houses at the foot of the mountain, but found nothing. Ning Tang maintained an air of calm, adopting a guise of secrecy, while internally frantically questioning the system. Little system, what is the problem? Where is the entrance? Do not let your host suffer humiliation.
Oh,
ISNT, this our omnipotent little host, whom I have thoroughly mocked. You still need me. The entrance is beneath the bed. Push it aside. Ning Tang halted her internal musings, realizing the system had no sense of aesthetics. She clapped her hands, crouched down, and exerted all her strength. As she did, the dilapidated bed, along with the floor beneath it, crashed violently against the opposite wall, the force akin to being struck by an elephant. Before she could marvel at the efficacy of her strength-enhancing pill, a square passageway appeared where the bed had once been, with stairs leading directly underground. The moment the bed flew away, 2 men clad in black uniforms burst forth, evidently the security stationed at the entrance. The 2 security guards gaped at the bed, now shattered against the wall, and the empty room, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what had just transpired. Without granting them a moment to react, Ning Tang hastily equipped Gu Qingchuan with a protective mask and produced a sleep-inducing drug from the system. Before the guards could even press the notification panel at the entrance, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. One was of the wind element, the other of the earth element. Ning Tang waved her hand, causing the system to absorb them into its space. If these individuals were indeed malevolent, they would be contributing to the technological advancement of Planet T. Gu Qingchuan was remarkably accepting. Even if Ning Tang were to produce an atomic bomb now, he would not express any further surprise. Amused, he reflected that nearly all his life as astonishment had been spent on Ning Tang. The staircase, approximately 4 meters high, led to another 2 guards. The first 2 had exited, and upon reaching the bottom, The next two had no time to react before Ning Tang similarly rendered them unconscious and carried them away. At the end of the staircase, they arrived at a control room and security office filled with surveillance equipment, over 100 armed security personnel, a small arms depot, and the dormitories for the guards. At that moment, the guards lay sprawled across the floor, and Ning Tang took full advantage of the situation. With a wave of her hand, all that remained on this floor were the doors and walls, as even the coat hangers vanished into the system's space alongside the guards. What was the reputation of these guards? How should they be dealt with? Were they mere victims of circumstance or complicit villains? Ning Tang contemplated sending this group to Planet T, but hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently harm the innocent workers. Gu Qingchuan suggested they were seasoned combatants against the Dark Society and that his opinion would be invaluable. This required delving into the background of the Dark Society. Gu Qingchuan began, instinctively seeking a place to sit down and discuss matters with Ning Tang, but upon glancing around and noticing the emptiness, he abandoned the idea. In the second year of the apocalypse, aside from the Fire Seed base, there existed another well-equipped base, known as the Bright Base, which was privately controlled. Unlike the Fire Seed base, which had an official army, the Bright Base boasted superior material conditions and drew in survivors with its greater allure. The leader of the Bright Base commanded the most advanced medical research team, collaborating with officials to develop an antidote for the zombie virus. However, 6 months later, the base's tens of thousands of survivors, along with the official research team, vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated overnight. Subsequently, various bases with official military presence faced relentless zombie waves, leading to the discovery of an organization called the Dark Society. This group exploited zombie attacks on the bases to plunder resources, yet their attempts to capture were met with little success. Our current hypothesis is that the Dark Society was once the Bright Base, utilizing those tens of thousands of survivors for inhumane experiments, employing zombie armies to assault the remaining survivors. The free people we see now must be well aware of their organization's deeds. Ning Tang mused. As expected, every place harbors its share of inhumane villains. This meant that everyone in this organization could be sent to Planet T. The system, receiving the directive, hurriedly dispatched the first batch, fearing its space might soon be overwhelmed with an influx of prisoners. Chapter 58, The Great Sweep. Understanding this, they concluded there was no need for the guards to remain. Gu Qingchuan nodded, and the two made their way to the staircase, descending to the next level. The second underground level housed a medical room, complete with medical personnel and a warehouse of supplies. Ning Tang dispatched the guards, instinctively wanting to absorb all the medical supplies and cabinets into the system's space. The system could no longer contain its objections. Host, this is only the second level. The valuable items lie further ahead. Could you show some ambition and leave something for the Fire Seed base as the grand boss? If she continued to stuff more inside, it might burst. Ning Tang paused, realizing the truth in the system's words. Beside her stood a subordinate with spatial abilities. She couldn't merely bring him along for show, especially since she had purchased invisibility pills and masks with her crystals. Ning Tang thus decided to leave half of the supplies for Gu Qingchuan, generously indicating he should take a share. Gu Qingchuan chuckled lightly and did not hesitate, taking what was offered. After they passed through, the second level was left barren. The third level was a cultivation room, where the Dark Society had perfected aquaponics technology. Sticking to their routine, Ning Tang took half of the personnel and supplies, leaving the remainder for Gu Qingchuan. The fourth level was a storage area filled with canned goods, along with several warehouse managers. As they completed their collection on this lowest level, they discovered a corridor behind the original shelving of supplies. Following the corridor for several hundred meters, they suddenly encountered a large door, heavily guarded. Ning Tang strode forward with the potion in hand, her demeanor exuding confidence, leaving the security personnel bewildered, likely contemplating their imminent relocation to the laboratory on Planet T. Thus, it is often said, those who revel in experimentation shall ultimately find themselves as subjects of others' experiments. In the blink of an eye, the security guards and armored doors vanished, revealing a garden-like expanse behind the door, which momentarily blinded Ning Tang with its brilliance. As her eyes adjusted, she discovered an entire floor transformed into a verdant paradise. Flourishing green plants and vibrant flowers thrived in nutrient solutions, complemented by cobblestone paths. Scattered across swings and pathways were elegantly dressed men and women, presumably the elite of the dark society. Ning Tang quickly assessed the situation. Those with abilities were taken away, while those without were swiftly dispatched by Gu Qingchuan. She spared no attention to the flora, swings, stone tables, or even the cobblestones as she and Gu Qingchuan ascended the adjacent elevator, which soon revealed nothing but a bare shell of a building. The system informed Ning Tang that there were a total of 20 floors above and below ground. Judging by the layout and height, this was undoubtedly the interior of Cheong Mountain, where these nefarious individuals had concealed themselves, explaining why Gu Qingchuan and his companions had been unable to locate them, leading Gu Qingchuan upward. The second floor was filled entirely with power generation equipment, the very reason for the illumination here. With a sweeping gesture, Ning Tang commanded the system to absorb everything. The third to sixth floors were dedicated to material storage, stocked with grains, oils, compressed foods, dehydrated fruits, and pure water, alongside clothing and bedding. Ning Tang was unabashedly thorough, considering even a plastic bag as wasteful. Ascending further, they encountered no elevators, and with the system's guidance, Ning Tang discovered a staircase leading upward, featuring 5 imposing doors. These posed no challenge for her. She simply instructed the system to remove them. As the final door was dismantled, the awe-inspiring sight of the 7th floor unfolded before their eyes. Enormous iron cages filled with a throng of zombies stood within, while a laboratory, separated by glass, loomed beside them. The system's concoction of tranquilizers acted indiscriminately across species, rendering both the zombies and the laboratory personnel unconscious. Gu Qingchuan was the first to speak, inquiring if the researchers could be taken back to the Fire Seed base, as their findings might contribute to the vaccine against the zombie virus. Ning Tang generously acquiesced, but raised a concern regarding the fate of the zombies. Could he eliminate them all at once? The number of zombies appeared overwhelming, perhaps around 20 to 30,000, yet they were fortunately confined within iron cages, standing shoulder to shoulder. Gu Qingchuan nodded, affirming his capability, instructing Ning Tang to stand back. He raised his hand, summoning bolts of lightning that struck down, leaving only charred remains and a scattering of crystal cores. Ning Tang, ever diligent, collected half, leaving the remainder for Gu Qingchuan, while the system, afflicted with envy, lamented its inability to access such unexpected fortune through the Dawn Hotel's account. Nevertheless, it sought alternative means, incessantly marketing bizarre items to Ning Tang, such as pills that altered skin color to shades of the rainbow. Ning Tang dismissed these offers with indifference. Ascending 3 more floors, they encountered yet another array of zombies and laboratories. Ning Tang's hands grew weary from gathering crystal cores, while Gu Qingchuan's expression darkened, as he had yet to spot any of the researchers dispatched from the Fire Seed base. After sweeping through the upper 10 floors, Ning Tang led Gu Qingchuan back downward. The first underground level housed a swimming pool and gym. Ning Tang scoffed at the extravagance of these individuals, who could indulge in fitness amidst the apocalypse. The second level was a dining hall, and the third, an entertainment venue. Were it not for the vibrant hair colors adorning some individuals, one might mistake this for a pre-apocalyptic underground mall. Continuing downward, the 4th to 6th levels comprised living quarters of exceptional quality. Even in vacant rooms, air conditioning and lighting were fully operational, with a select few enjoying the finest living conditions, unchanged by the apocalypse. Gritting her teeth, Ning Tang commanded the system to seize everything, sparing not even the doors. The 7th to 9th underground levels were designated for office space, where she removed inconsequential personnel, leaving all pertinent documents for Gu Qingchuan, believing the task of saving the world was better suited for others. The 10th floor was heavily fortified, guarded by hundreds of security personnel, yet it featured only a single door, indicative of its service to the highest leader. After dispatching the guards, Ning Tang cautiously instructed Gu Qingchuan to open the door, suspecting that an individual of considerable stature resided within. The system rebuked her for lacking faith, suggesting a powerful sleeping agent from Huanchuan's office that could incapacitate even a mammoth. Upon opening the door, they were met with silence. The interior surpassed even Ning Tang's own luxurious apartment, boasting a swimming pool and private cinema, with no less than 6 collection rooms adorned with various artifacts, paintings, and jade. Gu Qingchuan claimed an entire wall of documents and computers for his office, while Ning Tang pocketed the rest. The system protested that its space was nearing capacity. Yet Ning Tang insisted it strip the clothing from over 10,000 living individuals, reasoning that those subjected to experimentation did not require attire, and the garments could benefit the survivors, allowing her a potential profit. The system complied, promptly transporting the clothing to Planet T, leaving the unconscious individuals behind, a detail it deemed inconsequential. Chapter 59. Are the crystal cores sufficient? The leader of the Dark Society was exceedingly prudent, undoubtedly maintaining more than one stronghold. Those on the previous floor likely included some mid-level executives who, under duress, might divulge valuable information. Gu Qingchuan perused the remaining documents, finding little of significance. Confirming this was merely a nondescript territory of the snake. "Oh, I understand. Leave it to me," Ning Tang replied nonchalantly, her words carrying weight. There was no need for torture. She commanded the system to extract the individuals from the previous floor and return them to the hotel for questioning. They're probably already resting in the research lab on Planet T. Why the sudden diligence? Gu Qingchuan queried, but Ning Tang shrugged it off. Let us just casually inquire when they conduct their experiments. Ask them where else their leader has established a foothold. Surely the system can manage that. Of course. I shall attend to it right away. Ning Tang had dispatched so many individuals with abilities. Such a modest request would certainly be met with compliance. There was no scenario in which they would withhold information, for those who defied would soon learn their lesson. Receiving the system's affirmative response, Ning Tang nodded reassuringly to Gu Qingchuan. Don't worry, I'll handle the interrogation. The system, in disbelief, remarked, You truly managed to pull that off. In this level, Gu Qingchuan discovered another passage, and after traversing it for several minutes, they found their space filled to capacity, while behind them, Cheong Mountain lay entirely devoid of personnel. Soon, the passage came to an end, and Ning Tang surveyed her surroundings, realizing they stood in what resembled a cellar, with a filthy staircase leading to the exit. Gu Qingchuan promptly transported them to the surface, revealing that they had emerged approximately 2 kilometers from Cheong Mountain, in an abandoned farmhouse. The cellar they had just vacated was cleverly disguised beneath a stone mill. Ning Tang couldn't help but chuckle at the ingenuity of the Dark Society's architects. Recalling the leader, known as Snake, picturing him struggling to push aside the stone mill every time he needed to emerge. She found herself eager to capture him. If only to mock him before sending him to Planet T. Allow me to escort you back to the hotel, Gu Qingchuan offered. With the Dark Society's stronghold dismantled without a single loss, he needed to return to the base to organize the intelligence gathered, alongside the spoils of their venture. Ning Tang pondered for a moment before ultimately declining. She had already acquired a portal and thus saw no need to expend any effort. She could return on her own. You go about your business, she said. Gu Qingchuan watched in astonishment as a shimmering, translucent door appeared before Ning Tang, its surface rippling with water-like patterns. She stepped forward, manipulated the controls, and vanished in an instant. After a brief pause, he too disappeared from sight. Ning Tang first arrived at the Fujiang base, materializing behind the counter of the Dawn convenience store. The store was filled with a throng of people seeking warmth, and as soon as they laid eyes on her, a hush fell over the crowd. After a few moments of silence, Chen Gua and others, who had endured numerous hardships, squeezed their way to the self-checkout. Base leader. The weather has grown increasingly frigid. We thought it wise to allow everyone to come in and warm themselves outside of mealtimes, so as not to disrupt the store's business. We are now organizing a dispersal. Ning Tang nodded. That's fine. Warming up is acceptable. However, let everyone step outside for now. Where is your deputy base leader? I need to speak with him. As long as the patrons spent money at the Dawn convenience store, she was indifferent to other matters, provided they did not relieve themselves within the premises. If they truly had such proclivities, she could feign ignorance, as long as the place was cleaned up before her arrival. Upon checking the panel behind the counter, Ning Tang noted that the store's points had amassed to over 10 million. The points from the Dawn convenience store and the Dawn hostel, both part of the same base, were interchangeable. This meant she could choose to construct a hostel with 10 million points or wait and upgrade the store with 30 million points. After careful consideration, she concluded that with only 3,000 residents at Fujiang Base, the Dawn convenience store sufficiently met their daily needs. An upgrade would not significantly enhance revenue. Thus, establishing a hostel would be more beneficial. This would prevent the residents from overcrowding the store, and in the event of a catastrophic encounter with mutated beasts, She would not need to worry about finding Fujiang Base reduced to rubble. Furthermore, a single hostel could accommodate up to 10,000 people, potentially bringing in more hotel guests for tourism or crystal core collection. Ultimately, the crystal cores would still find their way into the coffers of the Dawn Hotel, allowing her to also earn a share from the portal usage. The system felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing Ning Tang's keen business acumen. It no longer had to worry about her becoming complacent. As for her private funds, once the T-Planet fully activated its online shopping system, there was no concern about her spending. In the end, her crystal cores would also end up benefiting T-Planet. Chunhua nodded, explaining that the mutated beasts had been increasingly frequent in their attacks, and the deputy base leader had been tirelessly guarding the area. He is over by the main gate. I will fetch him at once. With ample supplies at hand, the people of Fujiang Base genuinely revered Ning Tang as their leader. They harbored no discontent regarding the dispersal. Rather, they eagerly crowded around her, eager to express their greetings. Those with children sent to the Dawn Hotel wished to inquire about their well-being but hesitated, fearing that Ning Tang might perceive their inquiries as distrustful or burdensome. Ning Tang, oblivious to their hesitation, suddenly recalled how much those children consumed daily, wondering if the crystal cores sent along would suffice. If they were running low, she needed to act quickly. Thus, she compassionately accessed the surveillance feeds from the Dawn Hotel's restaurant, convenience store, and lobby. Even though it was not mealtime, a few children were already eating in the restaurant, while most lounged in the relaxation area, engrossed in television. Some held boxes of meals, others munched on fried chicken and skewers while sipping milk tea. A few were in the convenience store purchasing ready-to-eat chicken legs, all clad in plush pajamas produced by the store, their faces round and cherubic, clearly thriving. Parents gathered at the glass door, closely observing their children. Seeing their little ones' faces plump and healthy, they felt immense joy. In the 5 years since the apocalypse, the concept of unhealthy food had vanished. Anyone fortunate enough to have something to eat would never complain. Those without children looked upon the older individuals sent by the base, their wrinkled skin appearing rejuvenated, their rosy complexions a testament to better living conditions. The expanse of the hotel lobby, adorned with genuine leather sofas and thick carpets, stirred envy among them, longing to petition the base leader for a taste of such comfort. Song Jun arrived promptly, his presence providing a sense of reassurance amidst the ongoing struggle against the mutated beasts. He had been genuinely troubled by the situation. Ning Tang's arrival was a welcome relief. With a swift draw of her arrows, those creatures would surely meet their demise. Base leader, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting with bated breath. Those beasts have bullied our base terribly. You must take charge. Song Jun cried, pushing through the crowd to reach Ning Tang. Previously, he had maintained a facade of strength as the base leader, but now, he clung to her, unabashedly seeking support. Ning Tang stood firm, undeterred. Although Brother Monkey was absent today, she had consumed a strength-enhancing pill, and with the shield's protection, tearing apart a bear was well within her capabilities. All right, I will avenge you shortly, but first come closer. I have wonderful news to share. Ning Tang gestured for him to calm down, standing tall. She anticipated that once she mentioned the hostel, Song Jun might be moved to kneel before her in gratitude. Though she felt deserving of such reverence, she was prepared to help him back to his feet. As the base leader, I understand how uncomfortable it is for everyone to be crammed outside the convenience store daily. She turned to indicate the rows of bunk beds outside, where nearly 20 layers of beds were crowded, with 7 to 8 people resting on each. Were it not for the bright lights within the store, she might not have even spotted Song Jun's face. Therefore, I propose to construct a hostel at Fujiang Base, equipped with a protective shield, heating in winter and air conditioning in summer, with water and electricity, capable of accommodating 10,000 people, with individual beds for everyone. Having spoken, she patiently awaited Song Jun's reaction. As expected, he and the nearby residents were momentarily stunned, but once they comprehended her words, Song Jun fell to the ground, not in submission, but genuinely grasping her legs and weeping. Base leader, you are the savior of us all. His heartfelt gratitude resonated deeply. In such cold weather, crammed in the hall, where nights were spent shivering, the prospect of warmth, or even simply a lack of freezing, was enough to inspire immense appreciation. As Song Jun's voice rang out, the crowd outside joined in, their heartfelt expressions contrasting with the scene Ning Tang had envisioned. It sounded as if 1,000 ducks quacked in unison in her ears. Unable to bear it any longer, Ning Tang gently pushed Song Jun aside and quickly pressed the button to initiate the construction of the Dawn Hostel. Selecting a location just 6 meters away from the convenience store, she had learned from Gu Qingchuan to maximize the use of the protective shield. As the building materialized, the residents clustered near the convenience store immediately took notice. The 5-story structure towered over 20 meters high, as each room would house 4 layers of space capsule beds, its length spanning several hundred meters and width around dozens. This was undoubtedly the hostel the base leader had spoken of, though the main entrance was locked. The moment the building appeared, the snow within 3 meters of its vicinity transformed into dry concrete. The crowd instinctively shifted closer, discovering that the temperature near the hostel was just as comfortable as that surrounding the convenience store. Chen Gua and others approached to inspect the hostel's entrance. Noting that the unlocking time was the same 3 days from now, they returned to seek Ning Tang's approval, and upon receiving her consent, they promptly arranged for the beds to be moved beside the new hostel. The area adjacent to the youth hostel is spacious, accommodating over 3,000 individuals, albeit rather snugly. Having assessed the situation at the hostel, Ning Tang took hold of Song Jun and ventured out in search of mutated beasts. At the entrance of the base, dozens of ability users stood guard, while over 100 others formed patrol teams, diligently surveying the perimeter of the walls. By the time Ning Tang arrived, there were only a handful of mutated creatures lurking outside the base, refraining from attacking. Instead, they appeared to be waiting for the humans before them to become mentally fatigued, at which point they would summon their reinforcements to launch an assault. This encounter featured several varieties of mutated beasts, including mutated tigers, mutated bears, and mutated white foxes, which caught Ning Tang's eye with their abundant pelts. She confidently commanded the gate to be opened, seized a large iron fork from one of the ability users nearby, and strode out with an air of nonchalance. The protective shield surrounding her rendered her impervious to both zombies and the lurking dangers of mutated beasts, except for those few kept within the hotel. The ability users within the base held their breath, each ready to spring into action should Ning Tang find herself in peril. The bear, relying on its sheer strength, stood closest to the base, oblivious to Ning Tang's approach as it scanned the vicinity. Without hesitation, she struck it with a blunt instrument. The height of these mutated beasts indeed posed a challenge for her arms. The bear, resembling a mountain, slowly toppled over, eliciting a grimace from the system, which mused that Ning Tang's powerful strike must have left the creature's brains a mere pulp. After confirming that the black bear showed no signs of life, Ning Tang was pleased to note that it bore no wounds. She employed the same method to dispatch several of its companions, subsequently tossing the fallen bears into the base and gesturing for the others to handle them as they had previously. The other mutated beasts grew wary of the sudden collapse of their comrades, yet they could not perceive Ning Tang. Seizing the moment, she swiftly delivered a blow to one of the retreating mutated white foxes, which was far more agile. After several swift strikes, she managed to eliminate a dozen white foxes. The remaining 3 mutated tigers, however, keenly sensed the danger and let out a deafening roar. Fueled by anger, Ning Tang retaliated with 3 powerful strikes, the noxious odor emanating from their mouths wafting toward her from a distance, an unpleasant reminder of their lack of hygiene. As the base personnel assisted her in skinning the creatures, Ning Tang traversed around the base, dispatching an additional 10 white foxes, 6 bears, and 5 tigers. She noted with a twinge of guilt the absence of polar bears. It must be quite a journey for them to migrate from the Arctic, and she hoped not to contribute to their extinction as had happened with the previous 40. Upon returning to the base, the ability users who had finished their tasks gathered to help with the skinning of the mutated beasts. Song Jun, with a hint of trepidation, inquired about the pricing of the youth hostel. Despite the already shockingly low prices at the Dawn convenience store, he wondered how the base leader could maintain such charity. They believed they had amassed enough crystal cores, but he hesitated to consider the cost of a warm, well-equipped inn. The monthly rent for a bed is 30 level 1 crystal cores, Ning Tang replied, before realizing she had yet to properly inspect the youth hostel at the Fireseed base. With so many people there, the store's revenue might soar within a single day, potentially enabling the construction of additional Dawn youth hostels shortly. Song Jun leaned in, straining to hear. What was that? Could you repeat it? I didn't quite catch that. Ning Tang reiterated, a bed for 30 level 1 crystal cores per month. Song Jun gazed at her with undeniable incredulity, eventually managing to voice, "So, the base leader must be a bodhisattva come to save us," merely disguising her identity as a hotel owner. Chapter 61. Worthless Death. Ning Tang couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at the adoration she received. It seemed impossible to remain humble and low-key when her subordinates idolized her so fervently. In high spirits, she patted Song Jun on the shoulder and departed. "Who is this? Isn't it our Ning Bodhisattva? Ning Bodhisattva, Ning Bodhisattva," the system quipped, its habitual sarcasm still intact after all this time, fearing that it might become a lowly system once its partnership with Ning Tang concluded. Ning Tang let out a light scoff. "Jealous, are we, little system?" The group moved quickly, and just as Ning Tang suppressed a smile, a throng of individuals approached, bearing clean pelts and crystal cores. She accepted them all, waving to the crowd. "I must take my leave now. The youth hostel will open in 3 days, and I shall return." With flair, she positioned herself at the center of the base and stepped into the portal amidst the gazes of onlookers. "The host is quite suited for our Underworld Affairs office. Perhaps you should consider working as a task employee like a phoenix soaring to great heights," the system suggested, unable to restrain itself as Ning Tang's inner glee resonated too loudly for its comfort. "Let me tire of this place first. I am quite content being the leader. Why would I want to become a mere beast of burden like you?" The system resolved to investigate further, apprehensive that it might be driven to a high voltage from exasperation, and upon the task's completion, it would report a work injury. Ning Tang chose the location of the portal to be the first building of the Dawn Youth Hostel at the Fire Seed base. At this moment, she stood in the management office, gazing out the window, reminiscent of a dormitory supervisor from her student days. The management office housed 5 towering robots, each adorned with a manager's badge, with one responsible for each building, overseeing sanitation, infrastructure, and security. Truly versatile. Currently, the 5 robots remained inactive within the management office, indicating that this particular Dawn Youth Hostel had yet to process check-ins. Ning Tang surmised that only a couple of hours had passed since she had been busy with the Dark Gathering and then at the Prosperity base. The Fire Seed base was likely still engaged in whatever lottery they were conducting. Stepping outside, she discovered a long table set up at the entrance to the hostel, bustling with people. It appeared they were participating in the aforementioned lottery. Upon noticing Ning Tang's presence, the staff immediately greeted her in unison. "Hello, great boss." Ning Tang nodded calmly, intent on exploring the internal structure of the hostel. Following the central corridor, she found the staircase directly across from the entrance. To the left and right of the staircase lay laundry rooms, each equipped with 50 fully automated washing machines. Cards could be obtained at the entrance, allowing for 100 washes at the cost of 100 crystal cores, with a minimum purchase required. Outside the laundry facility, there were drinking water stations offering both hot and cold options, accessible only with a water card, starting at 30 crystal cores. Ning Tang proceeded to the nearest room, pushing open the door to find white space capsule beds that balanced privacy with comfort. Although there were 4 bunk beds, the height of each capsule was approximately 1.2 meters, and each room contained a sizable cabinet with 20 compartments. The central corridor measured around 1.8 meters in width, making this environment quite conducive to restful sleep. Venturing further, she came upon a glass-partitioned washing area featuring a wall of mirrors and 4 individual sinks, alongside 4 private restrooms equipped with shower heads. Exiting the washing area led to a semi-enclosed balcony with 2 lengthy clotheslines, and the balcony itself was quite spacious, furnished with plastic stools. Overall, the accommodation appeared more comfortable than many university dormitories, leaving Ning Tang astounded at the absurdly low price. The system, resonating with Ning Tang's sentiments, remarked, "Indeed. At least it should be 100 crystal cores per month. To set it at 30 is practically giving it away." Intrigued, Ning Tang pondered. Was not the original intention of the Dawn Hotel to preserve the ember of civilization here? Why, then, did this little system seem solely fixated on monetary gain, entirely contradicting its initial purpose? The system momentarily froze, and with a huff, Ning Tang thought to herself that Ning Tang had no idea just how dire the shortage of clean energy on planet T truly was, nor did anyone seem to care. She was disinclined to ascend the stairs, having surveyed the first floor sufficed, as the facilities on the upper levels were likely identical. The towering height of the building dissuaded her from the climb. Adjacent to the entrance of the youth hostel, near the management office, stood a fully automated cash register. Here, one could register their information and exchange a crystal core for a bed card, which could be used to unlock the corresponding room, bed, and cabinet. Ning Tang positioned herself behind the cash register and accessed the management panel. Given that the points accrued at the small shops and the hostel were interchangeable throughout the base, the panel displayed the cumulative points from all stores within the base, which had already amassed several million in just over 2 hours. It indicated that a total of 50 million points was necessary to construct the 4th Dawn Youth Hostel. Ning Tang pondered that the long lines were likely due to people waiting to draw lots. Thus, there was no need to remind Gu Qingchuan and He Yen to encourage everyone to spend more. After all, the Spark base housed over 100,000 individuals, and the points from the small shops alone should be quite substantial. Nevertheless, she decided to seek out the staff behind the long table, thinking that the sooner they built, the sooner they could profit. Could you relay a message to the base leader or deputy base leader on my behalf? The young female staff member widened her eyes, eager to convey the words of the esteemed boss. Of course, esteemed boss, what would you like to say? Please inform them that over the next few days, we should encourage everyone to spend more. If the total expenditure reaches 50 million in crystal cores, we can construct the 4th hostel. Upon hearing this, the staff at the long table and the residents waiting in line were taken aback. Their SA 4th one? How bold! Could there be a 5th, 6th, or even 7th? The man who had just missed his chance in the draw suddenly perked up, realizing he might still have another opportunity. The staff quickly nodded, understanding her request. Rest assured, esteemed boss, we will certainly pass along your message to the base leader and deputy leader, and we will make every effort to increase our spending. Ning Tang nodded, satisfied that her message would be conveyed. The inconvenience of not having a phone was evident. Even simple communication required manual effort. As she contemplated this, she made her way to the lobby on the 1st floor and activated the random door. In an instant, she vanished from sight, much to the astonishment of onlookers. After all, she hardly needed to seek out secluded spots for using the random door every time. System. You really do enjoy putting on a show. As Ning Tang input Dawn Hotel into the random door, she suddenly remembered that she had fed Wolf and Tiger, who were tied to the service desk. Guilt washed over her for a fleeting moment, realizing she had been so engrossed in her duties that she had neglected her hungry children. However, that guilt was short-lived, as she soon stood before the service desk, now reduced to a pile of rubble amidst a sea of empty wrappers that extended into the lobby. Tiger lay sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, while Wolf gnawed at the upholstery beside him. Ning Tang's vision darkened. These two were utterly deserving of their fate. Chapter 62, Building 4. Wolf and Tiger were unequivocally denied access to the spacious flat. Ning Tang tossed 42 sticks onto the terrace. You two stay here on the terrace. Gnaw away. You'd best wear down your teeth. For dinner, Ning Tang opted for spicy hot pot at the restaurant. She selected a modest portion, but when the dishes were served, while others received large bowls, hers was an enormous basin. Yet, Ning Tang felt no embarrassment. She felt rather proud. Not only her, but other guests at the hotel were also ravenous, each consuming more than 2 bowls, while Gu Qinghuan and Chen Tiantian had 3 hefty servings each. Gu Qinghuan gazed at Ning Tang's colossal bowl of hot pot with a look of longing. I really want some hot pot too. Tiantian, shall we buy another portion? Chen Tiantian hesitated, squeezing her increasingly round belly. I wanted to, but I feel like I've gained a lot of weight lately. What does that matter? In the apocalypse, if you don't gain some weight, how will you have the strength to survive? Gu Qinghuan dismissed her concerns. After 5 years of the apocalypse, most people were gaunt and emaciated. The notion of dieting seemed a relic of the past. Now, everyone envied those with some flesh on their bones. Chen Tiantian was quickly persuaded. You're right. Being able to eat is a blessing. Let us go buy some now. At another table, Hongda and Hong Er shared a delightful rapport, with Hongda focused on his meal while Hong Er fussed over Li Qian, offering her dishes and asking if she preferred milk or almond tea afterward. Li Qian gently declined. No, Ah Chi, this is already plenty. We can't possibly finish it all. Hey, don't worry. If you can't finish, just taste a bit of everything. I'll take care of the rest. Hongda replied, rolling his eyes at Hong Er, who had previously made him spit out a sausage he had taken from him. Ning Tang perked her ears, eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing Hong Er planning to buy dessert for his girlfriend, she too craved some and went to purchase 2 bowls for herself. It was undeniable. Young couples certainly knew how to indulge, and these 2 bowls were indeed a difficult choice. As the days passed, guests returning to the hotel came back later and later. Hu Yu, Yi Meng, and Qi Zhe returned past 9 o'clock, their clothes stained with blood. They quickly ascended to wash up before coming down to dine. Ning Tang paid little mind, surmising that the zombies surrounding the hotel had been effectively cleared out by them. They must have ventured quite far these past few days, which would facilitate new guests. As for their future sources of crystal cores, that was not a concern for Ning Tang. Yet again, it was another day without new guests. Ning Tang found it curious who exactly had chosen the location for the Dawn Hotel. It was desolate. And had it not been for a few individuals from the base vouching for it, the hotel would hardly have reached level 4 based solely on walk-in guests. So the previous host only earned 20 crystals in a month, the system muttered under its breath. Otherwise, this job wouldn't fall to these ordinary hosts. Comfortably lying in a hotel during the apocalypse, it seemed like a predetermined job with job security. Ning Tang didn't catch what the system had muttered. As she comfortably soaked in a hot spring and treated herself to a full-body massage from a staff member dressed as a sheep, the laid-back lifestyle was indeed delightful. As she applied a facial mask while snacking on fruit, she suddenly thought to herself that perhaps this was quite sufficient. If the hotel upgraded slowly, so be it. As long as she was comfortable, that was all that mattered. But you still want to possess the moral daff, don't you, host? The system could not abide such a notion of relaxation. It eagerly anticipated Ning Tang accumulating all the crystal cores. Fine, but that seems too far off. If the Dawn Hotel were in the Spark base, it might have reached maximum level by now, Ning Tang sighed. With over 100,000 people, perhaps tomorrow their total points would indeed reach 50 million, allowing for the construction of another hostel. She felt a twinge of envy. As expected, the following morning, Cooking tuan avaitet Ning Tang downstairs. Esteemed boss, yesterday we mobilized all residents to shop at the store, and all 30,000 beds at the hostel are now fully booked. However, the hostel's cash register system can only recharge for a month's rent at a time. Nevertheless, the points should have reached 50 million by now. If it's convenient for you, we can arrange for the 4th hostel today. Ning Tang felt tears of envy welling in her heart. They managed to secure 50 million in a single day, while her hotel struggled to save up 5 million for an upgrade, and now, with the Dawn convenience store, Gu Qingchuan likely wouldn't be purchasing supplies from the Dawn Hotel anymore, resulting in a significant loss of revenue for her. Alright, let us go now. Ning Tang also wished to expedite matters. She immediately opened a portal, inputting Dawn Youth Hostel, Building 1, gesturing for Gu Qingchuan to enter first. Theoretically, the random door was exclusive to her. Should she step through first, it would vanish immediately, so she needed to wait until the others had entered before following. Gu Qingchuan walked through without hesitation, intrigued by the water-pattern door, which felt similar to his spatial teleportation ability. As Gu Qingchuan stepped inside, he keenly sensed the difference. Ning Tang's portal felt infinitely smoother than his spatial abilities, seamlessly transporting him to the Dawn Base's youth hostel. Just as he turned, Ning Tang emerged from the portal as well. The hostel was now bustling with life, with groups of people heading out for work and missions, while others carried laundry into the washing area. A long queue formed at the drinking water dispenser, and the faces of those waiting were illuminated with smiles of contentment. After 5 years, they had never slept so soundly. It was warm, clean, and safe, and their boss truly was a deity in their eyes. The sudden appearance of Gu Qingchuan and Ning Tang startled the crowd, but they quickly composed themselves. Some of the more extroverted individuals boldly approached to greet them. Gu Qingchuan, standing at the forefront, nodded in acknowledgement to those who saluted him, while Ning Tang busied herself with the control panel behind him. To her astonishment, in just a single day, the total points of the Dawn base had soared to over 80 million. Following Gu Qingchuan's advice, she constructed a 4th building adjacent to Building 3 of the hostel. After completing the operation, she noted that constructing the 5th building would require 100 million points, likely achievable within the next day or 2. Once it's ready, I'll check back tomorrow. If we have enough, we can build it right next to Building 4. Ning Tang inquired, glancing up at Gu Qingchuan, who was still smiling and nodding at the residents who had come to greet him. Gu Qingchuan turned to her in response. Understood, boss. I will keep you informed of any developments. Ning Tang opened the portal and waved to him. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Meanwhile, in a distant location, a man, consumed by fury, laughed mockingly at a stronghold that couldn't even provide a door. Interesting, very interesting. Is this what you refer to as having everything under control? The man behind him trembled slightly, perhaps recalling that the last time A Qing mentioned the hotel owner was merely a woman without discernible abilities, and that the zombies drawn there had been eliminated by the hotel's own ability users. Chapter 63. The Beast Tide Approaches. The man rubbed his wrist, the mirth from before evaporating entirely.
Fool.
Nearby, several bodyguards promptly moved to remove the corpse. Unfazed by the death of yet another high-ranking individual under their leader's command, the fifth one this year. At the Dawn Hotel, approximately half of the guests ventured out early in the morning, needing to hunt zombies daily to ensure their continued stay at the establishment. The other half had an ample supply of crystal cores, enjoying breakfast before settling down in the lounge to watch television. Ning Tang observed that the remaining guests included Gu Qingchuan and his companions, Qi Zha's wife and daughter, as well as those from the Fuqiang base who were well stocked with crystal cores. Xiao Song was also present. As the weather grew colder, he likely had enough cores and felt disinclined to go outside. Tan Yiji had been taken away by Gu Qingchuan on the first day of the Dawn shop's opening and had yet to return. Gu Fan and Hualian had extended their stay for 2 months, but had not been seen for quite some time. As for the group from the Wu Hai base, they were perpetually busy, making it rare for Ning Tang to catch a glimpse of them. Today, the lobby television was playing a sitcom, while the previous service desk and chairs lay in shambles, having been torn apart by the fierce wolves. Ning Tang subsequently replaced them with a comfortable single sofa and an L-shaped service desk, which proved to be much more accommodating. Previously, the desk had barely sufficed for her belongings. At this moment, she was watching TV, playing a game on her phone, and had a tablet propped up showing a movie. The table was cluttered with her snacks, spicy duck necks, tiger skin chicken feet, and spicy strips to whet her appetite, while biscuits, chips, and cakes sprawled across a large area. Various dried fruits were there to cleanse the palate, and beef jerky, pork slices, and nuts were available for snacking. There was hardly any room left for fruit, and Ning Tang wished she could move the refrigerator from her apartment down to the hotel. However, her urgency was tempered. At that moment, she suddenly craved yogurt. She nudged the octopus plushie that had been squeezed onto a nearby chair. I want blueberry yogurt. Can you fetch me a bottle from my room? And grab a chocolate-flavored milk from the fridge as well. The octopus plushie wore a disgruntled expression but could offer no rebuttal, as she was the boss. It reluctantly headed upstairs, grumbling about the unfairness of it all. Noting that SpongeBob was also lounging around, yet it was the only one being put to work. System, is there any medicine that can quickly digest food? I feel guilty for skipping lunch, but I'm truly stuffed. Ning Tang had indulged in snacks to the point of fullness. However, it was now lunchtime, and the enticing aromas of fried skewers and hot pot wafted through the air. She felt torn between the desire to eat lunch and the reality of being too full to take another bite. There is, indeed, a renowned remedy from T-Star's Pig Farms, which aids in rapid digestion. After consuming it, pigs can eat up to 8 meals a day. With the host like this, the system did not deceive her. T-Star was indeed unparalleled in the livestock industry, offering a plethora of effective veterinary medicines, which explained the high quality and variety of meat provided to the hotel. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. It seems better suited for you, Ning Tang replied, stifling a laugh, as the small system never missed an opportunity to tease her. With some free time on her hands, Ning Tang utilized the portal to revisit the Dawn base, where the points had now exceeded 70 million. Despite the high population at the base, the dramatic increase in revenue astonished her. It was likely due to the recent opening of the convenience store, as people were still stocking up, lacking the assurance that it would remain operational. Upon exiting the Dawn base, Ning Tang proceeded to the Fuqiang base, discovering that the Dawn shop had become considerably more spacious. The floor was littered with dozens of individuals sprawled out, enjoying their afternoon nap. Ning Tang chose not to disturb them and wandered to the entrance of the base instead. Song Jun and his team were still patrolling the entrance. Today, the number of mutated beasts outside had decreased. Upon spotting Ning Tang, Song Jun's face lit up with joy. Base leader, are we hunting mutated beasts today? Why are there so few of them today? Only a few bears and foxes lingered at a greater distance than before. The previous scouting team hasn't returned. These creatures are cunning. They've sent fewer of their numbers this time, likely hoping to outlast us. If we don't engage them, their larger forces will likely encircle us in a few days. Ning Tang's thoughts stirred at the mention of a beast tide. Can your base's ability users hold out? Song Jun's expression darkened. A few years ago, we could manage, but now the number of ability users at the base has dwindled while the mutated beasts have multiplied. We can barely hold our ground. The Dawn Youth Hostel will be open in a few days. When the beast tide arrives, you can defend from within the hostel. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, I will send reinforcements. The hotel guests would need to venture out daily to earn crystal cores anyway, so this plan would serve a dual purpose, assisting her in resolving the Fujian base's predicament while ensuring the guests continued to spend at the Dawn Hotel. Song Jun was more than willing. Having help was undoubtedly beneficial. In previous beast tides, their ability users had to endure sleepless nights for days on end. However, he pondered, if the beast tide comes, how do we contact the base leader? Ning Tang shared his concern, realizing the inconvenience of not having a phone. I'll come by twice a day from now on. We should be able to meet if anything arises. Song Jun agreed enthusiastically. Although Ning Tang only occasionally visited the base, they dared not criticize her actions. Just the fact that she remembered she had a base was enough for them to feel grateful. Upon returning to the hotel, despite having visited only 2 bases, Ning Tang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She considered that as her bases grew in number, daily inspections would consume a significant amount of her time. Keep it up, host. If you perform well, the possibility of earning a mobile phone for communication in this world is not out of reach, the system chimed in, seizing the opportunity, relishing in Ning Tang's insatiable ambition. As the tasks multiplied like an ever-expanding canvas, Ning Tang's dissatisfaction bubbled to the surface. She had poured her heart and soul into her work. Had it not been for the cumbersome rules regarding the food cart during the establishment of the convenience store and youth hostel, she might have already opened a dozen bases. How could they persistently urge her to strive harder when their own hardware measures lagged so far behind? Dear host, please temper your ire. You have labored enough. Perhaps it is time to rest, considering the limitations of the food cart, the system quickly interjected, bowing in a virtual display of submission. It was merely a matter of habit. It was well aware of Ning Tang's diligent work ethic. Yet, this was akin to a parent incessantly reminding a child to study hard, a routine that could easily lead to irritation from the child. Such sweet words. Ning Tang scoffed lightly. She recognized the system's tiresome propensity for nagging, yet she believed she had exerted considerable effort. Her reality was a far cry from the leisurely existence she had once envisioned, where she would lie back for a century. However, her restlessness persisted. Devoid of internet and social media, she found herself yearning to explore the surroundings. Establishing a convenience store and hostel at these bases felt akin to playing a game. And there was a certain thrill in it. Chapter 64. Her hands grew stiff. The temperature control system of the hotel responded vigorously. Outside, the mercury dipped below -40 degrees, while inside, the warmth soared. Ning Tang, taking a midday nap in her spacious suite, was abruptly awakened by the oppressive heat. She cracked open a window, allowing the refreshing cold air to flow in, bringing her some relief. Some guests had already succumbed to the heat and donned summer attire by morning. Ning Tang, feeling stifled even in her plush pajamas, decided to change. After much deliberation, she selected a silk camisole dress adorned with delicate floral patterns. Anything with sleeves seemed unbearably hot. Her fair complexion complemented the purple blossoms, rendering her youthful and playful. She adorned herself with a pearl necklace, a treasure unearthed from the trove of jewelry gifted by Gu Qingchuan, its luster outshining her diamond bracelet, clearly indicative of its high value. As for footwear, Ning Tang faced a delightful dilemma before a wall brimming with high heels. Each pair was exquisite, leaving her uncertain of her choice. Dear host, perhaps for your stay at the hotel, high heels are not the most practical option, the system suggested. Ultimately, she chose a pair of crystal high-heeled sandals. Twirling before the mirror, she lifted her skirt, embracing the notion of living as if she were by the seaside. Even within the confines of the hotel, a clever host, the system remarked approvingly. After her change, The remnants of heat dissipated, and she ventured to the terrace to observe a few fluffy creatures. The terrace was pleasantly temperate, a stark contrast to the warmth outside. Snow fell heavily while the atmosphere remained spring-like. Occasionally, a gentle breeze wafted by, and Ning Tang, though unaware of the underlying science, envied the contented creatures lounging in the snow. She longed to spread a bedroll on the terrace for the night. As the larger dogs grew bored of their chew toys, they began to dig at the grass and gnaw on their doghouse. Ning Tang joined in their frolic, comforted by the knowledge that the items on the terrace could autonomously restore themselves. After a couple of rounds of play, she felt her morning snacks had been sufficiently digested. It was finally time to eat. After all, she had made an effort to dress well today, and she intended to reward herself with 3 bowls of rice. Is there an inherent connection between these two factors? The system inquired. Of course. Looking good brings joy, and joy leads to eating more. Is that not easily comprehensible? Ning Tang retorted, grabbing an ice cream from the fridge. Despite her new attire, she still felt parched. She opted for a selection of stir-fried dishes, eager to sample everything, nearly wishing for a banquet. Yet, mindful of her figure in the dress, she had to exercise restraint. She settled on braised ribs, sweet and sour pork, beef stew with potatoes, Westlake beef soup, a bowl of rice, and some milk wine. That would suffice, albeit she felt that 1 bowl of rice was scarcely enough. Fear not, dear host. Ample provisions have been prepared for you. You could consume 5 bowls without issue. The system boasted, having recently accompanied her in watching palace dramas, where the chief eunuchs expertly discerned their master's desires. It believed it could become the worm in Ning Tang's belly. Ning Tang hesitated, her hand poised to grab a second bowl of rice. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, but perhaps you should keep it for yourself. Is my deduction incorrect? The system queried. The servings at the restaurant were generous, and by the end of her meal, Ning Tang found herself in mild discomfort, regretting her choices. The system was ready with a remedy it had long prepared. Perhaps I should practice moderation. In future, I must ensure to consume an extra bag of biscuits after every meal, Ning Tang declared. Clearly, it seems I shall never attain the status of the chief eunuch from the dramas, the system lamented. The name Dawn Hotel may have been ill-conceived, as guests continued to arrive late into the night. Ning Tang, while internally critiquing the situation, maintained a smile as she assisted a white-haired gentleman with his check-in. Welcome. The hotel has 9 large double rooms and 7 twin rooms available. What type of accommodation would you prefer? Our hotel also features a restaurant, convenience store, and hot spring among other amenities. Should you require it, you may also obtain a recharge card here. As Luo Fei gazed at the bright-eyed girl before him, a flicker of interest sparked within him, and he unconsciously smiled. A twin room, please, for a duration of 10 days. Ning Tang gestured for him to recharge at the machine. He placed a level 5 crystal core on the panel, which promptly displayed his information. Luo Fei, 21 years old, level 7 in ice and wind abilities, with a balance of 4,800 crystals and 200 accumulated points. Ning Tang raised an eyebrow. Was yet another prominent figure gracing her establishment? If only he could bring along his companions to patronize her store as well. Luo Fei smiled at her as he took his room key, not hurrying to the restaurant but instead surveying the lobby. The guests seated in the lounge were clad in thin pajamas, and the previous guest had also donned a dress, despite the plummeting outdoor temperatures. The absence of visible air conditioning and heating in the hotel left much to be desired, rendering it perplexing. Ning Tang paid little attention to the white-haired man. Despite his striking features and celestial gaze, she was no avaricious or frivolous person. The system grumbled softly, noting her lingering glances at him and her hopes for increased patronage based on his impressive abilities. Was she not equally as greedy and worldly? For the time being, Ning Tang had no intention of visiting the Fireseed base to establish her 5th youth hostel. It seemed adequately occupied. In a few days, she planned to take her RV to the Xiangyang base to set up a convenience store there, allowing her to traverse freely. The only drawback of the portal was its confinement to the realm of the Dawn Hotel. She also contemplated selling the supplies acquired from the Dark Forces to several bases in that area. With the establishment of convenience stores and youth hostels at the Fireseed base and the Prosperity base, the demand for these supplies would be limited. Selling to other bases would yield a greater profit, allowing her to save money for future purchases from the system. Ning Tang had risen late today, having finally enjoyed a rare respite. She had stayed up the previous night engrossed in a match-3 game. Feeling lazy, she summoned SpongeBob to prepare her 2 sandwiches. Currently, her spacious suite housed SpongeBob, Little Fugu, and Mei Yang, 3 servants catering to her whims, granting her a blissful existence. After her meal, Ning Tang first visited the Prosperity Base, where the residents were also sluggish to rise. They were still queuing at the convenience store for box lunches. The crowd had grown accustomed to her sudden appearances, and after a brief moment of surprise, they greeted her with enthusiastic chatter. Ning Tang responded to each one, and as she exited, she noticed Song Jun and others fast asleep on the bunk beds outside the store. "Hello, base leader. We just finished our shift." Xiao Weigua greeted her. "The deputy base leaders are still sound asleep. Should I wake them?" Ning Tang shook her head. "No need. Let them rest." "What is the situation outside the gate?" Last night, an alarming number of mutated beasts appeared outside, and if a siege were to occur, it would likely happen within the next few days. Xiao Weigua felt a sense of foreboding. This year, for reasons unknown, not only large creatures but also smaller ones surrounded their vicinity. Without Ning Tang, they might truly find themselves in dire straits this year. "I've got it. I'll come back tonight," she said briskly as she left. Ning Tang had risen early, still groggy, and had donned a down jacket over her short-sleeved pajamas. Making her way out, the Fuqiang base was likely experiencing temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees. The entrance to the convenience store was so cramped due to the stacked bunk beds that only a narrow passageway remained. To avoid obstructing others, she stood resolutely in the snow, her hands growing numb from the cold. Chapter 65. Hyan's Return. "Boss, I've been waiting for you." As Ning Tang emerged from the portal, a melodious voice greeted her. She turned towards the source and discovered it was the white-haired guest from yesterday, propped up on the service counter with his chin resting in his hand. Upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Ning Tang was taken aback. "Is there something you need?" "It's nothing major." He straightened up and leaned slightly forward. "I merely have a small request. If you could perhaps play some Garfield on the television?" While he was indeed curious about whether Ning Tang possessed a level 7 spatial ability, he understood the importance of respecting others' privacy. He gestured toward the television, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Who would have thought there would still be television in this post-apocalyptic world? It felt so comfortable here, with good food and lodging, making him reminisce about the past. Back then, he had quite enjoyed watching Garfield, dreaming of a life free from worries, much like the beloved cat. "I might be imposing, but if you could play Garfield, I would even be willing to pay extra." To live without care and simply relax, Ning Tang chuckled softly, realizing they shared a kindred spirit. Since a single show was not too burdensome, she could certainly accommodate his humble request. Ning Tang nodded. "Of course, we can play Garfield. There's no need for you to pay." As Gu Qinghuan, who had been sipping milk tea and eavesdropping, saw Ning Tang's nod of approval, she immediately raised her hand. "Ning boss, I want to watch Girls and Boys Charge Forward, Love Apartment, The Legend of the Martial Arts World, and the Story of Sheep Village." Chun Tiantian chimed in, "And The Funny Family." Chun Tianxi followed suit. "Ning boss, I want to watch Defense Hard Observations." Su Shi also raised his hand. "I want to watch The Qin and Han Ming Moon." Other guests chimed in excitedly, causing Ning Tang to feel somewhat dizzy. She hurriedly waved her hands for them to stop. All right. Everyone can vote for the show starting today. Octopus, go." Ning Tang handed Octopus a piece of paper and a pen, and it reluctantly trudged over to the lounge area, dutifully noting the guests' requests. "Oh, I knew it would come to this. All the work will fall on me in the end." Luo Fei's request topped the list, and he was quite pleased. "Ning boss, you're amazing. You can play so many shows. It's as if the hotel can do anything. Is this your special ability?" Ning Tang chuckled lightly. "Actually, I'm an alien here to save humanity." The system nearly malfunctioned at that remark. In a certain sense, she truly was an extraterrestrial. Luo Fei, taken aback by her response, reasoned that, given the zombie apocalypse, aliens were not entirely implausible. He enthusiastically applauded. "Alien sister, you're powerful and grand. It's truly remarkable to have you." Ning Tang couldn't discern whether he was easily deceived or genuinely thought her foolish. She decided to abandon her abstract humor. No one seemed to understand. Ning Tang retrieved her phone and opened the shopping app, purchasing all the shows Octopus had compiled. Following the guests' votes, she arranged for 3 different programs to be played in the lobby, the dining area, and the second-floor lounge. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a stack of paper and instructed Octopus to write out the daily broadcasting schedule for each television. This would help disperse the crowd, preventing everyone from congregating on the carpet in the lounge. Perfect. The hotel's heating was still in full effect, almost giving the guests a hint of returning to summer. At the insistence of Ning Tang and the guests, Tomcat operated his tablet, instantly setting the hotel's glass doors to fully open mode, allowing the frigid air from 3 meters away to flow inside, alleviating the guests' discomfort. Ning Tang was genuinely curious. You'd think the boiler on Planet T would be about to explode, right? Aren't they said to be lacking in clean energy? Why not let them conserve a bit? The heating here is too intense. Host, you're being rather naive. Who said their heating system runs on boilers? They utilize geothermal energy. It's said to be quite cold there, so they've installed magma beneath the hotel, increasing the heat as it gets colder, lest you feel chilly. In truth, the system was also unclear. It primarily utilized geothermal energy, but they were indeed concerned about Ning Tang's comfort, ensuring the warmth was ample. Ning Tang replied, I appreciate your kindness, but it's a bit too warm now. Perhaps you could tone it down a notch? While conversing with the system, Ning Tang suddenly caught sight of Gu Qingchuan outside the hotel, accompanied by Hien. Gu Qingchuan merely paused, nodding at Ning Tang behind the service counter, before abandoning Hien and disappearing once more. Ning Tang was all too familiar with the expression on Hien's face. It mirrored the joy and warmth she observed each time she finished her shifts or holidays. It seemed that the affairs at the Fire Seed base had finally settled down, allowing Hien some respite. Hien was not empty-handed this time. Having learned from experience, he brought nearly all his clothes with him. He had begun accumulating dirty laundry a week prior, as the frigid temperatures at the base necessitated hand-washing, and the laundry detergent was both expensive and ineffective. He had mentioned this to Gu Qingchuan, suggesting he bring along his dirty clothes for washing, but was met with a cold refusal. Fine then, he thought. I'll save it up and wash it all together at the hotel. Hien entered, burdened with bags, discovering that the hotel had changed remarkably, despite his brief absence. He navigated around the small water feature and greeted Ning Tang, casting a few glances at the large, plump koi in the pond, his stomach rumbling at the sight. Ning Tang waved back in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Hien, Gu Qinghuan rushed over. Hien, you finally have a break. Your room is still reserved. Come to the front desk to recharge your card. I must tell you, the hotel has changed so much. With a recharge, you can use it anywhere. Gu Qinghuan expertly guided Hien through the process. Hien placed a significant handful of crystal cores onto the machine, his face reflecting a determined resolve to reclaim everything he had lost. Big boss, I want to extend my stay for 100 days. Ning Tang nodded, and rose to assist him with the extension on the panel. Gu Qinghuan, slightly perplexed, queried, Hien, why do you call Ning boss Big Boss? The machine displayed Hien's information. Hien, 25 years old, level 6 in spiritual abilities, level 6 in lightning abilities. With a balance of 32,200 crystals and accumulated points of 2,000. He took his room card and bid farewell to Ning Tang, pulling Gu Qinghuan along as they walked. Gu Qinghuan, initially surprised, recalled her brother's words that Ning Tang had indeed opened a branch at the Fire Seed base. But he had not mentioned anything about the benefits of aligning with Ning Tang. Swiftly turning back, Gu Qinghuan cheerfully called out to Ning Tang, Big Boss, this is wonderful. Our connection to Dawn Hotel has tightened, making it increasingly probable that our dream of living at Dawn Hotel for life will come true. Chapter 66. If you can't win, just hide. Hien was genuinely intent on reclaiming everything he had missed. He longed for a doppelganger, as the plethora of new additions to the hotel was overwhelming, making it impossible to fully experience them all. As Ning Tang immersed herself in her gaming, she felt an incessant presence flitting about her periphery. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the ever-busy Hien, who darted between the hot springs convenience store and restaurant with remarkable fervor. Hien, overwhelmed by his myriad errands, had just soaked in the hot springs but was already famished, consuming 2 bowls of rice at the restaurant before a sudden craving for drinks compelled him to the convenience store. There, He discovered an abundance of goods far surpassing those available at the Don's small shop, prompting him to consider purchasing more to stockpile in his room. After depositing his items, he then ventured to the restaurant once again, only to stumble upon a hot pot, milk tea, and fried skewer establishment. Who could resist indulging in such delights? Moreover, he realized the lobby and restaurant boasted televisions, illuminating the reason behind Gu Qingchuan's palpable desire for retirement. A day spent in the Don Hotel was infinitely more pleasurable than his years as the second-in-command at the Fire Seed base. After meandering through the hotel, Heian's points were rapidly accumulating, while Ning Tang observed that the day showed no signs of new guests. Such was the norm for the hotel. If one guest appeared every 3 days, it would be considered a stroke of luck. A substantial portion of the clientele followed a routine of early departures and late returns, resulting in a sparse midday crowd in the restaurant. Contemplating the situation, she decided to revisit the Fujiang base, as the hotel still had over a dozen rooms available. Initially, she had intended to reserve these for new guests, but with so few arriving, it seemed more prudent to bring in individuals from Fujiang base to patronize the establishment. After all, there were plenty of crystal cores to spare. Meanwhile, the residents of Fujiang base were enjoying their lunch, thousands huddled outside the unopened Dawn Youth Hostel. Those at the edges were occasionally jostled aside, yet they paid no mind, focused solely on their meals. They could endure a bit of cold to ensure their food remained intact. Song Jun and his companions had already awakened, seated in the Dawn's small shop, relishing their boxed lunches. Upon Ning Tang's arrival, they instinctively rose to greet her, but she gestured for them to continue eating. Please go on. I'm here to inform you that the Dawn Hotel still has some rooms available for 24 people. Select 24 individuals and bring along some food and additional crystal cores to enjoy. Before she could finish, a boy with a cherubic face eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming
Me.
I eat a lot and have plenty of crystal cores. Let me go, base leader. Song Jun, setting down his boxed lunch, turned to admonish him. What are you doing? Stay back and fend off the monsters, Lin Weihua. You go and choose 24 individuals without abilities. Prioritize the parents of the children. Having quickly finished his meal, Lin Weihua accepted his charge with a grin, jokingly remarking that once they dealt with the monsters, they should all get to enjoy themselves. Ning Tang graciously assented, assuring him that once the Dawn Youth Hostel opened, they wouldn't need to linger there, they could all partake in the revelries. Even if accommodations were limited, as there would be food, drink, and the luxury of hot springs. The young men, perched with their boxes, perked up at the mention of hot springs. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had scarcely had a proper bath. Were it not for the frigid weather, Ning Tang might have overwhelmed them with her scent. Thus, the prospect of indulging in hot springs was too tempting to resist. Lin Weihua was swift in his task, returning shortly with 24 individuals, their faces betraying a mix of excitement and apprehension. Most were parents of the hotel's children, with a few older, ordinary folks among them. These ordinary individuals had once aided in fending off zombies and mutated beasts, but lacking powers in such a harsh environment had aged them prematurely. The benevolence of the base's inhabitants had not abandoned them, offering crystal cores to allow these few to enjoy some comfort. Leaving them at a loss for words as they encircled Song Jun and Ning Tang with endless gratitude. Ning Tang counted them, 16 women and 8 men, perfectly suited for 12 double rooms. Observing their emergence, Song Jun distributed crystal cores to each, additionally providing extra for them to share with the hotel staff. Ning Tang caught a glimpse of the bounty, several pockets filled with second and third level crystal cores. Goodness! If they were frugal, it could sustain them for an entire year. Not wishing to linger on further matters, she opened a portal and ushered the 24 individuals through, bidding farewell to Song Jun with a wave. I shall return this evening. Should any complications arise, retreat to the area beside the youth hostel. Song Jun, touched by her thoughtfulness, reassured her, Rest easy, Chief. We value our lives too much to squander them without enjoying the hot springs. Inside the Dawn Hotel, Ning Tang instructed Brother Octopus to prepare room cards for everyone. Currently, 3 double rooms remained vacant, her last glimmer of hope for new guests. Once all were checked in, she habitually accessed the panel, noting that the hotel's revenue had surpassed 500,000. Still, it required an additional 450,000 to reach the next tier. If each guest spent 10,000 crystal cores daily, she could finally relax. The newcomers from Fujiang Base did not disappoint. They stormed the lobby like tycoons entering a luxury store, exploring every consumable venue on the first floor. This group even brought drinks from the convenience store to offer Ning Tang in gratitude, which she graciously accepted. After their meal, the parents were mostly accompanied by their children on the second floor, engrossed in animated films. With the return of daily travelers growing increasingly tardy, even with the addition of over 20 new guests, the first floor lounge remained relatively uncrowded after dinner. Hong Er and Li Qian were still in a blissful bubble, while Hongda sat nearby, oblivious to their antics, solely focused on the television drama. Their displays of affection were as inconsequential to him as mere background noise. Tonight's feature was Garfield, and Luo Fei had arrived early to secure a prime viewing spot. He lounged on the sofa. Had he been the same person on his first day at the Dawn Hotel, he would have avoided such gaiety. However, after relishing the hotel's culinary offerings, returning to the base's mutated meat felt intolerable. Any vestige of indifference had vanished, replaced by a singular desire for pleasure. If their base leader could reside here in indulgence, why should he cling to his stubbornness? As Ning Tang noted the time, she activated a portal behind the front desk and, in an instant, was transported to Fujiang Base. Only a handful noticed her departure, but her reputation for being capable meant they simply glanced her way before returning to their television. Fujiang Base remained peaceful, and it was time for Song Jun and the others to patrol. Ning Tang stepped outside the gate to observe some new creatures, a mix of rabbits and weasels, all significantly larger than the norm, resembling a pack of oversized dogs. She felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them all. Yet Song Jun cautioned that such actions might provoke their larger kin and hasten their aggression. Reluctantly, she refrained, reasoning that with the youth hostel set to open the following afternoon, they could simply retreat there if overwhelmed. Chapter 67. Not enough for the base leader's teeth to be stuck. With little else to occupy her time, Ning Tang decided to leave after observing the situation. Song Jun and the others were deeply appreciative of her thoughtfulness, visiting 3 times a day. Motivated by her care, they felt more invigorated in their battles against mutated beasts. That night, Ning Tang enjoyed a restful sleep, perhaps due to the system addressing concerns from T-Planet. As the hotel's temperature was maintained at a comfortable level throughout the night, guests donned light clothing, neither feeling cold nor overly warm. Early the following morning, after completing her morning routine, Ning Tang opened a portal to Fujiang Base. The youth hostel would be completed by afternoon. Yet she harbored an unsettling premonition that fate would not allow the inhabitants of Fujiang Base to wait quietly until then. However, it was also possible that they would indeed navigate the day peacefully. Should that be the case, she intended to eliminate the group of mutated beasts at the entrance once the hostel opened, provoking them to attack. Waiting for them to act felt increasingly anxious. The moment Ning Tang arrived at the Prosperity Base, she was jolted by the overwhelming energy of those inside. Akin to a classroom in winter with thick curtains drawn and windows tightly shut, filled with 100 students who seldom washed their feet. She instinctively held her breath. Before she could utter a single word, the crowd by the cash register clamored to speak, their voices a cacophony that she could not decipher. Frustrated, she pounded the counter, already feeling dizzy from the oppressive atmosphere. Silence. I need one person to speak. A manager squeezed through the throng, exclaiming, "Base leader, you have finally arrived." Last night, a massive horde of mutated beasts launched a sudden attack, and their numbers are alarmingly overwhelming. We stand no chance against them. The deputy base leader ordered an immediate retreat. Everyone was to rise in the middle of the night and stand by the 2 shops. Right now, those mutated beasts are just beyond the protective barrier. A sense of inevitability washed over Ning Tang. She had anticipated this turn of events. Where is Soldier Song? The base leader was stationed at the outermost layer. As the manager finished speaking, a path opened up for Ning Tang amidst the crowd. She promptly activated the portal. Have you brought the crystal cores? If so, head to the Dawn Hotel for a day. The front desk will issue you recharge cards. There are few rooms available now, but aside from the restaurant, you may access all other areas. If you wish to bathe, use the rooms reserved by others in the base. For a hot spring, wash up first and just inform the front desk. Avoid conflicts with other guests. Purchase more items while you're there and spend generously. Off you go. No one hesitated. After witnessing the surveillance footage, They all dreamed of visiting the Dawn Hotel. Now, standing amidst the stifling air, they were eager to comply, counting their crystal cores anxiously, fearful of not having enough. The manager quickly stepped out to maintain order, directing everyone to line up and enter one by one. Those outside remained oblivious to what was unfolding, only noticing the initial crowding dissipating. When they turned back, they found that more than half of the people in the shop had vanished. Before they could voice their confusion, those in front silently pulled them inside. And before they knew it, they stood in the bright, comfortable hotel. As more people streamed in, the vicinity of the shop gradually emptied, leaving a single file of individuals moving forward. Ning Tang allowed them to enter on their own, intending to step outside to assess the situation and discern how her base had been compelled into such a state. Soldier Song and his comrades stood at the ready, nearly at the outermost layer of the protective barrier, with a horde of mutated polar bears just a few centimeters away. The proximity was so close that they contemplated thrusting their weapons through. However, the tight quarters left them uncertain of the barrier's sturdiness. What if they provoked the mutated bears and compromised the shield? Thus, they remained still, with no one daring to act recklessly. Ning Tang was taken aback upon stepping outside, facing a dense line of towering mutated beasts, with errant mutated rats and rabbits scurrying about, accompanied by some snakes, a sight that was utterly revolting. No wonder they claimed they couldn't hold out. The queue for the portal moved swiftly, and in the brief moment it took Ning Tang to approach, the area behind Soldier Song had emptied. Tension hung in the air, and no one dared to glance back. As Ning Tang walked closer, she overheard Soldier Song muttering to himself, "You little rascals, when our base leader arrives, we'll send you off with a single blow. You worthless creatures. Do you think you can even fit in our base leader's teeth? You're just flaunting." The system, observing Ning Tang's crooked smile, suddenly realized. No wonder the host is so fixated on being the boss. It turns out this feeling of being exalted is so exhilarating.
Bah.
What nonsense. This is a recognition of my strength. Besides, I am not fixated on being the boss. I aim to benefit the world. Ning Tang swiftly managed her expression, gripping Soldier Song's collar and pulling him back, concerned for his precarious position. She feared that if she spoke, he might inadvertently lunge into the embrace of the mutated polar bears. Hey, who's that?" Soldier Song exclaimed, hastily clutching his collar. "Which brat has such strength? You're nearly choking me." "Oh, it's the base leader. You've finally arrived." Ning Tang raised her hand to silence his outburst, and those nearby turned to look, their faces lighting up with excitement at the sight of their leader. Ning Tang summoned a stick from the system and struck a mutated polar bear in the belly. The colossal creature let out a final mournful cry before toppling into the protective barrier. "We must eliminate them to enter the shield. Remember to extract the crystal cores. The corpse barrier will absorb the remains. Don't dawdle, get to work." She tossed the stick to Soldier Song, adding, "By the way, I've sent the others to the hotel for now. You all carry on. I'll send someone to relieve you in an hour." Wow, this is brilliant. Let us take out our frustrations on these beasts that have plagued us so many times. Most of the guards were young and impetuous. Having lost numerous comrades and endured endless patrols had driven their hatred of the mutated beasts to a boiling point. They hardly had time for words. Since the protective barrier prohibited abilities, they relied on their firearms, unleashing a barrage at the creatures outside. With such close proximity, even the thick-skinned beasts could not withstand the bullets. In mere moments, a large number of mutated bears fell, some crushing smaller creatures beneath them as they collapsed. Ning Tang had no desire to remain as a spectator. She needed to return for breakfast. The area surrounding the Dawn convenience store and the hostel was filled with base management personnel and robust ability users. She instructed those of lower ranks and ordinary citizens to head to the hotel, promising to return shortly for a shift change. With over 2,000 individuals, the hotel faced some pressure, but the inhabitants of Prosperity Base were astute. They formed a queue outside the hotel, obtaining recharge cards before proceeding to the convenience store. Those who finished shopping sat outside the hotel to eat, allowing the numerous patrons to coexist without disrupting the hotel's operations. Chapter 68. The Heavens Are Watching. The people of Prosperity Base were remarkably well-behaved, refraining from wandering aimlessly in the hotel. They dutifully queued at the convenience store and then sat in the hotel's corridors to eat. After finishing her breakfast, Ning Tang waited for over an hour. feeling it was time to gather a group to relieve Soldier Song and the others. They could not use their abilities within the protective barrier and were engaged in a pure melee against the mutated beasts. It must have been exhausting. Previous guests had been so worn out from fighting zombies that they collapsed onto the ground to sleep. Given the thick hides of the mutated beasts, Song and his team were likely utterly fatigued. Ning Tang arranged for the relief team to bring box lunches and several hundred pajamas. The box lunches would help replenish Soldier Song and the other strength, while the pajamas were for them to change into after battling the mutated beasts. Of course, box lunches were also available at the Dawn convenience store, which also stocked cold weather clothing, but for now, prioritizing sales at the Dawn Hotel was imperative. The inhabitants of Prosperity Base were unaware of Ning Tang's intentions. They praised their leader for being so considerate, encouraging them to purchase better items from the hotel. As for the crystal cores spent on supplies, Ning Tang instructed them to seek reimbursement from Soldier Song later. However, they waved her off, insisting that their cores were provided by the base, and purchasing items for everyone was the least they could do. Seeing their sincerity, Ning Tang chose not to press the issue. As Soldier Song and his comrades engaged in fierce combat, they resorted to knives and clubs once their firearms ran out. Though the mutated beasts had tough hides and thick flesh, they were vulnerable in their eyes and other sensitive areas. Naturally, given the beasts' towering height, aiming for their eyes was a challenge. After observing for a while, Ning Tang felt that most of the mutated beasts were likely to die from sheer frustration. It was a situation with minimal physical damage but maximum indignation. Gradually, the number of fallen mutated beasts continued to rise. The once boisterous creatures, known for their gaping maws, succumbed one after another within the protective shield. The army of mutated beasts outside sensed something amiss and began to retreat, but those inside could not allow them to escape. One individual extended a foot, enticing the simple-minded beasts, which predictably charged forward with loud howls, thus commencing a new round of conflict. It was only when Ning Tang arrived with her team that Song Jun and the others withdrew from the front lines, feeling relieved to step back. "Why don't you all head to the hotel to rest and replenish your strength with some food?" Ning Tang warmly invited. She had never considered utilizing the portal in such a manner before. The inhabitants of the rich and powerful base were affluent. If she could arrange for them to both eat and take provisions, with over 3,000 individuals, she could potentially upgrade her status within a single day. Song Jun waved his hands dismissively. "Let's not. We are far more experienced in hunting mutated beasts and need to stay here for reassurance." He paused, then chuckled. "This is nothing compared to before. We used to guard through the night. Now, with the protective shield, it is significantly easier. We can catch our breath here and clear out this herd of beasts sooner for our peace of mind." Ning Tang did not press further, as the dark mass of mutated beasts outside was indeed troubling. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the sheer number of these beasts was absurd. Their shadowy forms resembled the horde of zombies that had surrounded the hotel on that fateful day. However, regardless of the similarities, the physical structure of zombies and mutated beasts was different. Even with the protective shield in place, the people from the rich and powerful base would likely face a prolonged battle against such a multitude. Outside the shield, the first layer of mutated beasts, towering at 3 to 4 meters high, continued to fall, only to be immediately replaced by more. Despite their relentless efforts, the mutated bears at the forefront showed no signs of dwindling. Moreover, the lower-tier mutated rats were multiplying, creating a nauseating sight. Countless smaller mutated beasts, crushed under the feet of the mutated bears, lay gruesomely piled outside the shield, drenched in blood. During this time, Ning Tang sent in another group of low-level abilities users to allow those who had been fighting for hours to return to the hotel for a respite. By afternoon, Ning Tang timed her movements perfectly, sensing that the youth hostel at the rich and powerful base was about to open. She promptly rose to gather the inhabitants, urging them to shop and indulge, encouraging them to bring back plenty of supplies for their stay at the hostel, advising against frugality. The hostel's rent was exceedingly low, and soon they might find themselves wanting to spend but lacking a venue. Quickly, go pack. Order takeout, stock up on drinks, and don't forget sleepwear and slippers. The hostel is so warm, it would be uncomfortable without pajamas. Also, remember to grab some medicine and milk tea, and don't skimp on fried skewers. Buy as much as you can. I'll return shortly to escort everyone back. With that, Ning Tang opened the portal, needing to check on the situation at the rich and powerful base. As the door to the hostel swung open, Song Jun, who had been leaning against it for a brief nap, stumbled into the lobby. Startled, he exclaimed, "Damn it, brothers. The hostel is open." Those who had been laboring tirelessly turned their heads, rushing over, leaving behind the half-felled mutated beasts still writhing in pain outside. They had been peering through the balcony on the first floor, dreaming of the environment inside the hostel, and had previously agreed on their room assignments.
Now.
Claiming their spaces was far more pressing than slaying mutated beasts. When Ning Tang arrived, she found a throng of people crowded around the reception desk, eagerly selecting their rooms. Unlike the Seeds of Fire base, where accommodations were scarce, they had the liberty to choose. "All right, select your rooms and freshen up. I'll send the hotel staff over shortly so you can enjoy some amenities." Ning Tang was determined not to miss any opportunity for profit. After all, there were hundreds of individuals contributing to the effort against the mutated beasts, which could generate substantial revenue for the hotel. "Yes, boss." The enthusiastic crowd cheered. "Let us go clean up. Later, we'll showcase our strength at the Dawn Hotel." The blood-soaked staff beamed with joy as they received their room keys. Expressing heartfelt gratitude to Ning Tang before hastening to their rooms to shower, each one bubbling with excitement. Ning Tang observed the youthful vigor of the group, feeling reassured. She allowed them to indulge in the hotel's offerings, knowing they would soon return to hunt mutated beasts for crystal cores, effectively working for her Dawn Hotel at no cost. Heaven has eyes. Those who persevere will see the light. The host has finally developed a sense of belonging to the Dawn Hotel. The system waved a tiny handkerchief, wiping away tears. Ning Tang calmly replied, "You are mistaken. It is not a sense of belonging, but rather possessiveness. The more I look at the Dawn Hotel, the more it feels like my enterprise. It is only natural that I should manage my assets well, striving to expand the Dawn Hotel globally. He, as long as the host works diligently. Not only will the Dawn Hotel be yours, but my versatile little system will belong to you as well. If that is the case, I'll quit." "You repay kindness with malice," she retorted. "How rude." Ning Tang returned to the Dawn Hotel and opened the portal, allowing the residents who had finished their shopping to check in. Glancing at the panel, she noted that her points were alarmingly close to the next upgrade. With such progress, why should she exert herself further? In the future, she could simply open the portal to any base, inviting others to enter the hotel and spend freely. Yet, while this thought was tempting, Ning Tang recognized that even though the inhabitants of the rich and powerful base were quiet, having thousands crammed into the hotel's first floor would still disrupt the daily lives of the guests. Chapter 69. I'll lend a hand. Today, the lounge area was sparsely populated. Most guests had hurried to the dining area for their meals before ascending to their rooms. Although no one voiced their discomfort, Ning Tang understood that the congestion in the lobby indeed impacted the experience. Moreover, even if it wasn't tea for the guests, she personally found the crowd overwhelming, giving her a headache. It was clear that such a setup could not be sustained for long and should be reserved for occasional point boosting. Luo Fei sat in the lounge, watching Garfield. Although he was puzzled by the sudden influx of guests, it was not his hotel, and fortunately, the environment was not overly noisy, making it bearable. Upon seeing Ning Tang reappear and open another floating water-patterned door for the guests laden with bags, Luo Fei could no longer sit still. "Boss Ning, is this your ability? How impressive. Is it some form of spatial teleportation?" Ning Tang turned, "Not quite. It's alien technology." She spoke the truth, for indeed, it was a power bestowed by extraterrestrial forces. Luo Fei chuckled, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Boss Ning. I meant no offense. I hope you don't take it personally." Some individuals flaunted their ability levels to intimidate, while others exercised caution, as true experts often remained humble. Luo Fei realized he had overstepped his bounds. Had Ning Tang heard his inner thoughts, she might have felt more wronged than Do-yi, for she had merely spoken the truth, albeit in an outlandish manner. However, who could say that a seemingly absurd statement was not the truth? As the inhabitants of the rich and powerful base returned, their excitement upon seeing the hostel was palpable. They rushed to secure the rooms and beds they had meticulously planned for, grabbing their room keys before properly experiencing the comfort of their capsule beds. Just as Song Jun, brandishing a loudspeaker in the hallway, shouted, "Citizens of the rich and powerful base, before you shower, come out and slay mutated beasts. Don't miss this chance. Seize it while you can." Earn more crystal cores, and lie back in comfort sooner. Hurry out to contribute to the base. There were simply too many mutated beasts this time. Even with all the men, women, and children of the rich and powerful base taking turns, the dark mass of mutated beasts outside showed no signs of abating by 10 o'clock at night. As they battled, they couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had encountered Ning Tang before this year's beast tide. After a full day of fighting, the number of leading mutated bears had diminished significantly, revealing the presence of mutated tigers, leopards, and deer further back, with mutated birds occasionally alighting above them. Ning Tang arrived to assess the situation, only to find the members at the Fujiang base utterly exhausted, appearing as though they had succumbed to despair. This reminded her of the group of patrons at the hotel, who came and went at all hours. She contemplated inquiring with Song Jun, suggesting, if you wouldn't mind, I could gather some individuals to assist you in hunting some mutated beasts. They are in dire need of crystal cores, and they can simply take the cores from the beasts they slay. Song Jun, panting heavily from fatigue, replied, Sure. We've already done enough hunting for today. Not only would we allow them to take the cores they collect, but even if we had to pay them, we would be willing. These beasts are incredibly resilient. They are truly difficult to kill. Seeing that he had no objections, Ning Tang promptly opened a portal and returned. Ultimately, the crystal cores would all be spent at the Dawn Hotel, so it mattered little to her who collected them. In the hotel's lounge, she noticed a considerable number of guests. Rather than approach them directly, she utilized the advanced technology at her disposal. Accessing the service desk panel, she typed a message for the broadcast. Attention, esteemed guests. For those interested in hunting mutated beasts to earn crystal cores, please queue at the service desk. The target area is protected by a shield, so there is no need to worry about safety. Interested guests should prepare their tools, as opportunities are limited and will be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. After repeating the announcement 5 times, Hong Mao and Yi Meng Hu hurried back to their rooms to fetch weapons upon hearing the first broadcast. They promptly joined the queue at the service desk, eager not to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity after their previous windfall during the zombie tide. Moments later, a crowd of 40 to 50 individuals gathered at the service desk, excluding the children and a few second-generation members, as well as the extremely busy Gu Qingchuan, who had yet to return. Apart from those genuinely seeking to earn crystal cores, He Yan, Luo Fei, and Xiao Song were merely there to join the excitement. They were curious about Ning Tang's portal and wanted to witness the beast tide firsthand. In City H, the gathering of abilities had led to the near extinction of mutated beasts as they were swiftly hunted down by the ability users. The guests had only heard of ability users encircling mutated beasts, never the other way around. Observing the high spirits of the crowd, Ning Tang reiterated the safety precautions, assuring them that standing within the shield would guarantee their safety. Afterward, she opened the portal and allowed them to enter one by one. Many had never seen the small shop or youth hostel at the Fireseed base, and upon arriving at the Fujiang base, they were astonished by the identical protective shield and the bright, pristine building. It appeared that Boss Ning had influence beyond these walls. However, their thoughts quickly shifted as they beheld the frenzied beasts roaring outside the shield, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of crystal cores. Hong De wielded a sturdy steel fork with remarkable efficiency, specifically targeting the mutated rats and chickens on the ground, managing to impale 3 at a time. Although their crystal cores were of lower grade, the sheer volume made up for it. Hong Er brandished a specially forged large knife with an air of confidence. Having transformed significantly, he was now a man with responsibilities, needing to provide for his girlfriend, hence the necessity to accumulate more high-grade crystal cores. Xiao Song, seizing the moment when Hong Er felled a beast, quickly tossed a mutated seed, activating it in mere seconds and creating a barrier around himself. He glanced back at Ning Tang, noticing her engaged in conversation with Song Jun. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped outside the shield into his protective zone, manipulating his mutated tree to root and sprout within the bodies of the beasts. Within moments, the beasts nearby were ruptured by the invasive plants, and their crystal cores were extracted and delivered to Xiao Song's hands. He repeated this process several times, filling his plastic bag to the brim with cores until he could no longer fit another inside. Turning to Ning Tang, he proclaimed, I think I have enough. I'd like to return now. Ning Tang was taken aback by his swiftness. Gazing at his bulging bag, she quietly estimated that, even with the lower-grade cores, It likely contained around 1 million crystals. The thought of these being used for the hotel filled her with joy. All right, you can head back to rest. If we still haven't finished by then, I'll seek your assistance again. Ning Tang smiled as she opened the portal, and Xiao Song nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll help. Chapter 70. Ascending to Level 5. Hong Er watched Xiao Song's impressive display, eager to learn this efficient technique. However, he overestimated his abilities, being only at level 4. He found himself unable to fend off the level 4 mutated beasts, nearly losing an arm to their jaws. Ning Tang quickly noticed his plight, reproaching him. Didn't I emphasize repeatedly to stay within the shield? You can't be lazy and venture outside. There are far too many beasts out there, each capable of trampling you to death. Stay inside, or I'll send you back. Hong Er fervently swore his understanding, feeling a mix of regret and satisfaction. After Ning Tang departed, he exchanged mischievous glances with Hongda, relishing the fact that Boss Ning seemed to care for him. Hongda rolled his eyes, reminding him that Boss Ning simply detested foolishness. She didn't want to witness his demise before her eyes. The others were fully engaged in their tasks, while Ning Tang found herself with nothing to do. She wandered through the youth hostel for half an hour, even stepping into an empty room to inspect the bedding. The white linens were of excellent quality, and the space capsule was equipped with small lights and practical storage options. Moreover, the sound and light proofing were exceptionally effective, allowing for a peaceful environment even when roommates were celebrating outside. As exhaustion set in, the members of the base, seeing others helping to hunt mutated beasts, returned under Song Jun's guidance to rest for a while. They tidied their sleeping quarters, and though they had yearned for this moment, now that they were actually here, they found it hard to sleep in the bright and comfortable room. Instead, they spread out the pelts of the mutated beasts in the corridor and sat chatting. Ning Tang, unwilling to spend the entire night guarding, took Song Jun's loudspeaker and called out, I'm heading back to sleep now. The youth hostel has many vacant beds available for 30 crystals a month. For those who wish to stay but are tired, feel free to rest there. Those wanting to return can join me now. Upon hearing her, the crowd turned to bid her farewell. Even Zhang Huangqing and others were reluctant to leave, not wanting to miss this safe opportunity to earn crystal cores. Only Hien, Luo Fei, and a few second-generation members from the Fire Seed base, who were not in need of crystal cores, opted to return, as they had merely come out of curiosity. Particularly Hien, who cherished his hard-earned vacation, was determined to avoid any work. Upon returning to the hotel, Ning Tang finally had the leisure to check her points. Today, over 3,000 guests had visited the hotel to make purchases, nearly compelled by her insistence to buy in bulk. Surely, this would suffice.
Indeed.
The points displayed on the panel glowed with an impressive 5,800,000. Ning Tang felt a surge of excitement. She was finally ready to level up. The system urged her to press the upgrade button. Hurry, hurry, hurry. While today is still ongoing, there is still a chance for more consumption. The moment of anticipation had arrived as Ning Tang pressed the confirmation button for her upgrade. After a few seconds, the expected sensation of disorientation did not occur. Just as she began to wonder, the overhead announcement blared. Attention, dear guests. Our establishment will undergo an upgrade in 5 minutes. To prevent any harm during the upgrade process, please lie flat on your beds or stand still on the ground. The majority of the hotel's guests are engaged in slaying mutated beasts at the Prosperity base, while the other children have succumbed to slumber early. Their rooms remain silent, devoid of any broadcast, save for a small number of individuals who, upon hearing the announcement, promptly rise to their feet, congregating in their rooms or the corridors. Hien resides in the same spacious room as before. Upon hearing the announcement, he emerges from the washroom, toothbrush still in his mouth. After a brief wait, Hien suddenly experiences a disorienting sensation, akin to being lifted by an invisible hand from the second floor to another level, this feeling lasting no more than 10 seconds. Upon hearing the sound indicating that the upgrade has been completed, he hastily rinses his mouth, eager to be among the first witnesses to this hotel's transformation. Having missed the last upgrade, as he opens the door, Hien is taken aback. His room number was 203, but now, upon opening the door, he finds himself facing an outdoor corridor. Approximately several dozen meters away, he sees guest rooms mirroring the structure of his own, and, to his astonishment, the door now bears the number 303. Momentarily stunned, Hien approaches the railing beside the corridor and looks down to behold a courtyard featuring an elliptical flower bed at its center, flanked by white tables and chairs. He casts a fleeting glance before descending, eager to explore the newly added areas that appear to be quite elaborate. In the elevator, he encounters Gu Qinghuan and several others descending, including Xiao Song and Luo Fei. Gu Qinghuan greets him enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Hien, this upgrade seems even more impressive than the last. Our suite has moved from the 4th to the 7th floor. Let's hurry down and explore with the boss. If there are extra suites available, be sure to reserve one promptly." Nodding in agreement, Hien enters the elevator. At that moment, Ning Tang has just exited her service desk, which has transformed from a modest table to an extraordinarily long one measuring about 10 meters, directly connecting to the wall on one side, facing the lounge area. She feels as though she could easily fit a bed behind it. Navigating past the composed octopus brother, Ning Tang emerges from the elongated service desk just as a dozen guests from upstairs descend. Gu Qinghuan jogs forward, so soon, the hotel has upgraded again.
Boss.
Let us go have a look. Ning Tang smiles and nods, leading the way as they follow the previous route, starting their exploration from the corridor adjacent to the dining area. The convenience store has expanded significantly since the last visit, with shelves nearly overflowing. The deli section has added only Orlan-style roast meat and teriyaki chicken rice balls, priced at 2 crystals each. The shelves boast a myriad of items. The food section now includes chips, jelly, crispy rice, 8-treasure porridge, chewing gum, as well as various meat products such as chicken wings, duck wings, and dried fish, all priced between 1 to 4 crystals. Additionally, a new section for daily necessities has emerged, featuring lighters, flashlights, water cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, combs, soap, towels, assorted plastic basins, heating pads, and stationery such as paper and pens, with prices ranging from 1 to 5 crystals. She also spots electric kettles priced at 10 crystals each, though she doubts they will see much demand from the guests, as utilizing electricity outside the hotel would be quite challenging. And there have been no prior complaints regarding the absence of kettles in the rooms. She muses that perhaps those surviving in the apocalypse have robust constitutions and do not require hot water. As for the former vending machines for pajamas and sanitary products, they have vanished, replaced by a shelf full of tissues, half of which consists of roll paper, box tissues, and wet wipes, while the other half is brimming with sanitary napkins of various sizes, all priced affordably, averaging about 4 to 8 pieces for 1 crystal. The beverage fridge at the entrance is nearly full, now offering orange juice, coconut juice, nutritional drinks, green tea, iced red tea, and beer, all priced between 3 to 4 crystals. Upon exiting the convenience store, Ning Tang leads the excited guests towards the dining area. After walking just a short distance, they discover that the previously enclosed corridor on the right has now opened into a courtyard. Chapter 71: The Cafe. Aside from Ning Tang, the others had already glimpsed the courtyard upon exiting their rooms. Ning Tang, filled with curiosity, notes how the addition of a courtyard elevates the hotel's status significantly. She steals several glances at the courtyard to her right but suppresses her curiosity, deciding to explore the dining area on the left first before thoroughly examining the courtyard later. The dining area appears to have doubled in size. The previous time restrictions for entry have been lifted, and to her right upon entering, Ning Tang notices stairs leading to the upper floors. The dining hall now resembles a school cafeteria, with the 2 levels combined capable of accommodating thousands of diners. The tables and chairs are categorized into 4 sections: the original wooden dining tables, newly added white casual dining tables, black round small tables, and blue leather sofas. The long dining counters and bar stools at the edges remain, suggesting that even if she brought everyone from the prosperity base, the dining area could still accommodate them all. The variety of dishes has significantly increased. There are now 3 more windows for serving food, manned by food dispensing robots offering staples such as rice, buns, and pancakes, along with porridge and soup. The vegetable dishes are abundant, with each window showcasing dozens of unique options including shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat, lion's head meatballs, cola chicken wings, and cauliflower with oil lettuce, with prices set at 1 crystal for staple foods, porridge and vegetable dishes, and 2 crystals for meat dishes. Other windows are equally impressive, featuring offerings such as spicy hot pot, omelet rice, wooden bucket rice, clay pot soup, sauerkraut fish, fish noodles, rice noodles, and various rice bowls, all priced between 4 to 8 crystals. As Ning Tang circles around the serving windows, she hears several guests swallowing audibly. Turning back, she notices Su Shi and Chen Tianxi, their eyes glued to the food service windows, so engrossed that they nearly collide without realizing. Exiting the dining area and proceeding further, the corridor leads to the former self-service hot pot restaurant, which appears unchanged. Ning Tang quickens her pace back to the lobby, determined to finish exploring one side before venturing into the courtyard at the back. The lobby's once modest fountain has transformed into a grand three-tiered fountain. Its aquatic inhabitants increased in number. The seating area adjacent to the service desk has been rearranged, with 6 large sofas now facing south, where a massive screen hangs above the glass wall, broadcasting a television show that Ning Tang can see clearly even from the service desk. The meeting area behind the service desk has disappeared. A 2 to 3 meter wide arched doorway has been added to the right wall. As Ning Tang and the others stand at the entrance, they see that the former meeting area has been converted into an open cafe. The food service area is to the left of the arch, where 2 robots in aprons stand ready to serve. In front of the dining area are several sets of tables and chairs, flanked by sofa seating and circular tables. Looking further into the cafe reveals a clear view of the courtyard, which features a large elliptical flower bed at its center, surrounded by identical white casual tables and chairs, indicating it serves as the cafe's outdoor seating area. Standing before the arched doorway offers an unobstructed view of the courtyard, prompting the group to continue down the right corridor. At the end of the corridor, they find the elevator and stairs, leading deeper inside where the first shop's glass door remains locked. Ning Tang approaches to open it, noting the options for a clothing store and a fishing gear shop. Turning back, she inquires of the 10 or so guests following her, and without exception, they opt for the clothing store. The clothing store is modest in size, with men's apparel on the left and women's on the right, offering a range from undergarments to winter clothing and shoes, with a section in the middle dedicated to sleepwear, priced between 5 to 30 crystals. A self-service checkout is located at the entrance. Ning Tang finds little interest, noting that the clothing is primarily practical and warm, lacking the aesthetic appeal of her own wardrobe. After exiting the clothing store, the group proceeds further, passing by the former milk tea shop and skewered snack shop, both of which remain unchanged in their offerings and prices. Behind the skewered snack shop, 3 locked storefronts await. Ning Tang examined each option, and the first one displayed was a dessert shop alongside a millet store. She turned back to solicit opinions from her companions, amidst the cacophony of excited voices from several girls, punctuated by the enthusiastic shouts of Su Shi and Chen Tianxi, who clamored for the dessert shop. With a decisive click of a button, a charming milk green store, suffused with the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread, sprang to life. Within its 3 rows of glass display cases lay an array of aesthetically pleasing pastries. In addition to various freshly baked breads, there were delightful small cakes in flavors such as taro, matcha, mango, strawberry, chocolate, and durian, with prices ranging from 5 to 10 credits. The shop also featured a self-service checkout system. Ning Tang meticulously scrutinized the offerings, soon spotting several delectable items she wished to try, including Earl Grey tea rolls, nut and cheese buns, and molten mascarpone and taro milk buns. Gu Qinghuan and her companions summoned immense self-restraint to refrain from immediately selecting cakes and making payments, reminding themselves to wait until they had thoroughly explored the area before indulging. Upon exiting the cake shop, the signs on the adjacent storefronts read Ro Jia Mo, meat sandwich, and fried chicken. This time, opinions among the group diverged. Ning Tang stood at the entrance, listening intently to the fervent debate between 2 factions. Ultimately, the Ro Jia Mo shop triumphed over the fried chicken establishment by a narrow margin, with proponents arguing that fried chicken could also be found at the skewered food stall. Ning Tang felt indifferent. After all, Xiao Fugui and SpongeBob could prepare fried chicken for her, so she sided with the victors and chose the Ro Jia Mo shop. The establishment was rather straightforward, offering only 2 varieties of Ro Jia Mo, lean meat and a mix of lean and fatty meat, priced at 4 credits each, crafted on-site by a robot. The enticing aroma of the marinated meat instantly transported her to the heart of Chinese culinary delights. As the group approached the final shop, Ning Tang stood before the sign, momentarily speechless upon realizing that both the Ro Jia Mo and fried chicken shops were present. What was all the heated debate about? The patrons, hearing the options presented, fell into silence, their mouths dry in disbelief. Could both establishments indeed operate? Without hesitation, Ning Tang opted for the fried chicken shop. The supporters of the losing side, represented by Chun Tianci, cheered enthusiastically, glad that they would still be able to enjoy fried chicken. The fried chicken shop offered two types, sauced and dry fried, with selections including pure chicken pieces, chicken wings, drumsticks, chicken ribs, and chicken legs. Additionally, they sold crispy potato chips, with prices ranging from 3 to 10 credits. Behind the counter stood a yellow dog robot, resembling the white dog from the skewered food stall, as if they were identical twins. After exploring all the shops on the first floor, Ning Tang led her companions to a cafe. The coffee counter showcased an array of ingredients such as coffee beans and coconut milk, with a menu boasting over a dozen coffee options at reasonable prices, ranging from 3 to 15 credits. Stepping directly from the indoor cafe to the outdoor area, Ning Tang was enchanted to find the courtyard paved with pebbles, while the tables and chairs rested atop circular blue stone slabs, creating an inviting atmosphere perfect for an afternoon of daydreaming. A sprawling oval flower bed flourished with lavender blooms. Were it not for her position as the owner, she would have been tempted to pluck a couple of flowers. Perhaps she could return later that evening for a clandestine gathering. System. Congratulations, host. You truly possess remarkable decorum. Chapter 72. Outdoor hot springs. Initially, Ning Tang believed that this constituted the entirety of the hotel's expanded area. Just as she was about to turn back, Xiaosong suddenly grasped her arm and pointed towards a towering wall of shrubs at the back of the courtyard. Ning Tang gasped softly. The dense green wall, several meters high, concealed what lay behind it, allowing only a trickle of light to filter through. The foliage below 2 meters was remarkably lush, leading her to assume it was an artistic backdrop of the hotel. Following the pebble path forward, she discovered narrow pathways extending on both sides of the green wall. Guiding her companions to the right, they soon realized that the green wall was, in fact, a privacy hedge, behind which lay a series of hot springs separated by vibrant floral walls. The outdoor hot springs felt far more connected to nature than their indoor counterparts, with pool walls crafted from stones of various shapes. There were 3 or 4 large pools capable of accommodating over 100 individuals, alongside 8 or 9 medium-sized pools, and a few smaller ones, each several dozen square meters in size. Ticket booths flanked either side of the hedge, with the large pools priced at 5 credits for 2 hours, the medium-sized pools at 10 credits for 2 hours, and the smaller pools available for exclusive rental at 50 credits for 2 hours. The green floral walls served not only as dividers, but would also enclose each hot spring pool once officially opened. After guests paid, the floral walls would automatically part for those who had completed their transactions. Unlike the indoor swimming pool, which required card registration, the outdoor hot springs merely necessitated the use of the hotel's recharge card. Thus, while everyone, including Ning Tang, felt enticed, no one rushed to register for a recharge. After completing their exploration of the first floor, Ning Tang led everyone to the second floor, which transitioned from guest rooms to public areas. Exiting the elevator, the first room on the right housed the public restroom, followed by a spacious lecture hall. Ning Tang realized immediately why the ceiling on this floor appeared so high. It was designed to accommodate the large auditorium, which could hold several hundred people. At the podium stood a white robot wearing glasses, whose expression bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a stern teacher. The classroom door displayed a schedule. Monday through Friday featured junior high courses in politics, history, geography, chemistry, biology, language, mathematics, and English, while Saturday and Sunday offered various university-level biology courses. Upon seeing the classroom, Ning Tang felt drowsy. She decided to return when she had more free time to focus on self-improvement. She presumed that the accompanying guests shared similar thoughts, as they all departed without a backward glance. On the opposite side of the elevator was a smaller lecture hall, capable of accommodating around 100 individuals, with another white robot standing at the front. This classroom primarily focused on elementary school subjects. Both classrooms offered free courses, which would commence regardless of attendance. Emerging from the small classroom and proceeding toward the center, Ning Tang noted that both sides were expansive reading rooms, with bookshelves reaching the ceiling. However, this space was quite advanced. By simply operating the panel beside the shelves, one could easily access books from any desired level. These 2 reading rooms could rightly be termed libraries, where guests could borrow books for free using their room cards or purchase them. Venturing further into the corridor, there were only 2 rooms. To the left was a medical room, equipped with a small pharmacy and 2 medical robots capable of performing all treatments except surgeries, even bone alignment. The remaining room was the second floor of the restaurant. Initially, Ning Tang expected new dishes, but after a thorough inspection, she realized it was simply a larger version of the first floor offerings, presumably designed to alleviate congestion in the downstairs dining area. Ning Tang led everyone upward again. The third to sixth floors comprised single guest rooms, with the third and fourth floors containing king-sized rooms, and the fifth and sixth floors housing twin rooms. Each floor featured 30 guest rooms, with the size and decor remaining unchanged, though the layout varied per floor. The upgraded lounge area was significantly more spacious, featuring a U-shaped sofa alongside bookshelves and a fish tank, with a large television positioned opposite the sofa. The communal bathrooms had been replaced with larger laundry facilities, resulting in a brighter and more open atmosphere across these floors, promoting a more cheerful living experience. The 7th, 8th, and ninth floors were designated for suites, with 10 suites on each floor. Although the size and decor remained consistent with prior arrangements, the overall layout was more rational than before the upgrade. Luo Fei Hiyen and the 6 second-generation guests brought by Gu Qing-chuan glanced at the vacant rooms on the 8th floor and promptly reserved 6 suites with Ning Tang. Ning Tang instructed everyone to go find Octopus Brother to switch rooms, while she herself returned to her spacious suite. The hotel had undergone numerous upgrades, and she was curious if her suite had changed as well. However, it was evident that Ning Tang was overthinking. Her suite remained unchanged, likely having reached its maximum potential from the outset. The area still measured over 500 square meters, and the only noticeable difference was that from the window, the ground appeared much farther away, as she now resided on the 10th floor. Yet, the expansive terrace outside had significantly increased in size, with protruding areas on both sides. The left side was designated as a restroom for her pets, while the right side, closer to the suite, housed a doghouse, accompanied by a few sturdy little trees several meters tall. Ning Tang was perplexed by their growth, but the technology of Planet T had always defied conventional principles. Scattered across the terrace were numerous chew toys, indicating it was a play area for her pets. This upgrade had effectively allowed the pets to separate their sleeping, relieving themselves, and playing activities. De Huang dashed about with a few fluffy companions, clearly enjoying the changes, while the panda, Tian, clumsily attempted to climb the tree, only to bring down 2 large branches within minutes, resulting in its fall. Fortunately, its robust physique seemed to have absorbed the impact without any visible harm.
System.
Where are my upgrade rewards? And the island resort? Hurry up and present them, she urged. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. After reaching level 5, the reward should include. The sound of frantic searching ensued.
No, let me find it myself.
Ning Tang yawned, feeling quite exhausted after a long day, deciding that perhaps it was best to get some sleep first. Found it. The resort system is activated, although the principle is unclear. 10 old-fashioned phones can connect you from any corner of the world. 1 miraculous longevity pill, unlimited free meal ordering access, 3 luxury cars, and 20 high-end handbags. Is that sufficient for you, host? The system panted, blaming Ning Tang for constantly cramming items into its orderly space, making it arduous to locate anything. If you ask me, that might not be enough. That is sufficient. All rewards have been distributed. Host, do your best. Chapter 73. Island Resort. Ning Tang promptly swallowed the miraculous longevity pill, knowing she could now enjoy guilt-free late-night gaming. The handbags were placed in her wardrobe by the system, while the luxury cars were showcased on the terrace, only to be swiftly stored back in the system's space, under the pretense of keeping them safe for her. Given the prolonged neglect of the roads here, she had no intention of test-driving the cars, letting them be for now. She hoped that the hotel would continue to upgrade impressively, ideally transforming into downtown, allowing her to drive freely at that time. The old-fashioned phones were also stored by the system, intended for each person assisting her in managing the base. The unlimited meal ordering access resembled a mobile application, and upon opening it, Ning Tang discovered its layout was similar to that of food delivery apps. She casually searched for items she desired, finding everything, even the extravagant Manhin Chuanchi feast. However, her current interest lay not in food but rather in how to access the resort. Of course, you need to activate it via the hotel front desk panel. Go take a look. Upon hearing this, Ning Tang swiftly made her way to the elevator, excitement bubbling within her as she yearned to sleep in the island villa that very night. The hotel lobby was brightly lit, although the number of guests staying was few. None were idle. Some were busy raiding the newly opened shops, clutching their purchases while lounging in courtyards or rest areas, while others sipped coffee, unconcerned about whether they would sleep that night, prioritizing consumption instead. In the elevator, Ning Tang reflected on the perks of living on the 10th floor, as it required a longer wait for the elevator to arrive. Upon reaching the lobby, she hurried to the panel, where she indeed noticed the addition of a resort system icon. Clicking on it, a blank page appeared with a plus sign. After selecting the plus, various types of resorts were presented: hot spring resorts, island resorts, desert resorts, forest resorts, snow resorts, cruise resorts, manor resorts, cultural resorts, and entertainment resort. Ning Tang paused momentarily, for as a former worker in her past life, she had no idea there were so many varieties of resorts. She had initially thought the island resort was thrilling enough, unaware of the extravagant experiences the wealthy indulged in. Her simmering resentment towards capitalism began to stir once more. Host remained calm. Who could possibly outdo you in terms of capital? You are the one thriving in this apocalyptic world. You're right, but I deserve all of this. Ning Tang replied, regaining her composure before choosing the island resort, deciding to build the others gradually. There would come a time when she could enjoy them all. The progress bar moved sluggishly, and after a few minutes, it finally reached 100%. Subsequently, a message popped up on the panel announcing that the doors to Dawn Island Resort had been opened. Ning Tang obediently waited for a while, but nothing happened. Her impatience surged. She pushed past the employees, Monkey Brother and Octopus Brother, who were blocking her way, causing them to stumble aside with a thud, narrowly avoiding knocking over the service desk. Feeling a bit sheepish for her lack of restraint, Ning Tang noticed that Monkey Brother had developed a close relationship with Octopus Brother, as he stood with his arms crossed at the entrance. However, the service desk provided only one exit, and they had blocked it entirely, which only intensified her urgency.
System.
Where's the door? Isn't it right there? Ning Tang was skeptical but continued to inspect the hotel's first floor meticulously. After circling around, she found no mysterious, suddenly appeared door. Even outside the hotel, there was none. After scrutinizing her surroundings again, she found it utterly perplexing. Where could the resort's entrance be? The system hesitated before speaking, wishing to inform her when she began to run in search, but fearing her wrath, it remained silent until now. Monkey Brother. Didn't it come to find you? It was the host who pushed them aside. I have no idea where that strength came from, but Monkey Brother looked as if he had been hit by an elephant, almost sending the service desk flying. Why didn't you wait for me to bring out the land god before saying anything? Hehe. Resigning herself, Ning Tang returned to find Monkey Brother, who seemed wary of being shoved aside again, sat cross-legged on the service desk, his back facing Octopus Brother, who sat in a chair. With a cheerful smile, Ning Tang approached. Monkey Brother, how do I get to the resort? Monkey Brother hopped down and blew a puff of air, and a brilliantly decorated rickshaw appeared before Ning Tang. Standing at the driver's position, he announced, Sun Wukong, will take you there. Caught off guard by this mode of transport, Ning Tang elegantly took her seat in the rickshaw, feeling as though she were a privileged young lady of Shanghai, dressed in a qipao and heels, on her way to indulge in afternoon tea at a lavish establishment. Just in time. Monkey Brother's yellow fur resembled that of her personal rickshaw driver. She couldn't delve into her thoughts too deeply, for as soon as she settled, Monkey Brother grasped the rickshaw and surged forward, the sudden acceleration nearly eliciting a scream from Ning Tang. In an instant, the scene before her transformed from the brightly lit hotel lobby to a moonlit pathway on the island. The rickshaw, along with Monkey Brother, vanished in a flash, leaving Luo Fei and He Yen in the rest area momentarily stunned before resuming their attention on the television. They truly wouldn't be surprised even if one day Ning Tang morphed into Ultraman. Upon arriving at the island, Monkey Brother adjusted to a normal pace of rickshaw driving, allowing Ning Tang to examine her surroundings more closely. Although it was somewhat dark, she could still discern some details. This appears to be a tourist attraction from the world before the apocalypse, surrounded by numerous small islands interconnected by wooden bridges. On these islands, there are structures resembling houses, though their details remain obscured in the dim light of dusk. She and the Monkey King are presumably on the main island of this area. To the right of the narrow path, A few dilapidated buildings stand, their backs adorned with lush, tropical vegetation. To her left, the coastline is close at hand. Under the glow of the streetlights, Ning Tang can clearly perceive the beach and some fearsome creatures in the water, struggling to crawl towards them. No signs of zombies are visible here. Sporadic large black stains on the ground suggest that even the undead could not survive in this post-apocalyptic world. As they continue walking, the environment suddenly transforms near the rickshaw area. The previously filthy and decayed surroundings begin to rejuvenate. The streetlights emit a comforting glow. The ground beneath their feet becomes clean and level, and the mutated creatures in the sand and sea vanish. The buildings on the right also appear revitalized, with bright lights illuminating the interiors. The Monkey King leads Ning Tang to the largest house in the vicinity. Even before she disembarks, she can see everything inside. A sign above the entrance glimmers with the words Dawn Island Resort, indicating that this is the management office. To the right of the entrance stands a lengthy service counter, behind which several robots are stationed, while inside, dozens of rickshaws are neatly arranged, albeit all black and lacking the charm of the one she rode in. The Monkey King advances and pauses at the entrance, plucking a tuft of fur from the back of its head and gently blowing, causing dozens of small yellow monkeys to tumble to the ground, each scurrying to find a rickshaw to stand by. Ning Tang watches in astonishment. The economic situation must be dire if her Monkey King is now running a rickshaw business alongside its monkey offspring. Ning Tang rises from the rickshaw and approaches the service counter. Although somewhat hasty in appearance, this is indeed the place for checking in and managing the resort. The signage clearly states that guests with any inquiries may come here for assistance. Regarding the rickshaws, it is noted that any guest of the island can rent one for 5% of the room rate, with each rickshaw equipped with a monkey driver. No matter where the guest is, summoning the monkey driver guarantees immediate arrival at the Dawn Island Resort. Beyond pulling rickshaws, these drivers also provide meal delivery and concierge services. One cannot help but admire the ingenuity of the monkey drivers. The rickshaws serve as a portal back to their accommodations, and at just 5% of the room cost. It's a bargain indeed. The upper floors of this building are locked, suggesting that only the first floor is currently accessible. Ning Tang checks the adjacent two buildings, which similarly only allow access to the ground floor. The establishment on the left is a buffet restaurant, with a dining area facing the ocean that is open on three sides, allowing the salty sea breeze to permeate. The outdoor dining area overlooking the sea evokes a vivid image of enjoying a meal there, greatly enhancing Ning Tang's appetite. The restaurant offers both buffet and a la carte options, with the latter available in another open-air section, as well as takeout and room service. The buffet is priced at 100 crystals per person, featuring an array of delicacies such as lobsters, crabs, steaks, whole roasted lambs, roast suckling pigs, roast ducks, stir-fried dishes, stews, desserts, staple foods, and new offerings. The buffet area boasts several dining tables stretching over a dozen meters, staffed by more than 10 robot servers. After exploring, Ning Tang casually grabs a coconut with a straw inserted. It's getting late, and she plans to return tomorrow for a hearty meal. I can already envision the buffet's future patrons, wild boars from the mountains, indulging in a feast. Every time the system catches a glimpse of Ning Tang's thoughts, it yearns to retort. Though it cannot outwit her verbally, it grows more stubborn in its resolve. Who created you? A maggot resides within the mainframe. The system, left choking on its own words, exits in disappointment. To the right lies a miscellaneous shop, primarily catering to water sports, where one can rent or purchase equipment such as surfboards, as well as book jet skis and snorkeling excursions, in addition to purchasing tickets for boat trips. After perusing all three establishments, Ning Tang returns to her rickshaw, signaling the Monkey King to take her to the neighboring islands, which are likely the accommodation areas. The Monkey King runs swiftly and steadily, with each island requiring a trek across several hundred meters of wooden bridges over the sea. Any guest on the main island can access these islands, but only those residing at the resort may enter the accommodation islands. The first island they visit is a water villa area with winding wooden bridges connecting 11 floating villas. The villas are staggered in their arrangement, with ample space between them, and each villa is shielded by wooden fences on either side, ensuring complete privacy. All 11 villas are identical, and Ning Tang speculates that one is reserved specifically for her, prompting the Monkey King to lead her to the farthest one. Upon reaching the entrance, she finds it indeed designated for her, marked as Villa 0. The wooden bridges and the villa itself are illuminated as brightly as day. Upon opening the villa's grand door, Ning Tang is greeted by a sunken living room with a glass floor, facing the sea. Stepping out from the living room leads to an infinity pool, flanked by wooden terraces on either side. The left wing of the living room houses the bedroom, which also faces the ocean, featuring 2 lounge chairs on the exterior terrace, with a netted resting area over the water at the end of the wooden path. The right side comprises the dining area and a washroom, with a glass floor beneath the dining table and chairs, allowing diners to glimpse the fish below as they eat. Just imagining it fills Ning Tang with anticipation. And the terrace outside the dining area features a mushroom-shaped pavilion with a round table, serving as an outdoor dining table. The second floor encompasses a spacious master bedroom of approximately 200 square meters, adjacent to a bathroom equipped with a bathtub. The terrace outside the bathroom is enclosed by a wooden fence, featuring an open-air shower area and an outdoor bathtub set into the wooden flooring. A wooden staircase leads directly down to the sea from the bathtub, and the terrace outside the master bedroom boasts a lounge area with a pavilion, alongside a 2-story slide that leads straight to the ocean. The entire villa spans 500 to 600 square meters, with all everyday essentials neatly arranged, including swimwear and beach dresses in the wardrobe, making it entirely ready for occupancy. After the tour, Ning Tang reclines on the terrace sofa of the master bedroom. Savoring the sea breeze, she feels utterly fulfilled. Not so fast, host. You have merely experienced a fraction of nature's wonders. Have you considered staying in a treehouse, an ice house, sailing on a cruise, or witnessing glaciers? You have yet to indulge in these experiences. How can you be satisfied? Ning Tang, unusually silent, acknowledges the system's validity. Desires are insatiable. Having savored the ocean villa, she yearns for more experiences. She rises from the sofa and instructs the ever-present Monkey King to take her back. Within the hotel, the group's shopping fervor has finally subsided, with a dozen individuals seated on sofas, basking in the residual joy. As Ning Tang unexpectedly arrives in her rickshaw, they turn a glance, their curiosity piqued yet maintaining discretion by refraining from inquiries. Ning Tang inspects the panel. Upon accessing the resort system, the first listing is Dawn Island Resort, displaying room types and prices. The Ocean Villa at 400 crystals per night, and the Beach Villa also at 400 crystals per night, with 10 of each type available, accommodating up to 4 guests per villa. Ning Tang pauses, noting that there is still the Beach Villa to consider, and decides to join the others for a look later. She spots a button at the top of the room type introduction page, labeled Confirm to activate resort. Ning Tang presses it, and suddenly, a similarly sized archway appears between the service counter and the original archway leading to the cafe. Behind this new doorway lies a well-lit beach path, revealing the beach and ocean to the left, alongside 3 buildings on the right. The suddenly materialized door captivated everyone's attention. A few individuals from the Spark base were engaged in a hushed discussion about the unfolding narrative. As they turned to gaze at the scene beyond the door, they were rendered speechless. Chun Tianxi was the first to regain his composure. He sprang up and dashed to the cafe. Upon reaching, he found the cafe's walls intact and hurried back to Ning Tang, emitting a brief, perplexed sound of awe. His small eyes were wide with curiosity. Ning Tang smiled and explained that the Dawn Hotel had recently added an island resort, offering both water villas and beach villas. The island also boasted a luxurious buffet and various entertainment options. If the guests were interested, she suggested leading everyone on a tour. Chapter 75. Don't let them get snatched away. Gu Qingchuan and Tan Yiji happened to enter through the hotel's main entrance just then. Ning Tang felt a spark of excitement. With these 2 affluent individuals back, they could embark together to the island, and it was certain they would book accommodations. After much effort, the arrangements for the hostel and convenience store at the base were finally completed. Tan Yiji had successfully found an opportunity to sneak back. Indeed, for him, the Dawn Hotel felt like home, hence his use of the term return. As he entered the lobby, he overheard Ning Tang mention a luxurious buffet, instantly igniting his appetite. He barely registered the hotel's changes, exclaiming, "A buffet? I want to go too." Gu Qingchuan, however, noticed the transformation, having been away for merely a day. The hotel had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He mused that if the hotel continued to upgrade, it might even connect to the Spark base. Ning Tang nodded at them, affirming that they could indeed go now. Luo Fei was the first to rise and follow, having been captivated by the newly appeared archway. Yet he could not fathom a reasonable explanation for its existence. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked on Ning's remarkable prowess, wondering how the Dawn Hotel seemed to possess limitless capabilities. Ning Tang chuckled, "I told you it's alien technology." As the others gradually joined, they felt increasingly astonished. It was as if they had stepped into another realm. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, they found themselves in a serene, sunny island paradise separated by merely a wall. Looking back, they could see the archway leading to the familiar hotel lobby. Indeed, it was just a door away. Ning Tang guided everyone along the path to the three buildings, first pointing out the buffet restaurant. This is the island's dining establishment, offering both buffet and a la carte options. If you prefer not to venture out, room service is also available. You may all step inside to take a look. The young heirs emitted exclamations of awe, with one exclaiming, "This is unreal. What kind of family can afford this?" "Who indeed?" Another chimed in. "Can pocket money suffice?"
Ah,
"You should go back to the base tomorrow and ask my mom for a crystal core, just say I've been kidnapped." "Are you out of your mind? Kidnapped by zombies?" The group of over 10, their eyes gleaming with excitement, roamed the store. As the young heirs grew increasingly extravagant in their remarks, Ning Tang interjected with a timely reminder. "If you're interested, we can explore the room types. Let us go, let us go." "I can hardly contain myself. I want to pay right now." Gu Qinghuan approached Ning Tang, holding 2 level 4 crystal cores, uncertain if they would suffice for a stay. "Rest assured, the Dawn Hotel has always maintained an approachable pricing policy." Ning Tang led them directly to the central store, where they were once again astounded by the neatly arranged monkeys and rickshaws. Unfortunately, there were no images of the rooms to showcase. Ning Tang intended for them to book rooms and rent rickshaws to visit the 2 islands, but with no system for projections or simple paper brochures to provide an introduction, they were left without visual confirmation. "What do you expect me to do? Walk them to see the 2 islands? Room projections will be available tomorrow. Or perhaps the host could let them run behind the rickshaw. Though, that does sound feasible." Yet Ning Tang continued enthusiastically, explaining that it wasn't that she didn't want them to run behind. She was merely concerned they might lag behind and delay the proceedings. Currently, the island offered both water and beach villas, with all nearby waters having been thoroughly cleared. There was no need for concern over mutated fish, as the area was protected by the same shields as the hotel, ensuring safety. The decor of all villas adhered to pre-apocalypse resort standards, each villa costing 400 crystals per night, accommodating up to 4 guests. Hotel patrons could also rent rickshaws, which would instantly transport them back to the island resort, regardless of their location. Moreover, various water entertainment activities could be reserved at the nearby shop. With only 10 villas of each type available, if everyone booked their rooms now, they could rent rickshaws and head to the islands for a viewing. Should they find something unsatisfactory, they could always switch rooms. Guests were encouraged to reserve early, if they were interested. Upon hearing about the instant return, Xiao Song wasted no time. As soon as Ning Tang finished speaking, he was already at the service desk checking in. With the island available, his previously ample supply of crystal cores no longer felt sufficient, but he had the means to earn more. He thought to himself, why save them? In this apocalypse, every day counts. Since they would inevitably venture out to combat zombies, having a rickshaw that could return instantly would save him considerable time. Without spatial abilities, Tan Yiji and He Yan quickly joined the queue, realizing they could hitch a ride with Gu Qingchuan in the morning and return via rickshaw in the evening. Other than enduring Gu Qingchuan's reprimands, this would effectively allow them to reside at the hotel without any commuting costs. The remaining individuals were slower to react, but they soon grasped the situation and rushed to line up. The few heirs at the back grew anxious, exclaiming, "We mustn't let those 10 water villas be snatched away." Those remaining were not lacking in crystal cores. After all, who would turn down a vacation on an island in this apocalypse? Each of Xiao Song, Gu Qingchuan, Tan Yiji, He Yan, and Luo Fei reserved a villa, while Gu Qinghuan, Chen Tiantian, Chen Tianxi, Su Shi, and 4 other heirs from the Spark base opted to share accommodations, collectively booking 4 villas. In a flash, 9 water villas were gone. The last 2 heirs had their preferences and chose a beach villa. Everyone decided to rent rickshaws. Regardless of the instant return, who could resist the allure of riding in rickshaws pulled by lively monkeys? Ning Tang stood aside, awaiting payment, knowing well that this group of affluent individuals would not be able to resist. Not only them, but even Ning Tang herself felt teary-eyed at the thought of the water villa's environment, believing that living there would elevate her existence. She added with understanding that if anyone planned to stay long-term, they could also cancel their room at the Dawn Hotel by simply returning to the front desk. After all, the prices here were 6 or 7 times that of a suite, but as long as they could retain these guests who were not lacking in crystal cores, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. That won't do. The hotel headquarters is our home. We absolutely cannot cancel. We can afford 2 rooms, right, brother?
Gu Qinghuan said,
choosing a pleasing monkey to ride in the rickshaw. After hearing Ning Tang's words, she exchanged mischievous glances with her brother. The island villa was delightful, but the suite offered a stronger sense of home. What Qinghuan said is correct. I want to stay in both. The base will surely raise our salaries, right? Tan Yiji and He Yan, one on each side, also selected a rickshaw, echoing Gu Qinghuan's sentiments. Gu Qingchuan barely acknowledged them, remarking that they could easily afford to live here for a lifetime with a little less food. Once everyone was seated in the rickshaws, Ning Tang snapped her fingers, and a distinct rickshaw pulled by a monkey appeared. Everyone had a ride, and no one was left behind to run. It was splendid. Chapter 76. The Wealth-Bringing Lazy Sheep. The little monkeys exhibited a speed rivaling that of the Monkey King, yet they demonstrated a keen understanding of human nature. A procession of over a dozen rickshaws trailed neatly behind Monkey King and Ning Tang. The wooden plank road was remarkably smooth and sturdy, the rickshaws gliding over it, producing a rhythmic sound of tires in motion, while the passengers felt no hint of jostling. Several second-generation individuals without special abilities craned their necks to peer beneath the wooden bridge, where the sea lay tranquil, obscuring any view of what might dwell beneath its surface. Overall, the atmosphere was serene, devoid of any signs of zombies or mutated beasts. Having experienced the hotel's protective barrier, the group gradually eased their previously tense nerves. Ning Tang led everyone to the sandy island on the other side, primarily driven by her own curiosity. The rickshaws came to a halt on the island, characterized entirely by sandy houses. Ning Tang disembarked first, arriving at the nearest sand house to the main island, number 10. The entrance was brightly lit, and as they traversed the beach path flanked by lush vegetation, they reached the grand door of the sand house. Pushing it open revealed a courtyard with outdoor pools on either side and a spacious living room featuring 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling glass. The interior was comparable in size to the water houses, comprising 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, totaling around 500 to 600 square feet. Opposite the living room, more floor-to-ceiling glass doors led to a terrace with a pavilion, coconut trees, and a second large swimming pool in the backyard. Adjacent to the pool was an outdoor shower area and a large bathtub. The entrance to the backyard was accessible through the pavilion on the right, leading directly to the beach and the sea, a mere 10 steps from the villa. The 2 second-generation guests who had booked the sand house wore broad smiles, while the astonished remarks echoed from the others, some of whom even contemplated returning to switch accommodations. System. Is there a 0 house available on the sand side? I rather wish to stay there, Ning Tang mused. Yes, yes, yes. If you don't get it, you might throw a tantrum, the system replied.
He.
Just know that, she chuckled, having nearly completed her exploration. She called out to the dozen or so individuals wandering about to gather outside, noting that time was of the essence, and they should swiftly head to the water house. The boss has spoken. Let us move quickly. The 2 second-generation guests treated Ning Tang as if she were their direct superior, as their own parents, occupying high positions at the fire seed base. Could not afford such lavish accommodations. To reach the water house from the sand house, they first had to return to the main island, where an automatic lift gate marked the entrance, stating that only guests of the sand house were permitted entry. As the guests observed the scenery, their satisfaction grew. The previously lonely island was now filled with the chatter of second-generation individuals debating whether to rent both the sand and water houses, allowing them to alternate their stay without the worry of missing out on the other option. The water house island soon came into view, an artificial creation consisting of a wooden bridge and 11 sea villas. In contrast to the grounded living environment of the sand houses, this area was entirely comprised of overwater residences. Ning Tang led the group to inspect the nearest villa, number 10, eliciting envy from the 2 second-generation guests who had chosen the sand house. The others, having taken only a cursory glance, expressed a desire to return and prepare their belongings, recognizing the value of the 400 crystal cores for the accommodation. Had they known, they would have brought their own items for a seamless move-in. Ning Tang instructed the monkeys to guide everyone back to the hotel lobby. The rickshaws were parked outside the arched entrance, and to maintain order within the hotel, only Ning Tang's rickshaw could approach the lobby. After completing the rental process, the guests acquired the skill to summon rickshaws simply by calling out a designated number. Outside of the Dawn Hotel, any rickshaw bearing the corresponding room number would promptly appear before them. Though Ning Tang had little to pack, she considered the privacy of the island villas, pondering that spending the night alone might feel somewhat lonely. She decided to bring along her companions, Tian Sweet and a Huang, and after a moment's thought, opened a shopping app to order a black cat police officer and a lazy sheep, the former providing a sense of security and the latter perfect for cuddling. The black cat police officer can also be cuddled, she joked. I warn you, do not insult my childhood idol, came the retort. That's not the point. Host, you are being excessive. You are misusing public resources. The expenditure for the robotic staff comes from the hotel's funds. And what of it? Will you report me? Ning Tang tekili. You. At least buy a lazy sheep for the hotel to place at the front desk for good fortune, the system suggested. Ning Tang conceded, and in the next moment, a tall figure in a black uniform, the black cat police officer, appeared alongside a lazy sheep, one with a yellow bib and the other in pink. Ning Tang delightedly petted both, who closed their eyes in bliss and nuzzled her hands. Unable to resist, she opened the unlimited ordering option and purchased 2 herbal cakes and 2 bags of herbal lollipops. The 2 lazy sheep relished their treats, repeatedly expressing, Boss Ning, you are truly my good friend. Ning Tang instructed the black cat police officer to take the yellow bib sheep back to the Zero Water house while she cradled the pink one in her lap. As the guests finished their preparations and began to descend, each carrying bags and packages, they made their way toward the arched entrance leading to the island. Their rickshaws awaited them along the small path behind the gate, where the little monkeys stood with bright, eager eyes. Just as Ning Tang was joyfully petting the lazy sheep, she heard a sound from the hotel's automatic door. Looking up, she saw a woman clad in a black cotton coat entering, holding a girl of about 10 years old in her arms. The woman's face was flushed from the cold, yet her gaze was deep and resolute. Her thick coat tightly wrapped around her, with arms that appeared strong and capable. Ning Tang placed the lazy sheep on the adjacent sofa. It seemed to have attracted new guests. Hello, do you require accommodations? The Dawn Hotel is well-stocked, with continuous supply of water, electricity, and heating. We also offer various restaurants, snack shops, beverage stores, and clothing boutiques. Currently, we have options for large double rooms, twin rooms, and suites, priced at 40 and 60 first-level crystal cores respectively. Additionally, our luxurious island resort offers both overwater and beach villas at 400 first-level crystal cores per night. As she spoke, Ning Tang handed the newly upgraded brochure to the woman. Zhang Ronghua accepted the brochure from the young proprietor, her astonishment growing as she perused its pages. After enduring the biting cold for so long, nearly succumbing to despair, she stumbled upon this brightly lit haven, discovering an atmosphere of warmth that defied belief. Typically, encountering such opulence would raise her suspicions of a trap, for she had never expected fortune to smile upon her. However, glancing down at her somewhat dazed daughter, she resolved that, even if it were a trap, they had no choice but to stay. The woman handed Ning Tang 2 third-level crystal cores, declaring, I want the best room, just for one night. Ning Tang smiled as she guided them to the charging machine. To facilitate transactions, our establishment employs a membership recharge system, so the 2 of you can recharge here. The hotel boasts the finest accommodations, featuring both ocean villas and beach villas. May I inquire which option you prefer? The frail girl in her arms weakly spoke. Mom, I want to see the ocean. Then let us stay in the ocean villa. Ning Tang replied affirmatively, instructing the octopus attendant to assist them with the check-in on the panel. Since the resort and hotel operate under the same system, services for the resort can also be availed at the hotel reception. The woman, cradling her child, stood before the charging machine to process their transaction. Zhang Ronghua, 33 years old, level 6 in strength, and Zhang Jingning, 9 years old, level 2 in wind, With a family recharge card balance of 600 crystals and accumulated points of 400. Ning Tang handed her the room card and inquired if she required rickshaw services, as our establishment also offers rickshaw rentals. No matter where the guests are, the rickshaw can transport them to their room. Should the guests choose to rent a rickshaw, one can be dispatched immediately to bring them to their accommodation. Zhang Ronghua felt as though her mind was in knots. She could hardly comprehend it but nodded, agreeing to rent one for a day. After a few operations, her recharge card balance decreased by 20 crystals. Moments later, a small monkey appeared, pulling a rickshaw from behind the archway. The restaurant and convenience store on this side are open 24 hours, allowing guests to indulge in self-service as needed. Ning Tang raised her hand to direct them. The convenience store was right next door, easily visible even without her guidance. Zhang Ronghua nodded, expressing her gratitude to the proprietor. She first wandered into the convenience store, where the dazzling array of products and their remarkably low prices left her astounded. She attempted to purchase 10 meat buns and 4 bowls of congee, placing them at the self-checkout as instructed. After placing her recharge card in the designated slot, the panel indicated a deduction of 32 crystals. Viewing the remaining balance of 548, Zhang Ronghua furrowed her brow in disbelief. How could this be possible? In this post-apocalyptic world, such a place could hardly exist. Even mutated meat could not be priced like this, let alone buns and congee. Confusion swirled in her mind, yet she felt compelled to go through with the purchase, for they were truly starving. However, she did not linger on her doubts for long, as the aroma of the buns made the girl in her arms squirm slightly. "Mom, let me down, I can walk on my own." Zhang Ronghua, not one to indulge her child excessively, set Zhang Jingning down. After trekking through the biting cold for an entire day and night, the famished girl wobbled for a moment upon landing, but quickly steadied herself by grasping her mother aside. "Mom, is it safe here?" "I don't know, but we need to rest. Let us take a day to recuperate first," was the response. Ning Tang sat in the lobby, assigning tasks to the octopus attendant, who appeared quite exasperated. This work-oriented robot had been created specifically for the hotel, and no matter how much the hotel upgraded, it was still more knowledgeable about the job than Ning Tang, the owner. In truth, Ning Tang merely wished to tease it a bit. While conversing, she noticed the mother and daughter slowly exiting. Upon seeing Ning Tang, they both slightly bowed and expressed their thanks. Regardless of whether this establishment was a trap, at least the warmth they felt was a welcome reprieve. Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years, they were inherently suspicious. Yet at that moment, they felt compelled to express gratitude for the genuine assistance they received. Ning Tang returned the smile, assuring them that there was no need for formality. As the hour grew late, Ning Tang opted not to retire to her zero-sand house, instead choosing to sleep in the master bedroom on the second floor of the water house. Before drifting off, she accidentally pressed the remote control on the headboard, and just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a noise from the ceiling. To her astonishment, the roof beside the bed could actually slide open. However, overcome by fatigue, her curiosity waned, and she soon succumbed to slumber, betting on the likelihood that it would not rain that night. The system, ever so intuitive, pondered whether Ning Tang might curse it again, perhaps prompting it to devise a weather control mechanism for Planet T. As she peacefully slumbered, she imagined the system might suddenly drench her. Ning Tang, unaccustomed to restless beds, slept soundly in the spacious water house until 8 o'clock. After calling for room service, she found the method to be quite simple. She merely summoned the monkey attendant, placed her order from the menu, and relied entirely on its efforts, with no phone involved. While the monkey fetched her meal, Ning Tang opened a portal, intending to visit the Fujiang base. As a night had passed, and the mutated beasts there should hopefully have been dealt with by now. To her surprise, when she arrived, the area outside the protective shield of the Fujiang base was still teeming with mutated beasts, but these ferocious creatures had retreated, replaced by half-meter-high mutated rats, mutated insects, and over-a-meter-tall mutated chickens and squirrels lining up in the front. Observing their aggressive advance, Ning Tang found herself puzzled. The protective shield was supposed to render zombies or mutated beasts indifferent, yet these creatures were behaving similarly to the zombies that besieged the Dawn Hotel. It felt as though they were being manipulated. For what reason would they press against the protective shield? Inside the shield stood the hotel guests, and about 100 personnel from the Fujiang base. Their spoils, crystal cores, heaped in disarray, yet with some boundaries on the steps of the hostel. Everyone moved laboriously, as if they were all utterly fatigued. But the accursed mutated beast seemed endless. Yet, without danger, they had the opportunity to collect crystal cores. How could they let it pass?
System. What on earth is happening?
Is there blood smeared on your protective shield? No one attempted to entice the horde of mutated beasts, yet they continued to press against the protective barrier.
Ah,
What a splendid idea. I shall go over and inquire, the system replied, but first, it sought to address her confusion. Why are these mutated beasts so brazen?
let me scan and see.
Goodness, there are hordes of mutated beasts in the vicinity, yet nothing seems particularly special. Perhaps they just want to crowd around. Scanned again thoroughly. Check if someone is pulling strings behind the scenes.
Eveskend teroli.
I even extended my search 10 kilometers away. Let me tell you, there's everything here, even caterpillars growing to enormous sizes, black, long-haired, over a meter in length, as thick as a barrel, squirming on the ground. Enough with the details. Is there anything suspicious? Let me take another look. There are also mutated maggots, mutated spiders. Wait, why are there two towering trees crawling head-to-head on the ground? Ning Tang's curiosity was piqued instantly.
What?
Mutated plants can move? What are they doing, mating? Chapter 78. Let's eat first. What nonsense. You lewd host, my goodness. It's a supermassive snake. Black, this foolish snake has twisted itself into a right angle, must be 80 or 90 meters long, so wide and terrifying, like two enormous black maggots. Ning Tang was utterly appalled. Just earlier, she had ordered 3 pure meat sausages and 2 spicy sausages. Now her appetite waned. Perhaps you should finish your meal before venturing out. Otherwise, I fear you might lose your appetite. Ning Tang, somewhat perplexed, asked, Where am I supposed to go? Aren't you going to slay the snake? The system seemed more confused. Why would I attack it? It's thriving as a mutated creature, managing to survive until now. What would compel me to harm it? In truth, she was primarily daunted by the thought of the scene. Even the sight of an earthworm was enough to repulse her. Asking her to battle a snake meant she would have to confront mutated caterpillars and maggots along the way. Ugh. But that snake is a level 10 mutated beast, the so-called king of mutated beasts. Aren't you supposed to resolve the issue of being surrounded by mutated beasts? Killing it should suffice. Ning Tang was rendered speechless. Are you suggesting that the encirclement is due to the existence of this beast king? How does it even know that there are people inside this protective shield? The system fails to comprehend the convoluted nuances of this situation. In this world, both the Beast King and the Zombie King possess cognitive abilities akin to those of human superhumans. Unlike zombies and mutated beasts that rely on instinct for hunting, these creatures are capable of sight. Did you not instruct me to identify the underlying issues? Have I not done so? If I have identified them, then let us proceed with the slaughter. Yet, your previous ramblings about maggots and worms seem to be nothing but an attempt to nauseate me. Do you think I am oblivious to your intent? Red 2, feeling utterly exhausted and dizzy, turned to see Ning Tang standing nearby, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. He raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his brow and kicked the corpse of a mutated beast away from Li Qian. Staggering towards Ning Tang, he implored, Boss Ning, have you come to retrieve us? I am utterly spent, yet I find myself yearning for the crystal cores. I need a moment to rest. I do not wish to return just yet. Before he could await a response from Ning Tang, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, fortunately cushioned by a pile of corpses from mutated fowl from which the crystal cores had been extracted, thus avoiding a loud thud. Li Qian turned at the sound and expertly extracted a crystal core from a mutated rat as she approached. She checked for Red 2's breath, and as her fingers neared him, she was met with a chorus of snores emanating from him. Offering an apologetic smile to Ning Tang, she remarked, Boss Ning, Chi has not slept a wink since last night. He is utterly drained. He insists on resting well, or else I would wake him to return. Let him sleep for a while. The mutated beasts won't be leaving anytime soon, and there are plenty to slay. Opportunities to harvest crystal cores like this are rare. He constantly mutters about wanting to support his girlfriend, after all. Ning Tang nudged the corpse of the mutated fowl beneath Red 2's neck, aligning it properly so that he ceased his snoring. Li Qian chuckled. He delights in his nonsense. Why would I need him to support me when I have my own limbs? I shan't waste any more time. I shall return to excavating crystal cores. Should you require anything, Boss Ning, do call for me. Ning Tang waved her off. Very well. Work diligently and earn enough to lounge comfortably in the hotel soon. Hearing Ning Tang's voice, the others turned, raising their weary arms to greet her. Although utterly fatigued, no one wished to return just yet. Ning Tang was right. Such opportunities were rare, and working a bit harder today could lead to years of leisure. Seeing that no one was inclined to return, Ning Tang sought out Song Jun. She procured an elderly mobile phone awarded by the system, which had only dial keys and contained only Ning Tang's contact, humorously noted as boss. Song Yun, having just closed his eyes for a moment, was startled awake by Ning Tang's call. He stared blankly at the phone she had thrust into his hands. This phone can call me. Give it a try. In the future, contact me directly for any matters. Still groggy, the word incomprehensible flitted through his mind.
Huh?
He uttered, scratching his head, striving to clear his mind. Phone? What phone? Eventually, with Ning Tang's assistance, he recalled how to dial out. The instant his smartphone rang, Song Jun jolted awake. If he wasn't dreaming, then he must be dreaming, right? In this post-apocalyptic world, let alone having a signal, satellites were long gone. How could one even make a phone call? Absurd. All right, if there's nothing else, keep an eye on the mutated beasts. Should they attempt to flee, call me immediately. I shall deal with that enormous serpent. Absolutely. Rest assured. I will report to you at the first sign of any disturbance.
Song Yun promised readily.
Feeling untroubled with the phone in hand, any future issues could simply be relayed to boss, freeing him from the constant anxiety. That may not be necessary. Please refrain from bothering me unless it is urgent. After saying this, Ning Tang summoned her 0-number yellow cart. When Monkey Brother appeared, he nearly trampled Red Big, who was also asleep on the ground. Host, are you truly not going to kill it? That S.A. level 10 Beast King. If we obtain its corpse, perhaps T-Planet can strip its ability pathways for your use, granting you painless level 10 abilities. How enticing! Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tang instructed Monkey Brother to return to the waterhouse. It is indeed tempting, but I need to eat first. Let's discuss this after my meal. While she desired level 10 abilities, her immediate priority was sustenance. Once her companions had harvested more crystal cores from the mutated beasts, she could contemplate the Beast King. As Ning Tang bit into her pure meat sausage, the system's voice resounded in her ear. The 4th dormitory of the Fire Seed base has been completed, and the RV is now operational. Additionally, I have a monumental piece of news. Can you guess what it is? Ning Tang was indifferent. Good news for the system often translated to new tasks for her, which were hard to predict. It is an unprecedented success. In the future, small shops and dormitories can be established, and RVs can be used normally.
Oh.
So this means I will have no time to rest for 3 days and must traverse the world setting up small shops and dormitories, correct? Not quite. You could also gather subordinates from around the globe. Moreover, we have never encouraged you to overwork. You are free to take breaks whenever you wish. The system's tone was somewhat defensive. As Ning Tang accumulated more crystal cores, its status rose correspondingly.
Now.
It could even act with impunity over the head of T-Planet S administrator. Should Ning Tang suddenly slack off, the administrator would surely retaliate. Ning Tang dismissed its concerns as mere prattle. True to form, after finishing her meal, she merely intended to soak her feet in the pool when the system began its incessant prodding, suggesting she hurry to the Xiangyang base. The sooner you establish the small shop, the sooner you will earn money. You do wish to unlock other benefits soon, do you not? Chapter 79. Not a single one should be left behind. Ning Tang was genuinely astonished upon reaching Xiangyang base. The RV's teleportation point was at the entrance of the base. However, layers of defenses had been added to the entrance, with sharp iron spikes installed and a dozen fully armed individuals in black standing guard. Though their attire was tightly wrapped, their imposing physiques were anything but the same as those she had previously rescued. Outside the gate, the ground was littered with shards of glass and spikes. And had it not been for the protective shield of the RV, descending amidst such debris would surely have led to catastrophic consequences. Ning Tang honked the horn, but upon seeing the RV, the guards immediately raised their weapons and fired at her. Unperturbed, Ning Tang popped a candy into her mouth, realizing they recognized the pink RV. And their aggression was intentional, simplifying matters considerably. In an instant, rockets and various ability attacks surged toward the RV. Unsurprisingly, upon nearing within 3 meters, all these assaults dissipated entirely. Ning Tang chuckled softly. She felt little trepidation and even found the situation rather amusing.
System.
Do you suppose they are external foes or traitors within? I cannot say. Humans are complex beings. All I know is to accumulate more crystal cores.
Ah.
Let us charge ahead. Ning Tang nodded, emboldened by the RV's protective shield, and pressed the accelerator, hurtling toward the fortified gate. The system remained unfazed, but confident in the shield's resilience, suggesting that even a collision with a mammoth would pose no threat. The RV sped forward, and Ning Tang felt a thrill coursing through her. No wonder some found joy in racing. This exhilarating blend of speed and adrenaline was electrifying. Gripping the steering wheel tightly as the RV approached within 3 meters of the gate, it was as though an invisible hammer struck, violently shattering the entrance with a sharp explosion. The RV barreled through the billowing smoke and debris, audaciously invading the base. Ning Tang, without casting a glance at the individuals who had been knocked aside behind the door, accelerated towards those few who were quick to react and had begun their retreat. The sound of successive collisions reverberated as the individuals fell, only to be mercilessly trampled by Ning Tang. Some, realizing their escape was futile, attempted to retaliate, but ultimately raised their hands in surrender, only to be crushed beneath the wheels of the RV. Within the base, a few individuals appeared to be on patrol, all clad in identical black attire. Upon witnessing the pink RV barreling in, they either launched an attack or turned to flee. Ning Tang was determined not to let a single one escape, but the scattered nature of the fleeing group made it rather inconvenient to run them down one by one with the vehicle. Host, would you like a Gatling gun? It costs 10,000 crystals, with an endless supply of ammunition. All hotel staff can operate it, and fortunately, both Monkey King and SpongeBob are on the vehicle. Why not purchase two? Can it be charged to the hotel's account? Ning Tang mentioned her intent to sell the items from the previous Dark Association, but had yet to take action. Currently, her personal crystals were solely derived from SpongeBob's culinary talents, which were far from sufficient for the 20,000 required. That one do, but the host can incur a debt first. The system exhibited no concern that Ning Tang would fail to repay. If she did not, it would prompt her every hour. All right, let us get 2 of them. No sooner had Ning Tang spoken than several modified vehicles suddenly surged forth, their mounted machine guns aimed at the pink RV. Individuals appeared on either side of the road, frantically firing weapons at Ning Tang's vehicle. However, regardless of bullets, rockets, or supernatural powers, everything vanished once within 3 meters of the RV. Ning Tang was not one to suffer in silence. Under her command, Monkey King and SpongeBob leaped atop the vehicle, back to back, brandishing the Gatling guns in retaliation, as if posing for a superhero poster. Ning Tang deliberately slowed her speed to ensure that every individual along the route received a thorough and painful welcome from the Gatling gun, until none could stand to continue, at which point she accelerated forward. As for the modified vehicles, Ning Tang tightened her grip on the steering wheel and barreled into them. The first vehicle, upon witnessing the RV charging towards it, instinctively attempted to turn and flee. However, it had not yet completed the turn before the occupants experienced a swift and fatal fate, as Monkey King and SpongeBob unleashed their Gatling guns upon them. What on earth is this woman? She's truly terrifying. Run, run. The last vehicle, realizing the dire situation, had its driver cursing and frantically turning the steering wheel, while the others aboard made no attempts to stop him. These individuals were all promising candidates who had spent time in prison before the apocalypse, and after the world had changed, they had no desire to sacrifice their lives here. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Tang dealt with the other vehicles, they attempted to bypass the RV and escape the base, believing it better to take their chances outside than be trapped within. However, they were not so fortunate. Upon seeing SpongeBob positioned behind them, they knew their fate was sealed. Endless bullets pierced tires, shattered glass, and ultimately penetrated their bodies. It was only after confirming that no signs of life remained that SpongeBob ceased his actions, hoping that Boss Ning would award him the title of Best Employee, as he had left not a single one unaccounted for. Moment latte. The area around the gate of the base where Ning Tang had parked was shrouded in silence. Having glanced at the fallen black-clad figures, she recognized none. They were neither from the previous Xiangyang base nor individuals who had purchased supplies from her. Ning Tang's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to uncover the events that had transpired here. System, scan the area and reveal the whereabouts of the individuals. Understood, host. There are currently 2,356 living individuals within the base. 1,000 are concentrated in the villa area, while another 1,000 are dispersed throughout the vicinity, with over 300 rapidly approaching your direction. And what of the individuals from the Xiangyang base? Those individuals are all in the villa area. The dispersed group of over 1,000 is allied with those who attacked the host. Determined to reach the villa area, Ning Tang was consumed by curiosity about what had transpired over the past 3 days. Unfortunately, she lacked supernatural powers at present, and those scattered individuals might flee at the slightest sound, especially since she had smashed through the base's gate. Reluctant to let a single one escape, Ning Tang inquired of the system, "Are wolf and tiger formidable?" The system quickly comprehended her intent. The mutated pets were genetically altered creatures from Planet T, created using the crystal cores from prior experiments. Although still in their juvenile stage, each had grown to the normal size of their species. They are quite formidable. The 5 of them possess not only powers but also a basic protective shield that can withstand the force of an army. If the host could procure some pet food from them all for them, they could dominate the world together. Satisfied with the answer, Ning Tang felt elated. She had initially intended to keep pets, but it turned out she was raising ferocious beasts capable of working for her. Monkey King returned to the terrace of the Dawn Hotel. Wolf and tiger were sprawled on the terrace, basking in the sun. Ning Tang, unable to lift them, resorted to pinching their snouts to rouse them. Wake up, wake up. After raising you this large, it's time for you to repay me. As the wolf and tiger gradually opened their eyes, Ning Tang seized their ears and pulled them into the vehicle. Subsequently, the pink RV made its way to the water house, where Ning Tang brought out De Huang and Tian Tian. De Huang, now weaned, had grown sufficiently to contribute to the fight, as each was essential in battle. Upon returning to the Xiangyang base, Ning Tang placed the 5 similarly sized furry creatures outside the vehicle, gesturing towards the sprawled black-clad figures. See those dressed like this? Bite their legs upon sight. Capture as many as possible, but leave the powerful ones alive. Protect yourselves and avoid injury. Do not exit through that large door. Once you've bitten them all, come back here and wait for me, understood? Chapter 80. Why are you still alive? The base leader sensed something amiss. It had been too long without any reports. The moment any commotion arose at the gate, their personnel returned, but those few who had departed had yet to come back. What is the panic? Didn't Ti Xiao Lu say she was alone? No matter how skilled she is or how powerful her abilities, can she surpass a cannonball? The individuals inside seemed to have noticed the stir at the gate. The 300 sent forth were no ordinary folk. Their levels of supernatural abilities and weaponry appeared markedly superior. However, in the face of the protective shield, even the mightiest skills were rendered meaningless. Dealing with these several hundred individuals could not be done hastily, as Ning Tang believed they were all valuable, possessing weapons and modified vehicles that could be preserved for her own use. Those with high abilities could be sent to Planet T for further experimentation. Host, have you considered how to send them to Planet T? My space is already filled to the brim with the junk you brought from that dark association. You should take care of it promptly. I had intended to resolve this today. Is your space already that cramped? Surely a few hundred individuals can't be too much? If necessary, I could send them in groups of 10. All right, but remember your words and hurry to sell these. The system's capacity to collect living individuals has distance limitations. Fortunately, this group genuinely sought to eliminate Ning Tang, whether through vehicles or direct confrontation. They were eager to press their weapons against her forehead. The system collected them effortlessly, however, since these individuals had yet to lose their mobility. Transporting them directly to the authorities on Planet T might present a slight inconvenience. But what of it? The system had faith that the authorities on Planet T would manage. At worst, they would be caught off guard and receive a beating from these supernatural beings. Those approaching the RV continued to vanish, while those further away sensed something was amiss and hesitated to advance. Ning Tang granted no opportunities for escape, maneuvering the RV with the precision of an eagle snatching its prey, collecting them one by one. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have purchased those 2 Gatling guns. I might as well have let you take them all. After resolving this wave of trouble, Ning Tang hastily drove towards the villa district. The more she pondered, the more she felt a sense of loss. Although her initial intention was to vent her anger by eliminating that group of individuals, she still felt it was a loss. 20,000 crystals, after all. That won't do. I might as well sneak a few hundred over for research. If caught, I can always claim these individuals are irredeemably wicked, with a justifiable cause. But if I were to send them over in large numbers, I would be branded as the one responsible for exterminating the inhabitants of this planet, and both I and the head of Planet T would find ourselves imprisoned. What else there to fear? Don't you wish to embrace the role of an outlaw just this once? If Planet T refuses to accept them, what shall I do with the remaining 1,000+ souls? Shall I beat them to death? Although her heart was not soft, after all, that group had sought her life. Yet if lives could be spared from her hands, they ought to be. If death were to come, let it be at a distance, for dealing with the aftermath could be quite troublesome. Host, what nonsense are you spouting? Your little system, have always been law-abiding. I aspire to ascend step by step, so please mind your words. In the open space outside the villa district, a throng of men in black stood armed, and among them sat a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor, perched on an ornate armchair. His hair slicked back to a shine, clearly one who relished in showing off. Ning Tang parked her car a few meters in front of him. The monkey on the roof and SpongeBob turned their guns towards the man, who displayed no signs of anxiety. Instead, he presented Ning Tang with a smile that could be deemed flawless, albeit with an unsettling glimmer at the corners of his eyes. Ning Tang found it distasteful. Having committed such shameless acts, why put on such a facade for whom? Disinterested in exiting the vehicle, she lowered the window and said, "Old man, who gave you the audacity to seize my territory?" Wang Jianya's smile faltered for a moment. Inwardly, he scoffed at this naive girl. She was indeed attractive, and the fact that she could breach their encirclement of armed individuals suggested her abilities were formidable. According to Ming Yu and the others, she had brought an abundance of supplies, but what a pity it was. She lacked wisdom, unaware of the apocalypse's brutality. Little girl, you seem to be under a misconception. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Jianya, the head of the original Xiangyang base. He paused deliberately, anticipating Ning Tang's reaction. She was indeed somewhat taken aback. Then why are you still alive? Wang Jianya nearly lost his composure, struggling to maintain his smile. Our base suffered a catastrophic blow, and we were utterly powerless to retaliate. After much deliberation among the upper echelons, we decided to venture out for assistance. As soon as we acquired weapons, we intended to return, only to discover that your timely intervention had already saved the base. Little girl, you are truly our savior. If Ning Tang believed that, she would be a fool. For he was a deceitful old man who lied without blinking. Is this how you treat your savior? I care not who you are. This territory now belongs to me. If you possess any sense, perhaps I might grant you a chance at survival. If not, prepare to lie here as fertilizer. Young lady, you are still naive. The youth ought to understand their place in the world. Wang Jianya's expression darkened entirely as he raised his hand, causing the men in black to disperse. Ming Yu and the others from the base were ushered forward. Captain Ming, please enlighten us on who has diligently served as the head of the base for many years. As Ming Yu caught sight of Ning Tang, his eyes brightened instantly. He had been utterly astonished to see Wang Jianya return with people, having believed that only they remained from the base. The fact that these higher-ups had fled earlier was a surprise. It didn't matter that they had escaped. What were they returning for now? They had previously disregarded the lives of ordinary base members, and now, with that group gone, they wished to reclaim the base. How naive of them. He initially intended to assert that the Xiangyang base had undergone a change in leadership, but seeing the well-equipped weapons brought back by this group, he could only swallow his pride. For the past few days, he had been restless, anxiously hoping for Ning Tang's return while fearing that she might not be able to contend with Wang Jianya. It turned out that the Xiangyang base had long since fallen, and it was Ning, the base leader, who had saved them and established a new Xiangyang base. I only recognize Ning as my base leader, Ming Yu declared without hesitation. Even as he felt a tightening grip on his shoulder, yet he did not falter. Wang Jianya smiled as he patted Ming Yu's shoulder. It seems Captain Ming is a man of gratitude, which is commendable. No matter, let us resolve this matter together. Speak freely. He turned to the back and called, Old Liu, You look much better these days. Let Xiao Lu bring you more nutritional supplements. Aunt Chen, your son has been performing admirably in the team. You shall have a life of comfort ahead. The individuals he named were visibly moved. Although Ning, the base leader, had saved them and brought supplies, they had also lived well under Wang Jianya's leadership. Moreover, just yesterday, Wang Jianya had mentioned that the base had suffered severe losses and that they, the elders, were all that remained. The implication was clear. Once the base expanded, they could secure minor positions for themselves. Chapter 81. No crossing foolish people. Those mentioned exchanged glances, unable to resist stepping forward. Boss Ning, Wang Jianya has always been our base leader. With his return, we certainly recognize him as our old leader. Indeed, Boss Ning. We are grateful for your life-saving intervention, yet we have grown accustomed to serving under Wang Jianya. With those little devils gone, we also wish to return to our former lives. Of course, a life-saving grace is one thing, but you cannot use it as leverage. A base of such magnitude cannot simply be handed over. Moreover, we did not beg you to save us. Our base leader was on the verge of returning. Even if you hadn't intervened, he could have saved us. More and more individuals stepped forward, their voices rising, expressing gratitude towards Ning Tang, yet asserting that she could not claim their base merely out of life-saving debt. Ning Tang displayed little reaction. These individuals had gained weight and were loud, showing no signs of the torment they had endured in the basement. Such is humanity. Once fed, they forget their suffering. Very well, I respect your choice. Now, those who choose me step forward. Ning Tang said little more. She was no Buddha, uninterested in saving foolish people. Mingyu was the first to approach her vehicle, and under his leadership, over 200 individuals gradually gathered. They were not fools, nor did they have any relatives serving under the base leader. A moment's thought revealed Wang Jianya's actions to be peculiar and repugnant. Following such a leader, they might find themselves sold out again, without knowing. Ning Tang observed the crowd standing behind her vehicle, far exceeding her expectations. She looked at Wang Jianya, who had once gazed at her with gratitude, now filled with vigilance and disdain. Let us not forget, had I not saved you, you would have long been fed to the pigs. Do you truly believe this man's deceit? Wang Jianya, you conspired with those little devils to hand over your base, did you not? How else would you have returned once they perished? Where did all this equipment come from? Who would willingly part with such resources for you? If it were not provided by those little devils, how many benefactors must you have fed? Truly a hard life. Upon finishing, Ning Tang raised a bullet. This weapon, could it possibly belong to Huaxia? It is all too evident, yet some fools still pretend to be blind. Wang Jianya's gaze turned icy. At that moment, murderous intent surged within him. He had initially thought that if this young girl were wise, he could let her go. Yet, the individuals he had dispatched had been absent for too long, and they were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. One could eliminate this foolish woman without any help. Before Wang Jianya could utter a word, the individuals behind him, whom Ning Tang had rescued, stepped forward to counter his remarks. Boss Ning, your words are unjust. We are all compatriots. It is only right that you saved us. It is utterly unreasonable for you to demand our base in exchange for such a matter. How can you tarnish the reputation of our base leader? Indeed, Boss Ning, one should not behave in such a manner. A young girl with such a filthy mouth. Another chimed in. Moreover, we were the ones who dealt with the invaders. You merely incapacitated them. Our base leader returned to rescue us as soon as he acquired the necessary equipment. On what grounds do you speak ill of him? You are the outsider here. You might have subdued the invaders, but the supplies were procured from us. Perhaps your intention was merely to profit from the crystal cores, and your act of saving us was incidental. What gives you the right to claim the title of our base leader? Yes, indeed. Our base leader has returned. You should leave at once. If you continue to act ungratefully, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Right, perhaps you are in collusion with the invaders. When negotiations fell through, you sought our assistance to eliminate them, and now you wish to take over the base.
Leave now.
As they continued to rally, their fervor grew. Spurred by Wang Jianya's approving gaze, each felt a sense of hope for their futures and spoke without restraint. Ning Tang, weary of acknowledging such foolishness, suddenly recalled something vital. System, are you not tasked with preserving human civilization? Is it permissible for me to engage in such slaughter? The system pondered briefly before responding. Preservation, indeed, entails safeguarding the superior human breed. Those who are disloyal, foolish, and malevolent only serve to create difficulties for others while not living long themselves. Fear not, host. As long as you do not engage in random acts of unwarranted violence against the innocent, I will support you entirely. Reassured, Ning Tang summoned Mingyu, instructing him to take the others to wait around the corner. Stay there until I arrive. If you encounter tigers, wolves, or pandas, do not be afraid. You are not in black uniforms, so they will not harm you. Mingyu nodded, asking no questions, leading over 200 individuals onward. While they did not believe Ning Tang could truly seize the Xiangyang base, they figured with her food truck they could easily establish a small base elsewhere. System. I will deal with Wang Jianya slowly in the space. The rest I will manage as I see fit. As her words faded, Wang Jianya vanished from the crowd. Still oblivious to the sudden change in circumstances amidst the raucous accusations directed at Ning Tang, the group in black, trained and poised, immediately opened fire and unleashed their abilities upon the pink caravan, each displaying fierce intent. Even with protective shields in place, Ning Tang could hear the cacophony of thunderous strikes descending around them. Ning Tang swiftly commanded Monkey and SpongeBob, aim for those clad in black, eliminate them immediately. The rest of you, do not concern yourselves with me, except for those with wind abilities who could evade swiftly. The remaining ability wielders found it nearly impossible to escape the relentless barrage of bullets. Meanwhile, Ning Tang remained vigilant, driving towards those who were faster, instructing the system to absorb them into the space. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control, the black-clad individuals hastily dropped their weapons and knelt, pleading for mercy from Ning Tang. Ning Tang rolled her eyes. They had been let out by Wang Jianya. How could they be unaware of his machinations? Had they not inspected their own weapons? The insignia of the invaders was glaringly obvious. Only a fool would believe there was no issue. Their pleas for mercy were futile. As for those she had rescued, their earlier vitriol had not reflected such cowardice. They had merely sought to curry favor with Wang Jianya, spouting insults with ease. Ning Tang chose to disregard them. Their increasingly disgusting remarks only revealed their incompetence, branding them as potential traitors. Minutes later, the ground was littered with the fallen black-clad figures. SpongeBob and Monkey had executed their tasks impeccably, leaving none of those who had insulted her harmed. They either stood frozen or cowered in fear behind cover. Ning Tang instructed, "Now, clean up this area, along with the remaining black-clad individuals throughout the base. Eliminate them all, and transport the bodies to the entrance. Ensure it is cleared today. This is your opportunity to survive. Gather at the base entrance, and anyone who attempts to flee will be shot on sight." The system could no longer send ability wielders for experimentation. They should have known better than to engage with the black-clad individuals. However, it was not too late to let these treacherous individuals finish the job. They appeared sufficiently ruthless to carry out the task. Chapter 82, Living a Peaceful Life. Ning Tang chose to disregard those individuals, as she had other matters to attend to. It struck her as absurd how much work she had to manage daily, always entangled in troublesome affairs. She drove forward, encountering Mingyu and the others around the corner. With a wave, she signaled, "All done. Let us head to the entrance." No one dared to inquire what she meant by "all done." The sounds of gunfire from moments ago echoed in their ears. But seeing Ning Tang emerge unscathed led them to assume she had triumphed. Ning Tang drove directly to the entrance, where chaos reigned. Tiger was sprawled on the ground, feigning slumber. Upon spotting Ning Tang, it sprang up, feigning diligence as it bit into the corpses of the black-clad individuals that had been crushed by the caravan. The base was drenched in blood, and outside, a few zombies, drawn by the scent, staggered closer, their movements slow and indicative of their low level. Before Ning Tang could act, Tiger, eager to showcase its prowess, charged forward, dispatching several zombies with a swift maneuver. Ning Tang positioned the vehicle at the entrance, ensuring a robust cover of firepower. She began operating on the panel. "System, can we construct a youth hostel and convenience store without a 3-day preparation period? Within 10 sets. It is feasible." Ning Tang's recent performance had been commendable, earning her this reward for her good standing. "All right, let us proceed with one." She designated the location for the convenience store in the cleared area behind the entrance, confirming the setup. In an instant, her food truck's balance dwindled to 5 million, and the newly erected convenience store opened for business. Having completed her tasks, Mingyu and the others arrived just in time. The entrance was abuzz with activity, and they were momentarily unsure of where to direct their attention. The sight of SpongeBob and Monkey unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the encroaching zombies, alongside the unexpectedly new building within the base, was captivating. Even from afar, they could see the colorful goods lining the shelves. Seeing them arrive, Ning Tang stepped out of the vehicle and approached. Mingyu, you came at the perfect time. Arrange for some of the people to tidy this area and also fix up the base's entrance. Find those who can manage the accounts. They will help me sort the supplies shortly. Understood. I will arrange it right away. The individuals chosen by Ning Tang held great respect for Mingyu, and they moved swiftly to begin tidying the area adjacent to the convenience store. As they worked, they cast eager glances into the store, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of the supplies and how they might be organized. Although Wang Jianya had distributed a significant portion of the remaining supplies to them over the past 2 days, the long-stored food and mutated meat could not compare to the meals from Ning Tang's food truck. They neither harbor ambitions for officialdom nor possess acquaintances under Wang Jianya. Yet they aspire to lead a tranquil life under the stewardship of Director Ning, hoping for better sustenance. With fervor, they labor diligently, eager to complete their tasks swiftly, so they can venture to the convenience store to procure food and drink at reasonable prices. Ning Tang stands nearby, offering them encouragement. A young woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, responds to Ning's words. Her face bears deep scars, and her head is shaved, yet her eyes sparkle with vitality and determination. Is it true, Director? Can we all purchase these items? Ning Tang nods affirmatively, explaining that the convenience store was established for the benefit of everyone in the base. Although there are purchase limits, each person can buy up to 10 items daily, ensuring ample provisions for all. Upon hearing Ning's reassurance, the others momentarily abandon their tasks. A chorus of exclamations rising around her, each proclaiming their adoration for the director, which sends Ning into a reverie of elation. Host, do temper your exuberance. Are you not aware that inspectors occasionally visit each world for assessments? Imagine their surprise upon finding you crowned as ruler. Ning Tang scoffs lightly, and what of it? If I were to ascend the throne, what would be amiss? Little eunuch, I shall bestow upon you the title of Grand Eunuch. Dream on, the system retorts dismissively. I aspire to be the chief eunuch. As SpongeBob and Monkey King engage in playful skirmishes atop the vehicle, others diligently toil at the entrance. At last, under the combined strength of sheer will and extraordinary abilities, the formidable double-layered iron gate, electrified and barbed, is installed. Ning gestures for them to secure the gate. Mingyu complies. Watching as the RV, along with Monkey King and SpongeBob, is confined outside. Although he harbors doubts, Ning assures him all is well, prompting him to dismiss his concerns. Excellent. Everything is in order. System, bring forth those items and place them beside the convenience store. Oh, and be sure not to release the valuable items from the large office. Those are my personal treasures. At long last. Finally. I feel as though my very being has been rejuvenated. The system revels in the long-awaited freshness within the space, hastily organizing its possessions to avoid further chaotic clutter by Ning Tang. With the gate secured, the corpses and refuse are piled together, awaiting incineration. Ning beckons to the onlookers, who stand idly by. Come forth, assist me in sorting these goods. Mingyu, gather a few individuals to establish pricing. These items are to be sold. Mingyu, gazing at the towering heaps of goods beside the convenience store, feels overwhelmed. What on earth is this? While I can comprehend the compressed biscuits and bottled water, why are entire doors and their frames among these? And those multicolored heaps of clothing? Are such suits and dresses truly suitable for the apocalypse? Initially, a mere dozen individuals were meant to assist him in sorting, yet now, everyone rallies to join in, categorizing the items systematically. Over 200 people, brimming with enthusiasm, surge toward the mountains of goods. Ning, ever the considerate leader, reminds them not to overexert themselves and to feel free to visit the convenience store if they grow hungry or thirsty. After a moment's contemplation, she pulls Mingyu aside, instructing him to select a few individuals, arm them, and station them at the entrance. I must step out for a while. Keep a vigilant watch over the group inside. I shall return shortly to settle matters with them. Ensure the two groups do not intermingle. Understood, Director. I will do my utmost. Mingyu feels a surge of anxiety, while preventing the two groups from mingling is manageable. The challenge lies in the fact that each individual had already signed their names on a list while waiting around the corner. Yet, regarding the sorting task, can the director truly trust them? Though they have chosen to follow Ning Tang in pursuit of a stable life, the sheer volume of supplies raises concerns about potential greed or secret hoarding among them. The system had previously posed this question to Ning, who seemed unconcerned. Once they enter your space, don't you calculate the inventory? If a few items go missing, it's of little consequence. We can address it if significant losses occur. Chapter 83. Hu Hai Base. Ning Tang first locates the nearest small base on the map and instructs Monkey King to drive the RV there. The J City base is dispersed, with the combined number of survivors across various bases reaching over 100,000. However, the problem lies in the disarray. The city is dotted with dozens of small bases. The system has mentioned a mission to preserve human civilization, indicating that the convenience store and youth hostel must cater to as many individuals as possible. It is impractical for her to establish a convenience store and youth hostel in every single base, setting aside the considerable number of points required. The logistics of inspections would be cumbersome. The system interjects, suggesting, what if we consolidate these small bases into a larger-scale base, akin to the Fireseed base? Otherwise, these numerous bases are too fragmented, and establishing convenience stores and youth hostels in each would not yield high returns. Ning contemplates the system's suggestion and finds it reasonable. However, she wonders if dozens of bases would willingly accept her as their leader for the sake of resources. The prospect of assimilating them one by one seems daunting. That is simple. We can employ forceful suppression or disregard those who resist. Providing food, drink, and protection, they must acknowledge you as their leader. Otherwise, what is the purpose of your efforts? They gain nourishment and safety. The T-planet acquires crystal cores, and I achieve my objectives. Thus you must gain authority. The system believes it is time for those bases to contribute something in return while also viewing this as a means to motivate Ning Tang. Astounded, she muses, "You actually speak in my favor. Yet you make a valid point. In this apocalypse, I am tirelessly providing abundant, affordable resources and protective measures without demanding heartfelt devotion in return. All I ask is to be called leader, a title that aids in consolidating the population for maximum resource efficiency. How benevolent. If you truly ascend to power, will you be able to command your subjects to spend more crystal cores within the enterprises of the Dawn Hotel?" Ning clicks her tongue, dismissing the notion of ambition. If I were to become the sovereign of this planet, I would unite humanity's strength to eradicate wild mutated species, subsequently achieving the industrialization of these mutations for trade with T-Planet. T-Planet would gain infinite clean energy, and here, we could ensure the continuity of human civilization, an endeavor that benefits both parties. Do you comprehend? Oh, you're vexing. I simply do not understand. Ning Tang chooses to ignore the system, focusing intently on the map. A reminder from the system prompts her to consider planning for every city in the future. She envisions establishing large bases similar to the Fireseed base in every location, integrating the fragmented small bases into a cohesive whole. This approach would allow for quicker accumulation of crystal cores, eliminating the need for her to continuously traverse from place to place. Naturally, if the leaders of other small bases are unwilling, she cannot compel them. However, she is not seeking leaders. She requires a substantial populace. With the establishment of convenience stores and youth hostels, and with proper promotion, attracting individuals from other bases should not pose a challenge. With her ideas taking shape, Ning Tang folds the map and prepares to commence her endeavors at the Hu Hai base, which houses only 2,000 to 3,000 people and lies just a few kilometers from the Xiangyang base. She finds it perplexing that these bases are so dispersed yet situated so closely together. Nevertheless, this base boasts a favorable geographic location, centered around the Xiangyang base. The map of the Dawn base she has delineated includes the Hu Hai base. Eventually, it will be feasible to merge this base with the Xiangyang base, establishing the Hu Hai base as a component of the Dawn base. Here, she will initiate the creation of a Dawn convenience store, which will later be integrated into the Dawn base. However, the Hu Hai base currently serves another significant purpose. It can help her accumulate more points for her food truck. Ning Tang glanced up and thought that if it weren't for the towering walls and the spiked gate, she might have mistaken this place for a high school. The High base is rather small, housing only 2 to 3,000 residents, and its width could easily be gauged by the naked eye. There were not many zombies around the base, as most of them had been exterminated and cleared away. The small side gate next to the main entrance stood ajar, with people continuously coming and going. As soon as Ning Tang's pink RV appeared, the security personnel at the entrance immediately went on high alert, and those entering or exiting quickly retreated behind the gate. The reason was simple. The RV had almost bumped into the main gate, and this time, it had parked too close. Ning Tang did not press forward. Instead, she rolled down the window, holding a bottle of mineral water and waving it. Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to sell supplies at your base. My prices are fair and honest. Feel free to summon your leaders for substantial business discussions. Someone behind the gate recognized Ning Tang. Captain, I know her. She asked the one from our last trip to the Xiangyang base to buy supplies. She has water and food. She's not a scammer. What she says is true. Upon hearing this, the man referred to as the captain displayed a flicker of uncertainty on his previously stern face. The last time Ning Tang had come to promote her wares, only a portion of the residents had gone, while many remained skeptical that supplies, such as water, could still be available in these times. However, those who had ventured out returned with bags full of provisions. Naturally, as the head of security, he had received his fair share of flattery, including several lunch boxes and bottles of water. Everyone, stay calm. Xiao Wu, go find Uncle Hu. The rest of you, follow me. A dozen armed security personnel approached the vehicle, and the captain was exceedingly polite. After all, it was not every day that someone was bold enough to sell supplies in a post-apocalyptic world, indicating that their capabilities were likely formidable. Moreover, he had a keen interest in purchasing more of those delicious lunchboxes. Ma'am, to ensure the safety of everyone at the base, we must conduct a routine inspection. If there are no issues, you can conduct your business here without worry, and we will clear it with our leaders. Ning Tang had no intention of making things difficult for them. She simply tapped on the control panel, and the RV transformed into food truck mode. Behind the transparent cash register stood a bemused SpongeBob and Monkey King. Once assured that there were no weapons or mutated entities on board, the security personnel were immediately dazzled by the array of goods displayed on the food truck. The captain abruptly seized a team member who was about to step forward, saying, "Stand back. You're still young. Let me go first." SpongeBob quickly got to work, loudly announcing the items and prices available, directing the captain to place his crystal cores into the cash box. The captain, naturally, aimed to procure 5 of each item and was incredulous as he received the packed goods. So much? 500 crystals? Others in the vicinity halted mid-motion, astonished. How much? 500 first-level crystals for all of this? Those peering in from the gate erupted into excitement, hurriedly rushing out to queue. For safety reasons, their line curved away from the food truck, extending back into the base. The security personnel who had finished their purchases stood guard beside the line, remaining vigilant despite the nearby zombies being routinely cleared out. Chapter 84. Of course not. While everyone was enthusiastically purchasing supplies, Ning Tang continued to study the map. The first step was to promote the Xiangyang base, but what about the other dozens of locations? Surely, I can't visit them all one by one. It would be more effective to create some promotional flyers and distribute them from above, allowing others to see just how advantageous the Xiangyang base is and encouraging them to sign up. By the way, I plan to rename the Xiangyang base to Dawn Base once recruitment begins, as the former has a greater reputation at present. Let Song Jun and his team finish dealing with the mutated beasts before they come to assist. They should first establish some rules at the Xiangyang base and manage it for a while.
Oh.
And I need to have someone from the Spark base sent over to lend a hand under the guise of an official title, which will also help me manage the base, given their experience. The system pondered for a moment and acknowledged that it was indeed a commendable idea. What should be included on the promotional flyers? Let us create a 2-sided flyer. On the front, we will announce that the Xiangyang base is officially representing the government and expanding recruitment, boasting a comprehensive array of supplies available for all base members at discounted prices. Entering the Xiangyang base means embracing militarized management and enjoying a life of happiness. We should also take several pictures of the Dawn convenience store, as visuals will enhance persuasiveness. On the reverse side, we will promote a clearance sale at the Xiangyang base, offering unlimited low-price supplies. We can snap photos of the items outside the convenience store, including those acquired from the shadows, to sell to those unwilling to join the Xiangyang base. After all, if residents can purchase meals from the convenience store, who would want to gnaw on compressed biscuits? Understood. I will begin preparing it right away. The system, always keen on generating crystal cores, promptly set about creating the promotional flyers as per Ning Tang's instructions. Just as Ning Tang stepped out of the vehicle, intending to stretch her legs, she noticed a security team member followed by a poised middle-aged woman approaching. The security captain hurriedly greeted her. Sister, who? This is the boss everyone has been discussing, the one selling supplies at the Xiangyang base. We've conducted our checks and found no issues, so we allowed everyone to queue. The woman addressed as Sister Hu nodded, a smile gracing her face as she approached Ning Tang. I heard from Xiao Wu that a promising young entrepreneur wishes to discuss significant business with our base. Upon meeting you, I can see that you indeed possess an extraordinary presence. Our base leader happens to be away on business, but I am Hu Li, the deputy leader of the Hu High base. Rest assured, I can also handle business matters. Why don't we settle down inside the base for a proper discussion? We can ensure you are well taken care of, and after we have enjoyed a good meal, we can delve into the details. How does that sound? Ning Tang had initially intended to persuade them to merge the Hu High base with the Xiangyang base, but she thought better of discussing such matters with the deputy leader alone. Nonetheless, she decided to speak up. The deputy leader could represent the will of the entire base, and besides, the residents waiting in line were watching, making it an excellent opportunity to promote the Dawn base. There's no need for elaborate hospitality. Let us keep it brief. Deputy Leader, I am an official representative sent by the Spark base. The government aims to establish large bases called Dawn bases in every city, consolidating the strength of survivors to combat mutated species and ensure the continuation of human civilization. The Dawn base to be built in City J will be centered around the Xiangyang base, and your Hu High base conveniently falls within the designated area. The deputy leader's expression froze. It had been a long time since the government had intervened. This proposal would essentially mean their incorporation into the new structure. Even if she agreed, Hu Lin and several elders from her clan would certainly oppose it. Ning Tang did not give her a chance to respond.
Please hear me out.
You certainly have the right to refuse. However, this is ultimately for the benefit of all survivors. Once everyone enters the Dawn base, the abundance of supplies will alleviate hunger and suffering, allowing each person to enjoy the best resources with minimal crystal expenditure. Moreover, joining the Dawn base does not only mean access to supplies. The government will also provide you with the latest and most comfortable living facilities, even capable of shielding against zombies. Even within the Dawn base, we can manage by districts. If you prefer not to share living space with others, you can remain in your current area. The integration of bases is for everyone's benefit. Whether facing extreme weather or zombie hordes, merging together will enable us to support one another and survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Joining the Dawn base will bring greater advantages than disadvantages, both for the base and for individuals. Hu Li found herself momentarily speechless, somewhat swayed by Ning Tang's arguments. This indeed seemed like a viable strategy for ensuring the survival of all. The crowd lining up next to her to purchase supplies became increasingly agitated upon hearing Ning Tang's words. They whispered amongst themselves, questioning the veracity of the situation. Was it true? Had the authorities finally intervened? Who could say? Yet, the supplies in their hands were undeniably real. Could there be any deception in the steaming meals they held? What if it was all a ruse, with the intent to assimilate them, leaving them bereft of resources and treated like beasts of burden? Were their lives truly any easier now? Just look at how many remained in their base. If another wave of zombies were to descend upon them, could they withstand it? Indeed, the entire base was comprised of members of the Hu family, all relatives. How could one even contemplate romance in such a stifling environment? If everyone were to enter the grand base, perhaps they might find companionship. You think too far ahead. Whether we survive until tomorrow is uncertain, yet you dream of love. It would be wiser to consider whether our crystal cores would suffice should we indeed relocate to the grand base. Alas, that too is a concern. But would the clan leader even consent to such a thing? Hu Li understood well that despite 5 years of apocalyptic hardship, the power of the authorities had significantly waned. However, if the government truly desired to consolidate these scattered small bases, they had both the moral and logical right to do so. After all, the strength of these small bases was limited. As Ning Tang had said, should several more zombie waves strike, they might indeed falter. Yet, this matter was beyond her jurisdiction. Though the reasoning presented by the superior made sense, Hu was certainly not agreeable. An indignant male voice interrupted Hu Li's unspoken refusal. Ning Tang turned to see a middle-aged man emerging from the base, flanked by two elderly gentlemen, their brows furrowed with concern. The middle-aged man halted before Ning Tang and Hu Li. Hu Li respectfully addressed him as the base leader and instinctively stepped behind him. Casting a regretful smile at Ning Tang, there was little she could do in this matter. The Hu High Base is the culmination of 5 years of toil for our Hu family. The sacrifices made by the Hu clan to preserve this base are immeasurable. Each brick and tile here is a testament to our kin's contributions. We safeguard not only this base but also the bloodline of the Hu family. Just look at those gathered here. Does anyone among them not possess greater vigor than your government base's personnel? For 5 years, your officials remained silent, offering us no assistance. Now, you come forth to demand the very foundation we have fought to maintain, dispersing our Hu family members. It is utterly unreasonable. I tell you, should you come to sell supplies, we would welcome you with open arms. However, if you propose a merger with other bases that would compel us to relinquish our stronghold and the ancestral Hu shrine, scattering our kin, then you would be asking me, Hu Lin, to betray the legacy of our ancestors, a proposition I cannot entertain. After hearing his impassioned speech, something flashed in Ning Tang's mind. She quickly unfurled the map in her hands.
Aha.
As I suspected, the Chun village base, the Feng Tang base, the Ma Chung base, the Wangba base, these smaller and more dispersed bases were indeed organized by surname? This made matters simpler. Ning Tang folded the map and spoke. You worry excessively. Base leader, Hu. Upon joining the Dawn base, you will have the autonomy to choose your residence. If you prefer to remain here, that is entirely feasible. We can designate this land for the Hu family. Moreover, given your proximity to the Xiangyang base, concerns over relocation are unfounded. The Hu clan can continue to reside together, a luxury that others cannot claim. Furthermore, the Dawn base not only features supply stores but also is that shield against zombies. Our intention is to consolidate resources so that survivors may enjoy these limited provisions more effectively. If you possess dozens of bases, the government certainly cannot establish that many supply stores. Thus, will those stores be situated in your Hu family's domain or in the territories of others? The gathering of all bases is for the convenience of procurement. We harbor no interest in usurping the authority of the Hu family. Nor do we wish to disperse your kin. Hu Lin frowned, expressing his concerns. Our Hu clan is united. Entering your so-called unified grand base may not yield solely benefits. If others outnumber us, what happens if we are bullied? We must consider the future of the Hu family. Besides, once we join the grand base, dispersal is inevitable. Who will remember our ancestors a century hence? Ning Tang felt a weariness wash over her. Very well, if they were unwilling, so be it. One less base was not a loss. Compared to engaging in fruitless debate with such entrenched traditionalists, she would rather navigate around Hu High Base. We have already stated our intention for decentralized governance. The consolidation of all bases is merely to facilitate the acquisition of affordable resources. Since your base is reluctant, we will not impose. We shall establish our supply stores in other bases willing to merge. Of course, should you require supplies in the future, you may purchase them, though I cannot guarantee your entry into the Dawn base.
Wait.
An elder behind Hu Lin interjected. You are representatives of the government and should be assisting every survivor in this apocalypse. Why should you bypass our base simply because we refuse to join your Dawn base? This makes no sense. You cannot use aid supplies as leverage for power. Ning Tang couldn't help but chuckle, a light scoff escaping her lips. Usurp power? What power do we even possess? Managing 2,000 to 3,000 individuals equates to power, does it? The elder puffed up in indignation. And what of those 2,000 to 3,000? Every descendant of the Hu family is robust. Ning Tang was exasperated. Even amidst the apocalypse, there still existed such ignorant elders. I did not wish to speak harshly, but do you truly believe your kin are naive? What is the purpose behind your family's establishment of this base? Is it truly for the preservation of the Hu bloodline? How many children does your base currently have? How many newborns? You focus solely on your own survival while your family thrives on your directives. You are preoccupied with maintaining your grip on power, though it is hardly substantial. Merely overseeing 2 to 3,000 individuals. You give no thought to the future of the family, do you? Joining the Dawn base would alleviate concerns over food and security. The medical care provided there surely surpasses your own. Every member of your Hu family could freely marry and bear children, ensuring the continuation of your lineage. Yet, you, elder, are fixated on your power, and while you speak eloquently, it is clear you do not genuinely care for your family's bloodline. Ning Tang wielded her words like magic, and indeed, the Hu clan members began to murmur among themselves. Hu Lin and the two elderly men appeared ready to explode with anger. You are being unreasonable. Is this the attitude of government representatives? Hu Li, standing nearby, began to waver. Yes, brother, there are few children left in the base. We are still in our prime, yet fighting zombies grows increasingly difficult. What will we do in the future? We must consider our prospects. Perhaps joining the government base is a wise decision. Hu Lin's fury intensified upon hearing her words. He turned and slapped Hu Li hard, exclaiming, "What do you know? She is merely speaking sweet nothings. Who can assure us that once we enter the government base, we will live peacefully? We would still be dependent on others." He directed his words not only at Hu Li, but also at the surrounding members of the Hu clan. Following Ning Tang's speech, the gazes of those around them shifted, and his resentment boiled, seething at the perceived foolishness of his kin. The two elderly men, incensed, struck the ground forcefully with their canes, berating her as a naive young girl with long hair and limited insight, insisting that she should not be allowed to serve as a deputy leader. Claiming that a girl incapable of continuing the family line did not comprehend the essence of familial legacy. They warned that if she continued in this capacity, she might soon ascend above her brother in arrogance. Ning Tang rolled her eyes at their tirade, picking up several small stones the size of quail eggs from the ground. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled them forward, the stones crashing against the earth before Hu Lin and the two old men, shattering with a series of resounding thuds. The group was momentarily stunned by her audacious display, and silence enveloped the scene. With a calm demeanor, Ning Tang addressed them, stating, "Enough of your bickering. No one is interested in the trivial matters of the Hu family. If you are unwilling to address your own issues, no one will concern themselves with you." Her boldness in disregarding the respect typically afforded to such venerable figures was unprecedented. In the past, Qin would have rushed forward to defend their honor. Yet, her words struck a chord among the younger crowd present, many of whom had lost family members during the apocalypse or remained single. Though Uncle Hu and his cohorts professed to have their best interests at heart, they completely overlooked the plight of their descendants, while they themselves enjoyed the comforts of home and family, some even with multiple wives. This realization left a bitter taste in their mouths, prompting them to abandon any thoughts of preserving the dignity of Uncle Hu's group, opting instead to focus on acquiring essential supplies. After all, what truly mattered was what they could eat. Ning Tang turned to the orderly line of individuals resembling quails, announcing, "Regardless of the circumstances, the Xiangyang base welcomes all of you. Starting tomorrow, we will officially recruit new members, and furthermore, we will be offering essential supplies at discounted prices, including food and daily necessities. You are all warmly invited to support us." After making her declaration, Ning Tang turned and climbed into her vehicle. With a population of merely 2 or 3,000, the Hu Hai base had already seen many customers purchase their goods, leaving Uncle Hu Lin and the two elderly men fuming as they departed, leaving Hu Li standing in a daze. Ning Tang assessed the situation, preparing to close shop, but Hu Li suddenly sprang into action, rushing to the front of the RV. Leaning against the window, she whispered, "Boss, I hope you will reconsider the situation at Hu Hai base. In a few days, should circumstances change, I will bring people to the Xiangyang base. And I hope you can overlook past grievances and accept the integration of Hu Hai base." Ning Tang raised an eyebrow in surprise. If her intuition was correct, Hu Li was indeed serious. "Of course, as fellow compatriots, as long as you are willing to join the Dawn base, we have no reason to refuse." With that, Hu Li visibly relaxed, exchanging a cheerful farewell with Ning Tang before joining the line for supplies. A bright red handprint adorned her face, yet it seemingly did not dampen her spirits, as she jovially engaged with everyone passing by, in stark contrast to the aloof Hu Lin. Once the line at the supply vehicle had concluded, Ning Tang inquired of the system, "Has the promotional material been prepared after such a lengthy wait?" "It's all ready." The T-Planet team, upon hearing its purpose, even thoughtfully attached a piece of soon-to-expire candy to each flyer. They repurposed waste. "While our promotional impact has doubled, this will undoubtedly astonish them." The system was brimming with enthusiasm, eager for Ning Tang to distribute the flyers and generate profits swiftly. "Very well, let us prepare to proceed." Ning Tang picked up a map and discussed plans with Monkey Brother, as there were 36 bases in City J, and they intended to visit 34 of them. She instructed Monkey Brother to use the cloud somersault to hover the RV above each base, where SpongeBob and Ning Tang would scatter the promotional flyers. However, they couldn't hover too high, lest the candy-laden papers rain down like hail. Upon hearing her instructions, Monkey Brother adjusted the altitude, bringing the RV to hover just over 20 meters above the ground, transforming the cloud somersault into a winding path of clouds. He directed Ning Tang to maneuver the vehicle while SpongeBob opened the window to gradually disperse the flyers. The spectacle was astonishing for over 30 bases. The sudden appearance of a cloud with a pink RV was already peculiar enough, yet the cloud continued to extend, and the RV drove atop it, causing some bases to prepare for battle, fearing an encounter with a mutated species. However, what ensued was far from a confrontation. Instead, the RV rained down vibrant promotional flyers. Initially, onlookers suspected the flyers might carry a virus, causing them to hesitate to collect them, even leaping away when the papers drifted too close. Until one brave soul couldn't resist the urge to investigate, bending down for a closer look. To their astonishment, each flyer bore a piece of candy. Everyone understood the value of candy in the apocalypse, and before long, a frenzy ensued as people scrambled to collect the flyers. It must be said that T-Planet executed this strategy exceptionally well. Merely the flyers alone would not have incited such fervor. Yet, Ning Tang watched with a mix of amusement and concern, hoping they wouldn't snatch the papers too hastily, wishing they would at least take a moment to read what was printed before tearing them apart. The system remained calm, reassuring her, "Do not worry, host." To prevent such incidents, the paper used this time is tear-resistant, water-repellent, and fireproof, so you can rest easy. "Very well, let us continue." Ning Tang raised her hand to check the time. It was only 11:30. After a busy morning of clearing the Xiangyang base, engaging in verbal skirmishes at the Hu Hai base, and distributing flyers to over 30 bases, she was surprised to find it was still so early. "Host, your work efficiency is remarkable. You are strong, exceptional, and undoubtedly a shining star." Ning Tang rolled her eyes, retorting, "You are the one who is a shining star." Yet she was not feeling hungry, pondering if they should head to City Z next, where a large base awaited. A significant base would yield greater opportunities. Smaller bases would likely follow suit. Tempted by the promise of supplies, with Monkey Brother by her side, Ning Tang could travel with ease. As soon as she voiced her thoughts, Monkey Brother promptly fulfilled his mission, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Morning Light Base in City Z. Taking full advantage of the local geography, the Morning Light Base was nestled amidst mountains and rivers. Had it not been for the towering walls, it could easily be mistaken for a resort. The entrance bustled with activity, far more lively than the small bases in City J, with vehicles and people constantly coming and going. Ning Tang started the vehicle, following a military truck through the entrance, wishing to enter without further ado. As expected, she was intercepted by the duty personnel at the gate. The guards, bewildered, couldn't help but express their disbelief. How dare such a flamboyant RV attempt to enter unnoticed? Surely, they weren't blind. After speaking all morning, Ning Tang felt her throat dry and cracked. She sighed, wishing she had brought the official seal of the Fire Seed Base with her. If she had, she could have presented it to the guards, and who would dare stop her? Alternatively, she could have given an old mobile phone to Gu Qingchuan before leaving, enabling her to call him directly when encountering any base leaders for negotiations. However, at this moment, even if Gu Qingchuan spoke through the phone, they might still suspect it was merely a recording. Ning Tang picked up a bottle of mineral water, took a few sips to soothe her throat, and declared, "I am here on behalf of the Fire Seed Base as a supporter. You know Gu Qingchuan, the leader of the Fire Seed Base? He sent me here with a substantial supply of goods to sell at low prices. If you want to let me in, I request that your leaders come speak with me." The The personnel exchanged glances, hesitant to readily place their trust in Ning Tang. Yet, as they surveyed her vehicle and the bottles of mineral water, a silent consensus emerged among them. It was better to test the waters than to dismiss her outright. If her claims of resource support proved genuine, it would be a boon. If not, they could simply send her on her way without expending much effort. We must first report to our superiors. Please wait here for the time being. Ning Tang complied, maneuvering her vehicle to the side, fatigue settling over her after a morning spent interacting with personnel from 3 different bases. She felt an overwhelming urge to return home and rest for a few days. Regardless, she told herself, at noon, I will return for a meal, and I shall not be working any overtime. Indeed, at that point, the host could establish a small convenience store right here, leaving the vehicle behind to earn some points, and then use the portal to return. Later, the host could simply reappear through the portal. You are truly something. The moment you encounter an opportunity to earn crystal cores, your cleverness borders on cunning. At times, I genuinely suspect you are pocketing a commission. Why else would you be so eager? Is it not permissible for me to take joy in my work? The system pouted, lamenting. In this day and age, even a passion for work is met with suspicion. What kind of world is this?